Student Chen Yuan, you have been admitted to Shenzhen University as an undergraduate in the education program. Please report according to this notice. For specific enrollment dates, please refer to the new student orientation guide. Outside the window heat shimmered and warped the view. Inside, however, the room was cool and pleasant. Chen Yuan sat by the window clutching the hard envelope of his admission letter in both hands, murmuring to himself, education. How could it be education? I clearly applied for Chinese language and literature. Good news, he got into his dream university. Bad news, he was reassigned to a major he didn't want. Suddenly a voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully entered university. The good life system has been successfully bound. To have a good life, the most important thing is to have money. Money can solve 99% of life's troubles. The remaining 1% cannot be solved only because there isn't enough money. Special reward $100 million per day. Note all system funds come from fund dividends, stock markets, futures, virtual currency, and other markets. Taxes are paid according to Huaxiao law. The source is legal and transparent. The host need not worry about the source of funds. More system functions await the host to explore. Now please begin your wonderful life. Chen Yuan froze. The voice in his mind was crystal clear. Every single word he could understand, but when put together he couldn't quite grasp it. What does it mean, special reward $100 million per day? Is this still Mandarin? At the same moment a panel screen appeared before his eyes, as if projected directly onto his retina. When he turned his head, the panel moved with his line of sight. Host Chen Yuan. Assets 910.91 yuan. Daily funds 7166320 yuan. Withdrawable. Chen Yuan unconsciously tapped the withdraw button. Shortly after, the system panel flickered. Host Chen Yuan. Assets 716630910. 91 yuan. Daily funds already withdrawn today. Please come back tomorrow. So it was withdrawn just like that. Speaking of which, where is the money? Chen Yuan instinctively pulled his phone from his pocket. When he turned on the screen, he saw a text message starting with a green bubble. The content after it was automatically hidden, but the first 4 characters made his heart skip a beat. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Chen Yuan hurriedly opened his phone. Your card ending in 9527 received a transfer of 7166320 yuan at 9:31 a.m. Current balance 716630910. 91 yuan. It's real. The system really gave him $100 million, which converted to RMB is a whopping 716.63 million. $100 million a day, that's $36.5 billion a year, 3 trillion in a lifetime, equivalent to an entire Apple company. Chen Yuan opened the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China app again. Although he already believed it in his heart, he wanted to confirm once more that this wasn't a text message specifically sent to prank him. Opening the ICBC app, entering the password, and entering the main page, he discovered that his main page had undergone a dramatic transformation. The originally clean and tidy page had changed its skin, and many icons had turned white and gold. Chen Yuan clicked into his personal page. He then saw a badge next to his name. Private banking level platinum card. Scrolling down revealed his assets. My assets 716630910. 91 yuan. Chen Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath and then hold it. Even if someone was really pranking him, sending a text message would be one thing, but they couldn't have hacked the entire ICBC app, right? Which means the system is real. He really has a system, and the system gives him $100 million every day. Chen Yuan didn't breathe until he couldn't hold it any longer, then took huge breaths, his wild smile impossible to hide. As for being reassigned at university, it had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Money flows like tides toward me today. I finally know who I am. After confirming it was real, the first thing Chen Yuan did wasn't busy spending, but shouting wildly, as if venting something. As a high school graduate who had just finished the college entrance exam after 3 years of intense high school pressure, Chen Yuan's inner stress was certainly not small. Especially after learning he had been reassigned, a sudden confusion arose. But now, having confirmed he really has a system, where is there any pressure or confusion left? Hey, you upstairs, what are you yelling about? It's early in the morning, you don't want to sleep, but others do. A sharp woman's voice came from outside the window, Aunt Wang from downstairs. Truly worthy of Aunt Wang, her voice's penetrating power was even stronger than Chen Yuan's shouting. Chen Yuan hurriedly stopped his yelling, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was because of his 3 years of high school, where he woke up at 6:50 every morning, that his biological clock hadn't adjusted. He got up this early today, but for many people 9-something in the morning was still sleeping time. He was being a noise nuisance. After closing his mouth, Chen Yuan rubbed his hands together, suddenly not knowing what to do. Why things? What can a small county town buy? The most upscale places are restaurants and KTVs. There isn't even a single 4S dealership. Go out to play. Besides internet cafes, there's KTV and the county's only cinema. Then what else can he do? Just when Chen Yuan didn't know what to do, a phone call came in. He picked it up and looked. It was an unfamiliar government number, with the location being Harbin, the capital city of He Province. Chen Yuan answered the phone. Good morning, Mr. Chen. A woman's voice came from the other side, intelligent and elegant, somewhat like the voice actress Newlands from My Apartment. Such a beautiful voice is not common in the Northeast. I am Zhang Yue, the private butler of the Heilongjiang provincial branch of ICBC public number 001112. I am very pleased to serve you. When Chen Yuan was scrolling through Douyin, he had seen videos related to banks. Rich people have private butlers at banks. If you deposit tens of millions, the bank's private butler is more attentive than your own secretary, able to satisfy almost any need of the client. Never expected today, he could also have this so-called private butler. Chen Yuan forced himself to appear calm. Hello, what can I do for you? The intelligent and elegant voice sounded again. Mr. Chen, because the bank card you previously applied for doesn't quite match your current cash level, we sincerely invite you to become our ICBC Diamond Card customer. If you are convenient, we can go to your residence to handle it offline, or you can come in person to our Heilongjiang provincial branch to handle it offline. Chen Yuan listened to the voice coming from his phone, but his feet were pacing back and forth. The system is truly amazing. There's really no need to worry about the source of funds. The bank didn't even suspect the source of funds, and even invited him to upgrade his card. Chen Yuan's heart settled slightly, and he immediately planned to go to Harbin. The county town had no consumer venues, but Harbin, as the provincial capital, did. Chen Yuan immediately decided to take a trip to Harbin. If you plan to come to our bank to handle it offline, we can send a dedicated car to pick you up. Do you need it? Chen Yuan very much needed. Whose car is that? Such a long Mercedes-Benz. You don't know? That's called a Maybach. See that emblem? It's way more impressive than a regular Mercedes-Benz. But who in this neighborhood could afford to drive one? No idea, whatever car it is doesn't matter. I ride my tricycle all over the county just fine. What is this pretty lady here for? Looks like she's waiting for someone. Must be a relative of someone in the building. In front of building 2, a crowd gathered around the car. Zhang Yue observed her surroundings, puzzled internally about why her client would live in such a place, yet her face showed no trace of surprise. She stood composed beside the car waiting for Chen Yuan's arrival. With her clearance level, she had no authority to access Chen Yuan's other information. She only knew his age, appearance, and the fact that he had deposited 700 million RMB at the industrial and commercial bank that day. Beyond that, she knew nothing. Chen Yuan came downstairs, walked out of the building entrance, and immediately saw a Maybach parked right in front of him. The Maybach's body was exceptionally elongated with a classic two-tone paint job, gilded gold on the lower half and deep blue on top, radiating an imposing presence. The center of the solid disc wheel hubs bore the iconic Maybach emblem. Beside the Maybach stood a woman whose presence rivaled the car's. She wore a refined black lady's business suit, her slender legs sheathed in black stockings that outlined a perfect silhouette, with glossy black high heels completing the look. The woman had sharp facial contours, exquisite makeup, and an exceptionally cool gaze. Combined with her attire, she exuded a commanding, mature woman aura. Chen Yuan could not decide for a moment whether to look at the car or the woman first. Zhang Yue immediately recognized Chen Yuan. With short, rapid steps, she quickly approached him and extended a slender hand. Her cool gaze softened, replaced by a warm, professional smile. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Zhang Yue, the one you spoke with on the phone. The woman's voice reached his ears, even more pleasant than on the phone. Chen Yuan, slightly flustered, reached out and shook her hand. Hello, Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang. Being treated this way for the first time as a wealthy person, Chen Yuan was still not quite used to it. Mr. Chen, it's hot outside. Please get in the car. Zhang Yue made a gesture inviting him, in every movement exuding warmth and respect, a faint smile lingering on her face. Human adaptability is remarkably powerful. Chen Yuan quickly forced himself to calm down. He said nothing, only gave a slight nod. Zhang Yue pulled open the rear passenger door on the right side, and Chen Yuan got in directly. Once Chen Yuan was seated, Zhang Yue gently closed the door, then quickly walked around to the left side of the car and sat in the back seat as well. Mr. Chen, we have mineral water, cola, and red wine. What would you like to drink? Zhang Yue asked. Chen Yuan, curiously examining the Maybach's interior, brushed off the offer and continued studying the car's internal layout. As expected of a Maybach, the rear seats were exceptionally comfortable. The legroom was enormous. Sitting in the chair, even stretching out fully, he could barely reach the front passenger seat. Every surface his fingers touched was wrapped in white leather with an exceptionally fine texture. On the door panels were buttons for adjusting the seat back angle, leg rest, ventilation, and massage functions, all looking very premium. This is what a real luxury car feels like. He never imagined he would one day sit in a Maybach. As Chen Yuan was adjusting his seat, the driver had already started the car and slowly drove out of the residential compound. At the neighborhood gossip spot by the roadside, a few elderly people in their 60s and 70s started chatting again. Was that person getting in the car just now the grandson of old Chen from the 3rd floor? Looks like it. Does old Chen's family have such wealthy relatives? Exactly. Old Chen is lucky. His son is a veteran teacher at the county's top high school, his daughter-in-law is an OBGYN at the county hospital, and his grandson reportedly scored over 600 on this year's college entrance exam. Look at them, then look at us. My granddaughter's studies are terrible. She runs around all day, never comes home at night, gives her father so much worry. The Maybach sound insulation was excellent. Driving on the road, almost no noise reached his ears. The seat provided ventilation while massaging, features his father's old Toyota didn't have. A faint fragrance filled the car. Perhaps it was not a fragrance, but the perfume of the woman beside him. Miss Jiang, how much does this car cost? Chen Yuan could not help but ask. Jiang Yue replied, around 5 million renminbi fully landed. Mr. Chen, are you considering buying a car? Chen Yuan nodded. There's a Mercedes-Benz Star 4S dealership on Airport Road. If you'd like to buy a car, I can arrange that for you, Jiang Yue said. Really? Can we go today? Chen Yuan had no habit of procrastination. He always preferred to act sooner rather than later. Of course, Jiang Yue smiled. All right, Mr. Chen, what time works for you? Would you like to go after finishing at the bank? Jiang Yue asked with a smile. Chen Yuan nodded yes. Understood, Mr. Chen. I'll contact them right away. Chen Yuan exhaled, unable to resist marveling. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. Handling procedures not only came with personal assistance, but also Maybach pickup and drop-off service. Now when needs arise, people proactively rush to help solve them. Is this the charm of being wealthy? Chen Yuan couldn't help but fall in love with this feeling. Just a word from his lips, and people run themselves rag to help. The scenery outside the window changed rapidly, soon transitioning from the national road onto the Hajiao Highway. The weather was beautiful today, cloudless skies. On both sides of the road stretched endless cornfields. Faint stooped figures could be seen moving among the crops, while large agricultural machinery operated in the fields. They say nowadays a single person with one machine can cultivate over 1,000 acres. Clear sky highway Maybach. Even at high speed, no vibration could be felt inside the car. The Maybach is also a Mercedes-Benz, and the interior ambient lighting was stunningly beautiful. Even in broad daylight, the purple ambient lights were clearly visible, not only on the door panels, but also on the audio speakers, the front passenger seat, and the rear trunk partition, making the cabin feel like a spaceship, wonderfully dreamlike. Looking out the window, Chen Yuan's mind was already occupied with future plans. Naturally, he had to go to college. He had never heard of any rich second-generation skipping university. Even with money, one must attend college. Otherwise, the moment one opens one's mouth, others would think you're an illiterate nouveau riche, which wouldn't be good. Regarding the major adjustment, Chen Yuan had completely accepted it. He had heard that the education major had far more female students than male students. Thinking about this, Chen Yuan could not help but curl his lips into a smile. He felt a bit more anticipation toward university. Speaking of which, what should he do about his parents? After becoming wealthy, Chen Yuan naturally wanted to share this joy with his parents, but for the moment, he could not think of a suitable excuse to explain the source of such an enormous sum of money. After all, a system falling from the sky, like something out of a novel. Even if he explained it, his parents would never believe him. Wait, a novel? Chen Yuan instantly formed a plan. Chen Yuan had loved reading web novels since middle school. He didn't just read them. He had even tried writing a few chapters himself in high school, but had to give it up due to academic pressure. But now using that as an excuse to fob off his parents was clearly the best option. So many authors had achieved financial freedom through writing novels. Chen Yuan could just as well claim to be a web novel author online and say all the money was his royalties. As for what novel he wrote, please, which novel author would voluntarily reveal their pen name? Even if asked, he wouldn't tell. Chen Yuan's Jiayuan County was not far from Harbin. Ever since the Hajiao Expressway opened, it was just an hour's drive, and he had visited the provincial capital on many occasions. Yet never once had he arrived in such a manner. He rode in a Maybach with the bank's elegant account manager seated beside him, while a chauffeur in a black suit and white gloves handled the wheel. The bank worked with remarkable speed. In no more than 20 minutes, Chen Yuan had his new bank card. It felt hefty in his hand, carrying far more substance than his old card ever had. Hefty in the physical sense. The card was jet black, with a blooming peony traced in golden filigree at its center, framed by gold filaments, an unmistakable emblem of distinction. That was why it was called the Black Peony Card. Once the formalities were complete, Chen Yuan was persuaded to deposit 100 million yuan in a 3-year fixed deposit. Chen Yuan did not feel particularly moved. After all, another $10 million would arrive tomorrow. If this 100 million was locked away for 3 years, so be it. With the card issued, Jiang Yue escorted Chen Yuan out of the ICBC Harbin headquarters and back into the Maybach. Miss Jiang, are you coming with me to buy the car? Chen Yuan could not help asking. Jiang Yue nodded, her perpetual smile, now touched with a hint of genuine warmth, the quiet elation of having secured a monumental account. In this economic climate, where would one find a major client willing to place 100 million in a fixed deposit? Jiang Yue said sincerely, yes, Mr. Chen. My job is to serve you. Whether it be financial matters or personal affairs, I will do everything in my power to resolve them for you. Am I your only client? Chen Yuan could not help asking. Not exactly, but you are my most important one. Jiang Yue said. Chen Yuan nodded, deeply satisfied with her answer. Besides, having an elegant, mature older sister accompany him to buy a car was an arrangement he was happy to accept. By the way, I plan to stay overnight in Harbin. Do you have any hotel recommendations? Chen Yuan asked. He intended to spend a few extra days in the city before heading back to the county. The best hotel in Harbin is the Ritz-Carlton, the only luxury hotel in the city truly worthy of your status. By the way, you should check your private banking app. There is a points mall where you can redeem Ritz-Carlton rooms. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up as he opened the private banking app. The points mall displayed a dazzling array of redemption options. Besides the Ritz-Carlton room Jiang Yue had mentioned, there were countless other offerings. business suites at other high-end hotels, domestic business class tickets from various airlines, and the latest iPhone 15. Nor was it confined to Hebei province alone. Any enterprise partnered with ICBC offered redeemable products. Earning points was equally simple with access through 3 channels: deposits, loans, and wealth management products. Chen Yuan had made a fixed deposit of 100 million, earning no small number of points. By his calculation, he could redeem 2 iPhone 15 Pro Max units, 3 nights in the Ritz-Carlton Riverview Suite, and round-trip business class flights from Harbin to Shenzhen. Yet Chen Yuan did not bother redeeming any of it. As a tycoon worth $100 million, how could he settle for a mere Riverview Suite? No, it had to be the presidential suite. The bank's perks could no longer match his standing. Chen Yuan searched the Ritz-Carlton official website for the Harbin page, and upon entering scrolled straight to the bottom. Ritz-Carlton Suite, 58233 yuan per night. Chen Yuan could not help rubbing his eyes. He glanced again at the Executive Riverview Suite above. Executive Riverview Suite, 5233 yuan per night. He had not misread. The Ritz-Carlton Suite cost 5820 yuan per night, fully 10 times the price of the suite one tier lower. What sort of person could afford to stay in a room costing 5800 yuan per night? Chen Yuan could not help wondering. As someone who had grown up in a small county town, his family was comparatively well off. His father a veteran middle school teacher, and his mother the director of the county hospital's obstetrics department. Yet Chen Yuan knew that countless people across the county and its villages earned less than 3,000 yuan a month. In other words, an ordinary county resident's entire annual income could not buy them even a single night here. So who exactly stayed in such a place? Chen Yuan turned toward the car window. The reflection revealed his handsome face, an uncanny resemblance to Eddie Peng, with thick brows, a tall nose, a chiseled jawline, and a clean forward-cropped haircut radiating sunny confidence. Of course, someone like him who received $100 million in pocket money every day. The Mercedes Star 4S dealership stood along Airport Road, also in Daily District, not too far away. In just over 20 minutes they pulled into the lot. The Mercedes Star 4S dealership occupied an enormous stretch of land, its colossal 3-pointed star mounted high upon the wall. Dignity. Chen Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. He was about to become a distinguished Maybach owner himself. The Maybach drew to a gentle stop in front of the dealership. Jiang Yue was about to step out and open the door for Chen Yuan, only to find he had already let himself out. Chen Yuan was simply too impatient to wait. Inside the Mercedes Star showroom, it was somewhat quiet, with only a young couple examining a car, while a salesperson introduced the models beside them. The other salespeople, meanwhile, were gathered in the lounge area chatting. Suddenly, they spotted a Maybach gliding past and coming to a halt at the entrance. Someone's here. Hey, isn't that Maybach from ICBC? Seems like it. Did the bank come to buy another vehicle? Haven't you checked the work group? Sister Lin said a bank VIP client is coming today. Look, Sister Lin's already heading over to greet him. Sister Lin is right there, and you're still chatting. She'll scold us for slacking off again. Break it up and get back to work. When Chen Yuan stepped out of the car, a stunning woman in her mid-30s immediately came forward to receive him. She wore a white blouse beneath a dark blue suit, matching long trousers and high heels. The classic sales ensemble, though the color of her attire suggested she was no ordinary salesperson. Mr. Chen, hello. The striking woman had clearly learned of Chen Yuan through Jiang Yue, approaching with warm enthusiasm. I'm Linda, the sales director of Mercedes Star. Just call me Linda. A foreigner, no less, Chen Yuan mused. Chen Yuan could not help his private amusement. Though he failed to understand why a sales director would take a foreign name, he respected the choice and returned Linda's greeting. Miss Jiang has already briefed me. You need a Maybach in stock, is that right? Chen Yuan nodded. Right this way, Mr. Chen. We currently have 4 Maybachs in stock, and I'm confident one will catch your eye. As a high-end marque, Maybach typically demands custom configuration before the factory begins production, a waiting period of at least 6 months after the order is placed. Chen Yuan was due to leave for Shenzhen for school in half a month. He had no time to wait. Even if he did, he would not have wanted to. Not one more day. We currently have in stock 2 Maybach S480s, 1 Maybach S680, and 1 Maybach GLS 600, Linda introduced. Chen Yuan waved a hand. Not the S480. Take me straight to the S680 and that GLS 600. Even if Chen Yuan had never been able to afford a Maybach before he understood the unwritten rule, those who bought the S480 were merely those who could not reach for the S680. This is a Maybach GLS 600 Midnight Edition, the only Midnight Edition GLS 600 in all of Harbin, and every available option has been maxed out. That includes the 23-inch wheels, the Midnight Package crystal white interior, the premium Burmester sound system, and the leather package, all fully equipped. Chen Yuan asked curiously. Maybachs are usually configured by the buyer, so who configured this showroom car? Linda explained enthusiastically. The configuration of the showroom car was done by our Mercedes-Benz designers. Some clients don't trust their own aesthetic sense, so they let our designers handle it. Chen Yuan nodded in realization. I see. May I take a look inside? Linda naturally had no objection. Of course, Mr. Chen, please go ahead. Settling into the driver's seat, Chen Yuan experienced the Maybach seating for himself. The seat was exceptionally wide, the padding plush, and the leather texture exquisite. incomparable to any ordinary family car worth 100-odd thousand yuan. The ambient lighting, currently pink, could be adjusted to any color, and every visible light was soft and gentle, never harsh. This was because the glow came from embedded light strips that reflected off surfaces. Light was seen, but the sources remained hidden. The instrument panel, center console, door panels, even the footwells, air vents, and speakers, all were fitted with ambient lighting. It exuded luxury, yet carried a touch of youthful romance. Gripping the steering wheel, Chen Yuan marveled inwardly. Noble. Utterly noble. This is the one. Driving a Maybach S680 made one look like a chauffeur. It was nowhere near as imposing as the GLS 600. And in Northeast China, who cares about a Maybach S680? What you want is an oversized SUV. What you want is commanding, aggressive looks. This Maybach GLS 600 measured 5.32 meters in length and 1.83 meters in height. The three-pointed star on the hood lit up the road ahead. The cabin's ambient lighting kindled romance, and the rear seat, refrigerator, and lounge-style seats made it perfect for family use. Chen Yuan took out his newly issued black peony bank card. This is the one. Swipe the card. Linda's face betrayed no surprise. She first led Chen Yuan to the lounge area, asked an intern to bring over some desserts and drinks, and then went to prepare the contract. The intern brought no fewer than 3 different drinks, placing 3 crystal glasses on the coffee table, a glass of orange juice, a cup of coffee, and a glass of sparkling water. Chen Yuan picked up the orange juice, took a sip, and glanced at Jiang Yue sitting beside him. Jiang Yue's legs were crossed, her posture poised and graceful, her black stockings tracing the curves of her calves in a way that was deeply mesmerizing. Chen Yuan silently switched off his auto-aim and said, "Thank you for accompanying me all day, Miss Jiang." Jiang Yue could feel Chen Yuan's gaze, yet she did not find it unpleasant. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she explained, "It's no trouble at all. My job is to serve you." After a pause, she added, "Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on your new car." Although he had acquired the system less than a day ago, Chen Yuan had already fully experienced the allure of wealth. Everyone he interacted with treated him with deference, addressing him as Mr. Chen at every turn, not daring to show the slightest presumption. Chen Yuan smiled. "You don't have to keep calling me Mr. Chen. It makes me sound old." Jiang Yue's face flushed even deeper. "Then how should I address you?" In truth, this was the first time Jiang Yue had encountered such a young client. She could address her other clients as President's surname or Brother surname, but Chen Yuan was far too young for her to find a suitable title. Young Master Chen. Nowadays, aside from online circles or close friends who would address anyone that way. President Chen. That didn't seem right either. Brother Chen. He was even younger than her as she could say it, but it clearly wasn't appropriate. A mischievous impulse arose in Chen Yuan, and he said with a smile, "Just call me Yuan Ji. That's what my friends call me." "All right, Yuan Ji. Wait, does he consider me a friend?" Rich as he still had the temperament of a young man after all. Soon Linda returned hurriedly with the contract ready. Chen Yuan signed his name briskly and handed the bank card to her. At the same time, he glanced at the options list. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. As expected of a Maybach, the option prices were appallingly high. The 23-inch wheels, 203,000 yuan. The crystal white interior, 14,000 yuan. The leather package, 11,000 yuan. The Burmester sound system, 6,000 yuan. Adding all the other options, the final total actually reached 1 million yuan. The options alone would be enough to buy a villa in a small county town. And the total out-the-door price of 4.6 million yuan could buy 4 villas and string them together like a toy train. But compared to his allowance of 700 million yuan a day, Chen Yuan naturally didn't bat an eye. Truly pocket change. After receiving the bank's deduction notification, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Chen Yuan naturally recognized the voice. The system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on purchasing the first vehicle of your life, becoming a member of the car-owning class, and experiencing the joy of driving. For this you are awarded driving mastery. Driving mastery, no matter what vehicle it is in your hands, it will feel like an F1 car. You can unleash the engine's most ferocious power, give an old car a second life, blaze down national highways in a Dayun truck, or dominate the racetrack in a supercar. Chen Yuan wanted to say that he had just bought the car and hadn't even driven it, yet nor had he experienced any joy of driving. But the system's reward had already arrived. In an instant, a wealth of driving knowledge flooded Chen Yuan's mind. Not only that, to enable him to drive even a Dayun truck, the system also equipped him with all Class A and Class B driver's licenses, along with the prestigious F1 Super license. In other words, if Chen Yuan wanted, he could now drive an F1 car and compete in world championships. What a fantastic bonus. Mr. Chen, congratulations on becoming a distinguished Maybach owner. We have prepared a simple car delivery ceremony and would like to invite you to join us. Linda's voice snapped Chen Yuan out of his system-induced delight. Oh, sure. He stood up and followed Linda and Jiang Yue to one side. In that short span of time, the ceremony site had already been perfectly arranged. The ceremony took place in a separate small hall. Chen Yuan's pure black Maybach was already in position, fitted with a temporary license plate, and parked quietly within with flower petals scattered around it. The ceremony's process was equally simple. The saleswoman stood to one side, while Chen Yuan stood in the center. Linda gave a thumbs up. Chen Yuan flashed a peace sign, and a photo was taken. That was all it took to complete. Linda and Chen Yuan exchanged no words. After the photo, the two walked to the rear of the vehicle. Opening the trunk, they saw several gift boxes, complimentary gifts from purchasing the Maybach. These are complimentary sunglasses that come with the car. Since we're currently collaborating with Louis Vuitton, the sunglasses are LV brand. And this is a pair of Burmester over-ear headphones, so you can enjoy Maybach-grade music anytime, anywhere. These headphones were specially made by Burmester for Maybach owners and are not sold to the public. These two are silver champagne cups. You can keep them in your car's refrigerator. Chen Yuan looked them over. Not bad. Although he felt these gifts weren't particularly valuable, they were at least special, all custom-made from Maybach owners. Emerging from the Mercedes-Benz dealership, Chen Yuan parted ways with Jiang Yue. Moments later, he slid into the driver's seat and merged onto the highway via the nearest on-ramp, eager to savor the sheer driving pleasure of the Maybach. Woohoo! Liftoff! Boundless horizons, my love, across the endless sky. In the afternoon, with sparse traffic on the road, Chen Yuan piloted his temporary plated Maybach GLS 600 onto the expressway, engaging sport mode. The surging power of the V8 engine delivered a thrilling thrust that sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. Yet as untamed as the beastly V8 might be, it remained firmly within Chen Yuan's masterful command. Afternoon highway Maybach. Chen Yuan drove a full 60 kilometers before exiting the expressway, turned around, found a spot to park, set his navigation, and headed back to Harbin. Dusk was falling, the horizon bathed in orange-red sunset glow. The ambient cabin lighting now shone more vividly than in daylight, making the cockpit feel ever more like a starship. By the time he returned to Harbin, sunset had given way to night. Chen Yuan drove to the Ritz-Carlton, located not far from Central Street, at the very heart of Harbin CBD. Along the Songhua River, skyscrapers stood in dense ranks. The cold white glow streaming through glass curtain walls mingled with LED screens to weave the tapestry of Harbin's night. Chen Yuan pulled up to the hotel's grand entrance, and a doorman actually stepped up to open the rear door. Chen Yuan's face darkened as he watched the rear door swing open, the doorman frozen in embarrassment, lifting his head slowly until their eyes met. Chen Yuan was annoyed. What are you doing? Sorry bro, I saw you stop here and thought you had. Chen Yuan grew even more irritated. I just spent $4.6 million on this car, and you think I'm the chauffeur? Maybach. Garbage. Luxury, my ass. Once he reached Shenzhen, he'd definitely drive a supercar. As for Harbin, there simply was no place to buy one. To get a Ferrari here, you either bought secondhand or went to Shenyang or the capital. Still, as a tycoon with a monthly allowance of $100 million, losing his temper with a doorman would be beneath his dignity. Though newly wealthy, Chen Yuan already understood the self-cultivation required of the ultra-rich. Don't get mad. If anger ruins my health, who's going to spend that $100 million a day? Chen Yuan said. Close the door, he said flatly. Yes. The doorman closed the door sheepishly. Chen Yuan stepped out of the car himself and handed the keys to the apologetic doorman. Luxury hotels all provide valet parking, so there was no need for him to park it himself. Think Douyin. All those short videos weren't watched for nothing. Sure enough, learning seemingly useless knowledge pays off. Who knows, you might just strike it rich one day. After handing over the keys, Chen Yuan finally strode into the hotel. The lobby was immense, the ceiling soaring at least 10 meters, 2 or 3 stories high, with a fountain at its center, water splashing merrily, surrounded by a ring of deep red sofas. The floor was paved with marble in exquisite patterns, and the reception area was likewise furnished with many deep red sofas, exuding a distinctly European-American ambience. After all, Parisians call Paris the Little Harbin of the West, so a certain affinity was only natural. Chen Yuan approached the front desk and handed his ID to the concierge lady to check in. After scanning his ID, the young woman behind the counter looked at him with slight surprise and hurried out from behind the desk. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry, we had no idea you were arriving now. Perhaps you'd like to rest here for a moment. I'll immediately notify the manager and the butler. Luxury hotels hold special reception ceremonies for important guests, and for some, the general manager personally greets them. And Chen Yuan had booked a Ritz-Carlton suite at over 50,000 yuan a night, so he was naturally a VIP. Yet neither the butler nor the manager had come to welcome him. This constituted a major lapse in service. Had the guest written a complaint letter, even corporate headquarters would have personally intervened. In reality, though, the front desk lady had simply misunderstood. Chen Yuan had indeed received a call from the hotel butler, but at the time he'd been speeding down the highway and had answered with a few perfunctory words before hanging up. When the butler asked whether he needed a car to pick him up, Chen Yuan said no. When asked when he would arrive at the hotel, Chen Yuan only replied that he wasn't sure and would let them know later. And so the butler had no idea when Chen Yuan would arrive, and therefore no way to know when to welcome him. Hence this very scene. Chen Yuan was utterly baffled, wondering why they hadn't given him his room card, and had even withheld his ID. He was paying the price for his inexperience. The internet may offer a glimpse of the heavenly palace, but to understand its wonders one must experience it firsthand. Before long, 2 men took the lead, followed by a procession of tall, elegantly dressed young women, all walking toward Chen Yuan. One middle-aged man, clearly the leader among them, stepped forward, apologizing profusely and promising compensation. Chen Yuan found it all rather inexplicable. Only after he said it was nothing did the middle-aged man seem relieved, adding that he would be gifted a $1,000 dining credit valid at Ritz-Carlton hotels worldwide. After the man departed, Chen Yuan received his ID and room card from another young man, his personal butler dedicated to serving guests of the Ritz-Carlton suite. As they stepped into the elevator together, Chen Yuan finally asked, "What was all that just now? Why were you apologizing to me?" The butler was visibly taken aback, but answered honestly, "Well, Mr. Chen, we were supposed to have a welcome ceremony upon your arrival, but because of our fault it wasn't properly arranged. Once again we sincerely apologize." Chen Yuan scratched his head. "I see." Though he'd never given an exact arrival time since they admitted fault, "We'll let them accept the blame. Fine, I forgive you." His heart unruffled and his hands steady, Chen Yuan had no awareness that the fault might be his own, and the hotel likewise saw it as undoubtedly the staff's problem. How could it ever be the fault of a distinguished guest spending over $50,000 a night? The elevator stopped at the 50th floor, and the young butler made a gesture of invitation. Chen Yuan stepped out. The elevator hall held a wooden table with a vase of blooming flowers, and nearby stood an antique crank telephone, a model he hadn't seen in ages, more retro than even the phones back in his rural hometown. Leaving the elevator hall and entering the corridor, he trod on plush carpet. The walls were adorned with a varied collection of art, each piece colorful and distinct in style, yet none of them abstract. All were paintings even everyday folks would praise as beautiful. A few steps down the corridor brought him to the Ritz-Carlton suite, what people commonly call the presidential suite. The butler swiped the card to open the door. Past the entryway screen unfolded a grand living room, 140 square meters in size. Larger than the home Chen Yuan grew up in, which at just over 90 square meters was under 100. The living room's sofas boasted a distinctly modern style, with a woolen texture arranged around a square pure black coffee table. On the table sat fresh flowers and fruit alongside a greeting card. The butler said it was a welcome card handwritten by the general manager. Sure enough, Chen Yuan's name was on it. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Chen Yuan gazed outward. Beyond the glass lay the famous Songhua River, the lifeblood river of the Northeast. Standing on the 50th floor gazing down at its winding course, Chen Yuan felt a strange and novel sensation. It felt as though the entire world lay beneath his feet. This was his first time viewing the Songhua River from such a vantage point. "How large is this suite?" Chen Yuan asked. "This Ritz-Carlton suite has a usable area of 280 square meters. Besides the dining and living areas, in the bedroom it also includes a study, a conference room, and a private SBA room. If you'd like a massage, you can have a therapist come directly to your room. Just use this iPad to arrange it." After the butler left, Chen Yuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the Songhua River. Somewhat desolate, the riverbanks lacked lush greenery and illumination. A few ferries drifted on the water's surface. At this moment, Chen Yuan felt an urge to recite poetry, but his limited education prevented him from composing verses. He could only sigh inwardly. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Without the system, he would never have been able to afford a suite at the Ritz-Carlton in this lifetime. Perhaps a standard room might have been within reach. But now with the system, Chen Yuan had no interest in ordinary rooms whatsoever. Forgetting one's roots, huh? A smirk curled at the corner of Chen Yuan's lips. The butler had mentioned that the hotel featured a charming lounge bar with an excellent atmosphere, perfect for a casual drink. Intrigued and bored being alone in the room, Chen Yuan rose and walked out, heading to the bar on the 44th floor. Not one of those wild nightclubs, but an atmospheric bar where one drinks cocktails, admires the view, listens to gentle music, and takes photos for social media. Upon entering the bar, elegant instrumental music filled his ears, music that could immediately soothe the heart and mind. The lighting was somewhat dim, with electronic candles adorning the tables. Warm amber lamps created an exceptionally atmospheric setting. This was indeed a perfect place for photography and checking in. While curiously surveying his surroundings, Chen Yuan walked toward the bar counter. Yet his gaze was inexplicably drawn to a girl's silhouette in the corner. The girl's back view was beautiful, slender, and elegantly serene. Beneath the dim lights, a pristine short-sleeved top covered the girl's delicate spine, appearing somewhat frail. Her raven black hair was even darker than the shadowy corners of the bar, cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. A sparkling diamond hair clip was pinned in place, reflecting the amber glow under the night sky. Of course, it wasn't merely because the girl's silhouette was extremely beautiful that Chen Yuan was drawn to her, but rather he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. This wasn't an excuse on his part. It truly felt familiar. Chen Yuan walked forward step by step, observing carefully, wondering if it might be his imagination. However, once he truly approached, he realized this truly wasn't his imagination. Rather, it genuinely felt familiar. Sitting in the corner facing the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing quietly at the scenery outside, the girl. No one else, it was precisely Chen Yuan's deskmate from high school. "Wu Yuer," Chen Yuan spoke softly. The girl turned her head. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, she gasped in surprise, her delicate cheeks forming two symmetrical dimples filled with inexpressible sweetness. Wu Yuer asked in astonishment, "Chen Yuan, what are you doing here?" Chen Yuan simply sat down beside her, not the least bit a stranger. For 3 years of high school, they had been classmates for 3 years and deskmates for 2. Even though the class assignments were reshuffled every year in high school, the two of them were always placed together. With 2 years of being desk mates, they were beyond familiar with each other, speaking without any reservation. I came to have fun. What about you? Chen Yuan asked in return. I'm not telling you. Wu Yiwei humphed and said. Chen Yuan was displeased. You're not even telling me this. Are we even friends? Who said we're friends? Wu Yiwei rolled her eyes and turned her head away. Chen Yuan stood up, making as if to leave. Fine, don't tell me then. I'm leaving. Wu Yiwei quickly stopped him. All right, I'll tell you. I didn't do well on the college entrance exam. I had a fight with my mom, and then I ran away from home. Chen Yuan, wow, what a legendary excuse. How absurd. Although the two were very close, neither actually knew much about the other's family. After all, when attending school together, who would bother conducting in-depth research on a classmate's family? They only roughly knew each other's general financial situation without knowing the specifics. Chen Yuan knew Wu Yiwei's family seemed quite well off but didn't know the details, so he asked curiously, why did you guys fight? My mom wanted me to apply to HIT, but I didn't get in, so we fought about it. Wu Yiwei said in a resigned manner. Chen Yuan nodded, adding fuel to the fire. Didn't even pass its cutoff. It seems you really didn't do well. Wu Yiwei gave Chen Yuan a light kick with her foot. You're one to talk. A 620-point loser. Even the joint program wouldn't take you. Chen Yuan got flustered. Was this a personal attack? He retaliated by grabbing the foot Wu Yiwei had kicked toward him. The spotless white canvas shoes were immaculately clean. However, Chen Yuan's attention wasn't on Wu Yiwei's shoes. I just prefer SCU. If I had applied to HIT, I definitely would have gotten in. In reality, with Chen Yuan's score this year, he truly couldn't have gotten into HIT. This year's HIT cutoff scores remained exceptionally high. Apart from the joint programs, the minimum admission score for other majors was 646, just below Tsinghua, Peking, and Fudan. The prestigious flagship programs required 680 points, surpassing even Tsinghua and Peking. So Wu Yiwei not making the cut was entirely normal. Wu Yiwei pulled her foot back, a cold smile hanging at the corner of her lips, a look that said she would quietly observe his performance. Chen Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed, so he changed the subject. After you ran away from home, you've been staying here. Wu Yiwei nodded. Chen Yuan teased. Quite the rich lady, able to afford such an expensive hotel. Wu Yiwei avoided answering, continuing the previous topic. Guess which university I was admitted to? Where? Chen Yuan asked. Beijing Normal University. Chen Yuan didn't believe it. You couldn't even pass HIT, and you're going to Beijing Normal. Doesn't that require 660 points? A 630-point person like you could get in. Wu Yiwei, the Shenzhen campus. Chen Yuan, oh, what a coincidence. What a serendipitous turn of events. Wu Yiwei swayed the crystal glass in her hand, the amber whiskey swirling within. She grinned with mischievous intent. Yes, my dear deskmate. We'll be attending university in the same city. Just don't become famous across campus for being a heartbreaker. I definitely won't join in the criticism. Can you just shut up and wish me well for once? Chen Yuan said, taking out his phone to scan the QR code on the table, intending to see what drinks were available. On the drink menu, the cocktail names were quite abstract. Godfather, Long Island Iced Tea, Cuba Libre, Mojito, Gin, and Tonic. Chen Yuan didn't know which ones tasted good, so he ordered several glasses. He had seen Long Island Iced Tea mentioned online many times, ordered one. The name Godfather suited his temperament, ordered one. Gin and Tonic sounded sour, ordered one. Bloody Mary, it sounded like entering the world of Dola continent, ordered one. Chen Yuan ordered several in one go. None of them were cheap, the cheapest was 118 yuan. However, Chen Yuan never looked at prices when spending now. For him, it was all the same anyway. The server quickly brought glass after glass of cocktails, each served in a different glass, looking exceptionally professional. The Long Island iced tea had a straw inserted with a slice of lemon perched on the rim, quite elegant. The Godfather was served in a large crystal glass containing a cube of ice the size of a baby's fist. The Bloody Mary's rim was covered with black pepper, rather unusual. Ordering this many, can you even finish them? Wu Yiwei asked. Chen Yuan waved his hand. No need for your concern. If I can't finish, I'll pack them up to go. Wu Yiwei kicked him again. Just now you said we were friends, and now you're drawing the line. Chen Yuan was quick on his feet, grabbing her foot once more. This time he didn't grab her shoe, but rather Wu Yiwei's ankle. The delicate sensation of her white cotton sock came through his fingertips. Why did it feel somewhat like silk? So smooth. Stop kicking me. Chen Yuan couldn't help but say. There are so many people here. Do you not care about my dignity? Wu Yiwei's appearance belonged to the sweet girl category, but this personality, she liked to resort to physical gestures at every turn. Not ladylike at all. And she was also a mute bride type. Her speech wasn't ladylike either. Although her voice had a cute quality to it, her tone of speaking was not cute at all. Wu Yiwei snorted. What face is there to save? No one's watching you. Still, she stopped kicking Chen Yuan. The two of them drank all kinds of cocktails and chatted. Facing the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the view was half Harbin's central business district, half the Songhua River. Wu Yiwei seemed gloomy because she kept thinking back to the quarrel with her mother. She drank a lot of cocktails, finishing one, then ordering 2 more through the QR code. Spurred on by the alcohol, Wu Yiwei poured everything out to Chen Yuan. It wasn't that she wanted to share with him. She just wanted to use the alcohol to find herself a listener. From her story, Chen Yuan finally understood why Wu Yiwei had run away from home. Wu Yiwei's mother was extremely controlling. From a young age, she had been ruthlessly strict with Wu Yuer, even secretly reading her WeChat and QQ chat histories. Even though Wu Yuer discovered this, she still pretended she hadn't, because she didn't want to fight with her mother. Wu's mother had always wanted to keep Wu Yuer by her side, and even after she entered college, she still wanted to move there and live with her while she studied. For that reason, she had bought an apartment right next to Harbin Institute of Technology. But all those arrangements were in vain, because Wu Yuer hadn't gotten in. This made Wu's mother explode with rage. Even though Wu Yuer had always tried to avoid conflict, they still ended up having a furious quarrel, and in the end Wu Yuer ran away from home. Luckily her father was an honest man. He transferred living expenses to Wu Yuer for her time away from home. "I'll tell you a secret," she said. "I left the last 3 big math problems blank. I deliberately scored 630 because I simply didn't want to attend HIT." Wu Yuer was clearly a little drunk. She had even revealed such a secret. Her voice carried a hint of pride, as if she wanted to say, "You gave it your all, but only scored 620, while I skipped 3 major problems and still scored 630, still higher than you." Chen Yuan didn't know what to say when he heard this. She was a real score control genius. But this was only fitting for Wu Yuer's ability. This girl was a super scholar who scored 710 on her 3rd mock exam. Even if she had performed badly on the college entrance exam, she should never have stayed at just 630. That was a full 80-point gap. After telling the last little secret, Wu Yuer completely shut down. Her head tilted to one side, and she fell asleep. Her breathing was even her chest rising and falling gently. Only after checking her breathing did Chen Yuan feel relieved. "If you can't hold your liquor, you should not have drunk so much. In the future you'll be seated at the kids' table at dinner parties," he said scornfully. He then looked at the drinks he had ordered. Each still had a few drops left at the bottom. So he drank them all 1 glass per gulp, intending to take Wu Yuer out of the bar and send her back to her room first. He wrapped Wu Yuer's arm around his neck. Chen Yuan could even catch a delicate fragrance wafting from the girl. But she was so heavy. Even a petite girl weighing less than 50 kilos is not easy to carry when drunk. Supporting Wu Yuer, he walked out and reached the elevator lobby. As he pressed the button, a thought suddenly struck Chen Yuan. Wu Yuer had just told him everything. But the one thing she had not told him was her room number. The key card did not show it. Where was he supposed to take her? He lowered his head to look at the girl's tightly shut eyes. She seemed to be dreaming of something, or perhaps the position was uncomfortable. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her face was rosy, and her lips were as red as cherries. Should he take her to his own room for now? Chen Yuan swore that he was not a beast who would take advantage of someone. Besides, as one who walked the Jianghu, he had 3 rules: never touch a pregnant woman, never touch a minor, and never touch a drunk woman. Chen Yuan understood this principle well. He was only helping because Wu Yuer was drunk, doing it out of deskmate loyalty. He stepped into the elevator, pressed the 50th floor, and took Wu Yuer back to the Ritz-Carlton suite, first setting her down on the sofa. After stretching, Chen Yuan began to hesitate again. Should he leave Wu Yuer on the sofa, or move her to the bed? If she slept on the bed, where would he sleep? The sofa? Or would he also sleep on the bed? The Ritz-Carlton suite was large, but it had only 1 bedroom. This was Chen Yuan's first time in a presidential suite, and he did not want to sleep on the sofa. Everyone's first time matters. The experience should not be ruined. Still, making a girl sleep on the sofa also seemed too harsh. In the end, Chen Yuan decided they would share the bed. At worst, he could hug the edge of the bed and stay perfectly still. With his mind made up, Chen Yuan carried Wu Yuer onto the bed. So heavy. Wu Yuer still had her eyes closed, but her face was even redder than before, and her breathing seemed a little rapid. Chen Yuan thought it might be because the princess carry posture was uncomfortable for someone who was asleep. Such close contact made Chen Yuan feel that his deskmate was actually quite pretty when she was asleep. She truly deserved the title of the mute bride. He took off Wu Yuer's little white sneakers and tossed them casually onto the carpet, then pulled the blanket over her. Only then did he go into the bathroom to take a shower. He used ice-cold water. When the ice-cold water hit his body, Chen Yuan was in so much pain that he hopped around, but he did not cry out. Instead, he adjusted to the temperature quickly. His inner fire was raging, and he urgently needed to cool it down. In the bedroom, Wu Yuer lay in bed and heard the sound of running water. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked toward the bathroom. The bathroom was made of frosted glass, so she could not see exactly what was inside, but she could make out. Was he dancing? Dancing while showering? What kind of quirk was that? You say I have a low alcohol tolerance. I think you're the one with low tolerance. You get drunk, have a fit, and dance while showering, Wu Yuer silently mocked. You're the one who should sit at the kids' table. Naturally, Wu Yuer hadn't been drunk at all. A Northeastern girl's alcohol tolerance was not that weak. 2 glasses of straight whiskey and a few low-alcohol cocktails were nothing to her. As for why she had pretended to be drunk, maybe it was a momentary mischievous impulse. Or perhaps it was a hidden flutter in her heart. Or maybe it was the atmosphere of the moment. No matter the reason, Wu Yuer had done it. Even though she regretted it a little later and wanted to wake up, a voice in her mind kept telling her to pretend a little longer, pretend a little longer. It was such good fun as she would pretend a little longer. So she did not open her eyes again until Chen Yuan went to take a shower. At least you're enough of a man not to make me sleep on the sofa. When she heard the water stop and the hairdryer begin, Wu Yuer quickly shifted into a more comfortable sleeping position and continued pretending to be asleep. Chen Yuan had short hair, so it was dry in 2 minutes. He changed back into his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Looking at Wu Yuer in bed, it seemed her sleeping position was different from when he had entered the bathroom. But Chen Yuan did not think too hard about it. Maybe he had remembered wrong, or maybe Wu Yuer moved in her sleep. Either way, it was a trivial matter. He climbed into bed, carefully hugging the edge. On the 2-meter wide bed, each occupied one side with the middle like the Chuhan boundary, neither crossed an inch. Lying on what should have been an incomparably comfortable giant soft bed, Chen Yuan felt strangely restless. The fire was rising again. Damn it, he had to distract himself. Chen Yuan would never do anything beastly, and he certainly did not want to go to prison right after getting the system. Right, the system. Chen Yuan recalled the day's events. In the morning, he had acquired the system. At noon, the bank sent a car to pick him up. After processing the Black Peony card, he went to a Maybach dealership to buy a car. Then he sped down the expressway, driving more than 100 kilometers in total there and back. In the evening, he met Wu Yuer at the bar. The entire day had been like a dream. He only hoped that when he woke up it would not have all been a dream. He loved the feeling of having money, loved the feeling of spending money like water, loved the feeling of forgetting his roots. When he reached Shenzhen, he would still spend money like water. He would buy a grand seafront flat, facing the sea with spring blossoms blooming. He would buy the internet-famous Shenzhen Bay No. 1. He wanted to buy a Ferrari and sit in a sports car. There were too many things he wanted. Chen Yuan could not even think them all through. As he thought, he sank into a deep sleep. The system's voice sounded softly. Ding. Daily funds have been refreshed. You may withdraw at will. NNGH. What the heck is that? Chen Yuan felt something wriggling on his chest, and the shock jolted him awake from sleep. He looked down at his chest and saw a patch of black. It was in fact Wu Yuer's hair. Only then did Chen Yuan remember what he had done last night. But the two of them had clearly slept on separate sides with a distinct line of demarcation in the middle. How had Wu Yuer wormed her way into his arms? And she was dreaming of something unknowable, her head bobbing up and down, while strange noises slipped from her lips. That was what woke Chen Yuan. Phew. Chen Yuan picked up his phone from the nightstand and glanced at the time, past 9 in the morning. The alcohol he had drunk last night had unexpectedly thrown off his biological clock, so he hadn't naturally woken at 6-something. He summoned the system panel. HUSD, Chen Yuan. Daily funds, 714269,000 withdrawable. Because of today's exchange rate, the daily funds had actually shrunk by more than 1 million. Chen Yuan didn't feel much about it. It was only a little over 1 million. If it was less, so be it. He withdrew the daily funds into his bank account. His bank balance officially broke through the billion-yuan mark. Over the course of the previous day, Chen Yuan had bought a Maybach, stayed in an opulent presidential suite, and ordered a mountain of alcohol. Yet all that spending seemed to have had no effect whatsoever on his balance. There was no visible change to his balance, as if he had spent nothing. Looks like I need to work even harder at spending money, Chen Yuan thought to himself. He stared at his bank balance. 14262407222. 91. Whose QQ number is that? Chen Yuan grinned foolishly at the balance for a while before getting up to wash up. Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw that he was even more handsome. In the past, he had only dared to call himself Jiayuan County's Peng Yu. Now, he felt that even Peng Yuyin himself could not surpass him. After shaving off the stubble, Chen Yuan was back to his radiant heartthrob look. When he returned to the bedroom, he found that Wu Yuer was already up. Hey, morning. Chen Yuan greeted her a bit embarrassed. Wu Yuer sat up and ruffled her hair, looking as if she had just crawled out of a dream. Seeing Chen Yuan, she hugged herself like a frightened rabbit. Why are you here? You didn't do anything to me, did you? In reality, she was putting on an act. She knew perfectly well how she had ended up in Chen Yuan's bed. Hey, what do you mean, why am I here? This is my room. Chen Yuan shouted. You were completely drunk last night, and I carried you back. As for doing anything, I didn't do a thing to you. Wu Yuer watched him scrambling to explain, and the corners of her mouth lifted, then immediately pressed down as she put on a stern expression. Really? I don't believe it. Chen Yuan couldn't believe it. How had his good deskmate turned into this? No, you are no longer my deskmate. Chen Yuan then dropped dead. Wu Yuer. Dumb straight guy, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. You're worse than a beast. Wu Yuer played the part to the hilt. She casually felt herself over, and naturally her clothes were still perfectly in place. She let out a breath, unbothered by Chen Yuan's words. Wu Yuer got off the bed, her feet landing on the soft carpet. She patted Chen Yuan's shoulder and said, I knew it. You really are a good person. Worse than a beast. Not taking advantage of someone when they're vulnerable. The gentlemanly virtue really shines through. Wu Yuer sneered inwardly. Worse than a beast. Wu Yuer was still wearing the little white socks from the day before, the toes faintly gray. She had no shoes on, and her 2 delicate white-socked feet were simply displayed before Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's gaze was as if locked on by auto-aim, automatically drawn over. When Wu Yuer saw that he wasn't reacting, she followed his gaze downwards, saw her own feet, then looked at Chen Yuan again, and understood at once. Excuse me, classmate Chen Yuan, would you mind not staring at my feet? Huh. Oh. Chen Yuan snapped back to reality. Thanks, huh? Wu Yuer, what are you thanking me for? You're not into that, are you? EW. Wu Yuer suddenly thought of something unsavory. I'm going to wash up. Bye. With that, Wu Yuer quickly pulled on her shoes and dashed into the bathroom. Chen Yuan watched her disappear into the bathroom and left her alone. He walked over to the sofa, sat down, and searched online for luxury shopping malls in Harbin. The kind where one could buy LV and Hermes. As it turned out, there were. No matter how low Harbin ranked nationally, it was still a provincial capital. There was a mall called Zhuozhan Center housing a great many luxury brands including household names such as LV, Bulgari, Hermes, Gucci, Chanel, and more. This was the one. Chen Yuan planned to head to the shopping center and do some spending later. As for the budget, 1.4 billion yuan, spent however he pleased. After all, even if he drained it all today, another fresh 100 million would arrive tomorrow. After Wu Yuer got ready and came out, she and Chen Yuan went to the hotel's breakfast hall together. As for the taste, Chen Yuan didn't find anything particularly special, but the selection was extremely rich. Almost anything one might want was available. And so early in the morning, there was even Buddha jumps over the wall. Wu Yuer only tried a couple of bites before declaring it was pre-made. I plan to go to Zhuozhan Center later. Are you coming? Chen Yuan asked. Wu Yuer thought for a moment and nodded. Since you've sincerely invited me, I'll go with you. I only asked casually. When did that become a sincere invitation? What a buzzkill. She's such a buzzkill. Downstairs, the valet had already driven Chen Yuan's Maybach GLS 600 to the front of the lobby. When Chen Yuan walked over, the valet stepped forward and returned the key to him. Chen Yuan took the key and got into the car. The valet had already turned on the air conditioning, so the cabin was pleasantly cool. It had been too hot this year. Even in Harbin, the temperature was approaching 30 degrees. Watching Chen Yuan take the driver's seat of a Maybach, Wu Yuer opened her mouth slightly. She didn't know what to say. Is that a Maybach? She quickly pulled open the door, stepped onto the running board, and settled into the passenger seat. Above the running board, the English letters Maybach were written. The Maybach name in glowing LED lettering, extremely conspicuous and visible the moment one got into the car. The Maybach emblem was likewise embossed on the headrests. The crystal white interior was youthful and modern without sacrificing elegance. Is this your car? Wu Yuer asked with some difficulty. Chen Yuan nodded. Yeah, just bought it yesterday. The temporary plate is still on it. Wait, you just graduated from high school and you're already driving a Maybach? Girl as she was, Wu Yuer naturally knew what a Maybach was since her family were the top dogs in the county town. Her father had one in his garage, though he rarely drove it. Driving a Maybach around the county town was still too flashy. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. What's the problem? Only you get to be a rich woman. Can't I be a rich young master? Wu Yuer hadn't expected her deskmate to have been hiding so much. 3 years as classmates, 2 years as deskmates. She had always thought his family was ordinary. Funny joke, the deskmate whose family you thought was ordinary took delivery of a Maybach right after graduation. What kind of power fantasy plot is this? Chen Yuan secretly hoped some snobbish salesperson would pop up and mock him for no reason. Then he could quietly take out his black peony card, show his phone, and reveal his 10-digit balance. However, reality is not an internet novel. Although Chen Yuan was dressed in ordinary clothes, a saleswoman still came to attend to him when he walked into the LV boutique. Chen Yuan didn't try to save money in the slightest. He armed himself from head to toe, short-sleeve shirts, shorts, pants, shoes, suitcases, backpacks, travel bags, including socks and underwear. When he walked out of LV, Chen Yuan was pushing 2 suitcases, wearing a backpack with an old-fashioned travel bag stacked on top of each suitcase. From head to toe, everything had been replaced with LV. Both suitcases were packed completely full. Even Wu Yuer was helping him carry a bag. Are you here to shop or to stock up for resale? Wu Yuer followed behind, carrying bags in both hands, struggling to walk. It was simply too heavy. Chen Yuan bought so many items that every bag was stuffed to the brim. He was also covered in bags himself. The salesperson offered to help carry them, but he refused, putting on an act. Bear with it for a moment, I'll treat you to dinner later. Chen Yuan said. Quick, let's put these back in the car, then we're going to Hermes. I still have other things to buy. More shopping. Are you really here to stock up for resale? Wu Yuer was about to break down. So heavy. Chen Yuan increasingly felt that money truly lasted a long time and had tremendous purchasing power. At LV, Chen Yuan bought a total of 14 outfits, 3 pairs of babush shoes, 1 pair of Martin boots, 2 suitcases, 1 backpack, and 3 travel bags, plus 3 bracelets and 1 necklace. Altogether, it cost only 2.7 million. Clothes weren't expensive, but the travel bags and suitcases were very pricey. They all cost at least 6 figures. Watching the man and woman walk away, several salespeople whispered among themselves. One salesperson said, this must be a severely restricted young rich second generation, finally given freedom after coming of age here for retaliatory shopping. Another salesperson nodded in agreement. The retaliation is real, the money is real. Xiaopeng, if you get to know a client like this and serve them well, you'll never have to worry about performance reviews again. Besides, you'll definitely be the top seller this month. Xiaopeng smiled shyly. Don't tease me. I closed a big deal today. I'll treat everyone to Haidaleo after work. Everyone's coming. Alright, I'll go urge the store manager to send a message to headquarters. This customer's VIP level definitely needs to be specially upgraded. Chen Yuan and the others arrived at the parking lot and placed everything they bought from LV into the trunk. 2 suitcases and 3 travel bags, nearly filling the entire trunk. But if the trunk was full, wasn't there still the back seat? Chen Yuan couldn't contain his shopping spirit and led Wu Yuer out of the underground garage to return to battle. Chen Yuan didn't just buy a lot for himself, he bought a lot for his parents too. Arc'teryx, every middle-aged man's favorite. Chen Yuan bought 10 sets at once. He also bought a 200-gram gold bracelet for his mother. So this is how big 200 grams of gold is. Chen Yuan couldn't help but think to himself. If he wore this bracelet out, wouldn't thieves definitely target them? It was too conspicuous. Similarly, Chen Yuan bought many clothes at Chanel for his mother. He glanced at his bank card balance, still unchanged. Still a 10-digit number, starting with 14. Spending money truly was a technical skill. He had shopped so retaliatorily, yet the balance hadn't changed much. He still had work to do. After filling the back seat, as well, Chen Yuan got back in the car. Wu Yiwei sat in the passenger seat, her forehead dotted with sweat, strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. I say, Chen Yuan, I'm not even asking you to treat me to dinner. Can you first buy me a cup of milk tea? Wu Yiwei said, if there's no milk tea, just buy me a bottle of water is fine, right? I've been carrying things for you this whole time, without even a sip of water. I'm going to die of thirst. Chen Yuan laughed sheepishly, about to speak, when his phone rang. He picked it up. It was his father. Chen Yuan quickly gestured for Wu Yiwei to stay quiet, signaling her not to speak. Only after she nodded did he answer the call. Hello, Dad. Hey, where are you? When will you be back? Chen Mingshu's voice came through the phone. The old teacher spoke in a calm, unhurried manner. I'll be back soon, Chen Yuan said. It was summer now, the ice and snow world wasn't open, and Harbin really didn't have much to do for fun. After shopping, Chen Yuan might as well head back to the county town. Before long, he'd be going to Shenzhen. Returning to the county town might not happen for another half year or so. Oh, your mother isn't working overtime today. I was thinking we could have a family dinner together. What do you think? Chen Mingshu asked for Chen Yuan's opinion. Chen Yuan naturally agreed. Sure, Dad. I've pretty much finished my fun here. I'll head back soon, should be home in about an hour. Chen Mingshu said, no need to rush. Just come back in the evening. Alright, I'll play around in Harbin a bit more and head back in the afternoon after lunch. Chen Yuan said. Alright, be careful not to get heat stroke. After a few more reminders, he hung up. In the car, Wu Yiwei was silent for a moment, then said, your parents are so good to you. They even ask for your opinion when calling you home. Chen Yuan habitually turned the volume to maximum. The old phone was slightly leaky, so Wu Yiwei had almost heard the entire father-son conversation. No wonder Chen Yuan was so cheerful. With a family atmosphere like this, it would be hard not to be cheerful. Chen Yuan smiled. I'm a person not born overnight. Of course we discuss things. Suddenly remembering what Wu Yiwei had said yesterday about her family situation, he quickly explained, I mean, I'm not saying you're born overnight or anything. Don't misunderstand. Not explaining would have been better. With this explanation, Wu Yiwei completely broke down. Chen Yuan, I'm going to kill you. With the center console between them, she couldn't kick him, so she punched him with her small fists. Chen Yuan wasn't foolish enough to sit there and take the beating. He directly opened the car door and jumped out. Wu Yiwei also jumped out of the car, following closely. After fooling around for a while, they finally calmed down when they noticed people looking their way. However, Wu Yiwei was still upset. Her slender fingers found Chen Yuan's waist, grabbed the soft flesh, and gave a Russian twist, making Chen Yuan gasp in pain. Stop fooling around, Jia. I just remembered there's still something I need to buy. Let's run one more errand. Chen Yuan said. Wu Yiwei really didn't want to carry bags anymore. In a dejected voice, she asked, what are you buying this time? You won't need to carry anything this time. I'm just buying a phone. Chen Yuan said. That's good. At the Apple Store, Chen Yuan directly bought 3 of the latest iPhone 15 Pro Max 1TB versions and also bought 3 AirPods Pro. You buy phones by the batch too. Wu Yiwei didn't understand Chen Yuan's behavior at all. I'm buying them for my parents. Chen Yuan explained, never mind that. After buying the phones with time to spare, they directly found a fish restaurant at Zhuozhan Center called Thai Air Swan Kaiyu. It had been quite popular a few years ago, but had lost its buzz now. While waiting for the food, Chen Yuan transferred data from his old phone to the new one and unboxed the new earphones. The sour fish tasted pretty good. Most importantly, the fish had no bones. Fish with bones were Chen Yuan's biggest pet peeve. After the meal, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Chen Yuan planned to return to the hotel to check out. He hadn't checked out when he left this morning. He also needed to drop Wu Yiwei at the hotel so she could continue her running away journey. When they arrived at the Ritz-Carlton, Chen Yuan was about to go upstairs to get his room card when Wu Yiwei stopped him. Wait. After you check out, don't leave. Wait for me. What for? Chen Yuan asked, puzzled. I'm going home too. Mind giving me a ride? Oh, not running away anymore. Chen Yuan asked with a smile. I've been out for 4 days. My mom must be worried sick. Wu Yiwei said. A story of love-hate relationship. Chen Yuan internally marveled at this development, but only agreed verbally. Hurry up and pack. Chen Yuan returned to the presidential suite. It seemed like apart from a pair of sunglasses, there was nothing else to pack. He hadn't brought anything when he checked in, so there was nothing to pack now. Back downstairs after checking out, Chen Yuan felt no reluctance. He had seen online that presidential suites at luxury hotels in Shenzhen cost over 3,000 yuan per night. Those were the presidential suites he wanted. So he had already begun to look down on this presidential suite costing over 5,000 yuan per night. This was forgetting one's roots. Yesterday it had seemed perfect in every way, but after seeing something better, all Chen Yuan could say was, sorry Ritz-Carlton. Please stay away from me. I'm afraid of offending Raffles and Mandarin Oriental. After Wu Yue also checked out, the two returned together to Jiayuan County. In an office at the Harbin branch, Jiang Yue recalled the branch manager's words and tightly clenched her hands. Yue, your transfer request has been approved. Hand over your current work and head to Shenzhen the day after tomorrow. Those things in the industry, everyone knows about them. But if you cause any trouble with a client, remember, not a single person will protect you. Everyone will side with the client. All right, you can go now. The words were harsh and cutting, leaving Jiang Yue in low spirits. But she knew this might be a chance to change her life. It might even be the only chance. That extremely young, handsome guy. She was confident. The advantage is mine. Returning to the county town, Chen Yuan dropped off Wu Yue at her home before heading back to his own residential compound. Wu Yue lived in the county's only villa community, Tanshin Manor, though there was no actual mountain in sight. Property prices in the county town were relatively low. A modest villa of over 200 square meters cost less than 1 million yuan. Chen Yuan planned to purchase one here before leaving so his parents could move in. Upon arriving home, Chen Yuan parked the Maybach downstairs and struggled to carry several shopping bags up the stairs in one exhausting trip. Of course, the LV luggage in the trunk would have to wait for another trip. By the time he reached home, evening had already fallen. Not only was his father Chen Mingshu at home, but his mother Shi Yuhua had also returned from work and was sitting in the living room looking at her phone. Shi Yuhua was an attending physician in the obstetrics and gynecology department at the county's first hospital, earning a substantial salary. Moreover, in a small northern county town where reciprocal social obligations ran deep, she had many additional income streams beyond her regular pay. Things like small red envelopes, essentially. It was an unwritten rule. If she refused them, the pregnant women and their families would not feel at ease. Seeing Chen Yuan walk in with bags and packages in hand, both parents rose from their seats and came over to help. Shi Yuhua spoke in a gentle, soft voice. What did you buy? Chen Yuan had always felt that his mother was utterly out of place in the entire Northeast region. People in the Northeast were known for being decisive and fiery, yet his mother spoke with such tenderness and softness. It was as though she belonged nowhere near a small county town in the Northeast. I bought a few clothes for you both and a necklace too. You can try it on later, Mom, Chen Yuan said. Chen Mingshu flipped through the bags. Wow, Arc'teryx. You bought me so many pieces. How many is this? That must have cost quite a bit, right? Shi Yuhua asked. Do you even have that much money on you? The couple played off each other seamlessly. Chen Yuan bent down, placed all the bags on the floor, and then led his parents to the living room sofa to sit. Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you. Please don't get too excited, Chen Yuan said mysteriously. Seeing her son so serious, Shi Yuhua couldn't help but sit up straight. Yes, go ahead. Chen Mingshu joked. Just say it already, no need for all this drama. Chen Yuan smiled and said, when I was in high school, didn't I love reading novels so much? I ended up writing one myself. There was that one time I got caught writing a novel during class, and the teacher confiscated my phone. You were the one who went to get it back for me. Do you remember? Chen Yuan was trying to build up the emotional moment. Chen Mingshu nodded. Of course I remember. Just thinking about it makes me angry. That old Li really has no decency. He knew I was your father and insisted I personally go retrieve your phone. Next time we're drinking, I'm not letting him off easy. Chen Yuan quickly interrupted. Don't go off topic. Look at my mom, she's actually listening. Can you learn from her, Dad? Actually, I've been writing the novel the whole time, and I've been making money from it. I just never told you. Plus, during my senior year of high school, I didn't have many places to spend money, so I just saved it all up, Chen Yuan said. Chen Mingshu suddenly understood and clapped his hands. Oh, so you're a cultured man now, a novelist with manuscript fees. You bought all this stuff? Don't tell me you spent your entire advance. Chen Yuan felt it was best to just say it directly, since his father kept derailing the conversation. I didn't spend it all. I made a lot of money. Don't you know how popular Chinese animation and short dramas have become lately? I sold the adaptation rights to my novel for 8 figures. Chen Yuan felt there was no need for further build-up. If he kept prologue, his father would inevitably wander off onto some tangent. How much? Chen Mingshu nearly jumped off the sofa in one sudden movement. Despite being in his 40s, his legs were still nimble. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, even Shi Yuhua, who had remained composed and merely smiled while listening, couldn't help but widen her eyes, raise her brows, and wear an expression of utter astonishment. The longer one lived in society and the older one grew, the more one understood how difficult it was to earn money. Son, your father's heart isn't good. Don't lie to him. Did you really sell it for 8 figures? Chen Yuan nodded, his tone utterly certain. Dad, it's true. Would I lie to you? Go check the invoices in the bags. The clothes and pants I bought for you alone cost over 200,000 yuan. Do you think I have that much allowance? Then he stood up and walked to the window. See that Maybach downstairs? I just picked it up yesterday when I went to Harbin. He pulled the car keys from his pocket and pressed a button toward the vehicle. The Maybach's headlights flashed on instantly. Fortunately, his apartment was only on the 3rd floor, so the key fob could still connect to the car. Chen Mingshu stood dumbfounded, unable to recover from the shock for a long while. It was Shi Yuhua who snapped out of it first. Exactly how much did you make? Chen Yuan scratched his head. 14 million. I went to the bank yesterday to get a new card because my original one had some kind of limit. And on the same trip, I went to Mercedes and bought a car. Shi Yuhua asked again, how much was this car? Chen Yuan replied, 4.6 million. This is the Extreme Night Edition, the top specification. Sure Yuhua didn't know what to say. After a long while she finally spoke. You made 14 million and already bought a 6 million yuan car. If you ever make 100 million, will you buy a 46 million yuan car? You need to learn to save money. Learn to save money, his mother said, her tone as gentle as ever. Chen Yuan asked, Mom, are you going to manage my money for me? Sure Yuhua looked at Chen Yuan's wary expression and shook her head with a smile. You're already an adult. You need to learn to manage your own finances. Mom won't be handling your money. However, you should learn to manage your money wisely from now on. If you earn a lot, you need to learn about investments. Spending carelessly just means giving your money away. Only the money in your own hands is truly yours. Chen Yuan countered, yes, the money goes to other people when I spend it, but the enjoyment is something I experience firsthand myself. Sure Yuhua fell silent and decided not to press the matter further. By then Chen Mingshu finally came to his senses. Does this make me a nouveau riche zero generation? Am I benefiting from my son's success? Seeing her husband like this, Sure Yuhua nodded with amusement. Yes, if you run out of money in the future, just ask your son for it. That's wonderful. They say raising children is security for old age, and the old saying proves true. Chen Mingshu nodded happily. Then he turned to Chen Yuan and held out his hand. Chen Yuan. Chen Mingshu said, the car keys, of course. I'm already in my 40s and still haven't driven a Maybach. My son is driving a Maybach now, and as his father, can I at least get a taste? Chen Yuan handed the car keys to Chen Mingshu, adding a reminder. Dad, ease off the accelerator. This car has serious horsepower. Got it. Waving his hand, Chen Mingshu headed downstairs on his own. Chen Yuan was quite pleased and transferred another 1 million yuan to his mother's bank account using his phone. Mom, I transferred some money to you. Although I haven't yet reached the age where I should start a family and support my parents, I can earn money now. You should spend when you need to, don't hold back. Sure Yuhua did not refuse and did not check the exact amount on her phone. Chen Yuan was an only child, and the three of them formed a single unit. No matter whose name the money was under, it was all their family's money. Afraid his mother would hesitate to spend it, Chen Yuan added, Mom, if I can earn 10 million once, I can earn a second and a third. Just spend the money I sent you, don't save it. Not many days had passed before the family traded up, from a large 2-bedroom flat to a grand villa. The villa they bought was the second best property in the Tanshin Villa estate. The previous owner was a famous tycoon in the county, surnamed Jia, known to everyone as Old Third Jia. Now, however, he seemed to be doing rather badly, having sold both his house and his villa. 2,250,000 yuan, a 400 square meter standalone villa with a small courtyard. According to the property management boss, Jia had spent more than 2 million yuan on the villa's decoration alone. At this price, it was an absolute bargain. The Tanshin Villa estate was in an excellent location close to the county government. The county's no. 1 middle school and the county's no. 1 hospital. His parents did not object. After the ownership transfer, they moved in that very day. Only Chen Yuan's name was written on the villa's title. After the Gaokao, and before the new semester began, this vacation was one of the most relaxing periods of his life, and also the most idle. At home, Chen Yuan ate and drank his fill. Every day, he played 5 rounds of CSGO, then 5 of Valorant, and before going to sleep, he played 2 rounds of Teamfight Tactics in bed. After a night's sleep, another day was gone. He bought every skin he had once been too poor to afford. This kind of life was easy but also genuinely boring. Still, the time to start school finally arrived. Chen Yuan looked forward to the new semester for the first time. A day early, he left his hometown and traveled to Harbin to catch a flight. At the airport security entrance, he gave each of his parents a hug. Dad, don't just let that Maybach sit there. Drive it often. A car left idle easily falls apart, Chen Yuan urged. Chen Yuan had already handed the Maybach over to his father. After a doorman assumed the man driving it was the chauffeur, Chen Yuan had grown rather put off by the car. He had deliberately left a day early because he was going to Shenzhen to buy a car. Fine, I know. I'll take good care of my son's car. Chen Mingshu said with a genial smile. That was the atmosphere of their family, relaxed with room for casual jokes. His parents did not insist on absolute dignity. Spontaneity was the rule. Mom, don't wear the gold bracelet around the county. It's not a big city and public security there is not great, Chen Yuan added. Before they parted, it was not his parents giving the young man advice, but Chen Yuan delivering a series of reminders to them instead. It felt almost like the natural order had been upended. Sure Yuan nodded with a smile. Her son had always been this thoughtful toward them. After Chen Yuan finished his reminders, he saw that takeoff time was near, so he walked into the dedicated business class passage. Before going in, Chen Yuan turned around and saw his parents waving at him. Dad, Mom, go back now. I'll be back for Chinese New Year. Chen Yuan shouted, his voice drawing the attention of everyone queuing for security. We know. Hurry in. Sure Yuhua also waved, signaling Chen Yuan to go through security quickly. Chen Yuan walked into the security channel. The business class lane was nearly empty, requiring almost no waiting. When he looked back again, his parents were already out of sight. Once he was fully airside, Chen Yuan headed straight for the boarding gate. His flight was already boarding, so there was no time to stop by the business class lounge. Chen Yuan did not mind. He had visited the business class lounge at Harbin Airport before. It was nothing special. Better to save the opportunity for a better lounge in the future. As he passed through the business class boarding check, the economy line beside him was still long. Chen Yuan no longer sighed about how good it was to be rich, because now he was not just ordinarily rich, but extraordinarily wealthy. In just over 10 days, the number in his bank account had officially exceeded 11 digits, comparable to a phone number. Sitting in business class, he found nothing particularly special about it other than having more space than economy. The business class of an A320 is commonly nicknamed a big bench in the sky. It was not the first class of an international route, so it was hardly luxurious. Still, there were some privileges. At the very least, the drink was excellent. Air China's signature beverage Red Lantern, made from a tomato juice base, blended with apple juice and other juices. It was slightly tart and surprisingly addictive. Chen Yuan could not resist ordering another glass. After all the passengers boarded and the safety video began playing, the plane finally taxied out. Wah! A child was crying. Chen Yuan put on the noise-canceling headphones that had come with the Maybach. Although he looked down on the car itself, he loved the gifts that came with it. He had brought both the sunglasses and the headphones to Shenzhen. Sitting in business class, he listened to the song economy class. Watching Harbin grow smaller and smaller below him, Chen Yuan's heart had already flown to Shenzhen. He had already booked a hotel. Between Shenzhen's two most luxurious hotels, Raffles Hotel and Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Chen Yuan chose Raffles. There was no special reason. Raffles sits on Shenzhen Bay and offers a sea view. This time the presidential suite was even more expensive than the one in Harbin, costing 15 yuan a night, yet Chen Yuan did not feel the slightest sting. Money to him now was just a string of numbers. After an uneventful flight of more than 4 hours, the plane slowly descended and landed at Baoan Airport. Shenzhen at last. Chen Yuan was overjoyed. In Heilongjiang province, his Gaokao score was enough to get into nearly any 985 or 211 university. Yet he still chose Shenzhen University. He yearned for this first-tier southern city and genuinely loved the school. Standing at the cabin door, he waited for the flight attendant to open it. The moment the door opened, Chen Yuan was greeted by Shenzhen's heat. It felt as though a fine layer of sweat instantly broke out over his entire body, leaving his skin sticky. It was already 5 in the evening, yet the air remained scorching. Walking along the jet bridge, Chen Yuan quickened his pace, eager to get inside the terminal. Surely, it would be cooler there. Shenzhen is way too hot. Compared with this, even Harbin summer feels much cooler. Chen Yuan silently complained. The first time he had come to Shenzhen, it was winter. He had only seen the city's prosperity and coolness, the skyscrapers and Shenzhen Bay, and it filled him with longing. But when summer arrived, all he felt was unbearable heat. How was this a little different from the Shenzhen he had imagined? Lugging his suitcase to the arrival's exit, he looked into the distance and saw a dense crowd of people. Many had come to meet arriving passengers. Still, Chen Yuan easily spotted the person waiting for him among the crowd. A young man stood at the arrival's gate wearing a white shirt and black suit, holding an iPad that displayed the name of Raffles Hotel. Their eyes met, and the man was fairly certain that this was his guest. "Hello, Mr. Chen, right?" Chen Yuan nodded and showed him his ID. With the guest's identity confirmed, the man made a guiding gesture for him to follow. Chen Yuan followed him out of the airport and into a Rolls-Royce Ghost. Having experienced a Maybach and now a Rolls-Royce, Chen Yuan could not tell which car was more comfortable. Both the Maybach S680 and this Rolls-Royce Ghost had very spacious rear seats. However, their styles were completely different. The Maybach S680 felt more modern and youthful, and its ambient lighting was absolutely stunning. The Rolls-Royce Ghost, in contrast, felt rather old-fashioned inside, not the type Chen Yuan favored. Still, its starlight headliner was dazzling. The Ghost cruised smoothly onto the expressway and headed toward Shenzhen Bay and Nanshan. Apart from greeting him, the pickup driver kept silent, maintaining a strong sense of boundaries. When Chen Yuan asked something, however, he would answer warmly and enthusiastically. Seated in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce, Chen Yuan unlocked his phone and messaged his parents to let them know he was safe. At the same time, he noticed a message from Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue wrote that her work assignment had been transferred to the Shenzhen branch, and she would continue serving as Chen Yuan's personal banker. She told him to message her anytime he needed anything. "Oh, ICBC's service is this good. Wherever the client goes, the butler follows." "Pretty impressive." Chen Yuan replied with a simple "good" and closed his phone. The streets of Shenzhen were packed with vehicles, and the Rolls-Royce slowed to a crawl in the heavy traffic. There were far more cars than in Harbin, and the city itself was significantly more prosperous. Especially after entering Nanshan district, towering skyscrapers rose continuously on both sides of the road. From a distance, the neon lights shimmered like a cyberpunk metropolis, fitting for a city renowned as the capital of technology. Arriving at Shenzhen Bay, the splendor only intensified. The China Resources Spring Bamboo Tower, the Penguin headquarters, the Zizalong building, the DJI headquarters, an endless array of legendary corporate headquarters gathered along a single street. The gradient orange-red sunset painted the buildings in a languid glow. This big city was truly wonderful. Even with billions at his disposal, Chen Yuan still felt the curiosity of an ordinary boy from a small county marveling at this metropolis. This would be where he lived for the next 4 years. In fact, Chen Yuan was beginning to think he might want to stay here permanently. The Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled to a gentle stop in front of Tower 7 at Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Shenzhen Bay No. 1 was also one of the city's landmarks. Bordering the sea with Hong Kong Island directly across the water and Shenzhen's largest urban park, Talent Park, just a street away. Shenzhen Bay No. One was well known online, yet few people realized it was more than just apartments. It also included office buildings and a shopping mall. There were 7 towers in total. Towers 1 and 2 were the legendary waterfront panoramic residences. Towers 3 through 6 were super-grade A office buildings, and Tower 7 housed the Raffles Hotel, the tallest of all 7 structures at Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Chen Yuan stepped out of the car and was greeted with the most enthusiastic welcome ceremony yet. The general manager personally led the reception, flanked by 12 uniformed hostesses standing in formation along with a female butler dressed in a pale blue suit. Other guests nearby cast curious glances his way, though they quickly looked elsewhere. Chen Yuan quickly grew accustomed to this warmth. For some reason, whenever he saw the 12 uniformly dressed hostesses lined up and welcomed, Chen Yuan could barely hold back his laughter. His lips twitched repeatedly as he desperately suppressed the urge to laugh out loud. After completing the check-in process, the butler escorted Chen Yuan into the elevator to the 45th floor. What surprised him was that there was actually a double sofa inside the elevator. It was the first time he had ever seen a sofa in an elevator. Truly, if you can sit, there's no need to stand. Chen Yuan naturally took the opportunity to try the elevator sofa. It was soft and plush, and as his fingertips brushed the fabric, a dark streak appeared where the velvet nap had been reversed. How many square meters is this Skyline presidential suite? Chen Yuan asked casually as the elevator ascended. 436 square meters, Mr. Chen. Excuse me. Chen Yuan turned his head. This hotel's presidential suite was even larger than his own villa back home. To have such an enormous room all to himself felt rather extravagant. When the elevator arrived at the 45th floor, Chen Yuan followed the butler to the Skyline presidential suite. At the entrance, 4 more hostesses stood in formation to welcome him. Chen Yuan struggled to keep from laughing again. Fortunately, the butler quickly opened the door. Wow! Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. This was far more luxurious than the Ritz-Carlton in Harbin. The luxury was strikingly obvious at a glance. A waterfall-like vertical chandelier cascaded from the ceiling through the entire living room, and the dome, crafted from gold and crystal, was almost blinding. Symmetrically arranged sofas exuded sophisticated design, while beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows the golden sunset of Shenzhen stretched out, Spring Bamboo Tower, and the waters of Shenzhen Bay framed in a single breathtaking vista. The female butler introduced the suite in a gentle voice. Mr. Chen, all the furniture in our living room is imported from Switzerland, the same brand used by the British Queen. Over here is the bar counter, and all beverages inside are complimentary. We have also specially prepared a bottle of Ceylon champagne for your arrival. Chen Yuan followed the butler's explanations with his gaze, nodding occasionally. To the right of the living room was the dining room, where a long table seating 14 people stood. 3 vases on the table kept it from feeling too bare, and between them sat 2 miniature models of the Spring Bamboo Tower. Continuing forward lay the conference room and study, neither of which Chen Yuan had any use for, as he held no meetings and needed no office space. Perhaps guests in other presidential suites needed these facilities. They likely had plenty of work to attend to. Only further ahead did the bedroom begin. This bedroom was equally extravagant, boasting a 270-degree panoramic window view. The glass directly opposite the bed overlooked Shenzhen Bay, while the side windows framed the Spring Bamboo Tower. With a view like this, Chen Yuan would happily pay 1,500 per night, or even 5,000. Although if it really cost 5,000 a night, he would pretend he never said that. Beside the bed, an astronomical telescope had been placed, though it was unclear whether it could actually capture stars or the moon. The butler then guided Chen Yuan through the walk-in closet and the various arrangements in the bathroom, including a square double-person bathtub large enough for 2 people to soak together. Chen Yuan couldn't help but think of Wu Yue and Jiang Yue. He quickly shook his head. Too long since he had practiced his ancestral craft, and the restless energy was already rising. This presidential suite, in the truest sense, fulfilled all of Chen Yuan's fantasies about hotels. It had a fully stocked bar, a private cinema, and a gym. Aside from the study and conference room, which should have been converted into an esports room, Chen Yuan had no complaints about this presidential suite. After finishing the room introduction, the butler helped unpack Chen Yuan's luggage, taking out his clothes and hanging them one by one in the closet, gradually infusing the presidential suite with a sense of lived-in warmth. How much would it cost to lease this long-term for 1 month? Chen Yuan asked. For 1 month, approximately 2 million yuan, the butler replied. 2 million. Not bad at all. Only 2 million for a month, when his monthly net income was 21 billion. A single day's earnings could cover nearly 30 years of rent. Chen Yuan wondered whether he should simply lease here long-term. Whether to buy a house or continue living in the hotel was giving him decision paralysis. Perhaps he could buy a property while also extending the long-term lease on this presidential suite. Wouldn't that be too wasteful? Chen Yuan stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then asked, if I lease long-term, could you convert the study into an esports room? The butler looked slightly awkward. This was the first time she had encountered such a request. However, she did not have the authority to decide, so she replied, I will need to consult the general manager about this. All right then. Chen Yuan nodded and pointed toward towers 1 and 2 of Shenzhen Bay No. 1 outside the window. How much are the apartments over there per unit? The apartments at Shenzhen Bay No. One were highly distinctive. Every household had a swimming pool on the balcony. Chen Yuan's sharp eyesight allowed him to spot an uncle soaking in his own private pool right now. The privacy protection here left something to be desired. Property prices over there are approximately 2,500 per square meter. A few days ago, a 300 square meter unfurnished flat was just sold for 77 million yuan. How many small villas in his county could that buy? I just arrived in Shenzhen and am considering buying a house. Do you have any recommendations? Chen Yuan asked, noting that this butler clearly knew Shenzhen quite well. That depends on what kind of property you are looking for. If you want a residential apartment, OCT Pure Waterfront Swan Castle Peninsula City-State in Qianhai and Red Tree Bay No. 1 are all excellent high-rise options. For a villa, OCT Pure Waterfront in the city center is ideal, and near the seaside there is Vangtiankin 1. As for apartments, the finest is naturally Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Chen Yuan pondered. I study at the Weihai campus of Shenzhen University, so it would be best to live close to campus. Then Shenzhen Bay No. 1 is the closest. It is only a 3-kilometer drive from here to Weihai campus. May I ask roughly what is your budget? The Raffles Hotel butler inquired. Chen Yuan declared confidently, no budget limits. Just pick a good one. The move-in ready type is best. In that case, you might consider our Raffles Apartments. Chen Yuan was curious. Raffles Apartments. He had never heard of them. Only the Raffles Hotel, where he was currently staying. The butler explained, the Raffles Apartments are a top-tier residential development jointly created by Raffles Hotel and Shenzhen Bay No. 1 are located right in Tower 7, where we currently are. Residents can enjoy all the facilities of Raffles Hotel, and like the owners of Towers 1 and 2, who join the Chen Yuan Club. In terms of amenities and location, nothing compares. If your budget allows, the penthouse king of the Raffles Apartments is still available for sale. It comes fully furnished and decorated with both hard and soft finishes meeting your move-in ready requirement. Chen Yuan said, we were having a nice conversation, and suddenly you're pitching to me. Chen Yuan didn't know what kind of image he had in the eyes of the hotel butler. The moment he spoke, she recommended the building's flagship residence to him. What did she take him for? A tall, rich, and handsome man. As luck would have it, that's exactly me. Chen Yuan immediately agreed. Fine, can I view the property? Of course. When would you like to view it? Now. Chen Yuan could hardly wait to see Shenzhen's top-tier luxury residence. Now? Of course, Mr. Chen. Please wait a moment. I'll call someone to show you around. The hotel butler was a staff member of Raffles Hotel, not of Raffles Apartments. Although they belonged to the same group, they were not the same company. However, the internal staff kept in contact with one another, so the butler directly called over a property butler from Raffles Apartments. So many butlers. Chen Yuan found that ever since he became rich, a swarm of butlers had appeared around him. Soon the doorbell rang. The hotel butler opened the door, and the property butler from Raffles Apartments had arrived. The property butler was a woman who looked to be in her early 30s. She was 1.65 meters tall with a well-proportioned figure and an intellectual beauty about her. The woman walked in, heading straight for Chen Yuan, who sat on the sofa. Chen Yuan stood up. The butler extended her hand first. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Lucy, the property butler of Raffles Apartments. You can just call me Lucy. Chen Yuan nodded and shook hands with Lucy. Hello, Miss Lucy. He had originally intended to address her as Auntie, but he quickly swallowed the words back. That would have been far too rude. You'd like to see our flagship residence, right? Chen Yuan nodded. Very well, Mr. Chen. We can go view it now. Lucy withdrew her hand, her tone apologetic. However, for a viewing, we need to verify your assets in advance. Could you provide proof of assets? Well, we only need to verify 50 million yuan. The hotel butler interjected. Mr. Chen shouldn't need that, right? Lucy's face was full of apology. In the meeting a few days ago, the leadership specifically reminded us. I have no choice. Chen Yuan didn't feel disrespected by Lucy, nor did he want to make things difficult for a working person. It's fine. Asset verification is no big deal. Will an electronic copy do? Of course. A trace of gratitude flickered in Lucy's eyes as she answered hurriedly. All right, wait for me to make a call. Chen Yuan took out his phone and called Jiang Yue. The call was answered quickly. Chen Yuan went straight to the point. Miss Jiang, I need an asset certificate. Can your bank issue one? Jiang Yue didn't ask why Chen Yuan needed the asset certificate. Of course, brother Yuan. How much proof do you need? 1 billion yuan, okay. Chen Yuan replied, okay. Then wait 2 minutes, Jiang Yue said. I'll send you the electronic version first. Should I deliver the paper version to you now? For this level of service, Chen Yuan had only one word: awesome. I don't need the paper version. The electronic one is enough, Chen Yuan said. All right. After the call ended in less than 2 minutes, Jiang Yue sent over the electronic asset certificate. It was a bank asset certificate for 1 billion yuan in cash, stamped with the official seal of ICBC Shenzhen branch. Chen Yuan called Lucy over and sent her the asset certificate. Lucy glanced at it, and her expression changed instantly. Only a 50 million yuan verification was required, yet the young-looking man in front of her had directly produced an asset certificate of 1 billion in cash. And that was 1 billion yuan. The richer people were the less cash they had on hand, because they would eagerly pour all their cash into the next project. Even for a property butler who had dealt with billionaires, seeing a 1 billion yuan asset certificate was enough to stun her. Fortunately, she still had professional composure. She reacted quickly, and the respect in her tone increased unconsciously. She knew the young man in the presidential suite must be wealthy, but this was 1 billion yuan. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Chen. Shall we go view the residence now? Chen Yuan nodded, rose from the sofa, and said calmly, let's go. Lucy led the way, respectfully introducing the flagship residence as they walked. The entire T7 tower is owned by the Raffles Group. Below the 45th floor is the Raffles Hotel guest room area. From the 45th to the 50th floor are public areas such as restaurants, a gym, a spa, and a swimming pool. If you live here, you can use these facilities anytime. It's very convenient. From above the 50th floor all the way to the 72nd floor, the top floor is our Raffles apartments. The flagship residence you're going to see is on the 72nd floor. The entire floor has only your unit. All of it is your space. After changing elevators, once they arrived at the 72nd floor, the elevator doors slid open slowly, revealing a very spacious elevator lobby. The floor was paved with light-colored marble, and atop the marble lay a carpet. European wall sconces were inlaid on the walls. Although it was only a public area, it was lavishly decorated. On the right side of the elevator lobby was a double-leaf brass entry door. Lucy first pointed to the fire staircase on the left side of the elevator lobby. This staircase leads to the rooftop terrace where there is a helipad. If you plan to buy a helicopter, your commute will be very convenient. Lucy certainly didn't doubt that a tycoon with 1 billion in cash could afford a helicopter. Chen Yuan stroked his chin. Had the rich stopped driving luxury cars and started flying helicopters? Let's talk about the helicopter later. Let's look at the residence first, Chen Yuan said. He noticed that Miss Lucy, while introducing the place, always liked to talk about things after he moved in. Very well, Mr. Chen, Lucy agreed. She took out a key and opened the brass door. She pushed the double doors open to both sides. Mr. Chen, please come in. Chen Yuan stepped inside, and the two passed through the entryway into the living room. Chen Yuan felt his threshold being raised a little higher each moment. This living room was even larger than the living room of the 150 Yuan-a-night presidential suite. Lucy duly introduced. This flagship residence has a usable area of 890 square meters with 5 bedrooms, 5 living rooms, and 8 bathrooms. It also has a private cinema, a gym, and a snooker room. This sofa is a crocodile skin sofa crafted by Fendi. A single one is worth 1.5 million yuan, and the whole set totals 4.7 million yuan. Chen Yuan was sensitive to that number. So this sofa alone is worth a Maybach GLS 600. Lucy nodded. Yes, Mr. Chen. This apartment cost a fortune to decorate with an average standard of 150 yuan per square meter. The floor you see is all in elegant brown marble. Notice that its veining is symmetrically connected. All the stone surfaces you can see are made of premium stone. Extremely expensive. Chen Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. This really was a heavenly palace on earth. Especially standing on the 72nd floor 350 meters above the ground, he was truly above the clouds. What other special details are there? Tell me all of them at once. Who knows, I might just buy it right away, Chen Yuan said with a hint of teasing. I think the most distinctive feature is the curtains in this apartment. Lucy walked over to the curtains, her slender fingers stroking the fabric as she introduced them. All the curtains in the apartment are from Hermes. The fabric in the curtains is exactly the same as that used for Hermes clothing. That impressive. A Hermes garment costs several thousand at the low end and tens of thousands at the high end. How many outfits could be made from the fabric of this one floor-to-ceiling window? Every piece of soft and hard furnishing in the rooms is absolutely befitting your status. Both the inner and outer kitchens use Gaokao, and the bedding is Hason's. Look at the headboard area. This entire section is made of calfskin. What I said about the 150 yuan per square meter decoration standard is no exaggeration. This 270 square meter master bedroom suits you quite well, Mr. Chen. Besides, Mr. Chen, look at this gym. It comes with an indoor swimming pool. Although a pool is the standard feature for a luxury residence at this price, this indoor pool is absolutely the largest among Shenzhen apartments. The 15-meter-long pool is a full 3 times larger than the balcony pools of the neighboring T1 and T2 towers. While introducing it, Lucy didn't forget to slyly disparage the neighboring competitors. Chen Yuan looked around the residence. It made him understand what it meant to be utterly awestruck. There was a gym fully equipped with treadmills, spinning bikes, chest press machines, and other complete facilities, a 15-meter indoor pool, a study befitting his status, a cigar room, and a wine cellar. In the 270 square meter master bedroom alone, there were 2 full bathrooms and 2 dressing rooms, one for the host and one for the hostess. The enormous bed, 4 meters by 2 meters, was topped with a soft Hason's mattress, and the headboard area was covered in comfortable calfskin. Chen Yuan could stay in such a master bedroom all day long. Of course, the most important thing was that the view here was simply spectacular. From the living room or the master bedroom, one could see the breathtaking sea view of Shenzhen Bay and the scenery of Talent Park. From the study on the other side, one could overlook the urban landscape of the Qianhai area. Chen Yuan could hardly find a single flaw in this residence. How much is this apartment? Chen Yuan asked directly. Lucy replied just as directly, Mr. Chen, the current price of this apartment is exactly 300 million yuan. The apartment was beautiful, and the price was beautiful too. Chen Yuan had already decided to buy it. First, this sprawling flat was by the sea with Shenzhen Bay and Talent Park right below. The living room and bedrooms faced the sea while the study faced the bustling Qianhai district and offered a view of the Chunsun Tower. No matter which floor-to-ceiling window you looked out of, the view was excellent. Second, sitting on the 72nd floor, the apartment offered excellent privacy. It was unlike another Shenzhen Bay 1 building across the way where people could spy on you while you were taking a bath. According to Lucy, Raffles' apartments also belonged to Shenzhen Bay 1, but it did not draw the same high level of attention as the T1 and T2 towers of Shenzhen Bay 1. Its residents wouldn't find their identities dug up by random gossiping netizens while they lived there. Finally, and most importantly, Chen Yuan had no shortage of money. When buying property, he never considered investment factors. His own comfort was what mattered most. He liked this master bedroom and study far too much. The 300 million yuan price was indeed high, but with just 1 day's allowance, Chen Yuan could buy 2.5 of these apartments. Would an 890 square meter apartment be a bit too big for one person? Chen Yuan asked, amusement in his eyes. Seeming to sense that Chen Yuan was already considering the purchase, Lucy relaxed a little. For a young and accomplished man like you, this place will someday have a mistress and many little masters. If the house were smaller, it wouldn't be enough. Oh, ha ha ha. Chen Yuan let out a few old money laughs. Since that's the case, let's sign the contract today. He hadn't bought a car yet, but he had bought the apartment first. Apartments in Shenzhen had no purchase restrictions. After signing the contract, transferring the payment, and changing the title, this apartment would be Chen Yuan's. As for the procedures, naturally Chen Yuan didn't have to run around. Lucy would handle them for him. The apartment's price was indeed not low, but considering its location and top-tier decoration, Chen Yuan felt the money was well spent. Especially the walls. The entire residence was wrapped in soft leather with not a single wall left bare. With such decoration, it was clearly a world-class luxury mansion. By the way, how much is the property management fee? Chen Yuan asked. Lucy, rather than relaxing after making the sale, became even more respectful. The property fee is 35 yuan per square meter per month, she answered. However, you are exempt from property fees for the first 5 years. The property fee was indeed not cheap. At 35 yuan per square meter, 890 square meters would cost 31150 yuan per month. If not for the system, Chen Yuan couldn't afford this apartment. Plain and simple, he couldn't pay the property fee. But more than 30,000 yuan a month seemed very worth it to him. After all, there were many public facilities to use, dedicated butler service, and he didn't even need to pick up his own takeout. Having bought the apartment, the next step was buying a car. After scanning his fingerprint and iris, Chen Yuan left Raffles' apartments. He sent a message to the hotel butler asking her to arrange a car to take him to Wangxiangqing. Ferrari Rolls-Royce, here I come. Time was tight and the task was urgent. School started tomorrow, so he had to settle the car purchase today. By the way, this Raffles apartment came with 8 private parking spaces. In other words, Chen Yuan could buy 8 cars for now. If he wanted any more cars, he would need to buy parking spaces on his own. Do you have the Phantom BB version in stock? Yes, sir. Would you like? Sign the contract. Swipe the card. Off. Hurry up, hurry up. Are you selling or not? Chen Yuan said unhappily. Of course we are, sir. I'll go prepare the contract for you right away. The salesperson scurried off, clearly infected by Chen Yuan's urgency. Chen Yuan didn't want to be so hasty either, but he had no choice. There were simply too many luxury car 4S stores in this district of the Wanxiang Mall. If he wanted to buy one from every shop, he needed to rush. There was no alternative. The hour was getting late, and if he didn't move quickly, they'd be closing their doors. After receiving the configuration list, Chen Yuan didn't even glance at it. It was only after paying that he discovered this was a water-washed pink Rolls-Royce Phantom. This color, wasn't it a bit too flamboyant? Well, no matter. He'd already bought it. Chen Yuan instructed the salesperson to deliver the car to Shenzhen Bay No. 1, contacting Lucy, the housekeeper, for the handover. Then he headed to the neighboring Ferrari dealership. Do you have the 12 Cylindri Spider and Purosang in stock? We do, sir. With his newfound experience, Chen Yuan asked, what colors are they? Currently, we only have one silver white 12C and one white Purosang in the showroom. These 2 vehicles, one was an elegant supercar, the other an FUV, which was essentially an SUV. FUV was a new term coined by Ferrari itself. The reason Chen Yuan chose these 2 was because both models came equipped with a V12 engine, making them the current flagship offerings. I'll take both. Swipe the card, Chen Yuan said. The salesperson was stunned once more. It was truly a first meeting someone who bought cars like this. However, the Ferrari salesperson's reaction was no slower than the Rolls-Royce one. After asking Chen Yuan to sit, he too jogged off to prepare the contract. Afraid that such a God-sent customer might slip away, Chen Yuan was genuinely pressed for time. There were still 3 more dealerships to visit, and closing time was rapidly approaching. Tomorrow was the start of semester, and there would surely be a mountain of things to attend to. Who knew how busy he'd be? When would he find time to buy cars? He had the salesperson deliver both cars to Shenzhen Bay No. 1, then hurried next door to Porsche. Do you have the 911 GT3 RS in stock? Chen Yuan asked. I'm sorry, sir, this model is not currently in stock. However, if you're willing to wait a few days, we can arrange delivery from another branch. I don't want to wait. Goodbye. Chen Yuan turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Time was life. He strode briskly into the AMG store, going through the same process, purchasing a samurai black Mercedes-AMG S63 Coupe, a dual-door four-seater sports car that was like a gentleman in a suit with a dark side exuding refined elegance. Finally, Chen Yuan entered the last dealership. This store was somewhat special. It was Brabus, not a car brand itself, but a car modification company that specialized in upgrading Mercedes, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, and other luxury vehicles. Chen Yuan had only ever seen Brabus online before. This was his first time actually encountering a Brabus showroom in real life. There wasn't a single one in all of the 3 northeastern provinces. Upon entering, some salespeople were already getting ready to clock out. But when a customer walked in, one of them still stepped forward to greet him. Chen Yuan's gaze was immediately captured by a massive off-road pickup truck displayed in the center of the showroom. It was truly enormous. The hood alone reached higher than the salesperson's shoulders. It was evident that this vehicle was based on the Mercedes G-Series, but with a modified front end that appeared even more domineering than an ordinary G-Wagon. It had been fitted with a bull bar, an elevated chassis, and off-road specific lights mounted on the roof. The gray-green exterior was neither overly ostentatious nor so understated as to be overlooked. Of course, given this vehicle's sheer size, it would be difficult to ignore on the road regardless. "This car is impressive. Is it for sale?" Chen Yuan asked. "Of course it is, sir," the salesperson replied enthusiastically. "What's this model called?" Chen Yuan had already prepared a list of cars to purchase back in his hometown, which explained why he had been so decisive and targeted at each dealership. However, this vehicle fell outside his plans. This car was an unexpected target, touching upon Chen Yuan's blind spot in knowledge. This is the Brabus XLP 800 Super Black. It's a super pickup that Brabus created based on the G6344, limited to only 10 units worldwide. Chen Yuan didn't ask why the Super Black came in gray-green. Because just like with Rolls-Royce's black badge versions, though both have black in the name, it doesn't mean the paint is black. Instead, it means the accessories are black, such as the wheels, badges, and the Spirit of Ecstasy. All receive the blackout treatment. This vehicle's off-road capability is exceptional. With the upgraded chassis, it can wade through water up to 1.5 meters deep. The bored-out 4-liter V8 engine can unleash 900 horsepower. Chen Yuan had no interest in these specifications. Only those who couldn't afford it and the professionals would obsess over such figures. Real, everyday consumers went with their gut feeling. And this vehicle resonated deeply with Chen Yuan's instincts. Just earlier, he had been wondering which of his 4 new luxury cars he should drive tomorrow for the start of semester. Now there was no need to deliberate any further. This one, no need for the details. "Go prepare the contract," Chen Yuan said. "Full payment." The salesperson studied Chen Yuan for a moment. The young man was dressed impeccably, everything from top-tier luxury brands, yet his accessories were minimal, no prominent jewelry or watches. This made the salesperson question Chen Yuan's purchasing power. "Sir, this vehicle all-inclusive comes to 12.6 million, the salesperson reminded him. Chen Yuan couldn't help but say, "You Brabus folks really are ruthless. I just left AMG. A G63 was only 3 million. You modify it, and the price quadruples. All right, 12 million is nothing. I can afford it. Go prepare the contract." "Very well, sir. Please have a seat for a moment," the salesperson said. "Shall we come here? Bring our VIP refreshments and champagne for this gentleman." "I don't drink. A Coke will do," Chen Yuan said. The salesperson responded, "Of course, sir. Would you like Coca-Cola or Pepsi?" "You could choose. Coca-Cola." "Very well, sir. Please wait just a moment." Soon Chen Yuan signed another car purchase contract and swiped his card once more. The astonishment in the salesperson's eyes was practically overflowing. This was the day Chen Yuan had spent the most since acquiring the system. He had purchased an apartment and 5 cars. The apartment was worth 300 million. The 5 cars were 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom BB version, 1 Ferrari 12-cylindry Spider, 1 Ferrari Purosang, 1 Mercedes MGS 63 Coupe, and 1 Brabus XLP 800 Super Black. The 5 cars totaled 44.6 million. Chen Yuan couldn't help but reflect once more. Money truly went a long way. After spending like this, he had only spent 350 million in a single day. Among the 5 cars, the most expensive was the Brabus XLP 800 at 12.6 million. Next was the Ferrari Purosang at 10.8 million, followed by the Ferrari 12C at 8.3 million. Though the Rolls-Royce carried a prestigious brand name, the car itself wasn't expensive, only 7.3 million. As for the AMG S63 Coupe, it was merely an afterthought, a purchase made simply because he happened to see the dealership and figured why not. Chen Yuan drove his Brabus XLP 844 directly onto the road. This pickup truck measured 5.332 mm in length and stood 2.296 mm tall. Driving it on the street, he sat high above the traffic with an unobstructed view that dominated everything in sight. An ordinary off-road vehicle reaching 1.8 meters in height was already considered a large vehicle, yet this XLP 844 stood at almost 2.3 meters tall. Cruising down the road, it looked like a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage. Chen Yuan drove this off-road pickup back to the Raffles Hotel, accompanied by the roar of the engine. On the way, he drew endless looks of admiration. He spotted more than one passerby pulling out their phones and pointing their cameras at him. Back at the hotel, he parked the car himself and made his way to the presidential suite. After all, he had paid $150,000 for the room. There was no way he would let it go unused. He ordered McDonald's takeout for a late-night snack, scrolled through Douyin for a while, and then washed up and went to sleep. Saturday, August 31st. An auspicious day for marriage, consecration, worshipping ancestors, and prayer. Inauspicious for digging wells, breaking ground, installing stoves, and haircuts. Chen Yuan rose early and changed his clothes. Underneath, he wore an LV white t-shirt. Over it, a light gray baseball jacket adorned with LV's cartoon prints and English lettering, giving off a distinctly street-style vibe. As for pants, he chose a pair of dark gray wide-leg trousers with a strong sense of design, and on his feet were white and blue chunky sneakers. As the saying goes, fine clothes make the man. With this outfit, Chen Yuan perfectly overlapped with the image people had of a rich second-generation heir. Chen Yuan was not like those novel protagonists who were loaded with money, yet still wore bargain clothes. He wanted his wealth to be plain to see, so that one glance at him would tell you he was a rich heir, not some loser. Facing the full-length mirror, Chen Yuan struck a few poses utterly smug. They say looks are the best fashion item of all. With a get-up like mine, I could totally be a model. Grabbing his car keys, Chen Yuan first went to the breakfast restaurant for a simple meal. After breakfast, when he reached the hotel lobby, the butler had already brought his luggage downstairs. There were 2 suitcases in total, one filled with clothes and shoes, the other packed with quilts, pillows, and bedsheets. After checking out, the butler escorted Chen Yuan all the way to the parking lot and secured the suitcases in the pickup truck's bed. With everything settled, the butler bowed and said, "Mr. Chen, thank you very much. We look forward to your next stay at Raffles Hotel." "Sure, next time for sure." Chen Yuan got into his Brabus XLP 800. His other cars were all parked in the underground garage by Lucy. He set the navigation and headed for Shenzhen University. The new semester registration was finally about to begin, and Chen Yuan felt a hint of excitement deep inside. He yearned for college life. The roads were somewhat congested, so he had to stop and go, wasting over 20 minutes before finally arriving at the school gate. On the road before the school gate, many cars were parked at the curbside. Parents helped students carry their luggage, while volunteers in red vests directed the bewildered freshmen. Chen Yuan drove straight up to the main entrance. Before he even lowered the window, the barrier gate rose automatically. Oh, he could actually drive the car inside. Chen Yuan drove directly into the campus. 2 rows of young trees lined both sides of the road, symmetrically forming a pedestrian path between them. Many students walked along it, carrying bags and pulling suitcases toward the interior. Some female students were already showing off their style, wearing ultra-short hot pants. Their long legs swayed in the sunlight, drawing the gazes of other students. Even while driving, Chen Yuan could not help but steal a few extra glances. Along the way, all he could feel was that the campus was enormous and its facilities were incredibly abundant. Just from what he could see, there were 3 outdoor swimming pools. Aside from that, there were so many beautiful girls. Many cars were parked along the internal campus roads. Chen Yuan found an empty spot parked, then went to the truck bed to pull out his 2 suitcases and join the crowd of freshmen. He had no idea how to get there. All he knew was that registration was at Mingda Building, but where exactly it was located, Chen Yuan had no clue. Following the crowd, he soon spotted Mingda Building not far ahead. The teaching buildings were quite imposing. Many of them appeared to be over a dozen stories tall. Compared to his old high school, this was what a real campus looked like. Chen Yuan quickly found the registration area of the School of Education, where senior students were busily working behind several tables. He soon located the registration desk for Class 1 of Education, staffed by 2 senior female students. Both were very pretty. Chen Yuan felt he had chosen the right major, even though he had been assigned to it through the adjustment process. One of the senior girls was rather short, no more than 1.55 meters tall, and quite flat-chested, but her facial features were adorable. A pink pair of long pants beneath a white t-shirt gave her an overwhelmingly girlish charm that made one want to tease her. A senior like that, if punched, she would probably cry for a long time, right? The other senior girl dressed more maturely, wearing a black bodycon pencil skirt. On her feet, however, were a pair of black flip-flops, her toenails painted in dark red polish, like 10 cherries of varying sizes. Her temperament was cold, and she had the look of someone not easy to get along with. Chen Yuan pulled his suitcase forward and said, "Hello, senior." Hello, junior. Are you here to register?" The cute senior girl asked while the other one remained silent. Chen Yuan nodded. "Yes, I'm from Class 1 of Education, and my name is Chen Yuan." Chen Yuan. Found it. The cute senior scanned through the name list, quickly found his name, and made an elegant little checkmark next to it. "We're your assigned senior guides. I'm Ouyang shouting, and she's Zhou Xinan. Just call us senior. This is your dormitory key. Your dorm is at the Lingxiao Palace, room 612. This is your dorm key, so don't lose it, okay?" Chen Yuan. "Our students at our Shenzhen University always this wild. They actually get to live in the Lingxiao Palace." Ouyang shouting sized up Chen Yuan, and then said with a smile, "Just kidding. The building is actually called Lingxiao Zhai, and we jokingly call it the Lingxiao Palace." Chen Yuan nodded. "Okay, thank you both of you. Student card top-ups and dormitory electricity payments are both done on the mini program. You know how to use that, right?" Chen Yuan nodded. "Yes. Then that's everything. Tonight at 7, there's a class meeting in room 1103, building A Huiwen building. Don't be late, okay? Oh, and also, add us on WeChat. I'll pull you into the class group. Chen Yuan took out his phone, added both senior girls as friends, and then joined the class group. The group name was Simple 24 Education Class 1. Can I go now? Chen Yuan asked. Yes, you can go. See you tonight, Junior. Ouyang shouting said. Chen Yuan stood up, pulled his 2 suitcases, and went to look for Ling Xiaozhai. It was summertime now, and the heat in Shenzhen was unbearable. After just a short walk, Chen Yuan was already starting to sweat. All he wanted was to find his dorm as quickly as possible and crank the air conditioning to 16 degrees. Zhou Xinan patted Ouyang, shouting on the shoulder. Hey, still staring. The junior is already gone, and you're still gawking. Wipe that lovesick grin off your face. Ouyang shouting snapped back to herself and suppressed her smile. This junior Chen Yuan is so handsome. I feel like he looks like Eddie Peng, and his physique seems amazing too. I wonder if he has 8-pack abs. You're such a lovesick fool. We came here as senior guides to earn credits, not to find you a boyfriend, Zhou Xinan said helplessly. So what? Earning credits and getting a boyfriend don't interfere with each other at all, Ouyang shouting huffed. I'm a senior guide, not a counselor. What's wrong with dating a junior? TSK, having you as a senior guide is the school's biggest mistake. It's no different from letting a sow into a vegetable patch. Zhou Xinan had a venomous tongue. The two were best friends, so Ouyang shouting was not angry. She simply shot back, you're the sow. You handle the freshman check-in for a bit. I want to send a message to junior Chen Yuan. After all, he just arrived on campus, so there must be plenty of things that need this senior's personal help. Despite looking cute and innocent, Ouyang shouting was actually quite proactive. Zhou Xinan rolled her eyes and only said, by the way, ask him if he wants to get a campus card. Chen Yuan had no free hand to check his phone. Both were busy hauling his luggage. Lingxiao Hall was not far, and he found it soon enough. The dormitory building had 13 floors, and his room was on the 6th. For elevators, not bad, not bad. This is what a top university should be. As soon as he stepped inside, a wave of cool air washed over him. The elevators in this school were air-conditioned. Could you believe it? He soon reached the 6th floor, walking down a bright corridor, brushing past a few students walking in pairs. Occasionally, an excited shout burst out from a dorm room he passed. So much energy. Chen Yuan soon found room 612. Standing before it, he inserted the key the senior student had given him into the lock and turned it with ease. He pushed open the door, and a small dorm room came into view. Compared to his room at home, the dorm was tiny. 2 beds lined each side, beds above desks with a ladder between each pair, and a small 2-door wardrobe beside each desk. The room was a bit cramped. Nothing but the 4 beds and the narrow walkway down the middle. At that moment, 2 people were standing in the middle of the room, one stout and one lean. Hearing the door open, the 2 looked over at once, and a 3rd person poked his head out from one of the beds. Among the 4 roommates, Chen Yuan had arrived last. Bro. The heavier one spoke first, warmly stepping forward to take Chen Yuan's suitcase. Bro, you're kinda handsome. Chen Yuan could not help but curl his lips into a smile. No thanks, bro, I've got it. No worries, I'll help. I'm Li Xiang. Li Xiang was only about 1.7 meters tall, but he looked like he weighed a good 135 kilos, round as a ball, yet fair-skinned and clean, with a pleasant scent of cologne lingering on him. He was an endearing little fatty, neatly groomed, not slovenly but comical in a likable way. I'm Chen Yuan. The other person standing there was about 1.78 meters, lean and sturdy, wearing a vest. The muscles along his arms were sharply defined. His biceps looked strong enough to crush an egg. I'm Lin Hanjuan from Shanghai. The one lying in bed also waved a hand. Lu Rui. After the brief introductions, Chen Yuan opened his suitcase and began making his bed, putting his clothes and shoes into the wardrobe. Dude, pretty loaded, huh? All LV. Even your suitcase is LV. Li Xiang sidled over and said, a bit of family wealth. Chen Yuan smiled. By the way, do you guys smoke? Li Xiang nodded. Yeah. Lin Hanjun shook his head. I don't. Lu Rui raised his hand. I do. Don't worry, bro, we'll smoke out on the balcony. A big balcony like that. What else would it be for? Li Xiang said. Chen Yuan nodded. All right, bro. Consider it for others and yourself. I smoke a little now and then too. Li Xiang nodded eagerly and pulled out a red and white pack from his pocket. Exactly, consider it for others and yourself. Want a laccoon? Chen Yuan waved his hand. Now let me put my stuff away first. All right, I'll help. Li Xiang helped Chen Yuan organize everything. Clothes into the wardrobe, sheets onto the bed, and the suitcase out to the balcony. Back inside, Li Xiang looked at Chen Yuan's spotless desk, then at his own cluttered one, and could not help saying, bro, did you forget to bring something? Chen Yuan was puzzled. What? Your computer? Where's your computer? Chen Yuan looked at the perfectly clean desk. Right? Where the hell was his computer? Damn, I forgot to bring it. Chen Yuan said, utterly crushed. He had packed and arranged everything before coming. Except the one thing he could not live without. How could you even go to college without a computer? It might not be needed for studying, but it was definitely essential for gaming. Li Xiang said, have your parents mail it over. Are they far? Not far, Chen Yuan said. They're in Harbin. Li Xiang. That was not far. It's fine. I'll just buy one now, Chen Yuan said. I'll order it on JD.com, and it'll arrive the same day. Besides, my old computer was due for retirement anyway. He was not planning to buy a desktop mainly because it would take longer to arrive and the school might not even let a technician come in to install the tower. Besides, the dorm space was limited to a desktop would not fit. He decided to buy a top-tier gaming laptop and then an external monitor, saving space while still having plenty of performance. Chen Yuan placed the order right away. A Lenovo Legion creation with the best graphics card and processor on the market. Never mind 3A titles, it could handle AI training or even crypto mining. An 80,000 yuan laptop. Other than the price, it probably had no flaws. Then he added a 600Hz Zowie monitor, a fully modded Wooting magnetic switch keyboard, a Logitech GPW5 mouse, and a wireless gaming headset. Finally, an artisan mousepad. For FPS gaming, this setup was absolutely maxed out. Best of all, with major brands on JD.com, there was no waiting. Order in the morning, arrival by afternoon. While Chen Yuan was placing his orders, the other three had finished fixing up the dorm and were chatting. Li Xiang said mysteriously, "Let me tell you something amazing." Lu Rui poked his head out. "What?" Li Xiang grinned. "In our class, we're the only 4 guys. The rest are all girls. It's gonna be amazing. We can hit on any of them." Lu Rui lay back on his bed staring at the ceiling. "Amazing. Do you know what 4 guys means?" Li Xiang, "It means a bigger chance of finding a girlfriend." Lu Rui said, "No, it means we can never skip class. With only 4 guys, the teacher will instantly notice if one of us is missing. We'll have to go to every single class like obedient students. Not a single one we can ditch. While others are blasting the AC and gaming in their dorms, we'll be stuck in the classroom like prisoners." "What's wrong with class? Isn't class a good thing?" Li Xiang said, puzzled. "Besides, college has way fewer classes than high school. Should be pretty easy, right?" Lu Rui shook his head. "No point explaining it to someone who's never been to college. You'll understand when you get there." Li Xiang curled his lip. "We're all freshmen. It's not like you've been to college either." Lu Rui popped his head out again, suddenly interested, insisting on debating Li Xiang. "I have actually been to college. I got into a second-tier university before, went for 3 months, then couldn't stand that crappy school anymore, dropped out, and retook the Gaokao." All 3 of them turned to look at Lu Rui. Li Xiang said, "Really? You actually did that?" "Absolutely true. I got into Shenyang Ligong University back then. The people there were actually pretty nice, but the showers were in a big public bathhouse, completely open. You know what I mean? No partitions at all. Everyone bare in front of everyone. I really couldn't handle it. Plus the major I was assigned to was bad, so I dropped out, retook the exam, and got into Shenzhen University." Li Xiang clicked his tongue. "Nice. Most people take the exam once and are just glad to be ashore, but you jumped back into the water and did it all over again. With that kind of grit, I'm sure you'll succeed at anything." Lu Rui rolled his eyes, pulled his head back, and flopped onto his bed, clearly an old hand at life. The other 3 below kept chatting. Li Xiang giggled in a slightly goofy way. "Hey, those 2 senior girls who helped us register today. Damn, they were gorgeous. If all the girls in our class are that good-looking, we're gonna be in heaven. You'll know how good-looking they are at tonight's class meeting," Lin Hanjun said. "A piece of advice: if you want a girlfriend, run for a class committee position. That way you'll have plenty of chances to interact with them." Li Xiang thought about it and found it reasonable. "All right, I'll give it a shot tonight. You guys vote for me, got it? Once I win, I'll treat you all to a big meal." Chen Yuan sat on the chair, finding the school-issued one rather uncomfortable. He then placed an order online for an ergonomic chair worth over 40,000 yuan. Most gaming chairs are simply overpriced gimmicks. Chen Yuan had more money than he could spend, but his intelligence was perfectly intact. Naturally, he would never choose some so-called professional gaming chair. An ergonomic chair proven by countless office workers suited his needs far better. He glanced at WeChat and noticed quite a few messages. Zhang Yue had sent her usual greeting asking if she could help with anything on his first day of school. Chen Yuan replied that there was no need. Wu Yiwei had also messaged him, proudly boasting that her semester didn't start until September 15th. To his surprise, senior sister Ouyang, whom he had just added, had also sent him several messages. "Junior, have you reached the dorm? How are your roommates? There are only 4 boys in your class, so you'll be in the same group for all group assignments. Make sure to get along well. I remember that dormitory building of yours has a refrigerator and a microwave. You're much better off than us girls. We don't have anything like that over here." Chen Yuan replied to each message one by one. He hadn't expected his senior sister to be so warm-hearted and caring toward her junior. He assumed she had sent the same messages to everyone. After all, as the senior student in charge of their class, it was her responsibility to help the newly enrolled juniors settle smoothly into campus life. The moment Chen Yuan replied, she responded instantly. "Have you finished unpacking?" A cute meme of a cat lifting its head followed right after. "Yes, just finished tidying up." "All right. Remember to top up your student card. Just a small amount is enough. Other than taking showers, you can pay for meals and snacks directly with WeChat Pay. You won't really need the student card." "Okay, thank you, senior sister. Oh, don't be so polite. What can I say? You're my junior after all. If anything comes up, you must tell me." "All right, thank you, senior sister." At the registration desk in Mingda Hall, Ouyang, shouting, scratched her hair in frustration. She wasn't sure whether the heat or Chen Yuan's replies were to blame. She turned to Zhou Xinan and pointed at herself. "Xinan, do you think I'm pretty?" Zhou Xinan gave her a once-over. "Aside from being a bit short, a little flat-chested, and dressing kind of sloppy, you're not bad." With each word Zhou Xinan said, Ouyang, shouting, shrank her neck a little more. After she finished, Ouyang shouting raised her head again and stubbornly insisted, I'm going for the cute look. I'm so mad. I only came here to earn some credit, so I didn't bother dressing up. Who would have thought I'd run into such a handsome junior? And he's so aloof. When I message him on WeChat, he just replies with a few words, nothing but okay and sure. Little did Chen Yuan know his polite responses were being labeled as cold and distant. Zhou Xinan let out a snort. That junior is handsome and rich. Isn't it only natural that he wouldn't be into you? I can tell he's handsome, but how can you tell he's rich? Zhou Xinan said, look at his outfit. He's wearing head-to-toe LV, and even his suitcase is LV. That one outfit of his is worth a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Really? I was too busy staring at his face to pay attention to his clothes. Just thinking about Chen Yuan's handsome looks made Ouyang shouting giggle foolishly. A junior this rich and this handsome is an absolute top-tier quality guy. I've got to step up my game before anyone else makes a move. Once the semester officially starts, those junior girls in his class might lose their composure and go for him. The junior girls are still young. They can't handle a guy this handsome. Better let this senior sister take charge. Zhou Xinan shook her head. In her view, Ouyang shouting was nothing but an empty talker who had never been in a relationship before. She wouldn't know the first thing about flirting and could only squeal in front of her. Folding a few sheets of paper together to fan herself, Zhou Xinan let her gaze drift to her phone. A guy this high quality. You wouldn't be able to hold on to him anyway, bestie. Let me handle it. Zhou Xinan directly sent Chen Yuan a WeChat message. Hi, Junior. Don't leave after the class meeting ends. I need your help with something. Come help me out. The computer Chen Yuan ordered arrived quickly. All the packages were left at the campus parcel station by the courier. There was no way he could carry them all by himself, so all 4 roommates headed out together to haul the packages back. Shop on JD.com. Fast delivery guaranteed. Chen Yuan placed his order in the morning, and everything arrived by afternoon. The computer monitor, peripherals, and ergonomic chair. The 4 of them barely managed to carry everything upstairs. Back in room 612, Chen Yuan opened each package one by one and set everything up. He used a monitor arm to mount his Huawei display, allowing the screen to move freely and be adjusted to the most comfortable position. Then he placed the laptop in the corner of the desk, secured with a stand to save space. Finally, he took out the Ting keyboard, the Artisan Zero mousepad, the GPW mouse, and the wireless headphones one by one. He connected the cables, and everything was done. Finally, Chen Yuan sat down in his ergonomic chair and clapped his hands. Perfect. The joy of unboxing. What a pleasure. Especially with these top-tier peripherals and the laptop, all packaged so exquisitely. The moment you open the box, that instant of revelation is pure bliss. No less than the thrill of opening an iPhone box for the first time. The other 3 stared in awe, growing more and more astonished as Chen Yuan unboxed each item. Bro, is this how you set up a computer? They glanced back at their own desks. Apart from Li Xiang, who had connected an external monitor, the other 2 only had a simple laptop. And these peripherals, they're way too top tier, aren't they, eh? Is this roommate of ours just completely shameless with his spending? Buying all this stuff just like that? Chen Yuan, are you planning to go pro or something? Li Xiang asked. As Chen Yuan powered on his computer, he said, my stats can hit rock bottom, and my aim can miss the broadside of a barn, but my peripherals must be top of the line. Lin Hanjun delivered the cutting remark, a bad worker blames his tools. His comment sent Li Xiang and Lu Rui into fits of laughter. Chen Yuan, considering that Lin Hanjun had just helped him carry his stuff, decided not to argue, and instead changed the subject. Do you guys play CS or Valorant? Of course we do, said Li Xiang. Lu Rui nodded as well, since he also played. Lin Hanjun, however, shook his head. I don't play FPS games. Then what do you play? League of Legends. Lin Hanjun shook his head again. No, I play FIFA. What's FIFA? Chen Yuan asked. Li Xiang explained, it's a soccer game. Chen Yuan looked at Lin Hanjun's build and thought he really did have the frame for soccer, short and stocky. If he played striker, wouldn't he just send opposing defenders flying? Nice man. We should play soccer together sometime, even though I don't know how to play, Chen Yuan said. He then turned to Li Xiang and Lu Rui. Wait for me to download CS and Valorant. Once they're ready, let's run a couple of matches. Li Xiang responded, okay. Lu Rui, who had been about to climb into bed, changed his mind and opened his laptop instead. Alright, I'll warm up my aim first. The campus network was surprisingly fast. Sitting in his ergonomic chair, Chen Yuan quickly downloaded Steam and WeGame, then proceeded to download CS and Valorant. Chen Yuan was quite satisfied with his first day of registration. His roommates were all great people and easy to get along with. The dormitory itself was excellent too. Bed above, desk below, a separate wet and dry bathroom, plus a refrigerator, washing machine, microwave, and an air conditioner running at 16 degrees. Best of all, the dorm bed was huge. It measured 1.2 meters wide by 2 meters long, a vast improvement over the 90-centimeter bed he'd had in high school. Add to that his top-tier computer setup, premium peripherals, and the maximally comfortable chair. This wasn't a dormitory. This was an esports hotel. After downloading the game, Chen Yuan, Li Xiang, and Lu Rui decided to play a round of CS. On the 4th round, Chen Yuan pulled out an AWP. Brand new contraband Dragon Lore, complete with a Titan sticker. Priced at 2.2 million RMB. Holy shit. Dragon Lore. Is that a Dragon Lore? Chen Yuan, brother Yuan, my godfather. Throw me one too, I beg you. Bro, throw me a butterfly knife as well. Miami gloves, ruby butterfly knife plus this dragon lore. Your stash could have easily bought my life. Chen Yuan skillfully distributed a knife to each of them, smiling. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Although Chen Yuan's inventory was now massive with top-tier skins on every gun and knife. But his skills were rubbish. After all, he had spent his previous years preparing for the college entrance exam and hardly had any time to game. As for his rank, he had achieved perfect S, the highest standard tier in the game. It wasn't because he was good, it was because he hired companion players daily. During the summer vacation at home, bored out of his mind, he booked 4 top-tier escorts every day to carry him up the ranks, and had even brought on streamers. Though the streamers were somewhat arrogant and lacked emotional warmth, so they didn't provide as satisfying an experience as regular companions. With companion players, if Chen Yuan missed his shots, they'd say, "What a waste, bro. My bad this round. Next time I'll go unarmored and feed you an AK kill." If Chen Yuan landed a hit, they'd say, "Bro, you're insane. This round was all thanks to you." As for female companions, they'd call him Gidge, constantly in sweet voices, while still being skilled, maximizing the gaming experience. After all, when hiring companions, winning wasn't the point, making the boss feel good was. What Chen Yuan hadn't expected was that both Lu Rui and Li Xiang were already S-rank players, with Li Xiang even reaching Diamond S, an absolute hardcore gamer. Li Xiang also had some CS inventory, though nothing as extravagant as a dragon lore or a factory new Doppler butterfly knife. He owned a slightly worn legendary butterfly knife and a few guns and gloves worth 1,000 yuan or so. From observation, Chen Yuan could tell Li Xiang's family was fairly well off, while Lu Rui was more average. His AK was a well-worn red line with no gloves and no knife skin. The entire afternoon, the three of them kept playing CS. And then, 5 losses in a row. From their initial confidence and ambition to reach Demon King S together, to later shaking their heads in disbelief, to wildly scratching their hair, and finally dissolving into a single collective sigh. Chen Yuan took off his headset and set it beside the keyboard. Fuck, we didn't win a single round. Looking at his 0.11 rating, Chen Yuan felt the urge to smash his computer. This was almost personified failure. Li Xiang rubbed his ears, which ached from wearing headphones for too long, and rattled off 100 excuses. The campus network is lagging, the air conditioning made my hands cold, I'm not in the zone, I stayed up late yesterday, my mouse is trashed, the enemy team is smuffing, someone's hacking. His condition was slightly better than Chen Yuan's, but only marginally, barely any better at all, with a rating of just 0.47. Lu Rui wasn't faring any better. His rating was somewhat higher at 0.5. The three brothers couldn't even claim a single positive match record among them. They could only be described as 3 inhuman beings. After losing all afternoon, all 3 had been thoroughly cracked. Not playing anymore, fuck. Chen Yuan shoved his mouse aside and cursed. Then let's call it quits, Li Xiang said, standing up and stretching his limbs. I think I need to buy an ergonomic chair. The ones provided by the school are killing my ass. I can barely feel my own butt anymore. Lin Hanjun patted Li Xiang's rear end. Is it numb? Let me see. Li Xiang slapped her hand away and retorted angrily. Get lost, you freak. Remember, you're from Shanghai, not Chengdu. Lin Hanjun withdrew her hand and said, just kidding. Since you guys aren't gaming anymore, let's go to the cafeteria. Chen Yuan glanced at his phone. It was already 6 in the evening. So he stood up as well and said, let's go? Now that you mention it, I'm actually kinda hungry. Hold on. Li Xiang stopped them, then quickly changed out of his clothes, pulled a handsome outfit from his wardrobe, slipped on his shoes, and sprayed some perfume on his neck. To be fair, with Li Xiang's build, pulling off an extraordinarily handsome look was impossible. But at least he was pale and clean, not sloppy. Nothing to dislike about him. Lu Rui hadn't bothered changing and wore whatever he'd been wearing. Lin Hanjun, meanwhile, was still in his tank top, exposing 2 muscular arms. With arm size like that, you'd need at least 2.5 years of training to achieve it. The 4 roommate squad stepped out together, walking across campus without drawing a single second glance. In novels, Chen Yuan had always read about dramatic campus romance between the prettiest girl and handsomest boy. But after arriving at university for just 1 day and hearing Lu Rui's explanation, Chen Yuan finally understood. There were no campus queens or campus kings in university. Nobody cared about anyone's love life, unless it involved some absolutely scandalous drama from a scumbag. According to Lu Rui, who had attended university before, there were no campus beauties or heartthrobs. The only true celebrities on campus were the stray cats. The campus wall never posted about which beauty wore what that day or which rich kid drove which car. Instead, it only shared stories about stolen food deliveries, secondhand marketplace transactions, some asshole doing something insufferably outrageous, and various gossip. Of course, there were also carpooling and group buy posts for concerts. On campus, nobody cared about handsome guys and pretty girls dating. They only cared about outrageous gossip. The 4 of them went to the cafeteria for a meal. The food wasn't expensive. A satisfying meal with meat, vegetables, and enough to get full cost, only 15 yuan per person on average, and the taste was actually quite good. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them headed toward Huiwen building. Li Xiang, being heavy-set, got tired after just a few steps. This campus is huge. I'm gonna have to wake up insanely early for 8 a.m. classes. The best universities are the old rundown ones right in the city center, Lu Rui said. Classes start at 8:20. You can wake up at 8:00, and the moment you exit the gate, you're at a shopping district. As someone attending university for the second time, he knew exactly what he was talking about. Li Xiang wiped away his sweat. Our university is in the city center too, and there's a commercial area nearby, but why is our campus so ridiculously huge? It's exhausting. Just where the hell is Hui Wen building? Almost there. It's the building right ahead. Stepping into the elevator and feeling the air conditioning, Li Xiang finally felt alive again. The four of them arrived at room 1103 on the 11th floor, and the moment they entered the classroom, it felt as though they'd stumbled into a kingdom of women. Girls. All girls. By now about a dozen students had already scattered across the seats, and every single one of them was female. Just as Chen Yuan had made an effort to dress sharper, and Li Xiang had spritzed on some cologne, many of the girls had also put special effort into their appearance on the first day of school. Some wore ultra-short shorts with crop tops dressed to stay cool. Others sported JK uniforms with white socks and leather shoes. One girl was even wearing a short skirt paired with high heels. Li Xiang's gaze swept across the room quickly, his heart racing with excitement. This major was absolutely the right choice. So many beauties. While some girls had only average looks, the vast majority had learned to do their makeup and dress up after graduating high school. He genuinely couldn't spot many ugly ones. By Li Xiang's scoring standards, most girls in the class could be called pretty. As for top-tier beauties, he only spotted one. A girl sitting in the front row, quietly chatting with the classmate beside her. That girl had fair, luminous skin. Even from a distance, one could sense how delicate and tender her complexion was. Her oval face had soft contours, and her long, straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her features were exquisitely refined, her slightly pink lips small and charming. She carried an aura of quiet elegance. Li Xiang nudged Chen Yuan with his chubby elbow, squinting his already narrow eyes, and gesturing with his gaze for Chen Yuan to take a look. Chen Yuan followed his gaze. Wow, a solid 99. 9 out of 100. The four of them settled into the window-side seats in the last row, a long horizontal table that could seat exactly four. Chen Yuan nudged Li Xiang and said, "Why don't you sit up front? Sitting in the back, just waste your perfume when only us guys can smell it." Li Xiang rubbed his hands together. "I don't dare." Chen Yuan silently mocked him. All talk, no courage. A complete loser, wasn't he? What a waste of those AJ1 Dior collab sneakers. Even a pair worth over 40,000 followed you around and suffered in silence. Tisk fine. After waiting a while, more classmates arrived one after another. Not a single boy, all girls. Soon the counselor arrived. She was a woman who looked about 26 or 27 with black-framed glasses, light makeup, and a high ponytail. Her features were not particularly striking, but she seemed easy to get along with. Dressed plainly in a short-sleeved shirt and trousers, she said nothing upon entering, simply counting heads in silence. Once the number was confirmed, she opened her laptop, logged into WeChat, and brought up the PPT and projector. Her name appeared on the screen: He Yun. Ahem, hello everyone. I'm your counselor, He Yun. Just call me Teacher He. Hello, Teacher He. A chorus of uncoordinated greetings rose from the audience. He Yun waited until all the students had finished greeting her before continuing. Our class has 40 people in total, 4 boys and 36 girls. I'm glad none of you are late today. Another spattering of applause followed. Once it died down, He Yun went on, for the coming year, I'll be in charge of your class. Whether it's academic or personal matters, you can come to me or to your 2 senior student mentors. He Yun beckoned toward the doorway. Ouyang Xiaoding and Zhou Xinan walked into the classroom, taking light girlish steps while turning sideways to greet the students. Hello, seniors. Another round of greetings filled the room. Chen Yuan keenly noticed that Ouyang Xiaoding had changed outfits. She now wore a light blue long-sleeve top with sheer semi-transparent sleeves paired with a small white skirt. Her fair slender legs were not particularly long, and she finished the look with stacked socks and leather shoes. A classic cute girl outfit. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinan beside her still wore that same body-hugging skirt, those same flip-flops, and those 10 little cherry red toes. You should have already met the 2 senior students when you registered. For the next semester, they'll be with us, helping you get familiar with college life as quickly as possible. The class schedule is available on both the mini program and the student website, so you can check it yourselves. Now, does anyone have any questions? Seeing that nobody had questions, He Yun clicked the left mouse button and advanced the PPT to the next page, which displayed the class committee positions available for election. 1 class president, 2 vice presidents, 1 youth league branch secretary, and also the academic committee member, discipline committee member, publicity committee member, and, most importantly, the psychology committee member. Now then, please raise your hand if you'd like to run for class president. There was a moment of silence, and then hands went up immediately, including one from that elegant, refined girl. Perhaps because the girl seemed warm and approachable, or because she was sitting in the front row, counselor, He Yun called on her first. The girl walked to the stage with no trace of stage fright. Without clearing her throat or adjusting herself, she spoke directly. Hello everyone, my name is Li Ying, and I'm 18 years old. The position I want to run for is class president. Throughout all 3 years of high school, I served as class president, so I know how to support my classmates, and I genuinely enjoy doing so. Also, I joined the youth league back in high school. Blah blah blah. Chen Yuan hadn't expected such a long campaign speech just for class president. Though Li Ying's voice was crisp and clear, he still found it somewhat dull. Li Xiang, on the other hand, was completely absorbed, craning his neck and staring at Li Ying without blinking. When Li Ying finished her introduction and campaign speech and stepped down from the stage, the classmates around her broke into spontaneous applause. Chen Yuan turned to Lu Rui and asked, "Hey, what's the point of being on the class committee anyway?" Lu Rui lowered her voice and said, "If you're planning to join the party, get guaranteed postgraduate admission, win scholarships, or be selected for awards, then being on the committee is pretty useful. But if you don't care about any of that and just want to coast through, then don't bother getting involved. There's tons of work and it's exhausting." As expected of someone who had already been through college once, he knew his stuff. Chen Yuan nodded. "All right, then I'll skip it." Scholarship. Chen Yuan truly couldn't care less about that. He had just received 710 million renminbi into his account today and had no idea how to spend it yet. As for guaranteed postgraduate admission, he didn't have such long-term plans at the moment. Lu Rui and Lin Hanjun also had no intention of joining in. But Li Xiang wanted to get involved. He raised his hand and insisted on running for a committee position. He couldn't run for positions like Youth League branch secretary because he wasn't a league member. He could only go for something like psychology committee member or academic committee member. Next, many students who hoped to join the class committee went up one after another to give their self-introductions and campaign speeches. But aside from Li Ying's speech leaving some impression, Chen Yuan couldn't even remember the names of the vast majority of candidates. Soon it was Li Xiang's turn to go on stage. When he was waiting for his turn, he noticed that most positions had plenty of candidates, while the class president race had someone like Li Ying whom he clearly couldn't beat. So Li Xiang chose the position with the fewest competitors, psychology committee member. Psychology committee member, huh? Perfect for caring about the psychological well-being of the girls in our class. Who else but me? Li Xiang psyched himself up. But the moment he stepped onto the stage and saw so many pairs of eyes fixed on him, his stage fright got the better of him. Even his voice began to tremble. Hello everyone, my name is Li Xiang. Thankfully, there were no African international students in the class, or saying that in America or Africa might have gotten him beaten up. I want to run for psychology committee member, and The three in the audience all lowered their heads at once. Too painful to watch. That guy had a whole arsenal of smooth talk back in the dorm, so why was he suddenly such a stammerer on stage? Even the counselor couldn't help whispering a few words of encouragement. At that moment, Li Xiang's mind was completely blank. In high school, he had never held any class position. He'd just studied alongside everyone else, coasted through the days, never learned public speaking, and never spoken in front of such a large crowd. He had no idea how to continue. Finally, all he managed to squeeze out was, "I hope everyone will vote for me." Then he hurried off the stage. Back in his seat, Li Xiang gasped for air. He had been so flustered that tears almost sprang to his eyes, and now he felt so embarrassed he could claw the floor with his toes. Chen Yuan couldn't help comforting him. "It's fine, bro. We've got your back. Your vote's guaranteed, don't worry." Li Xiang strained to keep a smile, but it looked worse than crying. "Thanks, Yuan." "No problem. It's the least I could do." Seeing no one else come up to run, Yun sent a few polls to the class group chat. Fair and open. Those with the most votes would become committee members. Aside from deliberately voting for Li Ying and Li Xiang, Chen Yuan picked the rest of his votes purely by how much he liked people's looks, since he hadn't remembered any of them anyway. Soon the results came out. Unsurprisingly, Li Ying was elected class president. After all, school had just started, and the students still didn't know each other well, so they could only vote for whoever seemed appealing to the eye. Without a doubt, looks were the biggest competitive advantage at times like this. The other committee members were also chosen with no tied votes. What surprised Chen Yuan and the others was that Li Xiang managed to defeat his opponent by a razor-thin margin of 1 vote. Chen Yuan patted Li Xiang's fleshy shoulder. "Not bad, bro. You got yourself an official position." Li Xiang scratched the back of his head. "I never expected to actually get elected. I thought I had no shot just now." Under normal circumstances, he truly would have had no chance. What he didn't know was that the girl he had competed against got into an argument with her dorm mate, and for other reasons also argued with students from the neighboring dorm, losing everyone's goodwill. Those girls all ended up casting their votes for Li Xiang. However, none of the 4 knew anything about this. They only felt it was great that at least one guy had made it onto the class committee to serve as an inside ally. After the class meeting ended, Li Ying was called away by Yun. Zhou Xinan also sent Ouyang shouting off on an errand. "Ouyang, go with the counselor and ask if there's anything they need us to help with during the military training." "You're not coming." Zhou Xinan casually made an excuse. "My stomach feels a bit off. I'll head back to the dorm first." Ouyang shouting suspected nothing. She nodded, left the classroom, and followed the counselor. The other students in the classroom were also making their way out. Li Xiang stretched his back, completely forgetting the awkwardness he had just felt on the podium. "Let's go, brothers. Back to the dorm to keep grinding. I refuse to believe we can't rank up today. Let's go." Lu Rui said as well. He had been losing all afternoon, and if he didn't win it back tonight, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep. Chen Yuan did not stand up. He stayed in his chair. "You two go on ahead. I have something to do in a bit." Li Xiang was puzzled and asked without thinking, "What is it? Is it more important than us ranking up?" Chen Yuan did not hide it. "Senior Zhou asked me to stay. It seems she wants my help with something." "What the hell? Really? Are you serious?" Li Xiang and Lu Rui both jumped as if they had been scalded by hot water. "Yuan Ji, you can't joke about something like this. Is that IC senior really asking you to stay alone?" Li Xiang asked, his composure utterly shattered. You don't fear a brother leading a hard life. You fear a brother driving a Land Rover. If Chen Yuan actually got together with the senior, Li Xiang would truly lose it. Li Xiang didn't care whether he himself had a girlfriend, but seeing his good brother Chen Yuan get a taste of the high life would make Li Xiang miserable. Chen Yuan nodded. No joke. It's true, but probably not what you're imagining. She just asked me to stay and help. Li Xiang muttered, just to help. Then can I stay? Lin Hanjun grabbed Li Xiang's short, thick neck. The senior didn't ask you to stay. Why are you staying? Hurry back to the dorm. Then, as if carrying a little chick, she dragged Li Xiang out of the classroom. Before leaving, she also called out, Old Lu, hurry up and go. Coming. Lu Rui quickly followed. Chen Yuan remained in the last row and only walked to the front once the classroom was empty. Zhou Xinan sat in the first row waiting for him, wearing a nonchalant expression. What exactly did she call him here for? Chen Yuan couldn't figure it out. He sat down beside Zhou Xinan and said, Senior, what is it? Zhou Xinan turned her head, and a faint smile appeared on her cold face. Zhou Xinan had one of those world-weary faces, very cold, as if she found everything contemptible and irritating. Now that she was smiling, she exuded a frosty, stunning charm. Chen Yuan only felt that even her smile made her seem hard to get along with. Junior, what exactly are you expecting? Zhou Xinan's voice sounded from beside him. This was the second time Chen Yuan had heard Zhou Xinan's voice. The first was earlier when the two senior girls introduced themselves. During registration, Zhou Xinan had not spoken a single word. Chen Yuan was taken aback. What did she mean? What was he expecting? A line like that out of nowhere. Was she flirting with him? Chen Yuan was not dense. About 80% of the suggestive meaning behind her words did not escape him. He had not expected that such an aloof senior would be that kind of person. Refusing to fall into the trap, Chen Yuan countered, Senior, then what are you expecting? Of course I'm expecting you, Junior, Zhou Xinan said openly. So bold. Is this what college students are like? Seeing Chen Yuan's expression, Zhou Xinan felt pleased and couldn't help thinking to herself. Learn from this little Ouyang. Sending caring WeChat messages is useless. Only by doing what I do can you win over a handsome rich junior. Still, she had to control the pace and not let the junior think she was a loose girl. Before Chen Yuan could answer, Zhou Xinan continued, Do you know when the military training is? Military training? Chen Yuan had no idea. Sorry, he hadn't really read the freshman handbook. Zhou Xinan nodded. Your freshman military training is the 2 weeks before National Day, October 1st. That is from September 16th to September 27th. Chen Yuan nodded. So what did military training have to do with him? He'd just train along with everyone else. Although he was wealthy, he had never planned to make a spectacle of special privileges at school. Don't say I didn't warn you, military training is extremely tiring. Every year, many people get heat stroke. It starts at 6 in the morning and lasts until 6 in the evening, with only 2 hours of rest in between. The more Zhou Xinan talked, the more confused Chen Yuan became. What did any of this have to do with him? Senior, what exactly are you trying to say? Chen Yuan couldn't help asking. Zhou Xinan placed her slender fingers on Chen Yuan's shoulder and, suppressing the strange flutter in her heart, said, Every year after military training, there's a freshman party. Do you have any special talent? That way you can legitimately skip the military training and still earn credits. While everyone else is outside under the sun, you can stay in the training hall and enjoy the air conditioning. When you finish performing, you'll even get extra credits. So isn't your senior good to you? Only then did Chen Yuan understand why the senior had called him over. If it was really as Zhou Xinan said, this was indeed a good thing. Chen Yuan certainly wouldn't deliberately seek special treatment, such as bribing the dean of students with money. He wouldn't do something like that at this stage. But he wasn't stupid. If there was a chance to avoid baking in the sun, he would absolutely take it. Moreover, what the senior described was reasonable, rule compliant, and even came with extra credits. Chen Yuan simply couldn't refuse. It was just, why for no reason at all was the senior being so nice to him? Could she really be interested in him? Senior, you're really kind, but I don't have any special talents. Ding detected that the host's artistic proficiency is not up to standard, and he has no special talents. For this reward, sing and play mastery, street dance mastery. Sing and play mastery, your command of the guitar is otherworldly, and your vocals are perfect. When the two merge, you are the campus heartthrob. Street dance mastery, whether it is popping, breaking, or locking, you are unquestionably the king of dance. The Asian king of dance is already old. You may simply take his place. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Chen Yuan felt a great deal of knowledge pouring into his head, and at the same time his fingers, limbs, and core all became stronger in an instant. This was the system's transformation of his body, enabling him to withstand the strain of dance moves and making his fingers nimble enough to command the 6 strings of a guitar. Knowledge of guitar playing and street dance also appeared in his mind, simultaneously engraved as deeply as the trig mnemonic. Odd changes, even remain sign, depends on the quadrant. Ahem, senior, I actually have quite a few talents. I can street dance, play guitar, and sing. Which one do you think I should perform? In just 1 second, Chen Yuan completely changed his tune. Talents? How could Chen Yuan possibly not have any? Zhou Xinan thought for a moment, then seriously helped him consider the options. The stage is very large. If you dance, the people below won't really be able to see you. You'd better choose singing. The school's audio equipment is very professional, no worse than what's used at celebrity concerts. If you sing well, maybe the confession wall will be flooded with people trying to track you down. Chen Yuan said senior is joking again. Then I'll choose singing with guitar. As for what to sing we'll decide later. Alright, but don't get too happy. Military training lasts 2 weeks. You'll still have to train together with everyone for the first week, and you'll only start rehearsing in the second week. Zhou Xinan said. Being able to enjoy the air conditioning for a week is already pretty good, Chen Yuan said. Don't worry, senior. I'm easily content. Zhou Xinan nodded, withdrew her smile, and narrowed her eyes at Chen Yuan. She already had a world-weary face, and such an expression made her seem even more distant, as if pushing others 1,000 miles away. Yet what she said was in complete contrast. Junior, your senior has helped you so much and been so good to you. Don't you have anything to say or do in return? Zhou Xinan wore a teasing expression. Perhaps it wasn't her intention, but when she curled up the corners of her mouth, her face naturally bore that look. Chen Yuan thought for a moment, and said, then let me treat you, senior, to a midnight snack. Zhou Xinan's face turned even more teasing. There are plenty of boys who want to treat me, junior. Before she could finish, Chen Yuan cut in directly. Forget it then. I'll head back to the dormitory first. I'll thank you another time, senior. With that, Chen Yuan stood up and made to leave. Ridiculous. A real man never lets a woman take the lead. 3, 2. Chen Yuan counted silently in his heart, and before he reached 1, Zhou Xinan's voice came from behind him. Wait. Chen Yuan turned around and looked at Zhou Xinan. Is there anything else, senior? Zhou Xinan took a deep breath. She knew this junior was doing it on purpose, but she still said, what I meant was if anyone else invited me I wouldn't go. But if you invite me, I will definitely go. Only then did Chen Yuan feel satisfied. Little you trying to compete with me. Alright, shall we go? Chen Yuan said with a smile. Zhou Xinan stood up and walked out together with him. When they walked out of Huiwen building, the campus was full of students coming and going, including many couples radiating a strong atmosphere of youth. Chen Yuan and Zhou Xinan merged into the crowd, truly inconspicuous. No one nearby whispered, is that the great campus belle Zhou? Who's the guy next to her, or anything like that? Maybe some people turned back for a second look because of their looks, but that was all. Junior, what are you going to treat me to? That depends on what you'd like, senior, Chen Yuan said. Is it okay to eat off campus? Zhou Xinan nodded. Of course. Let's have Japanese food. Before I came to school, I saw a Japanese restaurant online that I really wanted to try, Chen Yuan said. Okay. Zhou Xinan didn't object. The two chatted as they headed off campus. Chen Yuan discovered that they actually had quite a lot in common. Zhou Xinan also played CSGO, Valorant, and even Golden Spatula. As Valorant became hugely popular, it was normal for female college students to play it, but not many played CSGO or Golden Spatula. Walking on the campus road, Zhou Xinan pointed at a car ahead. That car up ahead is so big. Is that a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? But the badge seems off. Why is the logo a B? And it doesn't look like an off-road vehicle. It looks more like a pickup truck. Chen Yuan explained. That's a Brabus modified from the Mercedes G-Class. One of these can buy 10 ordinary G-Classes. Zhou Xinan's eyes sparkled, reflected by the streetlights. Wow, junior, you know so much. Tip for pursuing a guy, be sure to compliment him a lot. Little Ouyang, you better learn well. Your sister Xinan has got it all under control. As for the fact that she had just been outmaneuvered by Chen Yuan, Zhou Xinan had already forgotten all about it. Chen Yuan took the car key out of his pocket and pressed it. The beast-like Brabus XLP instantly woke up with both exterior and interior lights turning on. He walked up, opened the door, and tilted his chin up, signaling Zhou Xinan to take the passenger seat. Get in. Zhou Xinan. Ouyang, I think I can't handle this after all. Forgetting her shock, Zhou Xinan trotted to the other side of the car and opened the door, but found it a bit hard to climb up. Come on, this car is way too tall. Chen Yuan pointed at the handle. Hold on to that, and climb up. Zhou Xinan pulled hard and finally got in. It was her first time seeing such a tall and big car. And the interior is way too luxurious. Brabus modifications not only upgrade the engine to give it more horsepower, but also revamp the interior to make it even more luxurious. However, the ambient lighting hasn't been changed much. At that moment, under the night sky, the romantic atmosphere inside the car seemed about to overflow. Junior, this is your car? Zhou Xinan asked in astonishment. Chen Yuan nodded lightly. School had just started, and he had already bought a car. He must be really rich. Zhou Xinan realized she had underestimated his wealth. Zhou Xinan had initially assumed that Chen Yuan was just a rich, handsome second-generation heir with some money, and that it might be worth getting to know him. But now looking again, right after entering college, he had bought an upgraded version of the Mercedes G-Class that what Sit called Brabus, which could buy 10 ordinary G-Classes. This was no ordinary rich second-generation heir. He was an incredibly wealthy, super-rich heir. There probably weren't many like him in the whole school. Reality is not the internet. On the internet, a Mercedes C-Class is considered a poor man's car, but in reality, being able to drive a C-Class is already very top tier. Let alone on campus. Being able to drive a C-Class already puts you ahead of the vast majority of your peers. Indeed, there are students on campus who drive top luxury cars, but there probably aren't even 5 such people in an entire college. It's nothing much. Chen Yuan enjoyed the emotional value provided by Senior Zhou and used the same old line. A small family fortune, just a small family fortune. With the roar of the engine, the Brabus XLP drove out of the Shenzhen University campus under the cover of night. Zhou Xinan was silent, lost in thought, while Chen Yuan enjoyed the ultimate driving pleasure of the Brabus. The car fell silent. Only the ambient lighting flickered in rhythm with the music. While Chen Yuan drove, Zhou Xinan took out her phone and searched for Brabus prices on Douyin. When an 8-digit number popped up on the screen, Zhou Xinan couldn't help but catch her breath. This. Just what listed company's young master was this junior of hers? That was way too rich. School had just started, and he was already driving a car worth over 10 million yuan. Zhou Xinan suddenly felt at a loss for how to get along with Chen Yuan. She was just an ordinary person, and to her Chen Yuan seemed to no longer be in the same class as she was. If she hadn't gotten into Shenzhen University and happened to become a senior student in charge of the class, she would never have had the chance to meet such a rich heir. Following the navigation, after more than 20 minutes they arrived at the destination, Huaqiaking Creative Culture Park. Junior, is the restaurant you want to go to here? Zhou Xinan finally spoke again. Chen Yuan nodded. Yes, it's called Hanshin, you right inside. Zhou Xinan said. Then the per person price must be very high. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Huaqiaking is a wealthy district here. Many rich people in Shenzhen live here, so naturally the restaurants here charge high prices. Chen Yuan nodded. He remembered that yesterday the butler at Raffles had recommended he buy a house here, saying that Chuanshuan was the best residential compound in the area. Indeed, it was obvious that this was a wealthy area, a frequent haunt for rich second-generation heirs. At this moment at the three-way intersection, 3 cars were parked along the roadside: a red Ferrari 296, a black Mercedes-Benz G63, and a Porsche Panamera Sport Turismo. Beside the cars, several young men and women were gathered chatting and drinking milk tea. This kind of entry-level luxury car used to be out of Chen Yuan's reach, but now he couldn't be bothered to give it a second glance. Seeing that they all parked here, Chen Yuan directly parked his car behind them, intending to leave it here too. There was no way around it. This was Chen Yuan's first time here, and the navigation hadn't found him a parking lot, so he had no idea where to park. Since so many cars were parked on the roadside, that meant parking was allowed. The young men and women standing beside the cars couldn't help turning their heads when they saw a behemoth pull up behind them. One of them whispered to his companions, "Holy shit, it's a Brabus." "What model of Brabus is this? It's way too cool. The presence is not just a little stronger than our cars." A rich second-generation heir who knew cars said, "This is a Brabus XLP 800 4x4. It's worth over 10 million. Even if we tied all 3 of our cars together, we still couldn't afford that one." Tisk tisk. Chen Yuan parked the car, grabbed the key, and stepped out in 2 steps. The first onto the running board, the second onto the ground. Zhou Xinan, on the other hand, jumped straight out of the car, and the recoil made her knees ache faintly. Seeing the car owner get out, the rich heirs who had been chatting quickly shut their mouths, afraid of provoking him. One of them even lowered his head and focused on drinking his milk tea. "Why is today's Naishua so Naishua?" Chen Yuan glanced at them. He didn't know why, but he felt the atmosphere among them was very strange. Not a word was spoken, and when he looked over, they deliberately avoided his gaze. Ignoring all that, Chen Yuan strode into the creative park with Senior. Under the night sky, the cultural creative park still buzzed with life. Colorful graffiti covered the low walls along the streets, lending the place a rich artistic atmosphere, while many young men and women strolled leisurely hand in hand, exuding sweetness. Chen Yuan and Zhou Xinan, of course, were not holding hands. After all, the two had only just met. Even though Zhou Xinan was eager to take the initiative after witnessing Chen Yuan's wealth, she did not dare to be too rash. The two walked on until they arrived at Hanshinyu, a restaurant specializing in kaiseki cuisine. It had rave reviews online, which was why Chen Yuan wanted to try it. A young hostess stood at the entrance, dressed not in the usual concierge uniform, but in a Japanese kimono. "Konnichiwa." "Hello, sir." "Hello, madam." Chen Yuan nodded calmly. "Hello. May I have the phone number left for the reservation?" Chen Yuan shook his head. "We didn't make a reservation." "That's all right, sir. We're not busy right now. Please follow me. Would you care for a private room?" Chen Yuan nodded. Walking into the restaurant, the Japanese-style decor was rich in atmosphere. Light-colored wooden panels and door curtains embroidered with red flowers exuded a distinctly Japanese flavor. Every staff member wore a kimono, making it feel like a Japanese cultural experience hall. At the entrance to the private room, everyone had to take off their shoes. Chen Yuan slipped off his LV chunky shoes, and a staff member promptly came forward to store them, wrapping them in a cloth bag. Even Zhou Xinan's black flip-flops were carefully wrapped in a cloth bag by the staff. The service was truly excellent. Upon entering the private room, they found it was not small. Just inside was a large open area, followed by the dining area with a modest square table for 4. Further back was a tatami space for tea. In a corner of the room was a small decorative landscape. Below, white pebbles were spread, and in the corner stood a pale leafless tree trunk. Japanese aesthetics in full force. Once they were seated, a server brought lemon water and hot towels for wiping their hands. Though it was Chen Yuan's first time at such a high-end restaurant, he was not in the least intimidated. Money is a man's backbone, but with money his spine naturally stiffens. There is a saying, when a man has 100 million, he is afraid of nothing and dares to fall out with anyone. Chen Yuan was exactly like that now, fearless. The server presented the menu, and Chen Yuan glanced through it. The dishes were mainly sold as set menus, though a la carte was also possible. The set menus ran from 1088 yuan up to 388 yuan. Chen Yuan scanned it and said, "We'll have 2 sets of the 3800 yuan menu. Also feel free to serve us some recommended individual dishes." "Certainly, sir," the server said. "We also have a kimono experience and a Japanese dance performance. Would you be interested?" "No need for the kimono experience," Chen Yuan said, "but we can watch the performance." "Very well, sir." The server quickly withdrew from the private room. Chen Yuan picked up the hot towel from the small tray, wiped his hands, and looked at Zhou Xinan. "Senior sister, is this, thank you, satisfactory?" Zhou Xinan nodded at once like a woodpecker. "Very satisfactory, very satisfactory. But from your expression, you don't seem all that satisfied." Chen Yuan asked. Zhou Xinan was not intentionally putting on a cold face. She had looked that way since birth. Still, a face like that only made men want to conquer it all the more. "I really am very satisfied, junior brother," Zhou Xinan said. "This is my first time at such a high-end restaurant." Before the two could exchange more words, a soft knock came at the door. Chen Yuan said in a low voice, "Enter." Several women in kimonos filed in, forming a line. Only then did Chen Yuan realize what the empty space inside the private room was for. It was for dance performances. The women dressed as Japanese geisha gave a graceful bow and then began to dance, swaying their waists with alluring expressions. Though they were all Chinese, they managed to conjure a truly exotic foreign atmosphere. So this is what it means to be rich. You can enjoy a meal while watching beautiful women dance right in front of you. Chen Yuan was learning something new. The joys of the rich. I truly can't imagine them. As other servers brought in the appetizers, the geisha continued to dance gracefully. After setting down the dishes, the server did not leave right away. Instead, he introduced, "This appetizer is a signature of Hanshinyu, Wagyu beef and sea urchin with sturgeon caviar. We use Japanese A5, grade Wagyu and Hokkaido sea urchin. Please enjoy." Chen Yuan shifted his attention from the dancing young woman to the food. A big plate with a tiny portion. That was the standard practice of high-end restaurants. The sky blue round plate was bigger and heavier than a normal plate, yet the food on it was smaller than an infant's fist. The entire dish consisted of a piece of grilled medium-well Wagyu beef at the bottom, covered by a generous layer of bright golden sea urchin and crowned with red sturgeon caviar. These ingredients were all extremely expensive and were often priced by the gram rather than by the catty. For Chen Yuan now, though, it was simply a matter of indulging to his heart's content. The geisha had still not finished their dance. Following the music, they switched to yet another style. Chen Yuan savored the smooth, fatty Wagyu, the sea urchin which tasted even better than ice cream, and the salty, savory sturgeon caviar, all while enjoying the performance of the beautiful young women. Zhou Xinan stealthily took out her phone, snapped a photo, then quickly put it away and began to taste her appetizer. Both had the same set menu, so naturally their dishes were identical. Chen Yuan simply popped it into his mouth in one bite, while Zhou Xinan divided hers into 3 pieces and swallowed them one by one, chewing slowly as though deliberately putting on a performance. Even though Chen Yuan was not especially perceptive, he could still tell from Zhou Xinan's slightly rigid body language that she was nervous. "Senior sister," Chen Yuan said unhurriedly. Zhou Xinan froze for a moment. "What is it? Do you know that fashion style that's been all the rage online recently?" Chen Yuan said lightly, "It's called old money style. But in reality, you don't become old money just by wearing old money style. It's old money wearing those clothes that makes it old money style." Zhou Xinan listened in confusion, unable to grasp exactly what Chen Yuan meant, yet she vaguely sensed that there was more to his words. Chen Yuan continued, "It's not that the restaurant itself is elite, it's the elite guests who make the restaurant elite. No need to be so reserved. Relax a little. This restaurant is no different from McDonald's." "Oh, okay." Zhou Xinan's face reddened slightly. Inwardly, she scolded herself. "Zhou Xinan, you're such a disappointment," sob. At the same time, she felt that what Junior Brother said made perfect sense. Junior Brother is amazing. Although she was the senior, after seeing Chen Yuan's wealth, she had unconsciously lowered her own standing. In fact, Chen Yuan himself had not realized that his mindset had begun to shift within a very short time after acquiring the system. His temperament was also gradually changing. The transformation had not happened overnight yet. Because of the system's overwhelming impact and the balance in his bank card, it was completed all the same in a short span of time. Confident and unhurried, he faced everything in life with evident assurance. Soon the second appetizer arrived, a portion of Australian lobster meat. 3 lobster balls were arranged on green lemon slices in a triangle, looking quite delicious. He picked up one lobster ball with his chopsticks and delivered it to his mouth. The lobster meat was plump and springy with a hint of lemon's tartness that whetted the appetite. After a sip of the British tea beverage, he felt as if his taste buds had fully opened. Chen Yuan could not understand why a Japanese restaurant would choose a British beverage, but the pairing unexpectedly made for an excellent experience. "Senior sister, tell me the things to watch out for at school," Chen Yuan said. He was after all a man determined to be a good student. "Precautions. Our school is pretty lax. Just don't do anything illegal. And if you do, just don't get caught. If you do get caught, you can ask the senior law students to help." Zhou Xinan gradually relaxed and began to joke. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth curved upward, amused by Zhou Xinan. He hadn't expected the aloof senior to have such a goofy side. Still, her words served as a reminder. Shenzhen University was indeed a very good school and a great place to build connections. Maybe he really could meet some capable people. "All right, Junior. Take a quick look at your schedule. Classes officially start tomorrow." Chen Yuan had never actually checked his schedule, so he opened WeChat Work and went to the timetable page. The moment he opened the schedule, Chen Yuan froze. Where did all this rainbow candy come from? Seeing his odd expression, Zhou Xinan asked what's wrong. Chen Yuan handed the phone to Zhou Xinan. Why are there so many classes? 5 days a week except for Thursday and Friday afternoons, I'm booked solid all day. Also, what the hell is this class from 5:45 to 7:15 on Wednesday afternoon? Do universities even have night study sessions? Zhou Xinan soothed him. It's normal, completely normal. The first year of our education major is a bit heavier. But this is ridiculous. Let me count. 16 classes a week. Chen Yuan was stunned. It's fine. You can skip some blow-off classes. Anyway, you're rich. Just pay someone to take your place. Zhou Xinan shared her own experience. But you still have to go to the core major courses. After all, there are only 4 boys in your class. If you don't show up, the teacher will notice right away. Chen Yuan ran a hand through his hair. This damn rainbow candy timetable. He suddenly didn't want to be a good student anymore. At this point, let's just eat first. As for class, that could definitely wait until later. Tuna sashimi, sea urchin tart, steamed egg with black truffle and sea cucumber, and a clay pot rice with wagyu foie gras and black truffle. The ingredients were top tier, and the chef's skill was also impressive. By the end of the meal, Chen Yuan was thoroughly satisfied. When it came time to pay, Chen Yuan's eyes flickered at the price on the bill. Including the service charge, the total came to 10136.91. The reviews online clearly said around 2,000 yuan per person. How had it hit 5,000? But even at 5,000 yuan per person, Chen Yuan could afford it with ease. He slipped the receipt into his pocket and walked out with the senior. When they reached the roadside, he saw a crowd gathered around his car wondering what they were doing. Chen Yuan and Zhou Xinan walked over. As he got closer, Chen Yuan realized they were the rich kids he had seen before dinner, and they were talking to 2 uniformed officers. One of them spotted Chen Yuan and pointed at him. Officer, see, my friend is here now. He really hasn't parked long. The officer frowned. He's the owner. Yes. Chen Yuan walked up, not knowing what was happening. He had simply come out for a meal. He shouldn't be in trouble, right? Why were there officers gathered around his car? As a Chinese person, Chen Yuan had an inherent reverence for people in uniform. Even with the system backing him up, he was no exception. Chen Yuan stepped forward and asked seriously, officers, what is this? The officer nodded. Hello, is this your car? Chen Yuan nodded. Yes, it's mine. All right, move it along now. Don't let it happen again. After watching the 2 officers leave, Chen Yuan was utterly baffled. He looked at the young rich kids around his car. They seemed pleased with themselves, all wearing excited expressions. Even more confused, Chen Yuan walked over and asked, bro, what was that about? Nothing much. The officers came to ticket illegal parking, one of them said. It dawned on Chen Yuan they had just been helping him avoid a parking ticket. Although Chen Yuan couldn't have cared less about the fine, their gesture made him instantly warm to them. Thanks, bro, Chen Yuan said, opening the car door and taking a pack of cigarettes from the door pocket. It was Huangalu Big Gold Brick, 3500 yuan a pack. Chen Yuan knew how to smoke, but he rarely did. The reason such premium cigarettes were in the car was that his father Chen Mingshu smoked. They had been bought for Chen Mingshu, several cartons in all, and Chen Yuan had grabbed a few packs before coming to Shenzhen. Chen Yuan had put the cigarettes in the car that morning, and now they came in handy. He handed one to each of the 6 people, 3 boys and 3 girls. To his surprise, all 3 girls smoked too. Bro, you're too generous, the one who had explained things earlier said. I'm Han Jiang. Chen Yuan. One of the slightly shorter boys raised a hand as a greeting. Big bro, I'm Lan Qingshou. Chen Yuan looked over. This was the guy who had been drinking milk tea with his head down, avoiding eye contact. I'm Chen Tuanshuan. Bro, we share the same surname. Chen Yuan couldn't help laughing. These 3 had names stranger than one another. Never mind Lan Qingshou. Lan was already a rare surname, and with Qingshou sounding like becoming a beast, what on earth were his parents thinking? And Chen Tuanshuan, a big guy standing 1.9 meters tall, was actually named Tuanshuan. Chen Yuan could only conclude, do rich second-generation kids really name their children this carelessly? Bro, your luck was just terrible. We hang out here a lot, and this is the first time we've seen them ticketing illegal parking, Han Jiang said. That whole row of cars is used to parking here, so every single one got a ticket. Chen Yuan followed the direction of Han Jiang's finger and saw the officers still handing out tickets, one car after another. With a cigarette between his fingers, Chen Yuan exhaled a plume of smoke. Looks like the economy is bad now. Even the officers have quotas to hit. Haha, enough of that, Han Jiang laughed. Then he suggested, Chen Yuan, meeting you is fate. Let's add each other on WeChat and hang out sometime if we get the chance. Chen Yuan nodded, took out his phone, and showed the QR code for them to scan. He didn't keep people at arm's length, nor did he look down on them for merely driving Ferraris and Porsches. When I, Chen Yuan, make friends, I never look at whether the other person has money. After all, none of them is richer than me. Driving a Porsche is pretty respectable too. There's no need to look down on anyone. The 3 scanned Chen Yuan's QR code, and Chen Tuanshuan couldn't resist, asking, bro, how much did this car cost? Over 10 million. Chen Yuan answered readily with nothing to hide. Loaded, bro. Chen Tuanshuan gave a thumbs up. You're in university, right? Chen Yuan nodded. Shenzhen University. You guys? I'm at CUHK second year, Chen Tuanshuan replied. Han Jiang is at Shenzhen Technology University, and Lan Qingshou is your schoolmate, also from Shenzhen University. Oh, you're all university students. Hasn't school started yet? Not yet. We start late, but it's soon, Han Jiang said. We were just out to have some fun before classes begin, and that's when we ran into you. Chen Yuan nodded. Then it's fate. After finishing his cigarette, he dropped the butt into a roadside trash can. Bro, I still have class tomorrow, so I'll head off. Let's make plans when there's a chance. Okay. They waved goodbye. Han Jing glanced at Zhou Xinan beside Chen Yuan, then flashed Chen Yuan a meaningful smile and a look that said, I understand everything. He was driving back to school when the barrier gate did not lift automatically this time. A security guard came out of the booth and asked, Who are you? What are you here for? Chen Yuan lowered the window. Uncle, I'm a student here. He also offered a pack of cigarettes. The guard's voice clearly softened. A student, huh? Show me your student ID, or open your enterprise WeChat. Chen Yuan naturally didn't have a student ID. Registration had just begun, and they hadn't been issued yet. His student card was left in the dorm. He opened enterprise WeChat, where the iconic emblem of Shenzhen University appeared instantly recognizable. After confirming his identity, the guard was ready to let him through. Driving such a big car, he looked anything but easy to mess with. On enterprise WeChat, you can apply for driving access to campus. Just enter your license plate number there. The guard reminded him, then opened the barrier. Chen Yuan thanked him, drove into campus, and pulled over by the roadside. The police wouldn't come onto campus to write him a parking ticket, would they? Honestly, after spending so long in the county town, Chen Yuan had gotten used to parking by the side of the road. Senior, where's your dorm? Chen Yuan asked after stepping out of the car. Zhou Xinan pressed her lips together. It's right next to Lingxiao Hall. We can walk there together. Chen Yuan nodded, turned off the engine, and got out. The two walked together toward the dormitory building. Although it was already 11 o'clock, there were still clusters of people strolling across campus. Some were couples holding hands, others were close friends chatting and laughing. There were also solitary night runners, the self-disciplined male and female students. This was the campus life Chen Yuan wanted. Not like high school where all the lights went out at 10:30 and anyone not in bed got marked down. Before long, they reached Lingxiao Hall. Zhou Xinan's fingers tugged at the bow on the side of her pencil skirt, her toes curling unconsciously. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Senior, I'm heading back to the dorm now. Let's go out and eat together another time. Chen Yuan said with a smile. In the end, Zhou Xinan still couldn't say it. Okay, goodbye, Junior. Goodbye. Under the night sky, Chen Yuan walked into Lingxiao Hall. Is he really just leaving like that? I still wanted to talk with you a little longer. Zhou Xinan stood there reluctant to leave for a long time. The moment Chen Yuan's figure was shut behind the elevator doors, she felt an emptiness in her heart. The night breeze brushed through her hair, but it couldn't carry away that lingering reluctance. Only after a long while did Zhou Xinan finally move her feet and return to her dorm. Sitting in her room, her thoughts were in a tangle. Today, Zhou Xinan had experienced far too many firsts. It was her first time acting as the senior student mentor for a freshman class, and the younger students all treated her respectfully, calling her senior, one after another. It was her first time taking the initiative to ask a boy out. Although she hadn't known how to invite him tactfully, everything had gone smoothly in the end. It was her first time riding in a boy's car, and even more her first time in a luxury car worth 10 million yuan. And of course, it was also her first time dining alone with a boy other than family at such an upscale restaurant. So it turned out that someone really could drive a 10 million yuan luxury car at 18. And so many beautiful women could only dance at the side, while the wealthy men enjoyed their meals. When Zhou Xinan saw those women, a few years older than her, slightly less beautiful, but still strikingly attractive, dancing up ahead, she found herself thinking many things. It turned out that beauty wasn't worth much. Zhou Xinan admitted that she was a little materialistic. She had always wanted a boyfriend who was rich and extremely handsome. That was why she had taken the initiative to invite Chen Yuan today, to test the waters. But what she had uncovered left her deeply shaken. After experiencing so many firsts, Zhou Xinan sat on her chair, her thoughts in chaos. She really wanted to confide in her best friend, but the thought that Ouyang Shouting also wanted to pursue Chen Yuan made her dismiss the idea. Even though Zhou Xinan knew that secretly pursuing Chen Yuan might very well shatter their friendship, she forced herself not to think about it. Instead, she took out her phone and sent Chen Yuan a WeChat message. Zhou Xinan, Junior, I've made it back to the dorm. Today's Japanese food was delicious, and by the way, your car looks amazing. Zhou Xinan, cute cat. JPG. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan had already returned to the dorm even earlier than Zhou Xinan. The moment he walked in, Li Xiang and the other two surrounded him. What business could the senior have with you for 3 hours? Come clean right now. Did you go do something behind our backs? With his back against the iron door, Chen Yuan was baffled by their behavior. Are you guys dumbass? What would I do behind your backs? I just went out for a late-night snack with the senior. There was a hint of showing off in his tone. After all, he was only 18, not yet mature enough to keep such pride in check. Li Xiang shouted in shock. What? You even went for midnight snacks with the senior? And you still say you didn't betray us? Lin Hanjun nodded with a serious air, making a show of deep thought, and analyzed. That senior, Zhou, seems so cold and distant. I can't believe she'd go out for midnight snacks with you. This shouldn't be right. Only Lu Rui said, go take a shower quickly. After you wash up, we can still squeeze in a couple more rounds. Chen Yuan shoved Li Xiang and Lin Hanjun aside. Brothers, you can forget about the senior. Better think about whether you can win over the other girls in our class. Li Xiang made a wry face. I've given up on the senior. You've already called dibs on her. He wasn't stupid enough to compete with a rich young man whose looks rivaled Peng Yuyan's, who wore LV from head to toe, and who simply bought a computer worth tens of thousands after arriving at school. Li Xiang was also from a wealthy family, but his body was his fatal shortcoming. There was simply no way to compete with Chen Yuan, so he might as well pursue other girls. Chen Yuan went to the balcony, stepped into the bathroom, and took a quick shower. He had brought his hairdryer with him, a Dyson, and when packing he had simply left it on the balcony for convenience after washing. After washing up and drying his hair, Chen Yuan returned to the dorm room in his LV pajamas. The balcony was just too hot even at night. The moment he entered the room, 16-degree cool air washed over him. At this moment Chen Yuan could only say he was in paradise. Come on brothers, get online. Tonight we're definitely reaching Demon King S, Chen Yuan said. For real. Don't make it another round where our combined rating isn't even 1. The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth lifted. Just lie back this round. It's a guaranteed win. Li Xiang turned and looked over. You're going to hack? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone who hacks? I was just planning to hire 2 Demon King S rank paid players to lead us. Demon King S rank rarely had players who played for fun. Most were streamers and paid players who made a living off the game. Chen Yuan directly found 2 familiar paid players, and together with Li Xiang and Lu Rui, they embarked on their ranked journey. With 2 Demon King S players leading, and top-tier Demon King S players at that, the kind who could even hold their own against professionals on the ladder, they were practically crushing the regular S rank matches. It was almost like shooting fish in a barrel. Li Xiang and Lu Rui truly witnessed what the power of money could do. Even if Chen Yuan didn't get a kill, only throwing out a smoke and a fire grenade, the paid player would still praise him. Bro, this round was all thanks to your fire sealing off their pathing. They ran straight into my crosshair. Bro, you genuinely understand this game. You just play too little. Play a bit longer, and you'll easily hit Demon King S. Yeah, my bro's game sense is absolutely flawless. Chen Yuan, that's right, it's absolutely flawless. The dorm's internet never cut out, and the power never went off, so Chen Yuan and 2 of his roommates kept playing until 4 in the morning before finally logging off. Lin Hanjuan, who didn't play CSGO, stayed up as well following a European football match. Lying in bed, Chen Yuan set his alarm and soon fell asleep. Ding 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 ding. The Apple alarm tone was like a sledgehammer pounding Chen Yuan awake. He glanced at his phone. It was exactly 7:50. Li Xiang and the other 2 were already up and washing. Chen Yuan hopped out of bed, changed his clothes, and said, I'm so sleepy. Is there any way I can skip this class? It can be done, but for the first class I think we should still go check it out, Lu Rui said indistinctly while brushing his teeth. If we leave a bad impression on the teacher, he might deliberately fail us at the end of the semester, and then we're done for. Chen Yuan figured that was true. After using the bathroom and washing up, he went to Huiwen Building A with the other 3. This time the classroom was on the 7th floor, and both periods were in the same room, so there was no need to switch classrooms. In the classroom, the 4 sat together in the back row by the window as usual. Back row by the window, the homeland of kings. After they were seated looking at the quiet classroom, Chen Yuan whispered, why do I feel like the classmates are a bit indifferent toward each other? College isn't like high school, it's just like this, Lu Rui said. When I first arrived, it took me 3 months to even learn all my classmates' names. The only people I'm familiar with are my roommates, and even they're just surface friends. We don't talk unless there's something going on. Chen Yuan felt that this was another departure from the university he had imagined. Still, it was not so bad. He didn't have to engage in too much pointless socializing. I'll doze off for a bit. Wake me up when the teacher takes attendance, Chen Yuan said. Okay, I'll call you in a while, Lu Rui said. Although he had pulled an all-nighter for Lu Rui, it was nothing out of the ordinary. He had kept this schedule many times before. At 8:20, a female professor walked into the classroom right on time. Lu Rui woke the other 3 one by one. Chen Yuan lifted his head and yawned. I'm too sleepy. I'll go to bed early tonight and never stay up late again. Lu Rui wrinkled his nose. He had heard this kind of statement far too many times. His previous roommates often said the same. I think you may not be able to quit staying up late, but you can definitely quit going to class. The 3 of them paid no attention to Lu Rui's words and shifted their attention to the female professor who was introducing herself. This class was History of Chinese and Foreign Education, a required course for the major. The professor appeared to be a veteran teacher in her 50s, her graying hair and wrinkles carrying an air of kindliness. Lu Rui leaned close to Chen Yuan's ear and whispered, professors with this kind of face are the strictest. Really, trust me, don't sleep in this class. I can't control myself. The female professor was brisk and efficient. After a brief self-introduction, she took attendance and had everyone scan a QR code to sign in on Zuexitong. After Chen Yuan signed in, his eyelids began to droop. But because of Lu Rui's warning, he didn't dare to sleep openly. Yet his mind went blank and the drowsiness kept growing. In the end, his head tilted to the side, his eyelids could no longer hold, and he slipped into sleep. It was the deepest sleep. Even though the professor lectured through a microphone with her voice amplified through the speakers, she still couldn't break through Chen Yuan's slumber. Lu Rui watched Chen Yuan sleeping blissfully beside him and felt an urge to sleep as well. But one look at the female professor's amiable face on the podium made him shudder involuntarily. He didn't dare sleep. Professors of that type were the strictest. He knew this from bitter experience. Chen Yuan is a rich kid. He doesn't care whether he graduates. My family is ordinary, so I can't compare with him. I'd better just take class seriously. Lu Rui knew himself clearly. The kind of rich second-generation kid who could spend 2 million yuan on game skins could afford to sleep in class, but he couldn't. Each class lasted an hour and a half, after 2 periods, it was already 1150. Li Xiang shook Chen Yuan awake, and Chen Yuan stretched. That sleep had been incredibly comfortable. Although his waist was a bit sore, his legs were numb, and his neck ached. Purely in terms of sleep quality, it was perfect. Indeed, the teacher's voice was the best sleeping pill. What time is it? Chen Yuan asked after stretching. 1150. Li Xiang said, Yuan Ji, you slept all the way until class ended. You slept through 2 entire periods. That's impressive as hell. Chen Yuan blinked his eyes a few times to clear the remaining drowsiness and realized that he wasn't so sleepy after class anymore. Makes sense. Anyway, what do you say? Cafeteria for chow. Li Xiang rubbed his soft belly and said, we have to go eat. I didn't have breakfast and I'm starving. Let's go. The 4 of them headed to the cafeteria together. It had become crowded and many stalls had long lines. Tomorrow noon, we can order takeout to the dorm ahead of time. Standing in line at the cafeteria every day is almost like doing hard time. Lu Rui said. That works too. Chen Yuan nodded. The cafeteria's food was all home style. It wasn't exactly delicious, nor was it unpalatable, just NPC tier. After lunch, they returned to the dormitory. The 3 didn't resume gaming, and instead went straight to bed to catch up on some more sleep. In the afternoon, the class was Foundations of Education, a required professional course, so the 4 went to the classroom together. This time Chen Yuan did not fall asleep. He had slept all morning and taken another nap at noon, fully making up for the sleep he had lost the previous night. He was now brimming with energy and felt no drowsiness at all. Even though the old professor's theoretical content was deeply soporific, Chen Yuan remained awake. After listening for a while, his gaze unconsciously drifted to the girl sitting in the middle of the first row. Li Ying. This refined, elegant girl was arguably the most beautiful and most uniquely charismatic girl Chen Yuan had encountered in his 18 short years of life. At that moment, the girl was listening very attentively, her fair forearm resting on the desk, her elbow suspended in midair, and a Xiaomi gel pen in her hand. From time to time, the pen tip would move across her book to jot down notes. She's really diligent, running for class monitor and taking class so seriously. She must be a top student, Chen Yuan thought. In his heart, he felt mostly admiration for Li Ying. As for pursuing her, Chen Yuan had truly never considered it. After all, he preferred to be the one pursued. Besides, he wasn't the kind of man who would be frozen to the spot by a pretty face. At most, he would take a couple of extra glances. As for anything more, let fate decide. There was a saying, one glance is politeness. If you keep looking, you're just being polite all the while. Chen Yuan had intended to admire the view a little longer, but Li Ying seemed to sense the gaze behind her and abruptly turned around. Outside the window, sunlight didn't spill across Li Ying's face because the curtains were drawn. But beneath the classroom lights, Chen Yuan could still clearly feel their eyes meet. The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched, and he raised his eyebrows slightly as a greeting. With his current confident mindset, he would never avert his eyes from a girl like some introverted loser. Li Ying looked somewhat surprised. Chen Yuan didn't act like those boys in high school who the moment they made eye contact with her would immediately shift their gaze elsewhere, as if she were some ferocious monster. Seeing Chen Yuan's slightly exaggerated expression, Li Ying offered a faint smile in response. Then she turned back around and continued focusing on the lecture. Their mutual gaze lasted only a brief instant and was noticed by no one else. Li Ying turned her head while Chen Yuan's gaze wandered across the classroom, observing what the other students were up to. 40% of them were attentively listening to the lecture, 30% were staring blankly into space, and another 30% were playing with their phones. Among his 3 roommates, Li Xiang and Lin Hanjun fell into the 30% playing with their phones, while Lu Rui belonged to the 30% staring blankly into space. Chen Yuan, of his own accord, joined the 40% who were earnestly engaged in the lecture. Although he had often dozed off in class, frequently skipped homework, and spent his after-school hours in the dormitory playing games and reading novels during high school, he remained in the eyes of his teachers a model student. It was simple. First impressions were everything. At the start of his freshman year of high school, Chen Yuan had been utterly callow. He listened attentively in class, turned in his homework diligently, and never clashed with his classmates. On top of that, he had practiced calligraphy since childhood and had a beautiful hand, which made his teachers regard him as a very well-behaved student. Even when he later began dozing off in class and occasionally skipping assignments, the teachers still insisted it was simply because he was too worn out from studying. Accordingly, Chen Yuan intended to leave a good first impression on the professor teaching this course. As for that morning, it was purely because he had been overcome by drowsiness. He had meant to establish that persona, but couldn't hold it up. It was still 2 consecutive extended lecture periods with no need to change classrooms. When class let out, it was exactly 5:20 p.m. Zhou Xinan sent him a message. Junior, are you done with class? I just got out too. Shall we head to the cafeteria for dinner together? Zhou Xinan had deliberately timed her message to hit the exact moment class ended. A rather romantic touch. Chen Yuan replied, I've already made plans with my roommates. How about we join up another time? All right, Zhou Xinan replied. Let's have a meal together another time then. Chen Yuan said, definitely next time. The cafeteria was still crowded, but fortunately there were enough seats, and they always managed to squeeze into one to eat together. After finishing dinner and returning to the dormitory, Chen Yuan sat down in his ergonomic chair and asked, "So what do you say? Up for a game?" Lu Rui answered, "Sure, let's go." Li Xiang, however, did not sit at his desk or boot up the computer. Instead, he opened the wardrobe and pulled out an extremely baggy jersey, a retro Toronto Raptors jersey No. 15 of Vince Carter's. "I'm not playing. I'm going out. Might not come back tonight," Li Xiang said as he changed his clothes. He slipped into the baggy jersey and a pair of loose jeans with several silver chains attached to the waistband. He wore Air Jordans on his feet and two dazzling diamond-encrusted chains around his neck, an oversized, thoroughly hip-hop look. It couldn't be called fashionable. That style had already fallen out of favor. Watching Li Xiang change into this distinctly West Coast outfit, Chen Yuan couldn't help asking, "Are you trying to be a rapper?" Li Xiang's eyes lit up as he fussed with his clothes. "Brother Yuan, you listen to rap too." Chen Yuan actually knew a fair amount about rap. He'd listen to it during his runs, and sometimes while driving, because that kind of music carried a fiery passion. "A little." Li Xiang pounded his chest. "Brother Yuan, what do you think I look like?" Chen Yuan. What was this? Some weasel spirit asking to be given a title. "I think you look like the Jade Emperor," Chen Yuan said with a laugh. Li Xiang caught on and realized Chen Yuan had intentionally twisted his meaning, so he came straight to the point. "Do I look like a rapper?" Chen Yuan sized Li Xiang up and nodded. "You do look the part. Not just the part. I am a rapper. You can find my tracks on NetEase Cloud Music." Li Xiang snickered. "I'm about to head to a KTV with a few friends from the rap scene to have some drinks. How about it, brother Yuan? Want to join us?" Li Xiang went on, "You know Ma Siwei, right? He'll be there too. Don't you want to come and check it out?" Chen Yuan had been about to decline, but the prospect suddenly sparked his interest. Ma Siwei was a nationally famous rapper. Even people who didn't listen to rap would certainly have heard his name. What's more, Ma Siwei wasn't just an artist, he was also a businessman. His streetwear label was very popular among young people in the country. By riding the wave of rap and street fashion, Ma Siwei had become a true billionaire. "Can I bring a friend? I hope it won't cause you any trouble," Chen Yuan asked. Li Xiang smiled, exuding confidence. "Don't worry. I may not have any hit songs, but I hold a pretty decent position in the scene. No one would dare say a word if I bring friends along." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. "All right, then I'll tag along for the fun." Chen Yuan gained a deeper insight into Li Xiang. Although many netizens looked down on rappers as poorly educated, a rapper who had risen to Ma Siwei's level could no longer be viewed simply as a rapper. He was a billionaire. And the fact that Li Xiang could casually bring friends along meant that unless he was just putting on a front, he definitely had some hidden background. Correction, Li Xiang didn't need to put on a front. He was naturally chubby and adorable. Li Xiang turned to Lu Rui and Lin Hanjun. "Do you two want to come? Have some fun with us?" Lu Rui shook his head. "Nah, I'm going to game." Lin Hanjun declined as tactfully. "I've already made plans to play soccer with some old high school classmates." "All right then, bye." Chen Yuan did not change clothes and walked out of the dorm together with Li Xiang. "Brother Yuan, you probably don't have a car yet, right? Want to ride with me?" Li Xiang assumed that since the term had barely started, Chen Yuan couldn't have had time to buy a car no matter how much money he had. As a local, Li Xiang had purchased his own right after the Gaokao. Chen Yuan shook his head. "I have a car." In fact, he had more than one. "All right, I'll send you my location. We'll go separately." Li Xiang marveled inwardly. No wonder Chen Yuan was the owner of a 2 million yuan dragon lore. He certainly was quick when it came to buying a car. If Li Xiang knew that Chen Yuan had already purchased an apartment, he would likely have been even more stunned. The two parted on the dormitory steps. Chen Yuan quickly located his Brabus XLP 800, got in, and opened the location Li Xiang had sent him. It was a KTV called Sky City located in the Huaqiaking Tower. It wasn't far from campus, and it was even closer to the Japanese restaurant Chen Yuan had visited yesterday. Both were in the Huaqiaking area. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Chen Yuan soon drove out of the university. The evening in Shenzhen was a stunning picture, yet the evening rush of Shenzhen's traffic crawled at a snail's pace. His car stood trapped in traffic, barely outrunning the bicycles on the adjacent sidewalk. A route that had taken less than half an hour yesterday now dragged on through almost a full hour before he finally arrived. As he entered the underground parking garage of Huaqiaking Tower, Chen Yuan called Li Xiang on WeChat. "Hey, I'm in the garage. Have you arrived?" "I'm here, brother Yuan," Li Xiang said. "I'm in section C, level B1. There's a spot right next to me. Come on over and park." "Okay." Chen Yuan hung up and followed the signs to section C. Li Xiang leaned against his car, took out a pack of Licoon from his pocket, drew out a cigarette, put it between his lips, and lit it. Halfway through his cigarette, before he even saw the car, he heard the thunderous roar of an engine approaching. A flash of silver arrived first. Then, like a dragon charging forth, the car came into view. Li Xiang poked his head out from behind his own car and saw a vehicle standing over 2 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence, slowly driving toward him. If the BMW X5 was the king of the road, then this car was the overlord of the road. The oppressive presence was immense. "It's a Brabus." Li Xiang, with far greater insight than the senior schoolmate, recognized the car's brand at a glance. Chen Yuan parked the car into the space with flawless smoothness. Even though this car was massive and hard to park and lacked any intelligent parking assist, Chen Yuan had the driving mastery rewarded by the system. Reversing the bra bus into the garage was hardly more difficult than driving a little car like a smart. After parking, Chen Yuan casually grabbed a pack of cigarettes and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he opened the door, stepped onto the running board, and looked down at Li Xiang. Brother Yuan. What's up? Chen Yuan stepped down from the running board and closed the door. The sound was like a gunshot. This is your car. Li Xiang realized he understood Chen Yuan less and less. This couldn't be explained away with the phrase, rich second generation. Chen Yuan smiled. Yeah, I just picked it up. See, it still has temporary plates. That's pretty cool. Li Xiang couldn't help saying, then glanced at his own BMW M5. In sheer presence, it was no match for the Brabus. If the BMW M5 was the representative of the suit-wearing outlaw, then this Brabus was the real outlaw, one arm to the teeth. Li Xiang had an easygoing mentality. Since he couldn't compete, then he simply wouldn't. He harbored no jealousy. From the inside out, he could face any annoyance and be smiling again the next second. Chen Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked, Li Xiang, aren't you a rapper? How come when you introduce yourself you stutter a bit? After they had played together carrying guns and dropping ranks, the two had clearly grown much closer, so he could bring up such a question without any burden. Li Xiang's face reddened. I've recorded songs, but I've never performed on stage. The moment I see people in the audience, I get insanely nervous. A studio-only singer then. Chen Yuan didn't press further, and the two headed toward the elevator lobby entrance. Li Xiang pressed the elevator button for the 69th floor. There are so many skyscrapers in Shenzhen, Chen Yuan thought. Brother Yuan, this KTV is really good. It was opened by a wealthy Hong Kong tycoon, and it's decorated beautifully. The room fee alone is 10,000 yuan. If you like singing, you can get a membership card. Li Xiang introduced it as a Shenzhen local. He was intimately familiar with every fun place and every good restaurant in Shenzhen. Really? I'll take a look when the time comes. Chen Yuan said somewhat dismissively. When the elevator arrived at the 69th floor, the two walked out. Chen Yuan followed behind Li Xiang, his eyes landing on the view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sky was growing dark. Neon lights were coming on across the facades of many skyscrapers, and a small Eiffel Tower glimmered with rainbow-colored light. Seeing Chen Yuan's gaze fixed outside the windows, Li Xiang explained, downstairs is Shenan Avenue, one of Shenzhen's main roads. The traffic is heavy every day, and it's often jammed. That tower is window of the world. It's just a tourist spot, not very fun. Chen Yuan nodded. He wasn't really interested in scenic landmarks either. The two walked into Sky City KTV. The floor wasn't marble, but a screen seamlessly continuous with the walls and ceiling, all playing a loop of surging blue waves. It felt thoroughly sci-fi. A manager in a black suit and white shirt stepped forward and greeted them politely. Young Master Li, you're quite early. Li Xiang nodded with a smile. Yep. Is the private room ready? It's ready, young Master Li. Room D8, the one you've always liked, the manager said. Li Xiang nodded, then introduced Chen Yuan beside him to the manager. This is my brother Yuan. You can call him young Master Chen. The manager pulled out a pack of Zhonghua. Hello, young Master Chen. This was the first time Chen Yuan had heard such an odd form of address. He waved his hand and refused the cigarette the manager offered. He didn't smoke Zhonghua. It scraped his throat. The manager led the two to the private room. As he stepped inside, Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. This room was truly enormous. At the KTVs in his hometown, because the rooms were limited in space, the sofas were always pressed against the walls or ranged along them in L shapes or U shapes. Here it was completely different. The spacious room was estimated to be over 200 square meters. Upon entering, there was a snooker table. Farther ahead, a U-shaped sofa group sat away from the walls, leaving a large amount of open space. Beyond that, there was a dance floor area. What surprised Chen Yuan the most was that this KTV room wasn't enclosed. It actually had scenic floor-to-ceiling windows, making the space feel even more expansive. No wonder the room fee cost a whole 10 grand. There really was something to it. The KTVs wealthy people came to really were different from ordinary ones. Chen Yuan felt his horizons had been broadened. You need a big city. Back in the county, no matter how rich you were, there was nowhere to spend the money. You could never find a KTV like this. Chen Yuan was growing ever more fond of Shenzhen, this great metropolis. Young Master Li, young Master Chen, shall I bring some drinks for you first? The manager asked, bending down with a brilliant smile. Li Xiang looked at Chen Yuan and handed him the iPad for ordering. Brother Yuan, you'll order. Chen Yuan took the iPad and looked at the drink menu. Among the spirits, there was Louis XIII at 49,000 yuan a bottle. Among the champagne, Ace of Spades at 99,000 yuan a set, and the beers included German imports plus Budweiser at 130 yuan a bottle. How insanely high is the profit margin here? Chen Yuan felt this was no different from robbing people. But then he thought of the surrounding decor and the incomparable high-altitude view from the 69th floor. All of that required money. All he could say was this place didn't prey on the poor, and the rich didn't lack the money. Flipping through the pages, he saw the soft drink section and was surprised to find all sorts of freshly squeezed juices. Give me a pitcher of mango juice, Chen Yuan said. It was his favorite. There were only two drinks he liked. One was Coca-Cola, and the other was mango juice. Very well, young Master Chen. Soft drinks are complimentary, so I'll send you 2 pitchers over shortly, the manager said. Chen Yuan nodded and handed the iPad back to Li Xiang. I don't know much about alcohol. You'd better order. Then I'll order. 2 bottles of Louis XIII, a Grand Dragon package, 2 dozen Budweiser. For other soft drinks, bring whatever you see fit. But the mango juice my brother Yuan wants is mandatory. Don't add any water. It must be completely freshly squeezed, understand? Young Master Li's dominating aura was fully exposed. Chen Yuan cheered Li Xiang on in his heart, though of course that was just a joke. Still just coming to a KTV to drink, and spending nearly 200,000 yuan. This chubby guy definitely had an extraordinary background, and he was very generous. What Chen Yuan didn't know was that all the money Li Xiang spent here was charged to his father's account, so naturally, he was generous. After all, spending it didn't hurt him at all. When is Ma Siwei arriving? Chen Yuan asked. Li Xiang glanced at his watch. Soon. He's very punctual, and won't be late. Chen Yuan noticed the watch on Li Xiang's wrist. The dial was large with a clear view of the mechanical craftsmanship. On top of that, a circle of diamonds was set around the dial, making it look very flashy. Chen Yuan couldn't help asking, what watch is that? A Hublot Big Bang fully set with diamonds, Li Xiang said. Brother Yuan, you're not interested in watches either. Chen Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he felt a little sheepish. He truly had very little knowledge of luxury watches. Back in school, he had no means of later, even after obtaining the system, he'd had no chance to study such things in the county. But this was Shenzhen after all. If he wanted to buy a watch, it was a simple matter. I wasn't interested before, but I'm a bit interested now. Do you know where they sell Patek Philippe? Chen Yuan said coolly. As expected of a rich tycoon, the first thing out of his mouth was Patek Philippe. Li Xiang naturally wouldn't think Chen Yuan was bragging. Brother Yuan, if you want a used one, you can go to Mixed Sea or Coastal City. There are several stores there specializing in pre-owned watches. If you want a brand new Patek Philippe, you might have to go to Hong Kong or Guangzhou. Shenzhen doesn't have a Patek Philippe boutique. Chen Yuan frowned. How could he possibly buy a second-hand watch? He definitely had to buy a new one. Only if it was a limited edition watch would he consider a pre-owned piece. Is that so? Then I'll go browse in Guangzhou when I have time, Chen Yuan said. I happen to have sales contacts for Patek Philippe and Richard Mille in Guangzhou. I'll send you their WeChat. Li Xiang said, you can ask them on WeChat beforehand whether they have the model you want in the stores so you don't waste a trip. I think I also have a Patek Philippe sales contact in Hong Kong. Let me look for it. Chen Yuan gave Li Xiang a thumbs up. He really was a Guangdong Hong Kong Macau local expert. How could he know so much? Li Xiang's phone rang. His friends had arrived. Ma Siwei is here. I'll go out and get him, Li Xiang said as he stood up. Li Xiang walked out of the private room and saw Ma Siwei with a chubby guy slightly thinner than Li Xiang. Also a rap star from the same label as Ma Siwei, going by the stage name No real name Ding Jun. 'Cause long time no see. Ma Siwei hugged Li Xiang. They didn't greet each other in a very hip-hop way. Long time no see. How's the tour going? Li Xiang smiled. Not bad, it went pretty smoothly, Ma Siwei said with a smile. Li Xiang chose his words carefully, then said quietly, I brought a friend along. He's inside. A rich kid, pretty good-natured. But you two should tone down that cocky attitude. Ma Siwei nodded without saying much. Ding Jun, however, became interested. How rich is this rich kid? I don't know exactly how rich. But as soon as the semester began, he was driving a Brabus worth over 10 million yuan. And when he got to the dorm, he spent over 100,000 yuan on a computer and a chair. Li Xiang said, a Brabus. Could I borrow it for a drive? Ding Jun said. Fans who knew him online were well aware that Ding Jun loved cars. After earning his first real money, he spent a little on making music and nearly all the rest on buying cars. Ask him yourself. Li Xiang didn't agree on Chen Yuan's behalf. He let Ding Jun ask Chen Yuan directly. Alright, I'll ask him later. Ding Jun decided he wouldn't drink that night. Instead, he'd encourage the rich kid inside to drink a lot, and then when it was time to call a designated driver, he could step up and volunteer. I'm such a clever little devil, Ding Jun thought. Li Xiang led the two into the private room. Chen Yuan heard the noise and turned to look. Chen Yuan recognized both rappers. Actually, anyone with even a passing familiarity with rap would know these two. Li Xiang hurried over and spoke first, saving them from the awkwardness of introducing themselves. This is my brother, Shenzhen University's top handsome guy, the world's best CS sniper, Heilongjiang's one-man arsenal, Chen Yuan. Brother Yuan. These two, they're just rappers. Chen Yuan looked them over. The two men were wearing short sleeves, and you could say they were tattooed with dragons and tigers all over their bodies. Except for their faces, there wasn't a clean spot on them. They looked almost exactly like they did online. Brother Yuan. Ding Jun spoke up immediately, so he could get behind the wheel of Chen Yuan's Brabus. He felt not the slightest embarrassment about calling the 18-year-old Chen Yuan brother, even though he was already in his 30s. Hello. Chen Yuan extended his hand. I really like your music, like that one. 1 versus 5. Ding Jun and Ma Siwei's expressions visibly froze. Even Li Xiang was stunned. 1 versus 5. That song wasn't theirs at all. It was a diss track aimed at them. There's a big difference between rappers and conventional singers. When conventional singers or celebrities clash, they try to make big problems small, and small problems disappear. Even if they hold grudges, they do their best to keep up the appearance of we're all good. In the rap scene, though, people just release songs to go at each other. And this 1 versus 5 was exactly that, a song insulting these two. But so many years had passed by then. Ding Jun and Ma Siwei clearly didn't care all that much. The only thing was a brief moment of awkwardness the second they heard it. Bro, that song is insulting us, Ding Jun said. Chen Yuan responded, oh, is that so? Chen Yuan didn't know much about rap. If he happened to come across a good rap song, while scrolling he'd add it to his playlist, but he had never taken the time to truly understand the culture. Sorry, I have limited knowledge, Chen Yuan said helplessly. They all sat down. Ma Siwei and Ding Jun were dressed very hip-hop. The culture had become ingrained in their daily lives. After chatting with them for a while, Chen Yuan realized these rappers weren't like their online image at all, aggressive and foul-mouthed. In real life, they were basically no different from ordinary people. Or rather, their online personas were just that, personas created to make money. In real life, they were ordinary people who had to make a living. What do you rappers usually do? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Is it like they say online, partying in luxury, everyday sports cars, and beautiful women? Ma Siwei thought about it. I'm pretty laid back right now. Apart from a few tours, I just stay home and play games. Ding Jun said actually rappers who do well rarely live that kind of decadent life. Every day it's just making songs, releasing songs, and touring. That decadent life exists only in lyrics. My brother's song talks about a Ferrari LaFerrari and a Lamborghini drop top. Ask him whether he can afford a LaFerrari. Chen Yuan couldn't help laughing. He had heard that song. It was a massively popular crossover hit. Over the past couple of years it had racked up massive plays on Douyin, and seductive online beauties all loved using it as background music. Also, this little chubby guy was pretty funny. Ma Siwei was sitting right there, yet he still dared to joke like that. Ma Siwei didn't take Ding Jun's joke seriously and just shot back, can you afford one? No, I can't. Actually, given Ma Siwei's net worth, he could afford a LaFerrari if he wanted one. But with his level of wealth, he had to consider whether casually spending 30 or 40 million yuan on a car was worth it, and whether it would break his cash flow. Soon 2 more people walked in. There were also rappers from their scene, just not famous. Li Xiang called the manager over and had the drinks brought in. One after another, tall girls in ultra-short skirts and spaghetti-strap tops swayed their hips as they strode into the private room. Some held glowing signboards, some carried sparkling wine trays. Another girl carried 2 pitchers of mango juice. Very ceremonial. These wine boxes really are dazzling, Chen Yuan thought to himself. After setting down the drinks, the girls didn't leave immediately. Instead, they performed a suggestive dance on the dance floor up front, shaking their voluptuous bodies and making the onlookers' hearts itch. Chen Yuan had no doubt that for a little money he could take any of these girls away. But he had absolutely no interest in such vulgar painted women. Most importantly, he was afraid of catching a disease. He still had the best years of his life ahead of him. After the girls finished their dance and left the room, one relatively plainly dressed girl stayed behind. She wasn't a hostess drinking with the guests, but a server whose job was to open and pour the wine for customers. Ace of spades was poured into champagne flutes fetched from the cooler, Louis XIII into cognac glasses, and beer into beer mugs filled with ice. A full display of ceremony. Chen Yuan felt that paying a premium was worth it. The atmosphere was nice and the service was good. Come on, let's toast. Congrats on getting into college, cuz. From now on you can drink openly. Ding Jun said that in a funny way. But he wasn't drinking alcohol. He was drinking Coke. Chen Yuan picked up a glass of the gold bottle Ace of Spades and clinked glasses with everyone. Then he took a sip. It was slightly sweet on the first taste with a stronger note of tartness and a fine creamy effervescence. It tasted pretty good. Li Xiang said, brother Yuan, the drinks here may be pricey, but they're definitely authentic. At other nightclubs and commercial KTVs, 80% of the Ace of Spades sold is fake. That stuff, I swear it tastes terrible. Hearing Li Xiang's words, Chen Yuan gave a slight nod. Silently he thought to himself, I don't yet have the palate to appreciate champagne or red wine, but that's fine. These are things I can learn gradually in the future. I once heard Lucy mention that Shenwan Bay has a wine bar and a champagne bar, and they probably have professional sommeliers too. I can go there to learn sometime in the future. As the alcohol took effect, the group gradually loosened up. Some requested songs while others chatted away. This gathering revolved around Ma Siwei, Ding Jun, and Li Xiang as its core figures, while the others in their circle held lower status and served purely as atmosphere boosters. The sound system here was excellent, not the kind that blasted deafening noise so the others could chat without having to shout. Chen Yuan listened as they talked about amusing anecdotes from the rap scene along with Ding Jun's and Ma Siwei's streetwear businesses. To Chen Yuan's surprise, Ding Jun's streetwear brand EMDM was even more profitable than Ma Siwei's AFGK, earning twice as much. At the same time, through their conversation, Chen Yuan finally understood why Li Xiang was able to hang out with these two. It turned out that Li Xiang's cousin was a major figure in the rap circle. Not a front stage singer, but a behind-the-scenes heavyweight who had his hands in everything from music festivals to endorsements to the streetwear industry. Seeing that Chen Yuan couldn't quite join the conversation, Ding Jun took the initiative to start a topic. Bro, where are you from? Northeast. Chen Yuan replied. Ding Jun said, isn't it really cold in the Northeast during winter? Like -20 or 30 degrees. I haven't been there much. Whenever I have tours, they're always in the summer. Chen Yuan nodded. It's manageable. When it's cold, I just stay indoors. The underfloor heating keeps it comfortable. I see. Bro, come visit Chengdu when you have time. Ding Jun said with a smile. Oh right, bro, I heard from my cousin that you have a brow bus. Chen Yuan nodded. Ahem, you've drunk quite a lot, so you'll probably need a designated driver later. How about you skip that, and I drive you home instead? Ding Jun said with a grin. Don't overthink it. I just want to experience the Brabus. Chen Yuan couldn't care less either way. Whether he called a designated driver or let Ding Zhen drive made no difference to him. Besides, he had taken quite a liking to this chubby guy. Sure, that works. Thanks, bro. Let me toast you. Ding Zhen raised his cola as if worried Chen Yuan might get the wrong idea and added, bro, I'm not drinking today. Next time we get the chance, we'll drink together. I'll down 3 cups as a penalty to make up for it. Chen Yuan felt that this guy had remarkably high emotional intelligence. No wonder he could get along well with every circle in the rap scene, which was usually so divided by regional cliques. He also had relatively good public favor on the internet. His natural humor was one thing, but his emotional intelligence was genuinely impressive. Chen Yuan said nothing, clinked glasses with Ding Zhen, and downed his drink in one go. Champagne barely felt alcoholic, more like drinking a soft drink, but in reality, it could still get you drunk. Under the dazzling high-tech lighting, Chen Yuan's face was already flushing. His ruddy cheeks looked as if he had applied blush, though his mind remained clear. Halfway through the drinking, everyone took turns singing songs as they drank. Ma Siwei even performed a few of his own tracks, getting everyone in the private room hyped and jumping. It was the first time Chen Yuan had ever seen an original artist sing his own songs in a KTV. It was essentially a private concert. Do rich people actually invite celebrities to their homes for private concerts? Chen Yuan couldn't help wondering. In his mind, Lin Wanyu's line from iPartment surfaced unbidden, aren't concerts all held at home? Someday, if he got the chance, Chen Yuan wanted to invite Jay Chou and Xue Zhiqian to his home to hold private concerts just for him. Time passed quickly. Since Ma Siwei and Ding Zhen still had tour stops tomorrow, this small gathering of their circle wound down at 11:30. Li Xiang had thoroughly enjoyed himself. When Ma Siwei sang, he was the one bouncing the most clearly, a seasoned dancer. He looked at Chen Yuan and asked, bro, are you heading back to the dorm? No. You? Me neither. I'm going home, Li Xiang said, then pointed out the window. Over there was OCT, with not only several high-rise residential buildings, but also a large villa district. The greenery there was genuinely impressive. Seen from above, OCT looked like a sea of green. Even under the cover of night, one could clearly discern just how high the greening rate was. My home's right here. I'll just head straight back. Bro, are you planning to get a hotel? You could actually stay at my place. My parents have gone to Hong Kong, so nobody's home. Chen Yuan shook his head in refusal. Don't worry, bro. I have somewhere to stay. No hotel needed. Bro, don't tell me you bought an apartment too. Li Xiang couldn't help asking. It's just the basics. Chen Yuan said with a smile. How about staying at my place instead? My home is close to school, so you won't need to wake up early for class tomorrow. Hey, I wasn't planning to go to class tomorrow anyway. I've already arranged for a proxy to take my place. Li Xiang said with a chuckle. The proxy industry at school was highly developed. All one had to do was call out in the group chat, and plenty of proxies would show up. 30 yuan per class. 60 yuan for a good morning's sleep. Li Xiang thought it was well worth it. Alright then. As they chatted, the group had already walked out of the private room. Nearly all 10 bottles of champagne had been finished, while the 2 bottles of Louis XIII had been stored away. Taking the elevator down to the underground parking garage, and Alfred was waiting at the entrance to the elevator lobby. As the group approached, its rear door automatically slid open. Ma Siwei climbed into the Alfred van, but Ding Zhen didn't get in. You go to the hotel first. I'll take Brother Chen home. Ma Siwei nodded. Alright, play it by ear. Don't stay out too late. We still have a show tomorrow. Li Xiang also hopped into the Alfred to catch a ride. As for his own car, he planned to pick it up tomorrow since it wasn't far. Bro, I'm heading off too. Louding, take good care of bro Chen. Don't just think about the drive. Don't worry, I'm very reliable. The doors closed automatically, and the Alfred drove off smoothly. In the underground garage, only Ding Zhen and Chen Yuan remained. Chen Yuan took out his car key, unlocked the Brabus not far away, and handed the key to Ding Zhen. Let's get going too. The car's over there. Alright, let's go. Bro, need me to help you into the car? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Why did the guy have to insult him? I can hold my liquor well. My face just flushes easily. His mind was perfectly clear, and he walked in a straight line. Hardly someone who seemed drunk enough to need help. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Brabus, this was the first time Chen Yuan had ever been in the passenger seat of his own car, and Ding Zhen was also the first outsider to drive it. Man, this is the first time someone else has driven my car, Chen Yuan said with a smile. So I'm your first, huh? You cheeky bastard. The chubby guy chuckled, familiarized himself with the various buttons in the car, and quickly figured out how to command this land beast. Bro, where are you headed? Let me set the navigation. Chen Yuan said calmly, one Shenzhen Bay. At midnight, there were not many cars on the road. Ding Zhen's driving skills were excellent, and the ride was quite smooth with no hard acceleration. Ding Zhen was so skilled that he could focus on chatting with Chen Yuan while driving. Even though it was their first meeting, Chen Yuan already found great pleasure in talking with Ding Zhen. Speaking with him gave one a very comfortable feeling. Chen Yuan once heard his mother say that if you feel an instant connection with someone upon first meeting, as if you've known each other forever and want to bare your soul, then you must be extra cautious. In such a situation, there were only 2 possibilities. The first, the other party harbored ulterior motives, already knew you very well, and was targeting you deliberately. The second, the other party possessed extremely high emotional intelligence, operating at a level far above yours, and was condescendingly tolerant of you. Chen Yuan felt that he and Ding Zhen belonged to the second category. Chen Yuan also admitted that although he carried billions of yuan in wealth, his own level was not high compared to these seasoned veterans who had fought their way up from the bottom. He was at best a rookie. But he didn't think this was a problem. Like wine tasting, he could learn slowly over time. And with the system at his disposal, he had more than enough capital to learn. Soon the car arrived at Shenzhen Bay No. 1 and entered the underground garage of Tower T7. Old Ding, why not skip going home and just sleep at my place? Chen Yuan said, perfect. You can make up for the drinks you owe me just now. This? Are you sure? Ding Zhen was clearly tempted. He loved making friends, and he could tell that Chen Yuan was a sincere person. I have a few more cars here. I'll lend you one tomorrow, Chen Yuan said. Ding Zhen stopped hesitating. Let's go. Although the Raffles Hotel and the Raffles residence were in the same building, their underground elevator lobbies were not the same. The elevator lobby of the Raffles residence could lead into the Raffles Hotel, but the Raffles Hotel's elevator lobby could not grant access to the Raffles residence. The traffic flow design was quite brilliant. Face scanning opened the door, and the two stepped into the elevator lobby. No wonder this is Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Even this underground garage is better designed than my own neighborhood. Ding Zhen couldn't help but say, it's all right. Chen Yuan smiled and pressed the button for the 72nd floor. When the elevator reached the 50th floor, Chen Yuan swallowed hard, his ears ringing slightly. When the elevator doors opened again, they had reached the 72nd floor. He unlocked the door with his fingerprint, pushed open the brass door, and the two entered. Chen Yuan turned on the lights and said, I just bought this place, haven't hired a housekeeper yet, and it's mostly empty. Roughing it for now. By the time you come next time it should feel a bit better. This isn't roughing it. This is a heavenly palace. Ding Zhen said, exaggeratedly surveying the spacious living room. He couldn't help asking, brother, you're just coming to study, and your family bought you a place like this? Chen Yuan shrugged, tacitly confirming Ding Zhen's words. Ding Zhen paused for a moment, then said, brother, tell me, do you have any taboos? I don't want to say something wrong and end up planted in the ground as a ginseng cosplay. Chen Yuan burst out laughing. Come on, stop joking. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have the power to plant people in the ground. Even as he said that, Chen Yuan actually felt a little pleased by Ding Zhen's exaggerated words. Chen Yuan led Ding Zhen on a tour of the 890 square meter apartment. Afterwards, the two arrived at the wine cellar. Though called a wine cellar, it was actually a specially decorated room. The entire room was at least 20 square meters with all four walls lined by wine cabinets, each individually designed and set to different temperatures and humidity levels suited for preserving different wines. In a corner of the wine cellar, there was even a door leading to an ice room used for storing white wine. Brother, pick 2 bottles. Chen Yuan said. The wines in the cellar were all included with the purchase of the apartment. Ding Zhen didn't know much about wine either. Faced with the dazzling array of bottles, he didn't know which to choose, so he casually grabbed 2 bottles of red wine displayed in a prominent spot. Looking at the imported Chinese labels on them, they were 2017 Romanicani. Even someone completely ignorant of wine knew these 2 bottles were extremely expensive. He was about to put them back when Chen Yuan stopped him. These 2, let's go. He led Ding Zhen back to the living room. Chen Yuan went to the bar to fetch 2 red wine glasses and a corkscrew, then returned to the living room and opened the 2 bottles. Only then did he realize these were the famous Romanicani. Raffles is honest. Buy an apartment and get Romanicani as a gift. What Chen Yuan didn't know was that a single 1.5-liter large bottle of Romanicani from the Grand Cru vineyard, especially from a great vintage like 2017, cost upwards of 750 yuan. Chen Yuan handed one open bottle to Ding Zhen and said with a smile, let's not bother with decanting or using a wine separator. Straight from the bottle, 1 each, all right. Ding Zhen clapped his hands, trying not to let his grin get too wild. Absolutely. Ding Zhen had only written about Romanicani in his lyrics. He had never actually tasted it. From now on, he would have the confidence to write about it in his songs. In the living room sofa area, Chen Yuan sat on the floor. The living room was so large that the sofa and coffee table were arranged rather loosely, with a considerable gap between them. Sitting on the sofa, his hand couldn't reach the coffee table, while the long dining table was too large. 2 people drinking there would feel only emptiness. Sitting on the floor in the sofa area was just right. The marble floor was covered with a thick woolen carpet, soft to sit on, and one could easily reach the coffee table in front. Moreover, this kind of ambience helped bring the two closer together. Chen Yuan poured wine into a tulip-shaped glass, filling it to the brim. Brother, to be honest, you're the first person to visit my home, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Another first. Ding Zhen raised his full glass and clinked it with Chen Yuan's. Then I'm truly honored. Here's a toast to you. Cheers. Right, I'll drink it all. Ding Zhen raised his glass and started drinking immediately. He gulped it down without any pretense. When he said bottoms up, he meant it. Nearly 800 milliliters of red wine were drained in one go. After finishing those 800 milliliters, the chubby young man visibly turned red. Hey, slow down. Chen Yuan's expression was like an old man looking at his phone. Don't drink so much, you puke. If I said I'd punish myself with 3 glasses, then I must punish myself with 3 glasses. Ding Zhen said, then continued pouring wine into his glass. Ding Zhen poured the rest of the bottle into the large bowled glass. It was no longer a full glass, only slightly over half. After pouring, he was about to down it in one gulp again. Hey, 1 glass is enough. No more punishment. Chen Yuan quickly stopped him. He was genuinely afraid this brother would croak right there in his home. This wasn't drinking but was playing with his life. Though red wine wasn't as intoxicating as high-proof liquor, one couldn't drink it like that either. This was a sincere man. How about this? The remaining 2 glasses can be punished next time. Let's drink normally, Chen Yuan said. Ding Jun suppressed the urge to burp. Alright, I'll save those 2 glasses for next time. The 2 clinked glasses again, and each took a sip. As the wine went down his throat, Chen Yuan could detect the cherry fruit aroma and a hint of licorice. As for the other flavors, he couldn't distinguish them, he just thought it tasted quite good. Wait, let me have someone send up some late-night snacks. Drinking without food just won't do. The Raffles residents allowed use of all Raffles hotel facilities naturally, including the hotel's fine dining restaurant. Chen Yuan opened the internal mini-program of the Raffles residence and ordered late-night snacks on it. Looking at the prices on the menu, Chen Yuan could only say there was no most expensive, only more expensive. French lobster steamed with 10-year aged Huadiao wine, 498 yuan per serving. Private recipe sunflower chicken, 398 yuan per serving. Iberian black pork, char siu, 268 yuan per serving. Even a dessert like the durian swan pastry was 358 yuan per serving. Were they robbing people? However, well past midnight by now, glancing at the bank SMS notification that hadn't been deleted, another 720 million yuan credited to his account. Chen Yuan curled his lips. Small change. The service at Raffles Hotel was remarkably efficient. Within 20 minutes a waiter arrived, pushing a dining cart delivering the meal. With wine and food in hand, Ding Jun's spirits soared, his desire to talk overflowing as he recounted his own stories. Candidly speaking, Ding Jun's life experiences were quite rich. He had worked as an insurance salesman, sold real estate, later built his career through rap, and eventually ventured into business. A true rags-to-riches success story. He had traveled to numerous places for tours, encountering all sorts of people. Most of the time Chen Yuan was the listener, while Ding Jun did the talking. Chen Yuan, who was only 18 years old at the moment, seemed to have little beyond his academic experiences to offer in return. 2 bottles of Romanicani weren't enough for the evening, so Chen Yuan descended to the wine cellar and retrieved 2 bottles of Ceylon champagne. They continued their conversation until 3 in the morning before finally winding down. Chen Yuan showed him to a guest bedroom. Fortunately, the mansion came fully furnished with quality linens, and the bathroom was stocked with toiletries and towels, all matching Raffles premium amenities, ensuring Ding Jun could comfortably freshen up. Chen Yuan then returned to his master bedroom. After showering, he lay back on the expansive bed. The Hason's mattress offered an ideal balance of firmness and support, contouring perfectly to his body curves, providing exceptional comfort. Despite having consumed considerable alcohol, sleep eluded him. On his first night in his own home, countless thoughts churned through Chen Yuan's mind, each one pulling him in different directions, some quite chaotic. Chen Yuan steadied his heart and began organizing the scattered thoughts crowding his mind. First, the house is far too empty. There's nothing in the refrigerator, no clothes in the walk-in closet, and no computer suitable for gaming in the study. Most importantly, with such a grand house, and only myself inside, it lacks any sense of liveliness. I should hire a butler and several housekeepers. Alright, I also need to recruit a driver, or perhaps 2 working 24-hour shifts on rotation. Otherwise, after drinking, I'd have to call a designated driver or take a taxi, which hardly befits my identity as a billionaire. Second, when I have time, I should pay a visit to Shenzhen Bay Club. Besides learning wine appreciation, I might also be able to expand my network there. Finally, I perhaps should start a business. Otherwise, during conversations, I'd have nothing meaningful to contribute beyond which Louis Vuitton bag is most stylish or how handsome those Balenciaga shoes are. Aside from the cold billion yuan balance sitting in my bank account, what else do I have? What else am I? As these thoughts spiraled, drowsiness overcame Chen Yuan. Just before drifting off, he sent leave request messages to his counselor and class monitor Li Ying respectively. That first night sleeping in his own home at No. 1 Shenzhen Bay, Chen Yuan enjoyed excellent sleep quality. Waking at noon the following day, he felt completely refreshed and invigorated, with not a trace of mental fog from the drinking and late night. What was I thinking about last night? Starting a business, wasn't it? Shaking his head, Chen Yuan let the matter rest and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Heading into the living room, he spotted a chubby young man sitting on the sofa engrossed in his phone. What are you up to? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. I'm replying to my agent. He was worried sick yesterday when I didn't return to the hotel, Ding Jun said. I've got another tour show tonight, so I'll need to head back to the hotel for makeup soon. Say, brother, want to come hang out tonight? Can I go on stage and perform? Ding Jun nodded without hesitation. If you want to, sure, it's totally fine. Chen Yuan chuckled and shook his head at their spontaneous nature as rappers. Now I have something to do today, so I'll skip it. Maybe next time. Alright, I've got plenty of tour shows anyway, let's catch up another time. Ding Jun stood up and straightened his clothes. I'll head out then. Let's hang out properly in the future. Alright, let's go, I'll see you out. As they stepped out the door after Ding Jun's repeated protests, Chen Yuan only escorted him to the elevator lobby, rather than seeing him all the way downstairs. Inside the elevator, Ding Jun scratched his head, sensing he had forgotten something, but unable to recall what it was. Chen Yuan returned to the living room and began contemplating the matter of hiring a butler for his house. He naturally lacked suitable connections and didn't know where to find a qualified butler. Although Chen Yuan himself didn't know anyone, someone certainly would. and even if not personally acquainted, that person would make the effort to search on his behalf. That someone was his private banker Jiang Yue. Chen Yuan called her, and the call connected quickly. "Hello, Miss Jiang, do you have a moment?" Jiang Yue's gentle and intelligent voice came through the phone speaker. "Of course, Brother Yuan, what do you need? If you're free, please come by my place. I have something I'd like to discuss with you." "I'll be right there." Jiang Yue's voice carried obvious excitement. "I'm sending you the location." After hanging up, Chen Yuan set his phone down. Since he had already taken the day off, there was no point going to school, and he had no intention of arranging a substitute. With only 4 boys in the entire class, the teacher would surely remember them. Unless he skipped an entire semester, there would inevitably come a day when his absence was exposed. So Chen Yuan simply submitted his leave request honestly. He wasn't pursuing postgraduate recommendations or academic honors, so absenteeism had no impact on him. Counselor He Yun was very reasonable and made no difficulty promptly approving the request. University was far better. When asking for leave, he no longer needed parental consent followed by the homeroom teacher and academic affairs office signatures. Instead, he only needed to send a message to his counselor and class monitor, then submit a request through the Enterprise WeChat app. His role as a good student lasted only that one afternoon before being declared a failure. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Chen Yuan rose to open the door. Standing outside was Jiang Yue in a professional outfit, her legs sheathed in black stockings that exuded exceptional quality. "Miss Jiang, it's been a while." Chen Yuan smiled. Though they frequently communicated via WeChat, they hadn't met since their last encounter in Harbin. Jiang Yue retained her commanding presence, her makeup exquisitely done, exuding sophisticated charm. "Brother Yuan." Jiang Yue composed herself, showing no surprise at Chen Yuan's luxurious mansion. "You asked me to come. What can I assist you with?" "Please give all orders to Daji." "Ah, sorry." Chen Yuan nodded. "Please come in and sit. I do need your help with something." "Very well." In the living room, they sat down separately. The remnants of last night's late-night snacks had already been cleared by Raffles' staff, leaving the space clean and tidy. "Here's the situation." Chen Yuan got straight to the point. "This house of mine is far too large, and there's no one to help maintain it. Coming home to such a cold and empty space feels quite desolate. Do you know of any reliable butlers, or does the bank have any channels for this?" Jiang Yue's mind raced. Top-tier butlers rarely ever left their positions. Most, once they found an employer, would stay for life as long as the family remained stable. Sometimes, even their sons would join the employer's company or follow in their father's footsteps, becoming junior servants in the household. In ancient times, this was known as family-born servants. Now, since Chen Yuan needed to find a butler, his only option was to search the open market. Newcomers to the profession, even with sufficient professional knowledge and understanding of how to manage every aspect of a household and serve employers properly, would lack adequate networking resources and seniority. Meanwhile, experienced senior butlers who possessed sufficient connections and qualifications while serving their employers excellently were simply not available on the open market. This created a paradox that left Jiang Yue uncertain about how to recommend anything to Chen Yuan. "Brother Yuan, I may need to look into this first." "No rush," Chen Yuan said. He could always rely on Raffles' staff to help tidy the house for now. It wasn't an emergency. Jiang Yue made a call to the bank's leadership. As a private banker dedicated to ultra-high net worth clients, she had direct access to the branch manager and deputy manager of the Shenzhen sub-branch. Recruiting a butler might seem like a trivial matter, yet it was hardly insignificant. After all, the person in question was an individual with billions in deposits. Therefore, Jiang Yue decided to consult the deputy manager directly. Banks had long since stripped away their bureaucratic hierarchies, so the deputy manager held no official administrative rank. Yet by the old conventions, the deputy head of a first-tier Shenzhen branch was still considered a deputy departmental-level cadre. "Good day, Director. This is Jiang Yue. My client recently settled in Shenzhen and intends to hire a butler. I was just transferred from Haisheng and lack resources in this area. I would like to seek your guidance." "Yue, I happen to know a private butler who has just left his position. Wait a moment, and I'll send you his contact information. I'll give him a heads up in advance. You can introduce him to your client. He formerly served as the butler to the chairman of Jingji Group, but with the company facing bankruptcy restructuring, he has unfortunately lost his position." The deputy manager clearly understood the intricacies of the butler industry. She knew how difficult it was to find a competent and reliable private butler. A butler's duties extended far beyond mere household management. A mediocre servant could only keep a villa in order, but could never serve as the employer's liaison beyond its walls. To put it plainly, a qualified butler could even help an employer advance further in their career. In truth, Chen Yuan only needed someone to watch over his home, while Jiang Yue and the deputy manager were helping him find an assistant capable of providing far greater value. "Thank you, Director. I appreciate your support for my work." "Yes. Serve your clients well, and take your responsibilities seriously. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me directly." After hanging up, the deputy manager ended the call. Jiang Yue glanced at her phone, and a subtle smile played on her lips. Mission accomplished. But she also needed to see whether Brother Yuan and the butler would click. That remained to be seen. She would still need to find a few backup candidates. Jiang Yue walked back to the living room and relayed nearly everything the deputy manager had said to Chen Yuan, adding her own explanation. Jingji Group is one of Shenzhen's most prominent corporations and a real estate heavyweight. Its Jingji 100 Tower was once the tallest building in Shenzhen, a landmark, until it was surpassed by the Ping and Finance Tower. It remains the city's second tallest structure, a premier Grade A office building comparable to No. 1 Shenzhen Bay. Such a tower must have cost a fortune to build, Chen Yuan asked. Jiang Yue pondered for a moment. Conservatively about 8 billion yuan. Chen Yuan scratched his chin. He could have built one himself in just over a decade. Why not enter the real estate development business? But after some thought he dismissed the idea. Real estate had long become a sunset industry. Moreover, prime locations in Futian and Nanshan districts were already claimed by other groups and subpar sites were beneath his standards. Hadn't even a giant like Jingji itself fallen into bankruptcy restructuring. Better to consider other ventures. Chen Yuan was in no rush. He reviewed his class schedule for the next day. Classes didn't end until 7:15 p.m., which ruled out an interview. However, Thursday had only morning classes, leaving the entire afternoon free. Then please arrange for him to come here for an interview on Thursday afternoon. Yes, Brother Yuan. After discussing business matters, a brief silence fell between them. Jiang Yue took the initiative to find a new topic. Brother Yuan, is there anything else I can help you with? Chen Yuan thought for a moment and realized there actually was something. The butler was nearly secured with a Thursday interview, and roles like nanny and driver could be handled later by the butler. That matter was essentially resolved. As for starting a business, Chen Yuan still hadn't decided on a project. Even if Jiang Yue could offer assistance, it wasn't the right time. Thus only one thing remained: his empty walk-in closet. Since he had taken the day off and had the afternoon free, Chen Yuan planned to go shopping and fill it up. I'm thinking of buying some clothes. I'm short a baggage attendant. Would you like to come? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. I'd be delighted. Jiang Yue smiled. She secretly looked forward to spending more time with Chen Yuan. Besides, her job was precisely to assist him and help resolve personal matters. I'm not very familiar with Shenzhen either. Where shall we go shopping? Chen Yuan asked. Jiang Yue weighed her options: Coastal City, Mixi World, and concluded that Mixi best suited Chen Yuan's needs. She replied, I'd recommend Shenzhen Bay Mixi. It's the city's most prestigious shopping destination, recognized by all as a paradise for luxury retail. Virtually every top domestic and international brand has a boutique there. Best of all, it's merely 2 kilometers from here. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Choosing to buy a property here had indeed been a wise decision. The location was truly exceptional, and the surrounding amenities were top tier. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Chen Yuan reached into a cabinet near the entrance and randomly grabbed a set of car keys. In his hand was a key fob bearing the emblem of a rearing horse. A Ferrari key undoubtedly, but whether it belonged to the 12C or the Purosang remained uncertain, as Chen Yuan had yet to drive either. They made their way to the elevator hall and pressed the button. With 1 elevator per floor, privacy was impeccable, though it also meant almost no chance of knowing one's neighbors on the same level. Perhaps to compensate for this, Shenzhen Bay No. 1 boasted its own exclusive clubhouse, the Chen Yuan Club. Stepping into the elevator, Chen Yuan settled onto the sofa within. Soon they arrived at the basement level. Stepping out of the elevator, Chen Yuan's parking spots lay on either side. He pressed the key fob and the silver 12C lit up. Chen Yuan walked to the driver's side and entered the car. Let's head out. He gestured for Jiang Yue to take the passenger seat. Jiang Yue elegantly slipped into the passenger seat and closed the door. Chen Yuan started the Ferrari with practiced ease, and the V12 engine roared to life, echoing through the underground garage. His familiarity with the vehicle came not from prior experience, but from the driving mastery skill granted by the system. Every car he drove he could operate seamlessly as if by instinct. By the way, Miss Jiang, Chen Yuan asked, where would one go to purchase a limited edition hypercar like the LaFerrari? Apart from a few high-end second-hand dealerships, they're mostly available at auctions. Auctions? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. The word itself seemed to carry an aura of exclusivity. Yes. If you're interested, I'll compile a list of recent auction events and send it to you when I return. Jiang Yue spoke, her professionalism evident. Very well, Chen Yuan replied. He always appreciated someone so proactive. While this place is really crowded, a road of 1.3 kilometers was jammed for 500 meters. Even before entering Mixi, one could sense the high-end vibe of this shopping mall. Many luxury cars were parked along the road, from AMG to McLaren, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. If you want to see a car show, you don't need to go anywhere else. Just come to Mixi. It seems I'll have to get a Bugatti in the future, or else I won't be able to dominate these luxury cars. Even my 12C can only be considered a fairly outstanding supercar here. It can't completely steal the show. Chen Yuan thought to himself as he drove the car into the underground garage. After parking, the two walked through the basement to the first underground floor of Mixi. Mixi was crowded with people, young men in trendy outfits and middle-aged men in rather conservative attire. Here the lowest spending options were Starbucks and Haitia, while the highest spending had no upper limit. Chen Yuan appreciatively admired the passing beauties with great politeness. One glance was polite, and continuous glances were continuous politeness. While Chen Yuan only gave them a brief glance, but he couldn't help sighing that Shenzhen really had many beauties, whether on campus or in the shopping mall. Many photographers specialized in street photography of beauties at Mixi to build their accounts on Douyin. Of course the Jiang Yue beside him was also a top-tier beauty, turning heads wherever she walked. Chen Yuan first walked into the Hermes boutique on the first floor. If luxury goods had tiers, Hermes would be standing at the very ceiling. Luxury brands in other fields all like to call themselves the Hermes or Rolls-Royce of their respective domains, which showed the status of Hermes and Rolls-Royce in their circles. The moment he stepped into Hermes, Chen Yuan felt a faint, delicate fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, making him involuntarily sniff. A male sales associate stepped forward. "Hello sir, welcome to Hermes. I'm the sales manager Alex." Such a cliched greeting formula. I thought the Hermes in Shenzhen would have something more creative. Also, why do you luxury brands always like giving yourselves English names? The vast majority of your customers are Chinese. Chen Yuan couldn't help complaining inwardly. The sales associate asked, "May I ask your surname?" The male sales associate gave a professional smile. His voice was magnetic and he was quite handsome, the type who'd get comments like "model brother" if posted online. Still, he was slightly less handsome than Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan didn't say the modest, "My surname is Chen, no need for honorifics." Such courtesy didn't apply between him and a salesperson. Alex didn't find anything wrong. "Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, is there any bag you fancy? Or do you have an appointment with a specific sales associate?" Alex could basically tell from their attire whether they were target customers. And from the aura Chen Yuan exuded as he walked in, he knew that Mr. Chen wasn't just browsing. He genuinely had the desire to spend. Reading people and judging situations was a salesperson's basic skill. Chen Yuan shook his head. "No appointed salesperson." Alex became even more enthusiastic. "Then shall I show you both around?" Chen Yuan nodded. While taking in the exceptionally exquisite decor of the Hermes store, he said, "I mainly want to buy some clothes to fill up my wardrobe. Show me around." "All right, Mr. Chen. This way, please." Men's ready-to-wear is on the second floor. Walking up the wooden staircase to the second floor, Chen Yuan realized that this Hermes store actually had 3 floors. The store was indeed quite spacious. It seemed Shenzhen really had many wealthy people with strong purchasing power. Otherwise, Hermes wouldn't have invested in such a big store here. Arriving at the men's clothing area, various Hermes garments hung neatly on racks. Chen Yuan casually took down a navy blue denim jacket. The denim jacket felt excellent in texture. Embroidered on the lower left was Hermes Pegasus logo, and on the right were 4 squares arranged vertically. Running his fingers over the pattern, he felt the uneven tactile texture. Chen Yuan's gaze drifted to the price tag, 15000. Not expensive at all. Hermes wasn't as costly or high threshold as he had imagined. Still, anyone who could spend 15,000 on clothes was truly wealthy. Chen Yuan didn't go to the fitting room. He simply took the hanger off the denim jacket, put it on, and asked Jiang Yue, "Do I look handsome?" "Super handsome," Jiang Yue said immediately. Chen Yuan curled his lips slightly and smiled. "I think so too." Then he took off the jacket, handed it to the sales associate, and said, "This one's good. Give me an XL." Chen Yuan was 183 centimeters tall and weighed 70 kilograms. He wasn't heavy, but he wasn't skinny either. He usually wore size L or XL. However, he personally preferred wearing clothes one size larger. They were more comfortable. He hated tight-fitting clothes. Alex agreed, without mentioning that Hermes clothing used Italian sizing and that Mr. Chen should have said size 46 rather than XL. These standards were meant for the less wealthy. For the wealthy, of course, whatever they said went. Chen Yuan continued browsing. He found that the design of Hermes clothing was truly simple. Apart from the decent tailoring, the patterns were minimalist. The largest pattern was probably the Pegasus motif. It wasn't as trendy as LV or other fashion-forward brands, which explained why Hermes menswear had always been understated. But the minimalist design didn't mean Hermes clothes weren't good. The fabric felt substantial to the fingertips, and the tailoring was crafted with great care. Chen Yuan picked up a gray knit top. With the 1500 denim jacket as a reference, he had assumed this top would only cost around 10,000 or so. But when he saw the price tag marked 23000, he couldn't help wanting to curse. Just a small cardigan like this, and you're charging 23000. Is this robbery? Chen Yuan suddenly thought of a joke. A big shot once said to his son, "If you keep misbehaving, I'll only give you 100 yuan a month from now on. Let's see how you'll survive." Back then, Chen Yuan thought that 100 yuan a month would be absolutely amazing. Now it seemed that for those top-tier rich second generations, 100 yuan a month might really not be enough to live on. After all, they couldn't even afford one such piece of clothing. For a 23000 yuan outfit, Chen Yuan definitely had to see what it was like. "Find me an XL of this one too, and wrap it up." Alex immediately agreed. "Certainly, Mr. Chen. I see you're buying quite a lot. Would you like me to help you with some styling?" Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Sure, you can style some outfits for me." After a pause, Chen Yuan added, "Money is no object." Relying on his professional eye, Alex put together several outfits for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan already had a great physique. Though he was still a notch below a muscular hunk, he was an excellent walking clothes hanger. Every time he came out of the fitting room, Jiang Yue couldn't help but marvel. From French formal wear to equestrian tailoring, from casual loungewear to techwear sportswear, Alex styled nearly 10 outfits for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan realized that Hermes clothing was the embodiment of quiet luxury, no big logos, yet every detail. The craftsmanship, the fabric, the silhouette, radiated nobility. With Alex's professional styling, even without large logos, the prestige of Hermes was evident at a single glance. Chen Yuan looked at himself in the mirror. The fitted yet relaxed drop-shoulder suit paired with high-waisted, double-pleated trousers made Chen Yuan's legs look extraordinarily long. The Hermes metal buckles on his loafers and belt meanwhile subtly announced the status of a wealthy man. Appreciating himself in the mirror, Chen Yuan crooked a finger at Alex, the sales manager, beckoning him closer. He no longer harbored any prejudice against Alex's English name. Let's add each other on WeChat. From now on you'll be the one styling my clothes, Chen Yuan said with great satisfaction. Thank you for your approval. Alex smiled, feeling a strong sense of accomplishment and also excited to have gained another major client. Just now, when he had been picking clothes for Chen Yuan, he truly hadn't cared about the budget. He had simply gone for the most expensive pieces. Among them, 7 pieces were priced above 200,000 yuan. Mr. Chen, if you have time now, our designer can take your measurements. That way your custom-made clothes will be even more comfortable. Sure, Chen Yuan nodded. Mr. Chen, this way please, Alex said. Chen Yuan followed Alex to the 3rd floor and entered a private room. The room was equally luxurious, with a French-style sofa that looked incredibly soft and a gold-trimmed coffee table that carried the opulence of a Middle Eastern tycoon. This is the private VIP lounge. Alex continued, it's prepared especially for distinguished guests like you. After all, walking around the store can be quite troublesome. If there are any bags or clothes you'd like, we can have them brought directly here for you to browse. Chen Yuan nodded. As expected of a place that catered to the wealthy, it was truly thoughtful. Alex first invited Chen Yuan and Zhang Yue to sit on the sofa. Shortly afterward, a sales intern brought them an artfully arranged fruit platter and a 3-tier dessert tower. Each tier held 3 small desserts, cheesecake, millefeuille, and macarons. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, would you care for something to drink? We have a wide selection of champagne and red wine, Alex said. Do you have mango juice? Chen Yuan asked. Alex's smile stiffened for a moment. Not at the moment, I'm afraid. Chen Yuan didn't mind. How about Coke? Alex breathed a sigh of relief, afraid that Chen Yuan might next ask for peach juice or watermelon juice. This one we have, he said. Mrs. Chen, what would you like to drink? Zhang Yue's cheeks flushed faintly. She liked being called Mrs. Chen so much that she never corrected Alex, and Chen Yuan didn't mind the address either. Lemon water will be fine. Very well. Alex waved at the intern, signaling him to hurry and prepare the drinks the two had requested. After Chen Yuan took a sip of his iced Coke, Alex said to him, Mr. Chen, shall we go take your measurements now? Chen Yuan nodded and followed Alex into the small room at the side of the private lounge. This room was dedicated to taking measurements. It contained all sorts of professional tools and a computer for recording data. At that moment, a young woman was sitting in front of the computer. After escorting Chen Yuan, and Alex stepped out, locking the door behind him. The female designer introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Chen. My surname is Lin. Just call me Xiao Lin. Chen Yuan nodded. The young woman had delicate features. He noticed that not a single employee in the entire Hermes store was unattractive. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Lin began to take Chen Yuan's measurements with a soft tape measure. Besides his chest, waist, and hips, she recorded his leg length, arm length, shoulder width, and more. The tape circling his body felt ticklish. Mr. Chen, do you usually keep it on the left or the right? Xiao Lin asked. Chen Yuan didn't understand at first. Left or right what? Xiao Lin glanced downward, her gaze laden with meaning. Fearing that Chen Yuan would misunderstand, she added, this is necessary data. Only with it can the tailors at our headquarters craft the most comfortable trousers for you. Only then did Chen Yuan understand what she meant. Embarrassed, he touched his nose. Right. Very good, Mr. Chen. After recording the data, Xiao Lin used an instrument to measure Chen Yuan's foot shape and also took his head circumference. Only after the entire process was finished was the full measurement session complete. Almost every physical measurement had been taken. Still, it was very fast, less than 10 minutes in total. After stepping out of the small measurement room, the embarrassment on Chen Yuan's face finally faded. He called Alex over. Wrap up all the outfits you selected and ring up the bill. Certainly, Alex replied. He used the computer in the private room to print out a long bill and brought over a card terminal. Mr. Chen, the total is 3690527 yuan. What an odd amount. Chen Yuan took out a bank card and handed it to Alex. Charge it, please. Watching 369 million yuan being swiped away, Chen Yuan felt not the slightest ripple in his heart. Can you deliver them to my home? Chen Yuan asked. Of course, Mr. Chen, Alex said. All right, then deliver them to my residence. Chen Yuan left his home address at Shenzhen Bay 1 and the contact information of his housekeeper Lucy. Then he stood up, looked at Alex, and asked, what's your real name? Alex wore a pained, constipated expression, clearly not wanting to say his real name. But since the client had asked, he couldn't refuse, so he answered honestly, Wang Gang. Ahem ahem. Chen Yuan quickly coughed twice, suppressing the urge to laugh. Zhang Yue also struggled to keep a straight face, but the twitching at the corner of her mouth betrayed her thoughts. Chen Yuan bit his lip and finally managed to say, then I'll just keep calling you Alex ahem. Bro, you're really good. From now on, whenever I shop at Hermes, I'll come to you. Who could have imagined that a man as handsome as a male model would actually be named Wang Gang? It wasn't that the name Wang Gang was bad. It just simply couldn't be connected to the identity of a Hermes sales manager. Chen Yuan and Zhang Yue left Hermes as if fleeing. Only after stepping outside did Chen Yuan finally lose it and burst into loud laughter. As expected of Wang Xiangxing, they even have a Richard Mille boutique. Chen Yuan had originally planned to make a trip to Guangzhou later to buy a few Patek Philippe's, but now that he saw a Richard Mille counter at Wang Xiangxing, he no longer intended to keep pursuing Patek Philippe. There's no need to discriminate against Richard Mille. It can be worn just as well. Chen Yuan walked into Richard Mille with Jiang Yue still wearing the French-style suit he had bought from Hermès. The moment he stepped inside, a sales associate immediately came forward to greet them. Chen Yuan gazed at the timepieces displayed in the showcases and suddenly recalled what people said online: these watches required a prior appointment before you could buy them. Without an appointment, they wouldn't sell to you. Not knowing whether it was true or false, Chen Yuan casually pointed at a barrel-shaped white watch and asked, "Is this watch for sale?" "Of course it's for sale, sir. Every watch displayed in our store is for sale," the sales associate said. Chen Yuan nodded but didn't choose that watch. It was a bit too ugly. "What's the most expensive and best watch in your store? Bring it out, and let me take a look." Chen Yuan said directly, knowing that some watches of this brand required purchase eligibility. "If eligibility is required, you can first set me up with a few of your ordinary watches." "You really are quite direct, but I can tell you're genuinely wealthy." The female sales associate did not refuse. "Our store currently has two most expensive watches. One is the RM5601 Felipe Massa collaboration, and the other is the RM88 Smiley Art version. Please wait a moment while I go upstairs to get them." Chen Yuan nodded, signaling the saleswoman to hurry. She called over an intern and asked the intern to bring Chen Yuan some desserts and drinks. Chen Yuan waved his hand to decline. You luxury brands really all use the same playbook. He even suspected that the suppliers of these desserts were all the same company. Before long, the saleswoman quickly returned holding two watch boxes in her hands. Compared with before she left, she now wore a pair of white gloves. The saleswoman opened the two watch boxes separately and presented the watches inside before Chen Yuan. One watch had a transparent crystal bracelet with blue gems inside, revealing the clear mechanical movement. The other had a sexy yellow strap. Through the transparent crystal, one could see a smiling face and a pineapple full of childlike charm. This is the 5601 Felipe Massa collaboration, limited to 10 pieces worldwide. This is the 10th piece and also the last brand new never-owned watch in the world. Its case is made from a single piece of high-quality sapphire with a fully transparent design, so you can clearly see the mechanical structure inside. Its Mohs hardness can reach level 9. It's scratch-resistant, drop-resistant, and also very water-resistant. RM5601. This is the RM88 Smiley Art Collector's Edition, limited to 50 pieces worldwide. This is the 47th piece. The case is made of white ceramic, and the smiley face, pineapple, and planets inside are all made of 18K red gold. It has great artistic and collectible value. RM88. Chen Yuan really liked the design of the first Felipe Massa collaboration watch, thinking it was truly handsome. The second one, however, looked a bit too childlike. Despite its top-tier materials, it still gave off the feeling of a toy watch. Nevertheless, since it was a limited edition, he might as well take it too. Chen Yuan casually asked how much. This 5601 Felipe Massa collaboration is 1907300. The price of this RM88 Smiley Art is 10690000. However, if you wish to buy these two watches, you must already own at least 5 Richard Mille watches. The saleswoman introduced this very politely. Chen Yuan nodded, not feeling there was anything wrong with the purchase eligibility requirement. This was a shift in mentality. When he had no money, he would only think this brand was too much of a ripoff. Buying a watch worth over 10 million actually required purchase eligibility. But now that he could truly afford it, Chen Yuan only felt that this was exactly what set off his noble status. Forgetting his roots was the right thing to do. And the higher the purchase threshold, the more the wealthy crowd loved it. If people with just a little money could afford this watch, how would it set apart the nobility of those who were even richer? Still, it's true that the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. That saying really isn't wrong. These two watches alone could buy several cars in my garage. If you add the money spent on purchase eligibility, I'm afraid it could buy every car in my garage altogether. Chen Yuan nodded. Although he had no idea who Felipe Massa actually was, since he had set his heart on these two watches, he was determined to get them. He casually pointed at 5 watches in the display case that caught his eye, then took out his Hermès wallet from the inner pocket of his suit, pulled out his bank card, and placed it on the glass counter. This one, this one, this one, and these two. Wrap them all up, and then ring me up. I should now be eligible to buy those two watches, right? Chen Yuan looked at the saleswoman with a smile, as if he were not buying watches worth tens of millions, but shopping for groceries at a vegetable market. Like saying, I'll take this piece of pork and this cabbage. Although the saleswoman was shocked by Chen Yuan's way of buying watches, her movements were quick. She immediately took out the 5 watches Chen Yuan had selected, then swiped the card, entered the password, and issued the invoice in one smooth flow, afraid that Chen Yuan might change his mind. Chen Yuan glanced at the invoice. Damn, 2376700. It seemed the watches he had chosen were somewhat expensive upgraded models. Chen Yuan remembered that the entry-level Richard Mille cost only 700. Why did he feel a twinge of heartache? On the surface, however, Chen Yuan merely slipped the invoice casually into his pocket, showing not the slightest sign of concern. The act he had put on must be carried through to the end. Chen Yuan was a man of dignity. Having bought these 5 watches, he naturally now had the eligibility to purchase those 2 limited editions. He swiped his card again and bought the 2 limited edition watches. 50 million. Purchasing these 7 watches cost Chen Yuan a full 50 million, 1/14 of his daily allowance. Spending 50 million on a car Chen Yuan felt was money well spent. But spending 50 million on watches, mere ornaments, still felt far too extravagant to him. Even though his money was all gifted by the system, he still felt this way. Just a moment ago he had thought the high threshold was a good thing, but when the 50 million was actually swiped away, Chen Yuan's mindset shifted a little. I wonder what goes through the minds of those big shots when they buy watches, Chen Yuan couldn't help thinking to himself. And who is this Felipe Massa anyway? The watch he collaborated on is so expensive, 19 million. Even in a place like Shenzhen, 19 million could buy a luxury mansion. Chen Yuan directly put the RM5601 Felipe Massa collaboration on his wrist and packed the remaining 6 watches along with their boxes into a carrying bag. The bag was quite heavy, and its quality was much better than that of ordinary bags. Mr. Chen, is there anything else I can do for you? The saleswoman asked. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan said, in the future, if the store has any collaboration models, message me first. That's the basic protocol. From now on, no matter what limited editions come in, they'll be sent to you first. The saleswoman said respectfully. She now felt that the store manager seemed to be getting on in years, no longer able to handle the work and should retire, and the store manager position would be better occupied by her. Chen Yuan nodded, picked up the bag, and walked out of the Richard Mille store with Jiang Yue. Is there any brand you'd like to browse? Chen Yuan asked, feeling the heavy weight in his hand. He had already browsed everything he wanted. After thoroughly satisfying his urge to consume, he planned to take care of his little bank steward. Jiang Yue thought for a moment. There didn't seem to be many brands she wanted to browse, so she shook her head. All right, let's go check out ROG, then. Oh, I'm planning to buy a computer, Chen Yuan said. The computer in his dorm was only a laptop. Even a laptop with an RTX 5090 couldn't match the performance of a desktop tower. With limited dormitory conditions, he could only use a laptop. But home was another story entirely. For the rest of the afternoon, the two of them configured a computer at the ROG store. When Chen Yuan saw the ROG Phantom World case start up with its layered lights flashing on together with the ROG, he felt rooted to the spot. There was also the Night Demon keyboard, whose lighting was even flashier than Wooding's, and wireless esports headphones that radiated pure competitive energy. Only one phrase echoed in Chen Yuan's mind: buy. This was a guy's paradise, just as a room full of lipstick and handbags would be for a girl. Chen Yuan wanted to move that paradise home. And in fact, that was exactly what he did, buying a huge pile of mice and keyboards. Though he would only use one set, the rest could be hung on the wall as decoration. It was not until dusk that Chen Yuan returned home, thoroughly satisfied. In one afternoon, he had bought clothes, a watch, and a computer, a satisfying haul. The store would deliver the desktop straight to his home. Chen Yuan drove his Ferrari back to Shenzhen Bay No. 1 with Jiang Yue beside him. When they reached home, a pile of Hermes shopping bags was neatly arranged in the entryway. Brother Yuan, let me help you put these away, Jiang Yue offered on her own initiative. Chen Yuan shrugged. Thanks. Chen Yuan had been spoiled by his parents ever since he was a child. He had never cleaned his own room or cooked for himself. Sweeping the floor was the hardest chore he had ever done at home. Now that someone had come to help him organize his walk-in closet, Chen Yuan was naturally more than happy. It's what I should do. Please don't be so polite, Jiang Yue said with a smile, bending down to pick up the Hermes shopping bags before following Chen Yuan into the walk-in closet. There were 2 walk-in closets in Chen Yuan's master bedroom, one for the man of the house and one for the woman. Chen Yuan lived alone, so regardless of whether it was the man's or the woman's, they were all his. Jiang Yue quickly hung up the clothes, placing each type into different wardrobes. Chen Yuan looked around. After spending more than 3 million yuan on clothes, the walk-in closet still looked empty. There was no other reason. The closet was simply too large. It seems filling this walk-in closet is still a long and hard task, Chen Yuan thought to himself. He took out the watches and placed them on the island counter at the center of the closet. The island counter in the center was designed specifically for jewelry and watches. One of its drawers was even divided into separate compartments. Chen Yuan took out the Richard Mille watches from their boxes one by one and placed them in the watch cabinet, except for one which he set aside. It was a compact barrel-shaped watch covered in diamonds, and it was the only women's watch among all the timepieces he had bought. Because he hadn't asked the salesperson for details, Chen Yuan didn't know the exact model of this women's watch. But from its glittering diamond-covered exterior, he could tell that its price was definitely 7 figures. As for how Chen Yuan knew it was a women's watch, he had naturally judged from its size. Placing the watch on the island counter, Chen Yuan tapped the glass surface with his fingers, producing 2 crisp clicks that drew Jiang Yue's attention. Chen Yuan pushed the watch box toward Jiang Yue. This watch is for you. Consider it a thank you for spending the afternoon with me. Jiang Yue did not show ecstatic joy. Her professional habits would not allow it. She still maintained the composed bearing and smile her job required. Brother Yuan, this gift is too generous. I can't accept it. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, impressed by Jiang Yue's control over her expression. He felt he still had a lot to learn. In the past, if someone had given him a Richard Mille, Chen Yuan would have grabbed the other person's hand and kissed it. Even if he didn't wear it himself, he could sell it and have enough money to last a good while, or even live a life of total idleness in a county town. You already call me Brother Yuan. Don't you know what that means to your Brother Yuan? If your Brother Yuan gives you something, just keep it, Chen Yuan said smugly. He was very satisfied with Jiang Yue as his bank relationship manager. She could help him when he needed it, and in private matters she provided him emotional value too. Brother Yuan this. As a bank relationship manager who constantly dealt with money, Jiang Yue was very aware of the value of this watch. This had gone beyond normal social gift-giving. It was either a gesture to win her over by binding common interests or the start of an intimate relationship. Jiang Yue knew her place. Chen Yuan clearly had no need to win her over. She was just a wage earner who helped him handle small matters. If he wanted to curry favor, it would be with the bank's president or vice president or with other people wielding real power, not a bank relationship manager like her. Then, that meant an intimate relationship. Jiang Yue pressed her lips together. Should she agree, or just agree outright? If she accepted this watch, wouldn't that mean their relationship had moved a step closer? Chen Yuan had no idea that Jiang Yue within 2 seconds had already thought as far as what their future children would be named. Brother Yuan, if I just accept such a precious gift from you, I truly don't deserve it, Jiang Yue said. Then when I need your help in the future, put in a little more effort. Chen Yuan smiled and pushed the watch toward her again. When he needed her help. Actually, there were still plenty of scenarios in which she could help him. Jiang Yue's eyes darted through the open door to the bathroom not far away where an oversized double bathtub sat. That was a good scenario. Jiang Yue reached out, took the women's watch out of the box, and slipped it onto her wrist. On her fair forearm, the diamond-encrusted women's watch was dazzling. Not bad. It looks great on you, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Yue looked at the Richard Mille on her wrist. This was the first time she had ever owned such an expensive watch. In truth, her salary was not particularly high. Her job allowed her to meet many wealthy people, but in the end, she was just an ordinary person. When she truly slipped the admission ticket to the realm of billionaires onto her wrist, Jiang Yue nearly lost control of her expression. Moving her gaze from the watch to Chen Yuan, standing not far away, she lightly bit her lip. Back then, for the sake of Chen Yuan, this one client, she had given up all her other clients in Heilongjiang province. She was betting that following Chen Yuan would be a more profitable path, betting that she could rely on him to change her life. But that time she had still had a way back. Even if she lost the bet, she would remain a bank employee and earn a decent salary. Now she felt it was time to bet again. The all-in kind, the kind that left no retreat. Having nothing, or having everything. She would make that bet. Jiang Yue stepped forward, rose onto her tiptoes, and kissed Chen Yuan on the lips. A fragrant breeze swept over him, and a soft touch met his lips. Icy at first, then faintly warm. Chen Yuan's eyes flew wide open as he stood there dumbfounded, his expression filled with the shock of, "What are you doing?" "Oh no, my first kiss." In high school, Chen Yuan had close female friends, Wu Yuer for instance, but he had never been in a relationship. Up until now, he had kept his first kiss intact. He had once imagined what it would be like to share his first kiss with a future girlfriend, but he had never dreamed it would happen like this. In the walk-in closet of his own home, he had been forcibly kissed by a beautiful older woman with no warning at all. Jiang Yue gave Chen Yuan no chance to react. She pulled him tightly into her arms and left him no room to resist. Should I kiss her back passionately now, or what am I supposed to do? Aside from a bit of theoretical knowledge picked up from some Island Nation adult videos, Chen Yuan's practical experience was exactly zero. Brother Yuan, don't tell me you're still a virgin. Jiang Yue in her gambling god state was extremely bold. Chen Yuan raised his voice, bullshit. How could I possibly be a virgin? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yue kissed him again. Somehow Chen Yuan inexplicably found himself on his enormous bed. Chen Yuan took out a yellow crane tower big gold brick cigarette, sat at the head of the bed, and lit the cigarette dangling from his lips. Outside the window, the dark sea was occasionally crossed by a couple of yachts gliding slowly past, while on the bridge linking Hong Kong Island traffic flowed in an endless stream. On the bed, a few drops of blood stood out sharply against the gray sheets. Wait. You were a first-timer too. Chen Yuan hadn't expected that the older woman who seemed so experienced had actually been a virgin. Jiang Yue lay on the bed in an awkward posture, her whole body soft as cooked noodles utterly drained. She didn't even have the strength to nod. Jiang Yue squeezed an ambiguous moan from her throat. Chen Yuan said nothing, quietly smoking. The yellow crane tower big gold brick was expensive, smooth on the palate, but not strong enough to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in Chen Yuan's mind. How did things turn out like this? What am I supposed to do now? Should I take responsibility or just walk away and act as if none of it ever happened? Take responsibility. Hell, I'm not even old enough to get married. How can I take responsibility? Just hand her money. Wouldn't that be too humiliating? Chen Yuan finished one cigarette and lit another. What had happened between him and Jiang Yue was not the natural union of two lovers moving toward each other with mutual affection, but the collision of dry firewood and blazing flames. Once he calmed down, Chen Yuan admitted that he did have some affection for this considerate older woman who fussed over him with caring words every day. Miss Jiang. Despite having no strength left, Jiang Yue still sat up, pointed at her wrinkled blouse, and said, "After all this, are you still calling me Miss Jiang?" Then, Sister Yue. Chen Yuan changed his address. Sister Yue, don't be afraid. I'll take responsibility for you. I'll treat you well. Jiang Yue couldn't help but burst out laughing. What an innocent big boy he really was. Jiang Yue knew that only with such an inexperienced young man would she have a chance. Those battle-hardened, socially seasoned tycoons wouldn't regard something like this as important at all. It was only the boy before her who had just been admitted to college and had yet to enter society who would let it weigh so heavily on his conscience. Some of the wealthy men she had encountered kept wives at home, while secretly keeping 4 or 5 mistresses outside, and some didn't even try to hide it from their wives. Those who hid it from their wives were considered to have at least a little moral bottom line, and some consideration for their wives' feelings. As for divorce lawsuits, those rich men weren't afraid of that in the slightest. Their legal teams could take you to court all the way into the 22nd century, dragging an ordinary person to death. Jiang Yue knew she had bet correctly. I really am a bad woman, she thought to herself. It's fine. I was the one who initiated it. You don't need to feel guilty or anything. I don't need you to take responsibility. Chen Yuan scratched his head at Jiang Yue's words. He didn't actually feel guilty, just felt a dazed emptiness after the thrill. What was the meaning of life anyway? Chen Yuan tossed away the cigarette, and let his head fall heavily back onto the bed, deliberately avoiding the spot where the two of them had just been intimate. Sister Yue, since we've come this far, let's eat first, Chen Yuan said. Some things were truly pleasurable, but they were also truly exhausting. At that moment, all he could feel was the hollow emptiness in his stomach. Okay. Jiang Yue got up and straightened her clothes, stuffing the torn black stockings into the pocket of her suit jacket. Would McDonald's be okay? Chen Yuan asked, suddenly craving a Big Mac and a grilled chicken filet burger. Sure, I'm not picky, Jiang Yue said with a teasing smile. Chen Yuan ordered several value meals on the food delivery app, plus a bucket of 20 McSpicy chicken wings. In the northeastern county town, McDonald's was a rare treat. You could only get it by going into the city center. So from childhood to adulthood, McDonald's had always carried a special meaning for Chen Yuan. McDonald's delivery was faster than most. The order arrived at the door in just 20 minutes. But it wasn't a delivery rider who brought it up, it was someone from the property management office. Setting the 2 large bags of takeout on the coffee table, Chen Yuan sat back down on the carpet. He figured the enormous dining room probably wouldn't get much use. A bite of burger, 2 fries, then a sip of cola. Bliss. Sister Yue, why don't you come be my housekeeper? Then I won't need to hire one. Chen Yuan remarked. Jiang Yue was somewhat moved by his words, but now that she was out of her gambling god state, she was extremely rational. Her value lay in her position at the bank, which allowed her to help Chen Yuan. If she lost that identity, she would have no worth to him apart from emotional attachment and good looks. At best, she'd be a decorative vase. Only by keeping her job at the bank could she help Chen Yuan, while together with her natural beauty, secure an even more important place in his heart. Jiang Yue was not naive enough to believe that by making the first move, she could become the only woman in Chen Yuan's life. She had already thought about how to defeat the other women in Chen Yuan's future and carry more weight in his heart, and her position at the bank was one of her most critical advantages. Brother Yuan, I'm not a professionally trained housekeeper. There are many things I wouldn't do well. Let's wait until you interview that housekeeper the day after tomorrow. If he doesn't work out, sister can come and be your housekeeper. Jiang Yue said. I call you Sister Yue, yet you call me Brother Yuan. It's all mixed up. Chen Yuan nodded without pushing the matter. All right then. By the way, Sister Yue, I'm planning to buy another apartment in overseas Chinese town. Keep an eye out for any unrenovated units or homes with excellent decoration for sale. Okay. After eating and drinking his fill and resting for a while, Chen Yuan went into the bathroom to take a shower. Yet a little tale followed him into. Chen Yuan, fresh to the battlefield of passion, savored a marrow-deep, addictive ecstasy. Even after 3 rounds, he was still bursting with energy. Jiang Yue, for her part, felt she could barely withstand it any longer. Jiang Yue had first intended to tidy the room for Chen Yuan, but in the end she truly couldn't hold out. She no longer had even a shred of strength to worry about tidying the room. Wednesday, 7:30 in the morning. Chen Yuan woke on the guest room bed. The instant he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Yue beside him. Jiang Yue slept very demurely. Not like Wu Yuer, who would toss and turn in her sleep, burrowing into his embrace. Chen Yuan didn't disturb her. Last night had indeed been a tremendous ordeal. With a delicate constitution, women naturally needed more rest. Chen Yuan went to the walk-in closet, picked out an outfit, and dressed. Then he fired off a message to Lucy, asking her to arrange for someone to clean the room. Then Chen Yuan fetched his car keys and drove his Ferrari Purosang to campus. His model student act was thus resumed. Walking into the classroom, he saw Li Xiang and the other 2 seated in the back row by the window. Chen Yuan walked over and sat down beside them. I thought you'd hired a substitute for today as well. Chen Yuan said with a smile, noting Li Xiang's groggy look. He had plainly gone to bed late the previous night. I couldn't find a substitute for the 8 a.m. class. I raised the rate to 51 yuan per session, and still nobody took it. Li Xiang let out a yawn. Chen Yuan ribbed him. That just means you didn't raise the stakes high enough. Crank it up to 100 a session, and maybe someone would take the bait. Right. If you paid 100 per class, I'd take leave of my own classes and attend yours on your behalf, Lu Rui said. Li Xiang rubbed his plump hands over his face, forcing himself to stay alert. Forget it. Not worth it. Before long the professor entered the classroom, and another day of lectures began. The liberal arts were mind-numbingly dull, a stream of theories and names that made one sleepy, and the sheer fuss over word choices bordered on pedantry. Far less intriguing than the sciences, to be sure. But liberal arts had one merit: finals were unlikely to fail you. As long as you memorized conscientiously and studied earnestly, more often than not you would pass. The sciences were another matter entirely. Advanced math was a beast. If you couldn't grasp it, you simply couldn't. Whether you studied had little bearing on the outcome. Wednesday stood as a full-fledged tribulation, with classes stretching from 8:20 in the morning to 7:15 at night. When Chen Yuan returned to the dorm, he felt as though his entire being had collapsed. With a different mindset, Chen Yuan's perception of classes also differed. Even when high school had included evening self-study that lasted until 9 o'clock, he hadn't felt particularly drained. Yet now university classes ending at 7:15 in the evening left him feeling all the more spent, fatigue pervading his whole body. Chen Yuan showered, changed into his pajamas, and sat down in his ergonomic chair. He then spotted that Li Xiang had, to his surprise, also swapped his seat for an Alfing gaming chair, the very thing Chen Yuan derided as an IQ tax. Still, one had to concede the gaming chair did look more dashing than the ergonomic one. Joining the game? Chen Yuan asked as he switched on his computer. Coming. I'm already in. The two replied in quick succession. Lin Hanjuan, on the other hand, was away from the dorm again, having run off to play soccer. Truth be told, I feel like I'm in superb form today. Chen Yuan cracked his fingers as he spoke. Should we give the enemy a chance to breathe, or just crush them outright? What I demand is absolute domination. Make them taste helplessness. Li Xiang roared eagerly. I want them to know my chair was no mere decoration. Lu Rui parted his lips as if to say something, but ultimately only sighed. The three completed their party and quickly entered the game. Whether college life was satisfying, Chen Yuan couldn't say. Yet to find two gaming companions within the dorms, he considered himself genuinely lucky. 3 hours later, Chen Yuan shoved his keyboard away, closed the distance to his bunk in 2 long strides, and clambered up. Going to sleep. Goodbye. Hey, another couple of rounds. It's only 11. No more? How am I supposed to play when the other side is using cheats? Chen Yuan fumed. Why did they always get matched with cheat squads? Apart from one game where the opponents were clean players, every single one was packed with hackers. Lying in bed, Chen Yuan played on his phone for a while, and sent some WeChat replies in passing. Wu Yiwei had been persistently asking how his college life was going, and whether there was anything he ought to be careful about. Chen Yuan had only just completed 3 days of classes. How could he possibly know what to be careful about? He felt that compared to high school, university was more independent and individualistic. Aside from his roommates and the class representative, Chen Yuan hadn't spoken to anyone else in the class, not even on WeChat. His list of WeChat contacts held only a few class committee members. The other students, he hadn't even added them as friends. After fiddling with his phone and scrolling through Douyin, a wave of drowsiness swept over Chen Yuan, and he sank into a sound sleep. The morning's classes finally ended. The professor was first to leave the classroom, and the students soon filed out in 2s and 3s. Finally, a day without a full load of classes, Lu Rui said wearily. I'm sort of regretting dropping out and retaking the college entrance exam. I should have just stayed at my original university. Their major's course schedule was nothing short of bizarre. Monday through Wednesday were all packed days, while Thursday and Friday held only a single morning of classes. What do you say? Shall we head back and keep dropping rank? Li Xiang said. Just don't stop after a few rounds today. If we play well, we're bound to gain rank. Chen Yuan shook his head. Although he felt his aim was remarkably sharp today, he had already scheduled a housekeeper interview. He couldn't exactly go back on his word. What's more, recruiting a housekeeper was a rather pressing matter for Chen Yuan. I'm not returning to the dorm. I have things to do. I need to head out. So Chen Yuan said. All right then. The two of us will head back and rack up some rank. Driving his Ferrari FUV, Chen Yuan made his way back to 1 Shenzhen Bay. Ascending to the 72nd floor, the elevator doors opened. As Chen Yuan stepped into the elevator lobby, he saw Jiang Yue standing at the doorway. She had returned to her professional posture, the smile on her face exactly as it had been at their first meeting. Brother Yuan. No one else is around. Why put on that act for me? Chen Yuan said. Besides, didn't I already tell you the passcode to my place? Just go right in. Standing here is so tiring. Chen Yuan's words set Jiang Yue somewhat at ease, though she still didn't dare become too forward, for the elevator lobby had surveillance cameras. Still, while her body maintained its restraint, her speech turned mildly audacious. I'm waiting for you here. Chen Yuan smiled and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. Go on in, Sister Yue. Don't bother going home today. Why not stay over at my place? Jiang Yue nodded. Okay. Entering the apartment and closing the door behind them, Chen Yuan shrugged off his coat. Before he even reached the living room, he embraced Jiang Yue from behind at the entrance. Before the two had crossed that line, Chen Yuan had preferred to be passive. But once everything had happened, he once again liked to hold the initiative firmly in his own hands. Oh, Brother Yuan, stop it. We still have other people coming soon. As if he hadn't heard her at all, Chen Yuan said, Sister Yue, I've been missing you a little. Jiang Yue's heart was further put at ease. As a woman, she was naturally more sentimental and prone to overthinking. And of course she was afraid that after that day Chen Yuan might long since have forgotten her. No, someone will be coming in a little while. Jiang Yue protested with her lips, but her body honestly pressed into Chen Yuan's embrace, her whole form growing limp. Chen Yuan carried her into the guest bedroom. This time he had learned his lesson and was determined not to do that sort of thing in the master bedroom. Half the bed had accidentally been soaked with water. It was completely impossible to sleep in. Chen Yuan also knew that someone would be arriving soon, so he quickened his pace, finished the matter within 45 minutes, and changed his clothes in the process. After changing, Chen Yuan sat in the executive chair in his study, waiting to interview the seasoned butler. To be perfectly honest, he was rather curious about a professional butler. The butlers he had dealt with lately were either hotel butlers or bank butlers like Jiang Yue. Honestly speaking, they were all somewhat different from the butlers Chen Yuan remembered from American TV dramas. A hotel butler, to put it bluntly, was merely a higher-grade full-time attendant. As for a bank butler, he did not manage Chen Yuan's household at all, rather than a bank butler, he might as well have been called a bank assistant. After a while a knock came at the door. Chen Yuan said in a deep voice, "Come in." Jiang Yue pushed the door open, and behind her a middle-aged man with an upright bearing stepped in. The middle-aged man had neat short hair and sideburns faintly touched with gray. Dressed immaculately in a charcoal gray British suit with leather Oxford shoes polished to a mirror shine, he radiated a calm, capable, and seasoned air. Jiang Yue did not enter. After the middle-aged man had stepped inside, she closed the door, leaving the two men an appropriate amount of space. Chen Yuan stood up. The middle-aged man stepped forward, extended his hand, and shook Chen Yuan's. His expression was not ingratiating, and his tone was calm as he said, "Mr. Chen, how do you do?" Chen Yuan had already learned from Jiang Yue that this butler was called Zhang Hanyang. Releasing his hand, Chen Yuan gestured with his right hand to the chair opposite him and nodded. "Butler Zhang, please have a seat." Once the two were seated, Chen Yuan had a very good first impression of the butler, for the man had an excellent appearance and distinctive bearing, plainly the calm, meticulous type. Moreover, this man's position as butler to the chairman of Jingji Group meant his connections in the Guangdong Hong Kong Macau region were easy to imagine. Even if Chen Yuan had no use for them at present, there would always be opportunities in the future. "Butler Zhang, please introduce yourself." Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes and said. Zhang Hanyang composed his words and said in a steady tone, "My career to date has spanned 30 years, and I have served only one employer. Because his assets contracted and he wished to reduce personal expenses, he took the initiative to dissolve our working relationship." Zhang Hanyang's work had always been very stable. After all these years, this was the first interview he had ever attended. Fortunately, he had interviewed many household staff before, so he knew something about interviews and was aware of how to present his strengths in the fewest words. "My areas of expertise are household staff management, asset maintenance, and planning private soirees. Over the course of my career, I have managed more than 1,000 household staff members and planned more than 3,000 private soirees. On a personal level, I am deeply accomplished in red wine appreciation, luxury goods appraisal, first aid, and financial management. In addition, I can communicate without difficulty in English, French, German, Japanese, Russian, and Portuguese in everyday situations. In addition," as Chen Yuan listened to Zhang Hanyang's self-introduction, he clasped his hands together on the desk and leaned forward slightly as if attentive, but inwardly he was mocking. 30 years, 3,000 private soirees. Your previous employer must have loved drinking, hosting one almost every 3 days. Big shot, did you have nothing better to do than drink all day? And this butler knows an awful lot. He's even a language master. But you're a butler, not a translator. That is merely a plus, not the focus of an interview." Although Chen Yuan had never interviewed anyone, the thoughtful Yue had already compiled a list of interview questions the day before and sent it to him, letting him pick whichever he liked. After Zhang Hanyang finished his self-introduction, Chen Yuan recalled the interview questions he had memorized the previous day, selected one, and asked, "My residence here covers 890 square meters. How many housekeepers do you think would be appropriate?" I roughly inspected the layout of this residence when I came in, and I already have a basic plan in mind. Given the scale of your residence, I believe you would need a household team of at least 6 for cleaning maids responsible for housekeeping, 1 private chef, and 1 chauffeur. Since this is a single-level residence and there is no garden trimming to be done, I see no need to hire an additional gardener and increase expenses. If you have frequent banquet needs, then I think the cleaning maids should be increased to 6, and 2 extra kitchen assistants should be hired to help the head chef and carry things. That would be quite necessary. Chen Yuan sighed quietly to himself. Did he really need to hire this many people? He had originally thought that 2 housekeepers would be enough. But then he considered his large 890 square meter single-level residence, and 2 housekeepers really did seem insufficient for the cleaning. According to the second plan you mentioned, how much would it cost per month? At market rates, a good housekeeper who focuses on detailed cleaning earns about 13,000 yuan a month. You can just tell me the final number. Chen Yuan smiled as he said this. Zhang Hanyang answered quickly, 150,000 yuan, Mr. Chen. That is the minimum expense. If you have higher demands, the budget will far exceed that number. When he heard the figure of 150,000 yuan, Chen Yuan could not help but marvel that the rich truly live the good life. For ordinary people, a monthly salary of 150,000 yuan already made one a successful person. For the wealthiest at the very top, however, 150,000 was nothing more than a minimum outlay. No, it should be said that it is the minimum outlay for one property. Those rich people own more than one property, and they probably spend more than 300,000 yuan a month just on household staff. And that is without even counting the expense of hiring a senior butler with extensive experience. Chen Yuan thought to himself the longer he stood atop Tiangong, the more he felt that money was merely a string of digits. It was as if money were no longer worth anything. I love traveling, and I will probably go all over the world often in the future. Are you skilled at travel planning? Chen Yuan asked. Very much so. Zhang Hanyang's words brimmed with certainty. Chen Yuan nodded. A veteran butler should indeed possess this kind of confidence. He thought back over the questions Jiang Yue had prepared, felt that some of them could be answered directly from Butler Zhang's introduction, and therefore decided not to continue asking. In truth, a butler interview was not as complicated as interviews in other industries. Once the background check had passed, the key lay in whether the two parties would get along well afterward. Butler Zhang, as you can see, I am still young, and I came to the south alone. I need an elder who is old enough and experienced enough to help me. Chen Yuan rose to his feet and extended his hand. I hope we can have a pleasant working relationship. I've just moved in, so I'll need you to take on extra work and get the housekeeping team fully arranged. Chen Yuan led Zhang Hanyang through the rooms, deliberately avoiding the guest bedroom, where he had shared intimacies with Jiang Yue. And this room here, I don't think it's much use. Clear it out and convert it into a gaming room. As for the two walk-in closets over here, I want them stocked up as soon as possible. Also the central island, buy me some jewelry, watches, and the like. It looks too shabby when it's empty. Zhang Hanyang took note of everything. As for the budget, there's no cap. Just tally up the monthly expenditures and show me. Chen Yuan said, stretching his back. And that's it for today. We'll officially start work tomorrow. Very well, Mr. Chen. Zhang Hanyang gave a slight bow. After he left, Jiang Yue seemed to pop out of nowhere. So what do you think of this, Mr. Zhang? Not bad. I don't have very high standards anyway, Chen Yuan said with a smile. No, you must have high standards. You deserve nothing but the best. Jiang Yue smiled softly as she nestled into Chen Yuan's embrace. With no one else in the house, she grew bold and uninhibited once more. Sister Yue, that steward used to be the personal butler of the chairman of the Jingji Group. Didn't you say the Jingji Group is having a hard time lately? You think there's any chance I could buy the entire Kingqi 100 building? Chen Yuan asked. He'd been entertaining this idea ever since Jiang Yue introduced Zhang Hanyang and told him about Kingqi 100 2 days ago. As Shenzhen's second tallest building, Kingqi 100 was a premium super grade A office tower, a landmark of the city, and one of Shenzhen's defining symbols. Acquiring it would unquestionably serve as Chen Yuan's ticket into high society. And the number of companies renting space in Kingqi 100 would translate directly into the scale of the network Chen Yuan could command. Of course, the most crucial factor was that the Jingji Group was currently in poor financial shape. In the past, Kingqi 100 was the flagship asset of the group. They would never have sold it. But now if the price were right, the Jingji Group might well cut their losses. And with Zhang Hanyang's introduction, Chen Yuan could easily gain an audience with the chairman of the Jingji Group. Jiang Yue was startled by Chen Yuan's words. She raised her head. Why would you want to buy it? Buying the entire building would cost at least 10 billion yuan. Besides, it's not worth it at all. It would definitely be a failed investment. Why do you say that? Chen Yuan couldn't help asking. Jiang Yue led Chen Yuan to the living room and sat him down, then pulled out a laptop. Yuan, let me do the math for you. Chen Yuan nodded. Go ahead. Jiang Yue opened the computer and searched through data. Kingqi 100 consists of the main tower and the commercial center below. The main tower has 100 floors totaling 220 square meters. At market prices of around 60 to 80,000 yuan per square meter, let's use 70,000. The main tower alone would cost a full 15 billion yuan. Chen Yuan heard the number and glanced at his phone balance. Well, then he could afford it. Jiang Yue's fingers continued tapping on the computer. At the current market rental rate of 110 yuan per square meter per month, even at full occupancy, the annual rental income would only be 290 million yuan. That means, assuming 100% occupancy, no inflation, and no risks whatsoever, it would still take you 53 years just to recoup your investment. Chen Yuan instinctively objected. You can't calculate it that way. Assets like this can be passed down. In the future, I can leave it to my son, my grandson. It can keep being inherited for generations. Besides, the Jingji Group is on the verge of bankruptcy. They must be desperate for cash. Surely they wouldn't still insist on 15 billion. And in all of China, how many people can put up that much cash at once? How many would be willing to? That's true, but the payback period is far too long. With that kind of cash, you'd have plenty of other more profitable investment options, Jiang Yue said. Chen Yuan fell into thought. Jiang Yue had a point, and her calculations were clear enough. Still, Chen Yuan had no intention of following her advice. An asset like Kingqi 100 was precisely the kind of high-quality inheritable asset worth holding. For anyone else or any other company, this sum would be an enormous investment. And because the payback period was so extended, even those who could scrape together the money might be unwilling to do so. After all these days, everyone talks about the poor economic climate. One misstep, and your capital chain snaps, leading you down the same path as the Jingji Group. Even if those companies mortgage their assets to take out bank loans and acquire Kinki 100, the rental income would still fall short of the interest payments. But Chen Yuan didn't have that problem. His capital chain could never break. The system gave him $100 million every single day, an overwhelming supercharged cash flow. Even if he didn't spend it, that money would just sit idle in the bank. Between letting money gather dust in the bank and buying a skyscraper that could be passed down through generations, Chen Yuan would naturally choose the latter. Chen Yuan thought it through clearly. In the future, he would inevitably have his own company and his own conglomerate, and he would naturally need a headquarters. Rather than building one in some remote suburb, it was better to just buy an existing tower. And as for renting an office building, please, he was the chosen one with a system. Why would he ever rent someone else's building? In Chen Yuan's dictionary, the word rent simply didn't exist anymore. Forget about that for now. I'm planning to register a company first, and I've already thought of the name. Chen Yuan changed the subject. What is it? Jiang Yue didn't press on their previous topic either. After saying those words, Jiang Yue realized she had gone too far. She was just a banking steward assigned to Chen Yuan by the bank. She had no right to speak like that, nor any right to interfere with his decisions. Even though she now shared another kind of relationship with Chen Yuan, she still had no such authority. The realization sent a chill of fear through her. Let's call it CY Capital Equity Investment Management Co., Ltd., or CY Capital for short. How does that sound? Chen Yuan said with a smile. Sigh. Wouldn't that be Chen Yuan? Yeah. Chen Yuan let out a dragon-like hum. It's my own name. I felt that calling it Chen Yuan Capital outright was too flashy, so I used an abbreviation. Jiang Yue carefully chose her words, keeping her tone as gentle as possible. But, Yuan, when registering a company in China, you can't have English letters in the name. Is that so? Chen Yuan's eyes widened. Well, my apologies. This was his first time registering a company, and he wasn't too familiar with the rules. He felt more and more that he still had a lot to learn. Chen Yuan's mind worked quickly, and soon he had another name. Then, let's go with Chen Yuan Capital Equity Investment Management Co., Ltd. Chen from morning light and Yuan from distance. How about that? The naming was rather slapped together, yet unexpectedly pleasing to the ear. Jiang Yue nodded and gave a thumbs up. Like the rising sun at dawn, setting one's sights far and forging ahead. A fine meaning and a fine name. Chen Yuan, was that what he meant? Fine. Guess that's what it meant after all. Since you think it's a good name, I'll leave the company registration to you, Chen Yuan said with a beaming smile. Sister Yue, you've got this. The more capable, the more you carry. Jiang Yue felt a mix of helplessness and warmth. Chen Yuan truly trusted her, telling her everything and entrusting her with all the tasks. Chen Yuan had no choice. Besides Jiang Yue, he really had no other helpers. Alright, I understand. Where do you plan to register the company? Jiang Yue asked. Chen Yuan pointed at the tower outside the window. Shenzhen Bay 1 Tower T3. Just there? We'll casually buy a floor as the company's registered address. Chen Yuan had no intention of buying the entire Shenzhen Bay 1 building. First, the group's financial situation was sound, so there was no way to drive down the price like he had with the bankrupt Kinki Group. Second, Kinki 100 was a true landmark building. No matter how famous Shenzhen Bay 1 was, it lacked the prestige of Kinki 100. Now the Spring Bamboo Tower would be more like it. Alright, don't worry. I'll take care of everything for you, Jiang Yue said. Chen Yuan nodded. Once the company was registered, it would be much more convenient whether he was acquiring Kinki 100 Tower or making other investments. As for hiring, he would take it slow. First, he needed to register the company. After all, whether it was the Kinki 100 acquisition or any other venture, they were still just ideas in his mind. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Registering the company would be his first step in Shenzhen. Ziyuan Air Xing. Aim high and walk with a steady footing. What a wonderful meaning. Chen Yuan grew even fonder of the company name he had chosen. On Friday morning, Chen Yuan returned to school for class. With only 2 classes, he didn't feel tired at all. Everyone, wait a moment. Don't leave after class, class monitor Li Ying said, stepping up to the front with a microphone in a gentle voice. The counselor will be coming over to hold a class meeting soon. The students who had been ready to leave sat back down. Familiar classmates whispered among themselves, wondering what the counselor wanted, while others grumbled about her taking up their break time and not letting them go to dinner. Chen Yuan had also stood up to head to the cafeteria. As the saying goes, if you're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your head. The first order of business after class was always to get a meal. But upon hearing Li Ying's words, Chen Yuan sat back down. Our counselor is pretty dedicated, working overtime even during the lunch break. What do you think she's going to talk about? Li Xiang shrugged. No idea. Let's just wait and see. Probably nothing important. Lu Rui calmly stared at her phone and said distractedly, it's probably about military training. You didn't read the freshman handbook, did you? Military training starts the week after next. The counselor must be giving us a heads up. Lin Hanjun became excited. Rui, you went to college before, so you must have done military training. I saw online that college military training lets you shoot real guns. Is that true or not? As she spoke, Lin Hanjun made shooting gestures with her hands, clearly full of anticipation. Lu Rui shook her head. Where could you possibly play with real guns during military training these days? That's long gone. Nowadays you just stand at attention in the scorching sun, and then there's one long march. just walking probably around 10 to 20 kilometers or so. Well, hearing Lu Rui's words, Li Xiang instantly slumped his head. Wouldn't that kill me? Lu Rui tapped Li Xiang's belly with her finger. With your physical condition, you should be able to request leave. The counselor and the drill instructor wouldn't want you dying on the training field anyway. Li Xiang let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that's good to know. After a while, the counselor, He Yun, walked into the classroom. The clamorous room instantly fell half silent, and when He Yun began to speak, it fell silent by another half again. Today, let's have a simple class meeting. There are two matters. First, registration has opened for all kinds of clubs, societies, and student unions at our school. You can browse the Enterprise WeChat to see if there are any societies or clubs you're interested in, and you can apply to join directly through it. If any of you want to join the student union, you can also apply there. Being in the student union benefits your evaluations and honors, and even party membership. If you're interested, you should prepare in advance, because joining the student union requires an interview. As He Yun's words landed, the students below began discussing among themselves again. Yuan-ji, what about you? Which society are you planning to join? Li Xiang asked. Among the three dorm mates, each had a different way of addressing Chen Yuan. Li Xiang liked calling him Yuan-ji. Lu Rui simply called him Yuan, and Lin Hanjun used his full name. Not sure yet. I'll see when the time comes. I might join the basketball club or the esports club. As for the student union, I definitely won't join. Lin Hanjun leaned over and said, I've already joined the football club. A few days ago, I met a senior while playing football, and he directly pulled me into it. Lu Rui in turn said, your kinds of clubs are too exhausting, always training. I'll just find something like the tarot club or a murder mystery club. Those are the most relaxed. I suggest you all find a relaxing club too, and don't spend too much time on it. That was the advice from a seasoned veteran. Up on the podium, He Yun finished talking about the clubs and moved on to the next matter. Second, the first week has come to an end, and you're all true college students now. Next week, there's still one more week of classes. But the week after that, there will be 2 weeks of military training. I hope you all prepare in advance. Girls should buy sunscreen ahead of time, and boys, I suggest you also stock up on some sunscreen and Yunnan Biao spray. He Yun spoke quickly and concisely. After finishing, she asked, any questions? If not, we're dismissed. All right, bye everyone, have a great weekend. He Yun paused for only 3 seconds before promptly declaring the meeting over. Clearly, she had no desire to keep working overtime. After leaving a final remark to contact her on WeChat if there were any issues, she quickly departed the classroom. Let's go, scram. Li Xiang howled as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out. On the way to the cafeteria, Li Xiang whispered, when we get back to the dorm, I'll give you all a surprise. What surprise? Chen Yuan asked curiously. I'll tell you back at the dorm, Li Xiang said, playing it mysterious. You'll know when we get there. You're definitely going to love it. Since he said that, Chen Yuan didn't press further. Fine. But if I don't like it, you're dead. Li Xiang said. Yuan-ji, can I take back what I said? I don't want to be planted in the ground cosplaying as a ginseng. Whoa. Chen Yuan kicked him with a Leo flying kick, but it was only a joke and didn't actually connect. Li Xiang quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong. Yuan-ji, it's not convenient to say here. After we eat and get back to the dorm, I'll definitely tell you. Then just wait until we're back at the dorm to tell us. Why bring it up now just to tease us? Lu Rui said in exasperation. Li Xiang snorted. Remember your attitudes right now. I hope that when we get back to the dorm, you can all still be this cocky. After lunch, they returned to the dormitory. Chen Yuan and LV Rui, one on each side, pinned Li Xiang into his gaming chair. Come on, speak up. If you can't explain yourself, you're dead. Come on, speak up. If you can't explain yourself, you're dead, LV Rui demanded. Lin Hanjun walked up behind him as well. If we don't like what we hear, we're all sleeping on your bed tonight. Chen Yuan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Why did Lin Hanjun always make such jokes? There was something off about him. Chen Yuan decided to keep his distance from now on. Li Xiang cleared his throat and tried his best to appear nonchalant. It's nothing serious, really. There's a class committee internal group chat, and someone suggested we all go out for dinner tonight to break the ice. I suggested bringing my 3 roommates along, otherwise I'd be too nervous as the only guy there. They all agreed. Oh right, class monitor Li Ying will be there too. As for whether you guys want to come or not, well, that's up to you. The hands resting on Li Xiang gradually began to move. LV Rui massaged Li Xiang's shoulders with exaggerated enthusiasm. Brotherly, Xiangji, lordly, FK, you're really the best brother ever. How could you think so much about us? You are truly the guardian deity of our dormitory. Greatness speaks for itself. Lin Hanjun squatting down voluntarily to knead Li Xiang's thighs, he said, should I give you one chance? A smirk curled at the corner of Li Xiang's mouth as he looked down his nose at everyone, channeling the aura of Lu Bu himself. Noticing Chen Yuan standing there unmoved, Li Xiang cleared his throat. Hey, you little Chen, my arm's a bit sore. What are you standing there for? Chen Yuan almost laughed. Was this chubby kid getting a bit too cocky? But he was someone who could take a joke, so he stepped forward and began kneading Li Xiang's arm. Even the flesh on his arm bounced and wobbled. No wonder Lin Hanjun wanted to give him a chance. It must be more comfortable cuddling this fair, tender little chubby boy than cuddling a pillow. Tonight at 7 Hadianching Hadaleo, let's go, Li Xiang announced. LV Rui raised his hand. Xiangji is awesome. Li Xiang pushed his luck further. Call me father. LV Rui, equally capable of taking a joke, shouted, "Father is awesome. Long live father. Woohoo." Under LV Rui's leadership as the atmosphere maker, the entire room 612 erupted into chaotic revelry, filled with mirth and excitement. Chen Yuan had originally planned to rest in the dorm and go home in the afternoon, but since there was an ice-breaking event, he naturally wanted to participate. He didn't want to become an outsider in the class. At the very least, he needed to build good relationships with his classmates. After fooling around for a while, the group settled down. Li Xiang said, "Let's play a game. Fewer people are online during the day. Let's go." Chen Yuan raised his index finger. "This time I'm not messing around. I'm being serious. We're going to cure the other team of their gaming addiction." The three played games while Lin Hanjun became the true outsider. Chen Yuan and the others invited him to join, but he simply declined, showing no interest in CSGO at all. The three didn't push him further. Not every guy likes FPS games, just like not every guy enjoys watching the World Cup. The three were truly on fire today. Chen Yuan even achieved an absurd 1.7 rating in one match, climbing back to S rank. Chen Yuan looked at Li Xiang, who had lost points and still hadn't reached S rank, and chuckled. "We probably can't play games together anymore from now on." Chen Yuan placed his hand in front of his face, deliberately blocking half his face, striking a deep and profound pose. "Huh? Why?" Li Xiang asked, bewildered. "S is SA is a. We can't play together anymore, because mortals and immortals must part," Chen Yuan declared dramatically. Li Xiang couldn't help but ask, "Then what did the games we've been playing these past few days count as?" "The Emperor partakes in joy alongside his people." "And what about the drinks I treated you to a few days ago?" Chen Yuan snorted. "Mock not the peasants' coarse year-end wine." Li Xiang was utterly defeated by Chen Yuan's ridiculous logic. "Damn, that's impressive." "Haha, kidding aside." Chen Yuan glanced at the Richard Mille Philippe Massa limited edition on his wrist. "It's about time. Change clothes and let's go." Li Xiang stood up and rummaged through his wardrobe. "We must dress up properly. Let those girls see the power of the room 612 male model squad." Perhaps because they were going out with girls, even Lin Hanjun, the sports-oriented boy who usually wore tank tops every day, put on a short-sleeved shirt and even wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving himself a complete makeover. Li Xiang summoned his cologne from the drawer and sprayed twice on his wrist and neck. Then he asked, "Do you guys want some?" Chen Yuan quickly shook his head. He already smelled plenty good and didn't need any cologne. LV Rui leaned in. "Spray some on me." Li Xiang then sprayed twice on LV Rui. "By the way, how are we getting there?" Li Xiang asked. Lin Hanjun stated matter-of-factly, "Walk, of course. It's such a short distance. Are we really going to take a taxi?" "Walking is not happening," Li Xiang said, turning to Chen Yuan. "Brother Yuan, is your car on campus?" Chen Yuan nodded. He was still driving that Ferrari Purosang, the four-seater FUV. "Can I ride with you?" Li Xiang asked. He truly didn't want to walk even one step more. "My car is still over at that OCT area. I haven't gone to pick it up." Chen Yuan naturally agreed. "Everyone can ride with me." Lin Hanjun said with some surprise, "You two both have cars." LV Rui also looked over. As someone who had been through college, he understood the significance of having a car as a university student. In a university where monthly living expenses ranged from 2,000 to 4,000, students who own cars were truly rare. Not to mention buying a car, even giving a car to a college student, they might not be able to afford its maintenance. Chen Yuan shrugged. "As I said, I'm from a modestly wealthy family. Brother Yuan is a super rich second generation. He can afford a 2 million AWP Dragon Lore. Buying a car is nothing but a piece of cake, right?" Li Xiang chimed in beside him. "All right, forget about the car thing. Let's hurry up. I saw in the group chat that the girls have already set off. As I said, I'm from a modestly wealthy family. Brother Yuan is a super rich second generation. He can afford a 2 million AWP Dragon Lore. Buying a car is nothing but a piece of cake, right?" Li Xiang said beside him. "All right, forget about the car talk. Let's hurry up. I saw in the group chat that the girls have already set off." The four came downstairs and found Chen Yuan's white Ferrari Purosang parked by the roadside on the campus path. When Chen Yuan pressed the key, the Ferrari's lights lit up, illuminating the way ahead. Li Xiang was completely stunned. "Brother Yuan, is this also your car?" Chen Yuan nodded, somewhat surprised. "You didn't know?" Ding Jun and Li Xiang were acquaintances with a pretty good relationship, and when Ding Jun visited Chen Yuan's home, before he had glimpsed 1% of Chen Yuan's family fortune, Chen Yuan thought Ding Jun would have told Li Xiang. He didn't expect Ding Jun to be so tight-lipped. "Should I have known?" Li Xiang said, dazed. "Should he have known that Chen Yuan had another Ferrari?" Chen Yuan didn't say anything. "Well, now you know. All right, get in the car quickly. I'll take you all for a spin after dinner tonight." Chen Yuan got into the driver's seat. Li Xiang dashed to the other side and quickly claimed the passenger seat, while LV Rui and Lin Hanjun squeezed into the back. Although it was marketed as a four-seater, the back row was actually quite cramped. In Chen Yuan's view, it was just the right size for placing a bag or a pet. Having people sit in the back would be a bit crowded. Li Xiang knew this very well, which was why he rushed to claim the passenger seat first. Once in the car, LV Rui and Lin Hanjun in the back seat were somewhat uneasy. To be honest, this was the first time in their lives they had sat in a Ferrari. They gently closed the car door and didn't dare touch anything. Li Xiang, on the other hand, was clearly much more at ease. On the campus road, Li Ying was walking toward the school gate together with another roommate from her dorm. Hadianqing was located right next to the school. They just needed to walk out the school gate and take a few steps. So neither of them planned to take a taxi. Hey Xiaoying, look, isn't that a Ferrari? So cool. The girl tugged at Li Ying's sleeve. Our school actually has rich second-generation students who drive Ferraris. Li Ying looked in the direction her roommate was pointing. A white Ferrari quickly disappeared around the corner of the campus road. Upon arriving at Haiyan City, the first thing the four did was head to Naixue and buy a cup of milk tea each, with Chen Yuan footing the bill. After receiving his brown sugar boba milk tea, Li Xiang took a sip and mumbled indistinctly, "Good thing Naixue isn't as popular now. I remember when I was in junior high, every time I went to Naixue, I had to wait an hour to get my drink. I just like Naixue when it's not crowded." The chairman of Naixue would faint from anger hearing that Lu Rui teased. Chen Yuan couldn't help laughing. Naturally, he had ordered the bold mango. If they had mango, he'd pick mango. If not, he'd just settle for anything. When I was in junior high, I thought about opening a Naixue franchise. I wouldn't even run it, just for myself to drink, haha. Li Xiang said with a laugh. The group chatted as they headed up to Hadaleo. Hadaleo was as packed as ever, but Li Xiang had already booked a table online and taken a queue number in advance, so there was no need to wait in line. The waitress led the four to a private room, and they sat down. Li Xiang said cheerfully, "I even specially booked a private room, bro. Bro, are you paying the bill later?" Lu Rui suddenly asked. Li Xiang shook his head. In the group, they said we'd split the bill. Then we'd better not get a private room. It costs extra. If we're splitting the bill, some girls might hold a grudge against you over those dozens of yuan. Lu Rui warned. Li Xiang frowned. It's not that bad, is it? It's only an extra 30 or 40 yuan per person. Lu Rui shrugged. There were people like that in my class before. I've experienced it firsthand. Li Xiang shook his head. Then I'll just treat everyone. It's not much money anyway. I'm definitely not sitting in the main hall. Too many people, all noisy and chaotic. Lu Rui shrugged once more. He had given his warning. Whether Li Xiang heeded it was up to him. Chen Yuan, however, thought Lu Rui was being overly cautious. How could anyone resent someone else just because a private room meant spending an extra 20 yuan? Even without the system, Chen Yuan wouldn't make a fuss over such a trivial matter. Because they drove, the four arrived first. Even after stopping to buy milk tea, they were still the earliest. The waiter handed the iPad for ordering to the four and then stepped out. After a while, the girls began to arrive one after another. He hadn't looked closely at the time, but now that he took a careful look, Chen Yuan noticed that the girls who had been class cadres all seemed quite attractive. After all, at the start of the semester, nobody knew anyone else. Unless there were special circumstances, everyone voted for whoever looked pleasing to the eye. And since appearance served as the first calling card, its importance was magnified infinitely. Students who looked better naturally had an advantage. When faced with two candidates, they didn't know people were more likely to vote for the better-looking one. There were only 4 boys in the class, and all of them were present now. The vast majority of the girls who walked in had clearly dressed up specially, some wearing Lolita dresses and acting cute and sweet, others dressed as relatively mature hot girls. After all, among the 4 boys, apart from Li Xiang's being overweight being a drawback, the other 3 were quite good-looking. Lu Rui wasn't particularly handsome, but at least he wasn't ugly. Lin Hanjuan, on the other hand, had a muscular build and regular striking features, thick eyebrows and big eyes. There were definitely girls who liked that athletic type of guy. As for Chen Yuan, it went without saying. The phrase extremely handsome said more than 1,000 words. As the girls arrived, the atmosphere in the private room gradually grew awkward. Chen Yuan preferred being passive, so he didn't strike up conversations with unfamiliar girls. Li Xiang, on the other hand, disliked passivity, but he also found it hard to be proactive because he got nervous when there were many people. Lu Rui, however, was all talk. In the dorm, he had declared that he would launch an aggressive pursuit of a girl he liked today. But when the girls were all there, he didn't even dare meet their eyes. As for Lin Hanjuan, he had already buried himself in his phone watching a match. He would stay up all night for a football game, so women certainly couldn't disrupt his rhythm of watching the match. The awkward atmosphere lasted for 5 minutes. The door was pushed open by a waiter, and 2 girls walked in. One of the girls was rather slender, simply dressed, a white t-shirt paired with light-colored jeans. She was not bad-looking, but neither was she outstanding, the type who would disappear into a crowd without anyone giving her a second glance. The girl standing beside her was also simply dressed, yet the temperament she exuded from within managed to outshine her companion by more than a notch. It was Li Ying with her roommate. Class monitor. The girl in Lolita dress stood up, ran over, and looked very excited. Sit here, sit here. Li Ying had an elegant temperament and near-perfect looks, to the point that others might feel inferior by comparison. Yet her personality wasn't aloof at all. Holding hands with the Lolita girl, she sat down beside her, and her roommate sat down as well. Well, everyone's here, so shall we order? Li Xiang still put on his Guangzhou team captain accent, taking the ordering iPad out from under the table. Okay, you boys order first. After you're done, we'll add ours, said the Lolita girl. Okay. Chen Yuan keenly noticed that the girl sitting on the other side of the Lolita girl immediately showed obvious disgust in her eyes. What did that mean? Was there some drama? Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it. He leaned over to Li Xiang and ordered food with him. Hadaleo was indeed a bit more expensive than ordinary hot pot restaurants. The price for hot pot meat was nearly 20% higher than at regular hot pot places. But considering Hadaleo's brand and service, such a premium was within acceptable limits. Moreover, college students got a discount. If they came after midnight, they could even enjoy what was famously known among college students as poor man's Hadaleo. Let's order 3 portions of grassland lamb, 3 portions of beef, and 2 portions of this spicy beef. I really love this one. When speaking in hushed tones, Li Xiang dropped his Guangzhou accent and spoke fluently. Shrimp paste, fish roe, tofu pouches, Chinese yam, then boneless duck feet, duck tongues. Chen Yuan and the others had no objections. Just by looking at Li Xiang's build, one could tell how much of a foodie he was. Whatever he ordered, they would eat. After getting along for a few days, Chen Yuan had also discovered that none of his dorm mates seemed to have any dietary taboos. Li Xiang ordered a lot. Looking at the price below, after adding the tomato and beef soup base, the total had already shot up to nearly 500 yuan. Then he handed the iPad to Li Ying. Class monitor, would you like to order? Okay, thanks. Li Ying took it and ordered together with the Lolita girl and her roommate beside her. Soon the girls had also ordered what they wanted. The atmosphere in the room fell briefly quiet again. Some people played on their phones while others whispered in pairs. Li Ying seemed unable to stand the atmosphere, so she suggested, classmates, today is an icebreaker activity. Let's put down our phones. Why don't we each introduce ourselves? Me. The Lolita-style girl responded instantly, like Li Ying's devoted little follower. My name is Chen Yuan, and I'm the publicity committee member of our class. Although this position of mine seems pretty useless. Mid-sentence, Chen Yuan drooped her head. The roommate sitting beside Li Ying then introduced herself. I'm Wang Rue, the Youth League branch secretary of our class. The girl who had earlier worn a look of disgust also spoke up. Lin Yusin, academic committee member. As the introductions went on, Chen Yuan and his 2 companions felt increasingly awkward. The 3 of them were connections who had come along with Li Xiang, while all the other girls were class cadres. Only the 3 of them held no official position and were completely clean and innocent. For a moment they felt somewhat out of place. Fortunately, Li Xiang had given them a heads up in advance. After Chen Yuan and his friends finished their self-introductions, everyone was considered acquainted, and the atmosphere finally became less stifling. How about we play truth or dare? The Lolita-style girl Chen Yuan suggested. After all, an ice-breaking event couldn't be complete without an ice-breaking game. Sure. Okay, should we play rock, paper, scissors? That could go on forever. Wait a SEC, I'll find a lucky draw mini program. We can just draw lots on that. Chen Yuan then found a mini program on WeChat, created a new group, and pulled everyone present into it. Come on, I've sent the mini program to the group. Just tap in and it's ready. The mini program was indeed far more convenient. With more than 10 people present, playing rock, paper, scissors could take over 5 minutes to determine one unlucky person if luck was bad. Drawing lots had no such problem at all. The first round finished quickly. Chen Yuan looked at the name on the screen and said, Lu Rui, who's that? Me. Lu Rui raised her hand and said, oh, sorry about that, classmate. Realizing her words had been a bit thoughtless, Chen Yuan quickly apologized. It's fine. Lu Rui had caught the same affliction as Li Xiang. Chen Yuan felt that the entire Lingxiao Hall dormitory 612, apart from himself, had no normal people left. One of them got nervous around crowds, another got nervous talking to girls, and there was also an ultra-hardcore straight guy. Come on, does anyone want to ask a question? Chen Yuan asked with a giggle. If no one asks, then I'll go first. Seeing that no one else spoke up, Chen Yuan decided to take the lead herself. Truth, okay. How many times have you been in love? Chen Yuan shook his head inwardly when he heard Chen Yuan's question. Sure enough, truth or dare always circled around the same few questions no matter what. Chen Yuan looked at Lu Rui with some anticipation because she had already planned her follow-up questions the moment she asked, such as why they broke up, list 5 flaws of your ex, and so on. However, Lu Rui's answer was completely unexpected. I've never been in love. Huh. Oh, okay. Chen Yuan was deeply disappointed. Come on, let's keep drawing. Everyone took turns joining the drawing mini program once more. The little wheel on the screen whirled around and finally landed on Chen Yuan's name. Oh, Li Xiang started to stir things up. Seeing Li Xiang join in, Lu Rui and Lin Hanjun instantly echoed him, joining the teasing chorus. Chen Yuan couldn't help but cover his face. With roommates like these, what time would you even want to go back to the dorm? Chen Yuan stood up, looking even more excited. Everyone quiet down. I'll ask the question. The group fell silent, eagerly awaiting what Chen Yuan would come up with. In truth or dare, the questions are either gossipy, a little dirty, or something that causes sheer public embarrassment. This holds true all around the world. How many times have you been in love? Chen Yuan shook his head. 0. Although he and Wu Yuer had been chatting continuously, their relationship was only at the flirtatious stage. They had never officially become a couple. And with Zhang Yue, they had skipped the romance stage entirely and jumped straight into the exhilarating final phase, so that probably didn't count as a relationship either. Therefore, what Chen Yuan said was indeed the truth. Huh. Chen Yuan refused to believe it. You're this handsome, and you've never been in love. This is a truth game, so no lying allowed. Chen Yuan replied with absolute confidence. I really have never been in love. Chen Yuan was utterly disappointed. The questions she had prepared for later were completely useless. She puffed out her cheeks and muttered, fine. Are all you guys this pure? You haven't even had a single relationship. Chen Yuan couldn't help but complain. You've asked us the same thing twice now. How about you answer a truth question yourself? Fine, go ahead and ask. How many times have you been in love? Chen Yuan put her hands on her hips and said, I've never been in love either. A wave of disdainful teasing sounds instantly filled the private room. Another one who talks big but lacks experience. Seeing everyone looking at her with teasing and mocking expressions, Chen Yuan grabbed Li Ying's arm and gently shook it. Class monitor, look at them. Lin Hanjun grabbed Li Xiang's arm and mimicked Chen Yuan's manner. Psychology committee member, look at her. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter instantly erupted in the private room. After a while of playful banter, the waiters began serving the dishes. Everyone took turns going out to prepare their dipping sauces, while Chen Yuan simply asked the waiter to make him a sweet and sour flavored dipping bowl. The ones he mixed himself always turned out terrible, while the waiter's prepared sauces tasted much better. Although Chen Yuan always requested the same order, sweet and sour flavor, no garlic, extra cilantro, every Haidaleo branch had a different result. Each taste was like opening a blind box. Still, they all tasted pretty good. The large table in the private room could fit 2 hot pots, which made things quite convenient. Once the dishes arrived, everyone stopped gaming and began dropping ingredients into the bubbling broth. Lin Yusin took out her phone and snapped a photo first. Chen Yuan didn't quite understand why one would take photos before eating hot pot. He didn't get it, but he respected it. The beef and lamb cooked quickly. Barely over 20 seconds after hitting the pot, they were already perfectly done. He picked up a slice of lamb coated with rich beef tallow, dipped it into the sauce, and swiftly popped it into his mouth. The spiciness of the beef tallow broth blended with the aroma of the grassland lamb spread through his mouth. After swallowing, he took a gulp of ice-cold cola. What pure bliss! With the air conditioner cranked to 16 degrees, the steam drifting upward, and the cool air washing over him, his appetite only grew. How about we get some alcohol? It feels like there's no vibe without it, Chen Yuan suggested. Throughout this ice-breaking gathering, Chen Yuan was undoubtedly the most lively girl. Not the least bit introverted, but instead warm and innocent, a thoroughly cheerful young woman. Chen Yuan and his 3 roommates naturally had no objection, and the other girls agreed to the proposal as well. Everyone had just entered university, stepping out into the world on their own, finally enjoying the long-lost taste of freedom. Naturally, they all held a certain longing and curiosity for the alcohol they had never been allowed to touch before. There's craft beer and white peach oolong cocktails. What should we drink? Perhaps because the mood was just right, Li Xiang no longer felt so nervous and said, just order a bit of everything. Whoever wants what can grab it themselves. The waiter brought the drinks to the table. Chen Yuan called out, come on, 1 bottle each. If you're not drinking, leave it over there. I'll have it for you in a bit. Chen Yuan curled his lip. This little bit of alcohol isn't enough for anything. I'd need more than that just to rinse my mouth. They ate hot pot and drank beer, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The awkwardness from earlier was completely gone, and Chen Yuan had played the biggest part in that. A fantastic mood setter worthy of her title as publicity officer. Once everyone was about 80% full, Chen Yuan started clamoring to play truth or dare. You keep coming back to the same question over and over. It's boring. Spurred on by the alcohol, Li Xiang had finally lost every trace of nervousness. Then you ask. You don't ask, and when do you say my question is boring? Chen Yuan's face was bright red. Clearly her alcohol tolerance was extremely low. So are we playing or not? Let's play. It's not like we have anything else to do. There's plenty of time. Chen Yuan said, picking up a bite of food with his chopsticks. Everyone else felt the same. How about this? Whoever gets picked has to drink a glass, then either answer a truth question or take a dare. How does that sound? Li Xiang made the suggestion. For Li Xiang, truth or dare was still far too tame. Following the rhythm of the parties he went to with the rappers in his circle, after a few rounds of finger games, people would already be kissing. Of course it wasn't Li Xiang doing the kissing, it was watching other people kiss. Fine, that's best. That works too. Can the girls drink half a glass while the boys drink a full one? We girls don't have that much tolerance for alcohol. Li Xiang agreed on behalf of Chen Yuan and the others. Fine, let's go. They all pulled out their phones and started using the mini program to select someone. They watched the spinning wheel on the mini program whirl around quickly until finally it stopped on Wang Rui's name. She was Li Ying's roommate, and also the class's youth league secretary. Can I choose the dare? Wang Rui asked. Since they were playing, she wanted to go all out. Truth questions to her weren't exciting at all. Of course. Drink your glass first. Chen Yuan poured her beer with a grin, filling the glass only to a third, not even half a glass. Wang Rui smiled at Chen Yuan, then drained the glass. So tell me, what's the dare? Give me a second. An idea struck Li Xiang. He got up from his chair and ran outside. Lu Rui looked at Chen Yuan and asked in confusion, where did he go? Is he coming back to eat? Chen Yuan shrugged his expression, saying he had no idea either. Who knew what that chubby guy was going to pull off? Li Xiang soon came back holding a white porcelain bowl. When he set it on the table, everyone could see it was full of bird's eye chilies. Li Xiang took a clean pair of chopsticks from the side cabinet, fished a slice of rolled beef out of the pot, and wrapped 7 or 8 bird's eye chilies inside it. He handed the bowl to Wang Rui. Here, can you handle spicy food? If not, you can always switch, you know. Wang Rui stared at his actions with wide eyes. How could anyone be this cruel? Still, Wang Rui was someone who could take a joke. She took the bowl. You're ruthless. Just pray you don't get picked later, or else I'll make you eat a whole bowl of fish meat. SSS. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. What a vicious threat. Chen Yuan took out her phone and looked at Wang Rue, expectantly planning to record her reaction after she ate the chili stuffed beef. It was sure to be entertaining. Wang Rue picked up her chopsticks, took a deep breath, and after mentally preparing herself, she put the whole beef roll in her mouth in one bite. SSSH. Wang Rue's face visibly flushed. A girl's blush surpasses every sweet word, and a girl's red-hot fury surpasses every curse. In her heart, Wang Rue was already cursing Li Xiang in ways she couldn't put into words. She quickly grabbed the beer beside her and took a sip. The fizzy bite of the beer instantly multiplied the spiciness on her tongue several times. SSS, so spicy. Wang Rue fanned her mouth vigorously with her hand. Li Ying handed her a glass of sour plum drink and gently patted her on the back with her other hand, afraid that Wang Rue might choke. Drink this. Wang Rue looked gratefully at Li Ying, took the sour plum drink, and gulped it down. It's so spicy. Li Xiang, just you wait. You'd better pray you don't get picked today. Wang Rue turned around and threatened him. Li Xiang pulled the face corners of his mouth down and eyelids raised. I'm so scared, so scared. Please don't pick me. His goofing around instantly filled the private room with laughter. Chen Yuan loved having people like Li Xiang and Chen Yuan at gatherings. They really knew how to energize the mood. Chen Yuan glanced at Li Ying. Except for the very beginning, when she fulfilled her duty as class monitor by having everyone introduce themselves, she had been rather quiet. When the others played, she watched quietly. When everyone laughed, she clapped quietly. The class monitor's personality is actually a bit like mine. Chen Yuan couldn't help thinking. Next, should I be thinking something like this girl is destined for me? A smile hung on Li Ying's face. Ever since she was little, she had been very sensitive to other people's gazes. She could always feel when someone was looking at her. That was why she had always kept her actions in check. When others laughed without caring about how they looked, she only smiled gently, because she could feel that someone was watching her. Gradually, she became used to that expression. She sensed very keenly that Chen Yuan had just looked at her. Although his gaze moved away quickly, Li Ying still felt it. On the way here, she and Wang Rue had seen a white Ferrari on campus. The rear windows were black privacy glass, so it was impossible to see inside, but the front windows weren't privacy glass. You could vaguely make out the people inside. It was a bit far away, so Li Ying couldn't tell who it was, but a faint intuition told her that the one driving that Ferrari was Chen Yuan, sitting diagonally across from her. The intuition was vague, but she still had that feeling. Whether it's his car or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. I'd better not think about it. Li Ying pushed the stray thoughts to the back of her mind and kept her composure. The others continued playing the little game. With Li Xiang's chili stuffed beef setting the precedent, the next few people wisely chose truth. This was Chen Yuan's home turf. Her opening line was, "How many relationships have you been in?" Fortunately, not everyone was like Chen Yuan and the others who had been innocent boys in high school and had never dated. Several of the girls had been in relationships before. That directly triggered Chen Yuan's combo attack. Why did you break up? Name 5 flaws of your ex-boyfriend. Wait, what do you mean your ex-boyfriend has no flaws? Chen Yuan looked determined to get to the bottom of the gossip, and she fired off one question after another. With the people around deliberately stirring things up, the girl answered Chen Yuan's questions one by one, satisfying everyone's craving for gossip. As the game stretched on, the atmosphere grew even livelier, and everyone gradually became more familiar with one another. At 1030, Li Ying glanced at the time on her phone, rose to her feet, and said, "Classmates, let's end it here for today. It's too late to stay out. It wouldn't be safe." Among the dozen or so people present, only 4 were boys. The rest were girls, and all of them were quite attractive. That works too. Chen Yuan was clearly not finished having fun. She still had so many questions she hadn't asked. But since the class monitor had said it was time to head back, she didn't object. "All right, I'll go settle the bill," Li Xiang said as he stood up. "Besides, I'm treating everyone for today's expenses." "Woo. Thanks, young Master Li." Lu Rui cheered without a care in the world. "Come on now, there are so many of us. We must have eaten at least 2,000 yuan's worth. It's too much for you to cover alone." Chen Yuan felt a bit guilty. "Let's just split the bill evenly." "Exactly, let's split it," Wang Rue agreed, nodding. Let's just split it evenly," Li Ying said. "Making you spend over 2,000 by yourself is a bit much." Since the class monitor had spoken, the others also proposed splitting the bill. "Looks like young Master Li will have to treat us another time," Chen Yuan said, with a smile, patting Li Xiang on the shoulder. Inside, Chen Yuan was thinking about what Lu Rui had just said and felt that he was overthinking things. The classmates are all decent people. How could anyone here be that petty? Still, it was Li Xiang who went outside and paid the bill, and everyone transferred their share to him in the group chat. Afterward, the group filed out one by one. Chen Yuan left Haianqing with them and reached the roadside, but he didn't continue on with the rest. "Why don't you walk the girls back to the dorms? I still have something to take care of and need to head out," Chen Yuan said. "Brother Yuan, you're not sneaking off to have fun without us, are you?" Li Xiang muttered, leaning close to Chen Yuan's ear and whispering, "Bro, when Ma Si Wei and I go to KTV, we always invite you along. If there's any fun to be had, don't forget to call your brother to come with you." Chen Yuan pushed him away helplessly. "I really do have something to do. I'm not going out to play. If I ever get the chance to go have fun, I'll definitely take you along." "All right then. You drank too, so be careful," Li Xiang reminded him. After saying goodbye to everyone by the roadside, Chen Yuan hailed a luxurious car and returned to Shenzhen No. 1. Chen Yuan had truly forgotten his roots. He no longer ordered ordinary ride-hailing cars, only business or luxury cars. Climbing into a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Chen Yuan returned to Shenzhen No. 1. For him, now riding in an S-Class was practically a step down in consumption. But Chen Yuan genuinely had business at home. He had asked the butler Zhang Hanyang to start work today. He had some matters to entrust to Zhang Hanyang, and he also needed to give him a supplementary card. Otherwise, how could he expect the butler to advance the household expenses out of his own pocket? When he returned home, the first person Chen Yuan saw was Jiang Yue. Since he was at school during the day, he had asked Jiang Yue to receive butler Zhang on his behalf and arrange a room for him. Chen Yuan thought highly of Zhang Hanyang, so he assigned him the largest secondary bedroom in the house as his residence. Of course, there was also a dedicated maid's room, but the gap between that and the secondary bedroom was far from insignificant. After getting home, Chen Yuan went straight to the study and asked Zhang Hanyang to join him there. Very politely, he said, "I'm sorry, butler Zhang. Since today you officially become my butler, I should have welcomed you in person, but I had classes during the day." No, boss. You don't need to apologize to me. I'm only your butler. My arrival shouldn't disrupt the rhythm of your life. Zhang Hanyang felt flattered beyond words. Even though he had served his previous employer for 30 years, he had never once heard an employer apologize to him. In the entire butler profession, very few butlers ever got to hear their big boss say sorry. As for the young master, while some butlers with extremely high standing in a household even had the authority to give the young master a beating, Chen Yuan didn't keep apologizing, saying it once was enough. To show closeness, he said, "Butler Zhang. I'd rather call you Uncle Yang. Calling you Butler Zhang the whole time doesn't feel right. Uncle Yang, as I mentioned last time, I'm planning to turn one of the secondary bedrooms into a gaming room. That's the most important matter." Chen Yuan pulled up a design for a gaming room online. Something like this. It needs plenty of atmosphere and a full redesign. Very well, boss, Butler Zhang agreed. What's your approximate budget? Chen Yuan tapped his fingers on the desktop and said, "For me, there's no such thing as a budget. I also need to hire an entire housekeeping team. I probably won't host dinner parties at home often, nor will I eat at home frequently, so there's no need for a chef. But I will need both a housekeeper and a driver. Uncle Yang, you don't need to worry about the budget for me. Find the best design company for the gaming room, use the finest furniture for the renovation, and hire the most capable housekeeper on the market. Finally, I plan to buy a villa in Huaqiaking, ideally an unfinished one, so I can design it into my dream home. Same as before, there's no budget. Just pick the best one." Zhang Hanyang looked at the young employer before him, whose words brimmed with arrogance, and didn't know what to make of him. The man was young, wealthy, and extremely well-bred with no apparent vices, which was actually quite rare among the rich second-generation heirs Zhang Hanyang had encountered. "Very well, boss. I've noted everything, and we'll see it all through." "Good, that's settled. Uncle Yang, get some rest." Chen Yuan said with a smile, the dismissal already implicit in his words. "Boss, you rest early too. I'll head out now." After butler Zhang left the study, Chen Yuan tapped his knuckles on the desktop absently. It's still too early to bring up the Jingji 100 matter with him. I should get along with him for a while first. Well, once my company is registered, I'll have him introduce me to the chairman of the Jingji group. With Uncle Yang's years of connections and my cash on hand, it's bound to succeed. Chen Yuan could already picture himself taking possession of the Jingji 100 tower. The first thing I'll do once Jingji 100 is mine is rename it Chen Yuan 100 Tower. The more Chen Yuan thought about it, the more elated he became. Back in the master bedroom, he walked into the bathroom and found the bathtub already filled with water and scattered with flower petals. Chen Yuan reached out and touched the water. It was still warm. I don't recall telling Uncle Yang what time I'd be back. How did he manage to draw the bath in advance? Chen Yuan was puzzled by this. Spying on me. Impossible. I took a ride-hailing car back. It wasn't like I asked him to pick me up. Could he be refilling the water every so often? That was most likely it. A little water bill was nothing to the wealthy, but it was still somewhat wasteful. He would have a word with Uncle Yang tomorrow. Those old money habits must not be brought into his home. The next morning, the Bashihua guitar Chen Yuan had ordered online arrived. He took the guitar out of its case, sat on the living room sofa, and cradled it in his arms. A guitar worth 150,000. How extravagant, he mused while tuning it. A novice would normally tune with an electronic tuner, but Chen Yuan, equipped with the system's sing and play mastery, could calibrate every note perfectly with nothing but his own ears. After tuning, Chen Yuan looked up the piano score for If One Day I Become Rich online. The song was Mao Bai's debut piece, the first song he had performed on The Coming One. Chen Yuan had always loved this song, so the first thing he wanted to do with his new guitar was to play and sing it. The moment his fingers touched the strings, he felt as if he and the guitar were one. It was an instinctive mastery, a truly wondrous sensation. If one day I become very rich, my first choice won't be to travel around the world. Lying on the biggest, softest sofa in the world, eating, sleeping, waking up, and eating again. Just passing a year like that. If one day I become very rich, I'll keep everyone close by my side. Every day happily eating, drinking, and chatting without ever worrying about tomorrow or farewells. Chen Yuan strummed the guitar and sang, the sound of his voice flowing from his throat into his own ears. When the song ended, Chen Yuan could hardly believe that that voice and that polished guitar playing had all come from his own hands. The system really is too mighty. With this guitar skill alone, who knows how many naive college girls I could charm. Chen Yuan thought smugly, then played and sang another song, Painting. His playing was so skilled and smooth with no stumbling whatsoever that the entire performance could only be described as silky, like having eaten a piece of Dove chocolate. Combined with Chen Yuan's flawless singing, it was an enjoyment for the listeners, and equally an enjoyment for Chen Yuan himself. To wake up every morning facing the sea of Shenzhen Bay, gazing at Hong Kong Island across the water, and playing such a tune. This is the simple, unadorned life of a billionaire. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Yuan's mouth. He casually set the guitar on the sofa, stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and stretched his body toward the sea. Zhang Hanyang walked up from the side to stand just behind Chen Yuan, deliberately making his footsteps heavier so Chen Yuan would know he was coming. Boss, there are a few interviews this afternoon. Would you like to sit in on them yourself? Chen Yuan shook his head. Did this kind of trifle really need a billionaire like him to personally handle it? Just make the decisions yourself. I trust your judgment. Chen Yuan said with a smile. By the way, Uncle Yang, you know your wines, don't you? Take some time to look through the red wines in my cellar, sort them out, and make an inventory. Those wines were all gifts from the property management. It's already been sorted out, boss. Zhang Hanyang replied. Yesterday, he had already inventoried and cataloged all the red wines in the cellar. Among them are 8 2011 Romanicani Magnums, 77 2017 Lafite bottles, and 53 bottles of Penfolds. Chen Yuan couldn't help saying, how can Penfolds appear in my wine cellar? Pack them up and put them in the storage room. Then see to it that the stocks are replenished. No wines like Penfolds should ever turn up in there again. Yes, boss. That's all for now. Once the design drawings for the esports room are ready, show them to me. That's something I want to personally oversee. Chen Yuan instructed. All right, boss. Steward Zhang turned to leave, but Chen Yuan called him back. Wait, there's one more thing. Steward Zhang halted and turned back. Boss, please go ahead. Well, there are still 2 parking spaces downstairs just right for a commercial vehicle and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Help me buy them too. Chen Yuan said. It had suddenly occurred to him that his garage was filled with sports cars, sedans, and big pickup trucks, none of which were suitable for sitting in the back seat. To ensure the driver he had hired wouldn't be left without a purpose, Chen Yuan planned to buy 2 more vehicles. And since another 720 million yuan had just been credited to his account today, it was an ideal moment to spend a little. Try to choose white interiors and black exteriors and no second-hand cars, Chen Yuan said. He refused to believe there wasn't a single Phantom with that color scheme available in all of China. All right, boss. That's it, nothing else. Chen Yuan gave the dismissal again. Zhang Hanyang headed out deliberately, slowing his steps this time, waiting for the boss to say wait. Only when he saw that the boss truly had nothing more did he leave the living room. Chen Yuan continued to face the floor-to-ceiling window, twisting his waist and stretching his body. The first few days of the new semester had forcibly changed Chen Yuan's internal clock. During the summer, he had stayed up till 3 or 4 in the morning, sometimes even 5 or 6. Yet yesterday, he was drowsy and exhausted by 12. Even though there are no classes, I somehow feel kind of bored, Chen Yuan couldn't help thinking. Suddenly his phone rang. Chen Yuan picked it up and was surprised to see it was Wu Yuer. Although the two of them were always chatting on WeChat, they rarely actually called each other. Chen Yuan answered, Why Zomi Yi? What kind of weird noise was that? Wu Yuer asked in confusion. Along with her voice came a hubbub of background noise. It's Cantonese. That's called Cantonese. Chen Yuan said speechlessly. You're a Northeasterner, what are you speaking Cantonese for? Wu Yuer ridiculed. Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered to quibble with her. It would undermine the image of a billionaire. Why are you calling? Just say what you need. Wu Yuer said, I'm heading to Shenzhen today. Do you have time to pick me up? Chen Yuan had just felt bored, and Wu Yuer was providing him with something to do. When will you get here? I'm boarding now, and will land at Bowen Airport around 1 in the afternoon. Chen Yuan said, I'll have time. Fine. If you don't show up, I'll go to your school and drag you out. Chen Yuan felt a little helpless. This deskmate of his was a genuine mute bride. When he exchanged texts with her on WeChat, he could still detect the faint, fleeting scent of romance. But when she actually spoke on the phone, all he could think was it just ruined the illusion. Then let's hang up. Send me your flight info, and I'll definitely pick you up. After ending the call, Chen Yuan ordered takeout on his phone. He had no habit of drinking coffee or alcohol in the morning, nor did he even have the habit of eating breakfast. These past few days, he had almost never eaten breakfast. Since he had gotten up so early today and had no classes, he absolutely had to have breakfast. As for what to eat, Chen Yuan, who had long since joined the McDonald's sect, naturally chose McDonald's. In the blink of an eye, it was 12 noon, and Chen Yuan was about to head to the airport. He went to the entrance to grab his car keys. When he opened the drawer, he found it had been lined with a soft cushion along with wooden compartments for storage. Every key now had its own little slot. Clearly this was the doing of housekeeper Zhang. Although Zhang had only just arrived, the household had already begun to change. A few days ago, Chen Yuan had simply tossed his car keys casually into the drawer. Now, though the home was gradually taking on a sense of order, Chen Yuan looked at the pink car key on which the logo of 2 overlapping R's was printed. Rolls-Royce. Today he'd drive this one. Chen Yuan grabbed the key, went downstairs, and drove the pink Rolls-Royce Wraith toward Bowen Airport. The hood of this Wraith is ridiculously long, isn't it? An average driver wouldn't dare to handle it. Even with AV12, there's no roaring sound, probably because I haven't switched to sports mode. Chen Yuan complained about the Wraith's flaws as he drove. The body was exceptionally stable with almost no road bumps detectable. The suspension could only be described as top tier. However, because of the overlong hood, this car was much harder to handle than a Ferrari. Fortunately, Chen Yuan had expert driving skills. Not to mention regular road driving, he could take this car onto a racetrack without any problem. There wasn't much traffic along the way, so he arrived at Bowen Airport smoothly. After parking, Chen Yuan walked into the terminal and waited at the exit for Wu Yuer. Soon Chen Yuan spotted Wu Yuer among the crowd streaming out. Wu Yuer was dressed in black clothes and black trousers, wore a pair of sunglasses, and carried a very small suitcase. She had the air of a female celebrity stepping out. Chen Yuan waved at her. Over here, over here. Chen Yuan waved hard. He thought that next time he should make a sign. Waving like this wasn't elegant at all. Wu Yuer spotted him and jogged over. Chen Yuan opened his arms ready for a hug. However, a suitcase was shoved into his hands, and a voice with a thick northeastern accent said, "Carry this." 5 hours on the plane gave but a real sore. Chen Yuan was somewhat helpless. Haven't seen each other in so long, and you don't even plan to give me a hug. Wu Yuer glanced at the crowd around them and lowered her voice. I'll hug you after we get back. There are too many people here. Fine, that works. Chen Yuan pulled the suitcase and led Wu Yuer outside. Why is your suitcase so light? Did you not bring anything? Right, I plan to buy everything after I get here, Wu Yuer said. That's fine. By the way, school doesn't start for another week. Why come so early? Why not stay a few more days at home? Chen Yuan casually found a topic to talk about. I had another fight with my mom. Wu Yuer's mood visibly dropped. Chen Yuan knew how strong her mother's controlling nature was, so he didn't continue that topic and instead talked to her about how prosperous and fun Shenzhen was. At the parking lot, he found his Rolls-Royce Wraith and put Wu Yuer's suitcase in the trunk. Standing in front of the car, Wu Yuer said in disbelief, "This is also your car?" Chen Yuan nodded, took out the key, and dangled it in front of her. Mine. Wait, I don't think I was asleep either, but how come I feel like I've lost a memory? Since when did you become this rich? Wu Yuer said blankly. A college student, yet he got himself a Wraith. Even her own family with their county town clout couldn't have bought her a Wraith during her college years. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary man, but all I got in return was distance and rejection. Chen Yuan said while opening the car door. Now I'm done pretending. I'll come clean. I'm tall, rich, and handsome. Wu Yuer couldn't hold it in. Who calls himself tall, rich, and handsome? You're shameless. Alright, get in the car. Take the passenger seat. I'll take you street racing. Are you some kind of hot rod kid? Street racing? Wu Yuer got into the passenger seat and skillfully pressed the automatic door close button on the A-pillar. Hey, let me tell you, some hot rod kids back in the county got into bad accidents. Oh my god, that scene was extremely bloody. Scared the hell out of me. Chen Yuan quickly waved his hand. Don't tell me scary things, I'll get scared. Alright. Chen Yuan started the car, and the Wraith slowly drove out of the airport parking lot. Seeing that his total parking time was barely less than an hour, yet the fee was a full 20 yuan, he felt somewhat terrible. Charging parking fees is really a business with huge profits. How can it be this expensive? Chen Yuan couldn't help saying. You drive a Rolls-Royce, but you're reluctant to pay a 20 yuan parking fee. Wu Yuer was greatly astonished. Chen Yuan sighed. It's not that I'm reluctant. Forget it. When I attend a Rolls-Royce owners club meet in the future, I definitely have to ask those big bosses if they think the airport parking fee is too high. Wu Yuer shrugged and said nothing more. The car soon entered the airport expressway heading toward Nanshan district. There weren't many cars on the expressway, but Chen Yuan didn't drive too fast, keeping a speed of around 90 kilometers per hour. After leaving the expressway, he slowed down a little more. This wasn't Wu Yuer's first time in Shenzhen, but as a girl who spent most of her time living in a county town, she was still curious about the scenery along the way. For Shenzhen, the first impression for everyone who comes in summer is hot. Wu Yuer was no exception. Have you booked a hotel? If you haven't booked a hotel, you can just come and stay at my place. Chen Yuan said with a smile, letting it slip extremely casually that he had already bought an apartment. Sure enough, Wu Yuer fell for it easily. Your place? That's right, my place. Don't tell me you didn't know I've already bought a house. Chen Yuan said with a smile. I find it harder and harder to understand you. Your dad is a teacher at our school, and your mom is a doctor. How could they support you in buying an apartment in Shenzhen and also a Rolls-Royce? Chen Yuan turned his head. Did you do a background check on me? No. Isn't this something a lot of classmates know? Wu Yuer said with an innocent expression. Then do you know what my maternal grandfather does? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. I don't know, that Wu Yuer said. Good that you don't know, because even I don't know. Since childhood, Chen Yuan had rarely seen his maternal grandfather. He only knew that his paternal grandfather was a retired cadre from the Education Bureau of the city in his hometown. As for his maternal grandfather, he had never heard his family say what he did. Chen Yuan shrugged and stopped talking about those matters. Anyway, just tell me, are you staying at my place or not? Of course I am. Why would I stay in a hotel when I can stay for free? Wu Yuer said carelessly. Or rather, the experience of sharing a bed in the hotel last time had already given Wu Yuer the most basic understanding of Chen Yuan. He was, to put it simply, worse than a beast. The Rolls-Royce Wraith glided into the underground parking garage of One Shenzhen Bay and eased into the private parking spot closest to the elevator lobby entrance. Property prices here must be far from cheap, right? Wu Yuer couldn't help asking. The place was surrounded by towering skyscrapers with the sea right next to it and a park nearby. In a location like this, property prices were inevitably astronomical. Chen Yuan didn't answer Wu Yuer's question, leaving ample room for her imagination to run wild. Taking the elevator to the 72nd floor, Chen Yuan opened the door, casually dropped the car keys on a cabinet, and then took a pair of slippers out of the entryway shoe cabinet. Hermes. I picked them up as a matching purchase while I was at the store. They weren't particularly expensive, a few thousand yuan at most. Wu Yuer walked into the living room, and her eyes went wide. Whoa, is this really your home? Chen Yuan nodded. Genuine 100%. This is way too big. Wu Yuer roamed around the living room with a spring in her step. There's even a bar counter. You're really living the good life. What's this area for? That's the wine cellar, Chen Yuan said. And here, the movie theater. And over here, the gym. How come your gym has a swimming pool? Isn't that perfectly normal? Don't you have one at home? Chen Yuan's small villa back in their hometown had a swimming pool, and since Wu Yuer lived in the same residential compound as he did, he assumed she probably had one too. I do, but not this big, Wu Yuer said. At that moment, the butler walked over. Chen Yuan introduced him to Wu Yuer. This is my butler, Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, this is my classmate Wu Yuer. She'll be staying at our place for a few days. Please arrange a room for her. Very well, Miss Wu. Please come this way. I'll wait for you in the living room. Go put your luggage away first, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Okay. Wu Yuer followed the butler to the guest room. When she came back, she flopped onto the sofa and made herself completely at home. Your sofa is so soft and comfortable. You really know how to enjoy life, Wu Yuer said. Some friend you are. We have 3 years of classmate bond, yet you live in a mansion this huge and never thought to invite me over to enjoy it. Chen Yuan laughed softly. Aren't I bringing you here now? If I really thought of you as an outsider, would I have made a special trip to the airport to pick you up? True. In that case, I forgive you. Wu Yuer said with a big grin. By the way, what are we having for dinner? I'm so hungry. Would I let you starve? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow with a smile. We're definitely having a feast. A Michelin-starred restaurant, a Black Pearl restaurant. Let's go. I'm going to eat you broke today. They headed out immediately. Chen Yuan had no intention of going anywhere far. He simply took her to the restaurant at the Raffles Hotel downstairs. No reservation was needed. A private room was reserved for them, making everything extremely convenient. These were some of the privileges attached to the Raffles residences. Without them, the Raffles residences would not have been nearly as competitive compared to the neighboring T1 and T2 towers at One Shenzhen Bay. Chen Yuan was genuinely overjoyed by Wu Yuer's arrival. Jiang Yue treated Chen Yuan with respect in every way. Apart from that one night when she had turned the order of heaven and earth upside down, she was deferential to him at all other times. Even when she later loosened up a bit, she still never dared to cross any boundary. As for the 2 senior schoolmates, one sweetly adorable, the other a mature, elegant older sister type, neither of them was the type to love bickering. Only Wu Yuer, the daughter of a county town gang boss who had spent 3 years alongside Chen Yuan, would joke and trade jabs with him so freely. They entered the private room, and outside the window lay the sea of Shenzhen Bay. No wonder this is Shenzhen, so many rich people. Look, there are tons of yachts. Wu Yuer pointed out the window. Some of those are rented, Chen Yuan said. People from Shenzhen don't seem to be into yachting as much as people from Hong Kong, and the yacht club facilities are just average. Do you have a Hong Kong-Macau travel permit? We could go yachting over in Hong Kong. Wu Yuer shook her head. No, but I heard online that getting it is fast. Wait for me to apply for one. Chen Yuan barely glanced at the menu and simply let the waiter serve the chef's recommendations. After all, for Chen Yuan's current financial situation, the prices were entirely affordable. After enjoying the view for a while, Wu Yuer took her seat and said the surroundings in Shenzhen are much better than back home. This place probably isn't even considered the best restaurant in Shenzhen, is it? It's already decorated this luxuriously. No restaurant in our hometown can compare. The prices are also far higher than at the best restaurant back home, Chen Yuan said. As the waiters filed in one after another, dish after dish was placed on the round table. Chen Yuan didn't intend to drink, so he still ordered his usual mango pomelo sago. After the waiters left, Wu Yuer couldn't help saying the portions are so small. It's not that the portions are small, it's called refinement. Chen Yuan had clearly mastered the book Emotional Intelligence. Fine, I can see you're doing really well here. That puts my mind at ease. Wu Yuer said, flashing a grin. You're not my mom, so what are you at ease about? I wouldn't mind you calling me mommy. Wu Yuer continued beaming at Chen Yuan. Sorry, but I would mind, Chen Yuan said with a snort. After saying that, he went back to devouring his food. Call her mommy. Chen Yuan had no such hobby. Besides, if he were ever to call her that, it would only be in private. Who says something like that on an occasion like this? After finishing dinner with Wu Yuer, the two went back upstairs. Your place is really convenient. The restaurant is just downstairs, and there's a gym and a movie theater at home. It feels like you could entertain yourself for a whole month without going out, Wu Yuer remarked. It's all right. Come on, let me show you something fun. Chen Yuan led Wu Yuer into the walk-in closet of the master bedroom and showed her the watches he had bought. So, aren't they beautiful? Chen Yuan boasted. Let me tell you, just one of these watches can buy several buildings in our hometown. Really? How much are they? Wu Yuer asked. The one on my wrist is over 10 million. This one with the smiley face is also over 10 million. I don't know the exact prices of the rest, but together they add up to around 20 million. Wu Yuer had just picked up a watch. When she heard that the watch in her hand with its goofy, smiley face was actually worth over 10 million, she quickly put it back. That expensive? Chen Yuan put on a Lu Bu expression. Exactly that expensive. Wu Yuer couldn't help reaching out and grabbing Chen Yuan's face. Who are you really? Get off of my desk, mate. What the heck? I'm your good desk mate. How is it that right after graduation you've turned into a completely different person? Back home you were more normal, a Maybach, a few luxury items. But now it's a Rolls-Royce, a massive penthouse watch is worth over 10 million. I really don't know you anymore. Wu Yuer couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Yuan had changed far too drastically. When Chen Yuan pried open Wu Yuer's hand that was grabbing his face, knowing that I drive a Rolls-Royce and live in a sprawling penthouse, shouldn't you show a little more respect? Careful, or I'll have someone bury you in the ground to cosplay as a ginseng. Wu Yuer's temper flared up. She threw punch after punch at Chen Yuan while shouting, bury me in the ground. Fine, go ahead. Bury me in the ground. I'll hit you. Alright, I was wrong. Chen Yuan quickly begged for mercy. I just treated you to a meal, and you turn your back on me like this, eh? You were going to bury me in the ground to cosplay as a ginseng. I was just joking. Well, when I joke, do I say I'll bury you in the ground to cosplay as a ginseng? Are you some kind of gangster? Wu Yuer planted her hands on her hips, looking every bit the pampered young lady. Well, she was a pampered young lady to begin with. Alright, stop messing around. Didn't you want to buy something? I'll take you and pay for it, alright? I don't need you to pay. I have plenty of money. Fine. By the way, has your mom still been nagging you about your college entrance exam results? The moment her mother was brought up, Wu Yuer's lips drooped. What do you think? My mom brings it up twice a day, every single day, with a worried look on her face the whole time. Let me tell you, if my dad hadn't stopped her, she would have come to Shenzhen to be my study companion. Chen Yuan couldn't help but say your mom is still treating you like a little kid. He truly couldn't find the right words to describe Wu Yuer's mother. Still, he felt that living under that kind of control must be utterly exhausting. No wonder Wu Yuer had chosen to take the exam from the far north to attend a university in the deep south. Thankfully, my dad stopped my mom. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother going to college. I'd just stay home and lie around all day, Wu Yuer said. Chen Yuan suddenly remembered a TV drama about the college entrance exam called Little Joy, in which one of the female leads lived under similarly suffocating control. Alright, well, your mom didn't actually come. Let's talk about something light. Chen Yuan clumsily changed the subject. How about watching a movie? My private theater can screen not only old movies, but even the ones currently showing in cinemas. Really? No kidding. There's a newly released movie that I really want to see. Of course it's real. Let's go. The two walked into the theater, and Steward Zhang brought over some snacks and iced cola. Chen Yuan didn't even know his home had these snacks. Presumably Steward Zhang had stocked up on them over the past couple of days. Having a steward at home really did make things much more convenient. The private theater could only seat 8 people, 4 in the front row and 4 in the back. Lately, Chen Yuan had been watching videos of luxury residences from home and abroad. Originally, he had thought that a private theater like this would be considered world-class no matter where you went. But after truly seeing the world's top luxury estates, Chen Yuan realized that his own sprawling flat was nothing more than a small fry, especially compared to the world's finest mansions in New York, Los Angeles, Dubai, and Paris. It was no exaggeration to say that the private theaters in those estates were even larger than professional cinema halls. The movie Wu Yuer wanted to see could indeed be screened at home, but Chen Yuan couldn't muster the slightest interest in the melodramatic tearjerker she adored. He just found it boring, so boring that it made him drowsy. Even iced cola couldn't rescue him from his drowsiness. Wu Yuer, meanwhile, was utterly engrossed. She would occasionally pat Chen Yuan and share the plot as she watched. After enduring 90 minutes of this, Chen Yuan was utterly exasperated. This plot was just too damn stupid, wasn't it? So this woman has a daughter. Then her daughter gets into a relationship. Then she gets involved with her daughter's drum teacher. Then her daughter also gets with someone else. And then her best friend goes and gets with another guy. So with a plot that simple, how did they stretch it into an hour and a half? Chen Yuan asked, utterly exasperated. Wu Yuer pursed her lips and said with a grin, It's just like that, don't you think it's very meaningful? I don't feel it. I only find it baffling. Chen Yuan said. Wu Yuer replied, You don't understand love. Fine, let's watch something else then. Chen Yuan put on Avengers Infinity War. He felt that there wasn't a single normal person left in tearjerkers. Come to think of it, were there any normal people in Avengers Infinity War? Apparently not either. The two spent an entire afternoon watching movies with no normal people in them. Walking out of the theater, Chen Yuan felt that time had passed so quickly. Just 2 movies, and the whole afternoon was gone. As soon as he stepped out, he noticed that there were a few extra people in the house. They were all women around 26 or 27, uniformly beautiful, the type who could easily serve as front desk receptionists at a 5-star hotel. Though they weren't dressed in uniform, they somehow gave off a coordinated impression. There was a certain assembly line, mass-produced kind of beauty to them. Good afternoon, boss. Good afternoon, Miss Wu. Chen Yuan gestured toward the 6 young maids in front of him and looked at Steward Zhang, his eyes clearly asking, already hired. In the time it took Chen Yuan to watch a movie, Zhang Hanyang had already finished hiring the maids. With 30 years of stewardship under his belt, Zhang Hanyang had far more housekeeping connections than the average person. Good, all good, Chen Yuan said with a broad smile. Everyone go about your own business. Then he dragged Wu Yuer back to the master bedroom. Back in the master bedroom, Wu Yuer feigned elegance with a little curtsy, lowering her body slightly and speaking in a squeezed, affected voice. Good afternoon, Boss. She drew out the final syllable of boss, especially long. Chen Yuan was a bit speechless, but he wasn't about to humor her. Send your resume to my steward's email, and I'll give you an interview later. Screw you. I miss him not going to be your housemaid. Wu Yuer huffed. You really live the good life, don't you? A single person in such a big house, so many people waiting on you, and you even hired a dedicated steward. Chen Yuan, what can I say? I was born with this prosperous destiny. What's a man to do? You're so full of yourself, Wu Yuer said. By the way, did you bring a swimsuit? We can go swimming tonight, Chen Yuan said. I didn't. Wu Yuer said. I only brought a small suitcase, just enough for a few outfits. How could I possibly fit a swimsuit in there? Besides, I'm here for school. Why would I bring a swimsuit on purpose? Chen Yuan didn't think it was a big deal at all. No problem, I'll have someone go buy one right now. Anything money could solve was a trivial matter. What size do you wear? Either S or M should fit. Chen Yuan gave Wu Yuer a long appraising look up and down. Though not quite a flat plane, she wasn't far off. Nowhere near mountainous peaks, at most a small rolling hill. At night the pool was especially atmospheric. Outside, the curtain walls of the skyscrapers lit up one after another, vying in splendor, as if competing to be the most beautiful building. Chen Yuan soaked in the pool, his line of sight perfectly positioned to admire the city nightscape outside. He felt that the architect must have deliberately designed this view, a little secret touch of the designer. This pool was long enough for a casual swim, but as for swimming with real enjoyment like in a 50-meter professional pool at a natatorium, that was out of the question. At best, this pool was an oversized soaking tub. You could dog paddle for a while and enjoy the water massage. When you actually started swimming, a few strokes would already bring you to the other side. Seeing Chen Yuan and Wu Yuer swimming, a housekeeper sensibly stood by the edge. She brought over 2 bath towels and placed them on the cabinet by the poolside, then went to prepare 2 bottles of plain water and 2 cups of drinks, setting them nearby as well. Do you know what the biggest advantage of a private pool like this is, eh? Chen Yuan asked. What? Nobody pees in the pool, Chen Yuan said. He loved swimming very much. In middle school, he had even briefly joined the provincial swimming team. Of course, it wasn't because Chen Yuan was particularly skilled, but because his aunt was a coach at the Heilongjiang Provincial Sports School and a champion in the women's division of the national games. At that time, a training camp was held in Harbin, and Chen Yuan went along to have fun. However, whether it was the pool at the provincial sports school or the county pool, there were absolutely people peeing in them. It was disgusting. Now that he had his own private pool, he no longer had to worry about this problem at all. Getting out of the pool, the maid draped bath towels over the 2 of them and served drinking water. Service was flawless. The next day, Chen Yuan and Wu Yuer went out to play together. They first went to Happy Valley, a famous amusement park in Shenzhen similar to Disneyland, but its scale and popularity couldn't match Disneyland. But in Shenzhen, it was already the top amusement park. According to Li Xiang, when he was a child, every time he wanted to come here, he had to queue for a long time. Chen Yuan didn't ask butler Zhang to buy the tickets, nor did he ask Jiang Yue to arrange any bank privileges. He simply bought a VIP ticket with Wu Yuer and went in. They had fun all day long. Bumper cars, a carousel, the thrilling snowy eagle, and even rafting. By the end of the day, Chen Yuan felt that he had become childish. I'm a billionaire, and yet I have to ride bumper cars with little kids. You may not know this, but the person sitting across from you is a billionaire. The kid opposite said, so what if I know? Bump into him then. When the 2 returned home in the evening, both were utterly exhausted. Checking the WeChat step count, it had already reached over 20,000. Chen Yuan only felt somewhat restored after eating 2 fillet steaks. In the second week of school, Chen Yuan was still playing the role of a good student. He listened to the teacher expound the ideas of great educators from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, jotting down names one by one, noting their contributions, and recording the theories they had summarized. Chen Yuan felt that his image in the teacher's mind must be quite favorable. Returning to the dormitory at noon, Chen Yuan received a piece of good news. Jiang Yue, the golden butler with astonishing efficiency, had already registered the company for Chen Yuan. Although the company's office address was merely a floor in Tower 6, 1 Shenzhen Bay. Although there was not a single employee yet, Chen Yuan finally had his first company. Chen Yuan Capital Equity Investment Management Co., Ltd. Abbreviated as Chen Yuan Capital. A trivial newcomer had arrived in the capital world, but the Kinki Group was about to lose its Jerusalem. Chen Yuan no longer had any inclination to attend the afternoon classes. He directly requested leave on Enterprise WeChat, then sent leave messages to his counselor and the class monitor Li Ying. The counselor only replied with a single word, good, then approved his leave request. Li Ying, in contrast, said a few more words. Li Ying, classmate, if you take leave like this, you'll probably fall behind in the follow-up courses. Besides, taking many leaves will affect your comprehensive evaluation score, Li Ying said. Chen Yuan had no choice either. He also wanted to play the good student, but at the moment the role of a good boss clearly suited him better. However, Chen Yuan couldn't help but have a better impression of Li Ying. She really was a class monitor who cared about her classmates. Even the counselor had been too lazy to say an extra word, yet Li Ying was still patiently explaining the consequences of taking too much leave to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan typed a message back to Li Ying. I'm not feeling well, monitor. I can't make it to class. Then he tossed his phone aside, got into his Ferrari, and drove off toward One Shenzhen Bay. The floor Zhang Yue had bought for Chen Yuan was on the 3rd floor of Tower 6. The floor level wasn't considered a prime location, but Chen Yuan didn't mind. He simply intended to use this place as a transitional arrangement. Only after he bought Kinki 100 would that place become the headquarters of Chen Yuan Capital. After parking the car, Chen Yuan went up to the 3rd floor. Zhang Yue was standing in front of the elevator lobby waiting for him. Brother Yuan, you're here. Chen Yuan nodded. Sister Yue, is this whole floor ours? Zhang Yue nodded and said, yes, this floor is quite good. Since the previous company rented the entire floor, the functional areas are very scientifically divided, and the decoration is also very nice. Chen Yuan nodded and followed Zhang Yue to tour the entire floor. It was a very nice design, and there was furniture and everything, but being on the 3rd floor there was really no view to speak of. It wasn't the kind Chen Yuan liked. I haven't figured out yet exactly which direction to invest in, so we don't need too large a scale, Chen Yuan said. What I need first is a team that can help me acquire Kinki 100. Acquiring a skyscraper was not a trivial matter that could be settled by a mere flap of the lips. The legal issues and economic issues involved were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, requiring the two sides teams to negotiate and resolve them bit by bit. It was not something Chen Yuan could accomplish alone. Nor was it like buying a car or a house, where Chen Yuan could clinch the deal by signing his name on a piece of paper. Zhang Yue said, Brother Yuan, I have already contacted Zandongli Company. Chen Yuan didn't understand. What was Zandongli? He signaled with his eyes for Zhang Yue to continue. Brother Yuan, Zandongli is the strongest headhunting firm native to Shenzhen. Even global headhunters like Korn Ferry and Heydrich Struggles are suppressed by Zandongli in the Guangdong Hong Kong Macau area, unable to lift their heads. Zhang Yue explained in great detail. I see. You've done well, Chen Yuan said with a smile. You'll definitely be rewarded later. Chen Yuan made an empty promise. Zhang Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. No need for later. We can do it now. Now? What do you want? Go ahead. There's nothing I won't agree to. Brother Yuan, come with me. Zhang Yue led Chen Yuan to the boss's office, or more precisely the previous company's boss's office, but the furniture left behind by him was still there. Zhang Yue walked over to the bookshelf and with little effort pushed it aside. It turned out to be a hidden door. Stepping inside, there was a small suite. The living room, bedroom, and bathroom were all there, decorated in a rather luxurious style. Zhang Yue walked over, slid into Chen Yuan's arms, looked up with a gaze full of spring, and said, Brother Yuan. Damn those rich people. They sure know how to enjoy themselves. A hidden door in the office is one thing, but they even put in a waterbed. Do you even know what you're doing with it? Pulling up his trousers, Chen Yuan complained inwardly. The office on this floor didn't even need to be redecorated. All they had to do was put Chen Yuan's company name up in the reception area, and it could directly become Chen Yuan's office space. Chen Yuan simply dumped the matter on Zhang Yue, calling it, the capable do more work. Sister Yue, go for it. You call me Sister Yue all the time, but do you actually treat me like your sister? You don't know how to cherish your sister at all. Zhang Yue glanced at the waterbed. It looked as if a world war had been fought on it. Chen Yuan chuckled sheepishly. Good sister, you won't blame me, will you? Of course not, my dear little brother. Zhang Yue kissed Chen Yuan lightly on the lips. This time Chen Yuan took the initiative, holding her head as she started to lean back, and kissed her again. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Zhang Yue's legs went weak. Only then did Chen Yuan let go. Walking out of that hidden room, Zhang Yue resumed her professional private banker manner. Yuanji, I've already contacted a design company to design Chen Yuan's logo, and I've also contacted a renovation company. This wall will have Chen Yuan's name on it when the time comes. Zandongli will give priority to helping us find a team with real estate acquisition experience. In the best case, we can poach an entire veteran team that has worked together for a long time. Chen Yuan was very satisfied. He felt that his sister Yue was truly capable of anything. In such a short time, she had not only bought him an office and registered the company, but had also found the design team, renovation company, and headhunting firm. Sister Yue is amazing. Time passed quickly. In the next week, besides attending classes, Chen Yuan's life was also very busy. Besides having to go shopping with Wu Wei, he also had to go with Zhang Yue to check on the renovation progress, and he happened to conduct 2 interviews along the way, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of being the interviewer. Although the priority was recruiting an acquisition team, the headhunting firm, while searching for candidates, also went ahead and headhunted candidates for Chen Yuan's other positions. The framework of Chen Yuan Capital was smoothly put together. Chen Yuan was in a good mood. He was now a genuine boss, and the company was no longer an empty shell. Hearing those people call him boss, Chen Yuan couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. It was another Sunday. Chen Yuan sat on the carpet peeling crayfish. Over the past week, the household staff had been fully assembled, and Butler Zhang had also bought Chen Yuan a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Lexus LM MPV. Chen Yuan had found time to drive both cars. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was 5.98 meters long. Because the body was so long, the rear seat space was extremely generous, but driving it provided no driving pleasure whatsoever. Chen Yuan left only one remark. No wonder people say that everyone who drives this car is a chauffeur. What real rich person would drive it himself? It's exhausting. As for the Lexus LM, although its body wasn't as long, the acceleration was sluggish, and it also offered no driving pleasure at all. From now on, these two cars could only be left for the driver. Wu Yiwei sat beside him eating crayfish with Chen Yuan. This batch of crayfish was made by the family chef. Better tasting than takeout and bigger than takeout. Aren't you starting military training tomorrow? Wu Yiwei asked. Chen Yuan nodded. Yes. Wu Yiwei's bright eyes darted. Do you want me to bring you some milk tea then? I'll make you the best looking guy in your class, guaranteed to give you face. Chen Yuan smiled. Alright, just remember to dress up really pretty then. Wu Yiwei curled the corners of her mouth, revealing a sly smile. Don't worry, I'll dress up super beautifully. Chen Yuan was stunned, feeling that Wu Yiwei was a little off. By logic, she should have said, I'm beautiful even without dressing up. Wu Yiwei was smiling on the surface, but inside, she was going crazy. Every day, he came back smelling of perfume, and he came back so late. There had to be some ambiguous girl at school. I was here first. This time she was going to stake her claim. The next day, Chen Yuan changed into his military training camouflage and became a wild Buddha. He got into the back seat of the Phantom, and the driver drove him to school. Looking out the window at the vibrant morning, Chen Yuan yawned. They had to assemble at 6:40, more than an hour earlier than in 8 a.m. class. Soon the Rolls-Royce drove directly into the school. Uncle Han, no need to pick me up tonight. I might not be home tonight. With that, Chen Yuan got out and walked toward the sports field. At that moment, the sports field was already filled with students in camouflage uniforms and caps, like a gathering of wild Buddhas. They were lined up by class, and someone in front of each class held up a class sign to guide the students. Without going to the dormitory, Chen Yuan went straight to the sports field to find his class's position. His class was easy to spot. Li Ying, who was absurdly beautiful, was the type you could recognize at a glance among a crowd. Li Xiang's width was also quite prominent in the crowd. With those two markers, Chen Yuan almost locked onto his class's position at once. Chen Yuan stood beside Li Xiang, and the other two yawning again. Seeing Chen Yuan come over, Li Xiang took a large bottle of water and handed it to him. Yuanji, here's yours. Chen Yuan took it without saying thank you. It was superfluous. This is too torturous. The moment I think about having to get up this early for the next 10+ days, I almost break down. Li Xiang said. It can't be helped. Military training is like this. Chen Yuan shrugged. Hopefully our instructor is a bit better, so we can take it easier. Li Xiang nodded. Anyway, I've already prepared a medical certificate. If it gets too tiring, I'll just ask for leave directly. I asked an upperclassman. Even if you just sit on the side and rest every day, they won't dock your GPA. At worst, you'll be a little lower than the hardworking students, but you won't fail. Chen Yuan nodded. As I always say, no grad school recommendation, no awards. School is just my playground. While the two were chatting, they suddenly heard a deep, boisterous shout. Without using a loudspeaker, it seemed to cut across more than half the sports field. Attention! Quick march! Afterward, everyone saw a group of regular soldiers in darker camouflage entering from the side of the field, marching in very orderly steps. When the command changed to parade steps, the sound of boots hammering the ground could be faintly heard even by Chen Yuan, who was standing at the back of the sports field. These should be our instructors, right? Li Xiang said. They look like it, so they probably are, Lin Hanjun said. But these instructors all seem pretty young. I hope our instructor is a good person. Li Xiang pressed his palms together. The chief instructor stepped onto the elevated platform up front, holding a microphone. All instructors dismissed. Immediately find the class you're leading. The instructors below quickly dispersed, and using standard jogging form found their assigned classes. One instructor, whose skin wasn't so dark, jogged over to where class 1 of the education program was. Chen Yuan's eyesight was excellent enough to clearly see the instructor's face. Even under the cover of his cap, Chen Yuan could still detect a trace of familiarity in his features. Huh, isn't this Lan Qingshou? Lan Qingshou was the wealthy second-generation heir Chen Yuan had met on the street outside the Creative Park. He drove a G-Wagon. At the time, a few of them had helped Chen Yuan hold back the cap-wearing traffic officer who was writing him a parking ticket. They added each other on WeChat and chatted from time to time. Apart from commenting on each other's moments, they also invited Chen Yuan to hang out together. Chen Yuan had declined, though, because he was supposed to go shopping with Wu Yiwei. Back then, Lan Qingshou had seemed a little withdrawn, barely even making eye contact with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan really hadn't expected this guy to end up as a drill instructor. In any case, shouldn't an instructor at least have a loud voice? Education class 1, fall in. With a roar, Lan Qingshou bellowed. Chen Yuan felt confused. Was this really the seemingly introverted Lan Qingshou who had been so quiet that even his name had to be introduced by a friend? This didn't make sense. But the man's height and face told Chen Yuan otherwise. This was indeed Lan Qingshou, the G-Wagon driving rich second-generation heir. At Lan Qingshou's command, everyone quickly formed up. Lan Qingshou coughed. I'll call the roll now. And Peng. A girl answered softly, here. Louder. Put some spirit into it. Did you leave your vocal cords in the dorm? Lan Qingshou was practically roaring. He planned to give the juniors a show of authority from the start, which would make training easier later. It was also an old tradition. Here. The girl named in Peng forced the word out. Next, Chen Yuan. Lan Qingshou saw the name on the roster and frowned slightly, but it was hidden under his cap, so no one noticed. Chen Yuan called out, here. Following the voice, Lan Qingshuo looked over. When he saw Chen Yuan's face, his body trembled slightly. Chen Yuan met his gaze and smiled faintly. Lan Qingshuo, holy crap, what a coincidence. Chen Yuan, that's right, it's me. Lan Qingshuo hurriedly returned a smile, but he didn't come over to make small talk. Instead, he continued the roll call. Very good. Learn from Chen Yuan, everyone. Louder. Chen Shi. Soon the roll call was finished. Lan Qingshuo stood at the front. Good, no one is late. Next, I'll go over the rules for military training. First, assemble at 6:40 am. Sharp and no being late. Second, during training, you must wear your military uniform and cap properly. Third, Lan Qingshuo listed several more rules and then jumped straight into training. Well, it was actually just standing at attention. Feeling the sunlight creeping across his face, feeling his shadow shrink from long to short, feeling the ache from the soles of his feet, feeling sweat slide down his forehead and nearly drip into his eyes. It was exhausting. Chen Yuan didn't ask for special treatment. He stood with everyone else. Li Xiang, however, loved playing the exception. After standing for over an hour, he started yelling that he simply couldn't take it anymore. Drill instructor, I can't go on. My heart is pounding, and my head feels like it's going to explode. Li Xiang walked up with unsteady steps. Lan Qingshuo was a first-time drill instructor and had never seen anything like this. He hurriedly called Chen Yuan over. Student Chen Yuan, take this classmate to the infirmary right now. Who's the class monitor? You come along too. Chen Yuan relaxed. He hadn't deliberately tried to get special treatment, but a free break was not to be passed up. He wasn't stupid enough to keep baking under the blazing sun. Remember this with Shenzhen. The sun burned against his skin. His skin was nearly scorched red. He wasn't a masochist. Chen Yuan stepped forward and supported Li Xiang. Drill instructor, I'll take him to the infirmary now. Walking a little farther away, Chen Yuan asked quietly, does your head really feel like it's about to explode? You didn't actually get hurt, did you? If something really is wrong, I'll take you to the hospital. Li Xiang chuckled slyly. No, it's just that my legs are too tired. I can barely stand. Come on, let's go to the infirmary and enjoy the AC. Chen Yuan naturally had no reason to refuse. You too. Li Ying stood nearby, feeling that the pair had made themselves entirely at ease around her, and said outright, aren't you too afraid I'll report you to the drill instructor? The moment she asked, Li Ying regretted it. What a brainless question. A class monitor's job wasn't to make the counselor's life difficult, catch classmates in the wrong, and then tattle to the counselor. Rather, it was to reduce the cost of communication between the counselor and students, lighten the counselor's burden, and help students live better on campus. Chen Yuan looked at Li Ying beside him and said, seriously, you're not that kind of person. Fine. Hurry to the infirmary then. I'll stay there with Chen Yuan for an hour. Li Xiang, you stay in the infirmary until we're dismissed at noon. I'll explain it to the drill instructor for you. Li Ying arranged. She actually didn't want to stand at attention in the sun either. Whether because of old habits or her position as class monitor, she stood more attentively than anyone else, and was all the more tired for it. Being able to slack off for an hour was naturally for the best. Chen Yuan was very satisfied with Li Ying's arrangement. An hour was about right after all, since he wasn't a real patient. The three of them followed the shade all the way to the infirmary. Bliss. The infirmary's air conditioner was set very low. The moment they stepped inside, they felt as though they had entered heaven. Ah, Li Xiang let out a moan. So nice. Stop enjoying it. Keep up the act, and go see the doctor. Just say you have a touch of heat stroke. Chen Yuan said. Fine, you two enjoy the AC here. With that, Li Xiang left. There were other students coming and going in the infirmary, most of them in camouflage uniforms, a ragtag bunch of slackers who had come to see a doctor or to accompany a classmate seeing one. Chen Yuan was sure that the vast majority of them were faking illness just like Li Xiang. The infirmary doctors obviously saw through it, but they didn't intend to make trouble for these students. Making trouble for others could easily bring unpleasantness upon oneself. Chen Yuan and Li Ying sat on the connected metal bench. The atmosphere was a little awkward, neither of them spoke first. Chen Yuan still held to his 3-no principle. Don't initiate, don't refuse, don't take responsibility. So he didn't open his mouth. Li Ying sat beside him, not looking at her phone, staring blankly at the stone floor. Inside, however, her thoughts were churning. Was the person in that Ferrari that day him or not? I feel like it was him. My intuition has always been very accurate. Li Ying sat there, letting her mind drift through wild guesses. After a long while, she decided to probe him from an oblique angle. Student Chen Yuan, have you gotten your driver's license? Chen Yuan looked up at Li Ying. I have. Why? Li Ying was genuinely beautiful. Even the standard issue camouflage uniform couldn't dim her looks. If there were ever a campus belle vote, Chen Yuan would definitely cast his vote for Li Ying. God, she was gorgeous. Nothing. I was thinking that if you hadn't gotten it, yet we could sign up as a group and get a discount. Li Ying spoke her words perfectly proper without revealing her true intention in the slightest. Li Ying's reply was polished and proper, revealing nothing of her real intent. What a practical girl, Chen Yuan thought, following his principle that beauty is justice. Sorry, I've already passed the exam, so I can't share a group buy discount with you. Chen Yuan said with a smile, but it's so hot now. Taking the driving test would be miserable. Why not wait until winter break? I was planning to do the same, but I can get the written test out of the way first, Li Ying said. Chen Yuan nodded and said casually, then work hard. Do more practice tests. Since you got into Shenzhen University, you're definitely smart. You'll pass on the first try. Li Ying felt his words were a bit odd. Are you complimenting me or yourself? You got into Shenzhen University too, didn't you? Complimenting you, and also complimenting myself. Alright, you really have a way with words, Li Ying said. Looking at Chen Yuan's side profile, she grew more and more certain that he was the boy driving the Ferrari that day. But she didn't feel comfortable asking directly. Still, she had already accepted it as fact in her mind. Chen Yuan nodded and said nothing more. Seeing that Chen Yuan wasn't talking, Li Ying took the initiative to bring up a new topic. Chen Yuan, where are you from? From Heilongjiang, Chen Yuan replied. Then is winter very cold there? Chen Yuan felt a little helpless. Whenever people learned he was from Freljord, the first thing they asked was whether winter was freezing. Chen Yuan no longer knew how to answer that question. Very cold. Do you have heated brick beds in the northeast? In the countryside, yes. In the cities, usually not. Chen Yuan asked, where are you from? Li Ying's eyes were big and a smile lingered on her lips. I'm from Guangzhou. Then can you speak Cantonese? Of course I can. I'm a local. I speak Cantonese at home, Li Ying answered in Cantonese. Cantonese has a rich variety of syllables and a natural singing quality that sounds extremely cool. Especially when two Southerners argue in Cantonese, it's as exciting as watching an opera. Mandarin aims for crisp, round articulation, while Cantonese values its 9 tones and 6-tone contours. That's great, I'd really like to learn Cantonese, Chen Yuan said. I can teach you. Really? Chen Yuan hadn't expected Li Ying to be this easygoing. Li Ying nodded. Of course I'm serious, as long as you don't get me speaking with a northeastern accent. That's going to be hard. Northeastern dialect is very contagious. The two chatted about hometowns and languages, and the more they talked, the more they felt they clicked. When two people both want to talk to each other, there is never a lack of topics. If you think you have nothing to say to a goddess, then she definitely doesn't want to talk to you. Chen Yuan, being someone who puts looks first, naturally wouldn't refuse to chat with Li Ying. And since Li Ying was very curious about him, the two naturally started chatting. Teaching Cantonese was just an excuse. The two chatted outside. Li Xiang had been settled into the ward by the infirmary doctor to rest. Li Xiang lay down on the light blue sickbed feeling very pleased. Everyone else was training outside, but he was lying in an air-conditioned room enjoying the cool air. Happiness comes from comparison. At this moment he was very happy. Set an alarm for 1140. I'll get up and eat at the cafeteria, and pack a meal for my adopted sons too, so they don't have to wait in line. Soon the ward was filled with Li Xiang's snores. When Li Xiang came out of the infirmary and reached the lobby, he saw Chen Yuan and Li Ying chatting enthusiastically, and his mouth fell wide open. In broad daylight, a boy and a girl shoving and slapping each other. What a scandal. And why are you two still here? Why are you two still here? Didn't you say you were only going to enjoy the AC for an hour? Li Xiang couldn't help asking. Weren't you supposed to go back after an hour and let the instructor know for me? It was already 1140. Almost 3 hours had passed. Seeing Li Xiang come out of the infirmary, Chen Yuan quickly glanced at his watch. Geez, it's almost noon. Chen Yuan hadn't felt the passage of time at all. It seemed like he had only chatted with Li Ying for a moment, and the time was gone. Fortunately, the instructor was an acquaintance, otherwise Chen Yuan really wouldn't have known how to explain. It really is convenient to have connections. I was too busy enjoying the AC to check the time. Chen Yuan said awkwardly, but don't worry, I'll tell the instructor what happened. I definitely won't get you in trouble. Was that really about enjoying the AC? Obviously you two just enjoyed chatting. Li Xiang's heart was a little broken. The senior you said you wanted to pursue. You told us to stop thinking about her. And now you want the class monitor too. Is every junior girl going to be yours too in the future? Why are you so selfish? Li Xiang was almost crying inside. He had already begun drawing circles in his heart to curse Chen Yuan. No need. I'll tell the instructor myself when I go to training this afternoon. Just say I got heat stroke pretty badly, and you stayed with me the whole time, Li Xiang said. Although he was somewhat jealous of Chen Yuan, he was still helping Chen Yuan find excuses to slack off during military training. Jealousy is normal, it's human nature. But brotherhood is real too, and Li Xiang wasn't about to watch Chen Yuan get scolded. Chen Yuan shrugged. It's almost noon. Let's go straight to the cafeteria. There shouldn't be many people at this time. I was thinking the same. I'll bring a portion for those two bastards too, Li Xiang said. Chen Yuan and Li Xiang made up their minds. Then Chen Yuan looked at Li Ying. Class monitor, do you want to go to the cafeteria together? Li Ying shook her head. No, I still have some things to do. Chen Yuan and Li Xiang didn't press further. They parted ways with Li Ying, went to the cafeteria, packed 4 portions, and returned to the dormitory. As soon as they entered the dorm, cold air rushed in. The AC in room 612 was never switched off. Chen Yuan had topped up 2,000 yuan in electricity, so the air conditioner ran 24 hours a day. That way he could enjoy cool air as soon as he returned. Seeing Chen Yuan top up 2,000, Li Xiang also added 1,000 to the account. That was enough electricity to last an entire semester. Brother Yuan, you kept taking leave last week. What were you busy with? Chen Yuan thought for a moment. There was quite a lot. Nothing much. I'm planning to start a business. I was having the place renovated a few days ago, and went to check on it myself. Chen Yuan answered truthfully. Among the 4 in the dorm, Li Xiang and Chen Yuan got along the best. Mainly because the chubby guy was warm, could take jokes, had a great personality, and came from a well-off family, so he and Chen Yuan had common ground. Are you already starting a business as soon as you enter college? Li Xiang was astonished. The rich second-generation kids I know only start in their junior or senior year. Very few start one at the very beginning of freshman year. Chen Yuan had no choice. He simply had too much money. If he didn't start a business, there was no way to spend it. Even if he spent 20 million a day, he could still save 700 million a day. Money in the bank is just a string of numbers. If it isn't converted into real assets, it's no different from Q coins. Before long, Lin Hanjun and Lu Rui also came back. My two adoptive fathers accept my bow. Lu Rui was full of energy. Even after an entire morning of military training, he still had the energy to clown around. Whoever brought the meal was naturally the adoptive father. Lin Hanjun again made as if to take a swing at Li Xiang. He was immediately pushed away by Li Xiang. They played around for a while, then ate and chatted. Lu Rui couldn't help cursing. This sun is goddamn scorching. I can already feel my neck burning. Since the military training uniform had long sleeves and long pants, only the neck and face were exposed. Chen Yuan had no doubt that after 2 weeks of training his skin would be sunburned in distinct layers. The kind with a stark black and white contrast. Chen Yuan tossed his own sunscreen over. Put on some sunscreen. It's very useful. It was the one Wu Yuer had pressed into his hand that morning. Sunscreen chosen by girls was generally more reliable. All right. Lu Rui took it. After they ate, everyone took a nap. They had gotten up at 6 in the morning. Without a nap the afternoon would be pure torture. At 2 in the afternoon, they headed to the drill ground for military training again. 2 in the afternoon, Shenzhen, a shadeless drill ground mid-September. Just these words stacked together carried an incomparably oppressive force. It was a heatstroke combo move, no question. The group still stood at attention. Chen Yuan didn't feel too tired, just a bit bored from standing. Suddenly Lan Xingshou walked over. Chen Yuan, come with me. I need a hand. Lan Xingshou spoke while holding up his instructor's authority. With that, Lan Xingshou turned and left. Chen Yuan said nothing and quickly followed. The two arrived at the gymnasium beside them, and Lan Xingshou's stern air shattered instantly. Grinning, he said, Brother Chen Yuan, if you feel tired you can rest in here for a while. Chen Yuan nodded and asked in confusion, Brother, how come you're an instructor? Are all instructors senior students from our school? Lan Xingshou nodded, then shook his head. No, most instructors are hired from outside. Instructors like me are rare. I served 2 years in the army and only went to college after being discharged. Later I joined the school's National Flag Honor Guard, so I was able to become an instructor. Chen Yuan suddenly understood and nodded. He had never expected Lan Xingshou to be a discharged veteran. A rich second-generation kid who drove a G-Wagon could endure military hardship. That was truly admirable. After all, the intensity of military training was only an appetizer in the face of real military service. I didn't expect you to have this kind of experience, brother. Chen Yuan said with a smile. There are quite a lot of veterans in our school, Lan Xingshou said. All right, brother, I still need to keep an eye on their training. Just rest here. I'll say I told you to go help sort things out. Chen Yuan actually hadn't planned to rest, but to run into Lan Xingshou by such a coincidence. A free rest was a bonus he wasn't going to refuse. Being able to sit in an air-conditioned gymnasium, playing on his phone, chatting with Wu Yuer, the senior girl, and Sister Yue. Wasn't this much better than baking in the sun outside? Chen Yuan sat on a chair and replied to Wu Yuer. I'm not going home tonight. Didn't you say you were going to bring me milk tea? Where are you? Wu Yuer, I'm in the car, and almost there. How can you play on your phone during military training? Chen Yuan, I'm sitting in the gymnasium. The instructor is an acquaintance and gave me some special treatment. Wu Yuer, oh, then tell me how to get there. I'll be at your school soon. Chen Yuan, okay. Then Chen Yuan sent Wu Yuer a screenshot of the WeChat work homepage animation. Show this to the security guard and he'll open the gate, Chen Yuan said. Good. Before Chen Yuan could put down his phone, he saw a message from someone else. Zhou Xinan, Junior, where are you? Why aren't you on the drill ground? Chen Yuan, I'm in the gymnasium next to the drill ground. Zhou Xinan, then wait for me. I'll come over in a bit. Zhou Xinan stood in the sun, took a few photos with her phone, and then walked toward the gymnasium. As soon as she entered, she spotted Chen Yuan in his camouflage uniform. Zhou Xinan quickly walked over. Junior, long time no see, she said with a smile. This time she was here on official business. She needed to take some material of the younger students during training to submit. She also brought Chen Yuan some milk tea. Just as an aside. Zhou Xinan handed the drink in her hand to Chen Yuan. Here, mango pomelo sago. Chen Yuan took it, realizing he was indeed a little thirsty. Thanks, senior, Chen Yuan said with a smile. No need to thank me. Zhou Xinan looked at him coolly. Junior, how did you end up here? If the instructor finds out, he'll be angry. Then he'll punish you by making you practice the squatting position. It's miserable. Chen Yuan shrugged. You may not believe this, but the instructor himself sent me here to rest. Huh. The instructor is an acquaintance. Remember those rich second-generation guys we ran into when we went to dinner last time? The short one is our instructor. Chen Yuan answered truthfully. Then you're really lucky. The rest of military training probably won't wear you out, Zhou Xinan said. Chen Yuan nodded, glanced at his phone, and saw that Wu Yuer had already entered the school. She was asking Chen Yuan for directions. As Chen Yuan told Wu Yuer how to get there, he asked Zhou Xinan casually, Senior, don't you have any classes? Zhou Xinan nodded, then shook her head. I do have classes, but I have official leave. The counselor asked me to take some photos for you all. Chen Yuan didn't show it on his face, but he was already a little anxious. Then senior, you better go take the photos quickly. Don't hold up the counselor's business. He really didn't want Wu Yuer and Zhou Xinan to run into each other. Whether it would become a romantic battlefield Chen Yuan didn't know, but he would definitely be awkward. Zhou Xinan looked at Chen Yuan coldly. Junior, don't you want to stay with me a little longer? Was I really that obvious? I do, how could I not? Chen Yuan said. I just don't want to delay your work, senior. Why did that sound so deliberately sweet and fake? Chen Yuan felt that he himself was beginning to change. Really? Zhou Xinan was not a naive high school girl. She remained suspicious of Chen Yuan's words. Chen Yuan was a bit at a loss. The senior was just too experienced. If it were Wu Yuer, she would have nodded in complete faith and gone running off to work. Really. When today's training is over, let's go to dinner together, okay? Chen Yuan said in his most earnest tone, fixing those eyes that seemed affectionate even when looking at a dog, on Zhou Xinan. Zhou Xinan was a little delighted. Okay, then I'll go take photos first. See you tonight. Thanks for the milk tea, senior. Chen Yuan said. Watching Wu Yuer's location on the shared map get closer and closer, Chen Yuan couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Then suddenly Jiang Yue sent a photo over. Wow, milky white snow. Chen Yuan saved the photo to a password-protected private album, then deleted it from the chat history. Sister Yue, wait for me tonight. Then Chen Yuan booked the presidential suite at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. At 3,300 yuan a night, it was nothing short of astronomical. One night. That alone was worth a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Jiang Yue sent another picture. Her legs in black silk stockings were beautiful. Chen Yuan replied, Mandarin Oriental Hotel. See you tonight. After replying to Jiang Yue, Chen Yuan glanced at the shared location and saw that Wu Yuer's avatar had already overlapped with his own. He quickly turned off his phone. Wu Yuer walked into the gymnasium and quickly came to Chen Yuan's side, handing him the cup of Hei tea in her hand. When I came in just now, I saw a really pretty girl, but she seemed so cold and aloof. She only looked cold and aloof. Actually, she wasn't like that at all. Chen Yuan defended the senior in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Then stay away from her. Girls who look that cold and aloof are usually hard to deal with. Chen Yuan apologized to the senior in his heart and planned to make it up to her properly over dinner. Judging people by their looks is wrong, Xiao Chun. Wu Yuer said as she sat down in the seat beside Chen Yuan. Your school is so big. If I hadn't turned on location sharing, I'd already be lost. That's normal. I got lost too when I first arrived, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Even now, I still haven't figured out all the teaching buildings. I hope our school can be this big too. How naive. Once you actually start college, you'll realize how childish that idea is. Chen Yuan didn't remind her. Once she started school herself, she would know just how painful it could be. Wu Yuer crossed her legs, and one little white sneaker swayed back and forth in Chen Yuan's field of view. A white ankle sock hugged her ankle, its vertical striped trim clearly visible. Who came up with that anyway? Chen Yuan stayed polite. Among the girls around him, it seemed that only Wu Yuer liked wearing little white socks. Jiang Yue liked black silk stockings and nude stockings. The senior didn't like wearing socks. Only Wu Yuer truly understood Chen Yuan. You could always count on a desk mate of 3 years. O'Reilly also liked wearing little white socks. Wu Yuer unconsciously swung her legs, planning to come bring Chen Yuan milk tea again tomorrow. She was quite dissatisfied now. She had originally wanted to bring Chen Yuan milk tea on the sports field and take the chance to stake her claim, but now they were in the gymnasium. There was no way to stake her claim here. There was no audience at all. At the corner entrance of the gymnasium, Zhou Xinan finished taking pictures and planned to come back and chat with Chen Yuan a little longer. As soon as she entered the gymnasium, she saw another girl sitting in the spot she had just occupied. Her junior had a cup of milk tea in his hand, but it wasn't the one she had given him. Zhou Xinan immediately turned and hid in a corner, carefully peeking out to study the girl sitting in her seat. Very pretty. High good looks, a high ponytail, the typical girl with first love vibes. No worse than herself. That was Zhou Xinan's assessment. Watching the two chatting so warmly, and that girl getting handsy with her junior, Zhou Xinan felt as if her chest were blocked and her breathing grew heavy. Bastard. Zhou Xinan recalled how Chen Yuan had just driven her away, then looked at the girl who had also brought Chen Yuan milk tea, and understood the full story. You drove me away to make room for her, didn't you? Fine, then I'll leave. Zhou Xinan's eyes reddened in the empty corner. She pulled out her phone ready to block and delete Chen Yuan, but when her finger hovered over the red exclamation mark, she suddenly paused. I'm the senior assigned to your class. If I delete him, what will he do when he needs a senior's help? I can't let my emotions get the better of me. I'm here to earn credits. Forget it. I won't delete him for now. Once I'm done with your class, I'll definitely delete you. Zhou Xinan turned her head, intending to take one more look. That one look made her blood pressure spike. She saw it. That girl was actually drinking the milk tea she had bought for Chen Yuan. That was going too far. Zhou Xinan turned and left. Next time you want me to buy you milk tea, don't even think about it. Chen Yuan kept feeling that someone was watching him, but when he looked around for the source of the gaze, he couldn't find it anywhere. One of life's 3 great illusions, she's looking at me. I can't make that mistake. In fact, no one is looking at me. Chen Yuan comforted himself, but inwardly, he felt rather uneasy. Chen Yuan and Wu Yuer sat in the gymnasium stands watching the sophomore upperclassmen have their PE class below. Only when they were dismissed did the two get up and leave. The upperclassmen were dismissed, and Chen Yuan and the others were just about finished with training too. Day 1 of military training. Easy. In the morning, he accompanied Li Xiang to the infirmary and chatted with Li Ying all morning. In the afternoon, Lan Qingshuo brought him to the gymnasium, where he chatted with the senior for a while, then spent the whole afternoon talking with Wu Yuer. Altogether, his training time for the day didn't exceed 2 hours. Chen Yuan could only say pure enjoyment. It wasn't that he pursued privilege. Privilege was pursuing him. I'm going to eat with my roommates later. Ask Uncle Han to pick you up, Chen Yuan said, telling a small lie. Uncle Han was Chen Yuan's driver and could double as a bodyguard. A retired scout, he could take on 4 or 5 ordinary people with no problem. Okay, I'll bring you milk tea again tomorrow. Nayuki or Haiti? Wu Yuer asked. Haiti. I like the one with cheese foam, Chen Yuan said. Alright, I'll get going then. As Wu Yuer left, she took the empty bottle Chen Yuan had finished drinking from with her. Chen Yuan returned to the training ground. Training was indeed almost over. The trainees were gathering, and Chen Yuan quickly found his class's spot and slipped into the formation. Where did you go? Li Xiang asked quietly. I was helping the drill instructor organize some files, Chen Yuan told another small lie. He was mainly afraid that if Li Xiang found out, he would let it slip and make things awkward for Lan Qingshuo. You've got it easy. We stood at attention under the sun while you went to organize files in an air-conditioned room, Li Xiang said. Do you know this instructor? Why did he send you instead of me? Chen Yuan scared. This chubby little guy was pretty clever. He shrugged and said nothing. Soon the head instructor announced dismissal, and everyone scattered in a mass. Chen Yuan called Zhou Xinan. Since he had agreed to have dinner together, he couldn't break his word. Bro, I'm not going to the cafeteria with you guys. Something came up. What is it? Nothing much. Just having dinner with the senior, that's all, Chen Yuan said. This time he wasn't lying. Li Xiang raised his face to the sky and shouted, fuck. Lin Hanjun walked over and said received. Li Xiang was speechless. Get lost. Chen Yuan didn't leave with the others. He found a shaded spot and called the senior. The call was answered quickly. Senior, where are you? I'm at the school's main gate. Zhou Xinan had originally wanted to say spitefully that she was in the dormitory and wasn't going to eat with Chen Yuan anymore, but the words reached her lips and took a different turn. Zhou Xinan changed into a light blue dress adorned with delicate lace trimming along the hem. Her slender fair calves were subtly revealed, and she wore a pair of Crocs that showed off her rosy pink heels. Chen Yuan stepped forward, the faint fragrance from the senior student lingering around the tip of his nose. She had even taken the trouble to shower and wash her hair. The scent was pleasant. Her shampoo must have been expensive. Chen Yuan couldn't help feeling a little smug. As they say online, if a girl deliberately washes her hair before meeting you, that's absolute true love. Because washing long hair is a hassle, and adding the time to blow-dry it often takes a full hour. Chen Yuan wore the bright smile of a sunny boy as he walked up, and said with a grin, Senior. Zhou Xinan turned her head away without looking at him, letting out a cold snort. Chen Yuan was baffled. Why was she suddenly acting so tsundere? She had been perfectly fine in the afternoon, even bringing him milk tea. Senior, let's go have dinner. I'll treat you to hot pot. Chen Yuan maintained his smile. One more warning. If she kept acting tsundere, he'd just go find Yue instead. Zhou Xinan said, no need for you to treat. I'll pay this time. Chen Yuan didn't decline and hailed a car on his phone. He selected all options, express, premium, and luxury rides. Whichever one accepted first would be the one he'd take. Unexpectedly, the luxury car won out over the express option and got Chen Yuan's order first. This platform must have some back-end logic that prioritizes the more expensive rides. Chen Yuan couldn't help thinking this. Before long, the car arrived, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. He noticed that among luxury ride options, the Mercedes S-Class was the most common, while BMW 7 Series and Audi A8 were far rarer. They got into the car and headed toward Upper Hills. Chen Yuan had planned his schedule meticulously. The Mandarin Oriental Hotel was located right at Upper Hills. The shopping mall was downstairs while the towering hotel stood above it. Chen Yuan would have dinner at Upper Hills, then stroll around the mall with his senior, and later go see Senior Yue in the evening. Chen Yuan was happy to call himself a true master of time management. It took nearly 40 minutes to get from Nanshan District to Futian District. There was no helping it. That's just how it is in a first-tier city traffic jams. Not even a Mercedes S-Class could avoid it. Chen Yuan's Rolls-Royce and Ferrari were equally stuck. Unless he took a helicopter. A helicopter. Chen Yuan suddenly began entertaining the idea of buying one. Flying to school by helicopter would probably make him the talk of the entire campus. But then again, the school probably didn't have a helipad. Forget it, the helicopter idea was out. Buying a private business jet would be far more impressive. Exactly. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. With so much money that he couldn't possibly spend it all, purchasing a private jet would be a piece of cake. Chen Yuan sent a WeChat message to Steward Zhang, sharing his intention to buy a business jet. Chen Yuan had no idea where to buy such an aircraft. That kind of information wasn't exactly transparent. But Steward Zhang definitely had the connections. Zhou Xinan poked Chen Yuan. What are you thinking about? You're not saying anything. Chen Yuan snapped back to reality. Nothing much. Where's that restaurant you wanted to go? Chen Yuan checked the address on his phone. Let me see. It's on the 3rd floor outdoor area. Then let's go this way. We'll take the elevator over here. Zhou Xinan had clearly been here before and knew the place well. Alright. The two arrived at a restaurant called Qinghua, a specialty shabu-shabu buffet, featuring Wagyu beef. Chen Yuan had seen it recommended online many times. The price was around 500 yuan per person. It wasn't exactly high-end, but an ordinary person would definitely feel the pinch after such a meal. Once they sat down, the server asked them to choose their hot pot bases. It wasn't like Haidaleo, where several people share one big pot. Instead, each person got their own small pot to cook their own food, clean and hygienic. The only downside was that it lacked the lively, fiery atmosphere typical of hot pot. "I'll have the sukiyaki base," Chen Yuan told the server. "Then I'll have the spicy base. We can swap and try each other's," said Zhou Xinan. Chen Yuan nodded. "Sounds good." Although it was a buffet, only the snacks and drinks were self-serve from the counter. Everything else was ordered through the server with an unlimited quantity. Chen Yuan first ordered 5 plates of M9 Wagyu chuck roll to see what all the fuss was about. The server moved quickly, and soon the hot pot base Wagyu and egg mixture arrived together. Chen Yuan looked at the pasteurized egg before him. Golden orange yolk, clear egg white, and quite pleasing to the eye. "How do you eat this?" Chen Yuan couldn't help asking. "Dip the cooked Wagyu into this pasteurized egg," said the server. "It tastes even better that way." Chen Yuan had heard of this style of eating before, but this was his first time seeing it in person. Was raw egg actually tasty? Wouldn't it be too fishy? There was only one way to find out. Just try it. Once the hot pot came to a boil, Chen Yuan started adding the meat. The Wagyu cooked quickly. Just a few swishes in the pot, and it was ready to eat. Any longer, and it would turn tough. Chen Yuan dipped the meat into the pasteurized egg, letting the silky mixture coat the beef. Then with a slightly furrowed brow, he put it in his mouth. The moment the beef touched his tongue, his brow relaxed. Delicious. Not fishy at all. Fresh. Sweet. It was the first time Chen Yuan had tasted beef like this. Novel and wonderful, his mood lifting with every bite. A pleasant chime echoed in his mind. The system, which had been silent for days, finally made its presence known. Detected that the host does not despise humble fare, but instead savors it wholeheartedly, fully in line with the tycoon spirit. Not elated by mere possessions, nor disheartened by trivial losses. For this, the host is rewarded with 1 skill lottery draw. Proceed with the draw. A 500 yuan per person buffet, and you call that humble? System, you've really lost touch with ordinary people. Chen Yuan grumbled inwardly, yet his body honestly chose to draw. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the skill combat proficiency. Chen Yuan watched the ethereal spinning wheel whirl round and round before finally landing on a faint shadow of a figure holding up a fist in salute. Combat proficiency. Now that's something good. Chen Yuan felt the influx of knowledge into his mind and the surge of power in his legs, and found it all utterly remarkable. The power of the system was truly incredible. Chen Yuan had no doubt that in about a decade he would become an all-around existence, someone who could do everything and master everything. He stopped dwelling on the skill the system had given him. As impressive as it might be, Chen Yuan had a feeling he'd probably never actually need to use it. There would be no chance to use it domestically. And abroad, everyone carried carbon-based life-form pacifiers. His combat proficiency wouldn't stand a chance against those. Senior, is something bothering you? Why do you look so unhappy all the time? Chen Yuan found it strange. Although Zhou Xinan had stopped with the cold snorts and tsundere act, she still kept her brows gently furrowed. She did not even seem to have much of an appetite. You? Zhou Xinan hesitated, as if holding something back. How dare you even ask? That girl sat right in my seat. And she drank my milk tea. And you still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong. What's your relationship with that woman? Zhou Xinan had always had a naturally cold expression, but when she said this, she was even colder. Bitingly so, as if a frozen wind could quell the steam rising from the hot pot. Chen Yuan scratched his head. What woman? The one who brought you milk tea at the gym this afternoon. Chen Yuan finally understood why he had felt a faint sense of being watched all afternoon. It really wasn't his imagination. Someone really had been watching him. She's my high school classmate, Chen Yuan said. Just a high school classmate. Zhou Xinan clearly didn't believe him. Chen Yuan nodded. So far she really was just a high school classmate. Although they had slept in the same bed, they hadn't even kissed. She's really just a high school classmate. She also goes to university in Shenzhen, so she came a few days early. Since I happened to be in Shenzhen too, she came by to hang out with me a bit. Chen Yuan said. Senior, you know me. I'm a true gentleman, Chen Yuan continued. Zhou Xinan thought back to the last time she had gone out to eat with Chen Yuan. He had been a complete gentleman the entire time, never overstepping the slightest with her. She couldn't help but believe him a little more. A sunny boy like him probably still had his first kiss right. I'm sorry, Junior. I misunderstood. Zhou Xinan lowered her head. The tables had turned, but Chen Yuan didn't press the advantage. Instead, he comforted her. It's okay, Senior. Next time, just tell me what's on your mind. Don't sit and stew in silence. It makes me sad. I understand. After that, Zhou Xinan ate with great enjoyment. Every now and then she fished a slice of meat out of her spicy pot and fed it directly to Chen Yuan. At first she only placed it in his bowl. Later she put it straight into his mouth. And she used her own chopsticks. Did this count as an indirect kiss? My first kiss. It's fine. It'll refresh tomorrow. After finishing the hot pot, the two planned to walk around Xinai Shangqing to help digest the meal. On the second floor, Chen Yuan found an exhibition hall he was interested in. This whole area was actually EV dealerships. Xiaomi, Avatar, Auto, Weilon, Aito, and Yangwang. Senior, let's go check out the cars, Chen Yuan said. Okay. Zhou Xinan didn't refuse. Although she wasn't interested in cars at all as long as she was strolling with the young man beside her, what they looked at didn't matter. Chen Yuan first walked into Xiaomi. Xiaomi had been incredibly popular lately. The internet was buzzing with talk about it. Lei Jun was truly a once-in-a-billion marketing genius. Back then, his slogan about making technology no longer out of reach and letting the whole nation afford phones directly made Xiaomi a true giant. And Xiaomi's EV riding on Xiaomi's existing foundation sold explosively. Especially in the South, you could always see Xiaomi cars driving on the road. To be fair, Lei Jun knew exactly what he was doing. He knew a design like this would absolutely attract fans. Chen Yuan walked into the store, and a young male salesperson came up to greet him. The store displayed 2 cars, a standard Xiaomi SU7 and a track edition Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. Naturally, Chen Yuan wasn't interested in the standard version. He continued his usual car buying approach. Do you have a SU7 Ultra in stock right now? The salesperson shook his head and said, sorry man. Xiaomi doesn't have any cars in stock right now. Everything requires waiting. Then he pivoted. However, there are a few SU7 Ultra orders that people placed and then canceled. If you're interested, I can transfer one to you. Delivery should be within a week. Basically no different from an in-stock car. Although it wasn't an in-stock car, Chen Yuan wasn't in a hurry and he could afford to wait. After all, he had so many cars to drive. I don't want someone else's order. I'll configure my own. Chen Yuan said. Then please sir, come sit over here. They went to the rest area where the staff guided Chen Yuan through the configuration. After all, Xiaomi wasn't Ferrari or Rolls-Royce. There was no dedicated configuration room, so they did the configuration in the sofa area of the lobby. Our SU7 Ultra currently has a base price of 530,000 yuan. There's also a Nürburgring Track Custom Edition with a base price of 8149,000 yuan. Would you like to take a look at the Nürburgring Track Custom Edition? The delivery for that one will be faster. Chen Yuan clearly wanted the expensive one, not the sensible one. Or rather, the expensive one was the sensible one. Let's look at this Nürburgring Track Custom Edition. Alright, this Nürburgring Track Custom Edition has better brake pads and sport package. However, it only has front seats. For weight reduction, it has no rear seats. Chen Yuan didn't care. Looking at the configuration page, it was rather sparse. Besides tire style, paint color, and track package, there wasn't much else to choose from. After configuration including tax, it was only 95,000 yuan. Just under $1 million. But it was definitely luxury car pricing. At this price, it was truly a high-end new energy vehicle in every sense. Chen Yuan directly signed the contract, made the payment, and completed the car buying process. He didn't waste a single unnecessary word, nor did he say he would go home and think about it. He downloaded Xiaomi's app, and on his phone, he could see how long his car would take. The app showed 15 days. Having bought another car, Chen Yuan felt nothing special. Walking out of Xiaomi, Zhou Xinan couldn't help saying, Junior 95,000 yuan. Nearly $1 million. And you just spent it like that. Chen Yuan shrugged. Buying a car, isn't that just how it is? You didn't even think it over. You saw it and bought it. Chen Yuan nodded with an air of complete naturalness. Isn't buying a car just like this? Junior, you are incredible. Chen Yuan wore a calm, unfazed expression. Mortals simply couldn't understand the spending habits of a divine tycoon. He saw it, he liked it somewhat, and so he bought it. Did it need a reason? His own liking was the reason. Having bought a Xiaomi, Chen Yuan naturally couldn't show favoritism. He went to Yangwang and planned to buy a Yangwang U8. This car was likewise an internet sensation. But it wasn't due to BYD's marketing. BYD had no marketing to speak of. They might as well have fired everyone in their publicity department. The online hype was completely propped up by the gimmick of being the first million yuan new energy SUV, as well as the contrast with BYD's budget models. Chen Yuan looked at the Yangwang U8L displayed in the showroom. He had only one impression. This car was actually pretty big. It wasn't smaller than a Range Rover, right? For sedans, you look at beauty. For SUVs, you look at presence. This Yangwang U8L absolutely had presence. A salesperson came up to greet him. Chen Yuan asked, do you have a Yangwang U8 in stock? The salesperson nodded. We have a Yangwang U8L Dingxia edition in stock. So many car makers, so many versions. There were too many names for Chen Yuan to remember. He could only ask, is it the highest trim? Yes, sir. The configuration is also the top trim. Everything that could be selected has been selected. The salesperson's intuition told her this deal was as good as done. Chen Yuan gave a nod. He signed the contract, made the payment, and took delivery of the car. As the night grew late, Chen Yuan drove his Yangwang U8L, cruising along the road with the senior student. Although the car was over 5 meters long and came with a rear-mounted spare tire, the E4 system made cornering incredibly agile. The voice assistant was highly entertaining, and the intelligent driving features were a delight to use. As a new energy vehicle, it truly excelled at delivering emotional value, overtaking traditional automakers in that regard. Junior, this car sells for over 4 million yuan in Europe and Japan. Zhou Xinan exclaimed in surprise. It's probably because of the heavy import tariffs. Chen Yuan replied. It was the same principle as how Rolls-Royce entering China carries high luxury taxes. Overseas, there's no need to force yourself to buy a BYD. Settling for a BBA as a transitional car isn't shameful, ha. Chen Yuan was like a child with a new toy, driving to Longhua district, and then turning back, playing with the voice assistant all along the way. Hello Yangwang, who's better looking, Zhang Wenyoung or Yu Jimin? Hello Yang Wang is Danking really named Oh Seihan. Hello Yang Wang, if someone gave you 2 million would you buy a Range Rover or a Yang Wang U8? Chen Yuan was thoroughly enjoying himself throughout the drive. When they returned to Shumyip Upper Hills, it was still early. Chen Yuan parked the car and planned to stroll around a bit more with the senior. As for why they didn't go up to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, it was because Jiang Yue hadn't arrived yet. Once she did, Chen Yuan would arrange a luxury car to take the senior back to campus. The two went down to the basement level hoping to find some snacks. Suddenly Chen Yuan heard a perfectly enunciated English curse. "Fuck you, bitch. I just wanted to get to know you." As if drawn by an automatic magnet, many pairs of eyes, including Chen Yuan's, smoothly turned toward the source of the sound. At the Starbucks entrance, a black man with an angry expression was grabbing a girl's wrist, muttering something unintelligible. "Why is this different from what my brother told me? Didn't he say that once I came here there would be countless beautiful women and R&B I could get without working? Why does this girl dare to refuse me when I ask for her contact?" The dark-skinned man grew even more furious. "Damn woman not listening to me. Damn brother, how dare he lie to me?" Chen Yuan couldn't help but frown. Just looking at the black man made him feel extremely uncomfortable. With that insulting tirade on top of everything else, Chen Yuan became even more irritated. "Let go of me. Who wants to know you? Get away." The girl frantically twisted her arm trying to break free, but it was no use. The black man stood over 1.8 meters tall, while the frail girl was barely 1.6 meters, so she had no strength to resist. More and more people gathered around, yet nobody stepped forward to help the girl. Some simply minded their own business, while others were still trying to figure out what was happening. "Keep your voice down, you slut. Don't you see people are coming over?" the black man snarled. Instead of lowering her voice, the frail girl shouted even louder, "Help me." Zhou Xinan frowned. "This is way too much. Is this foreigner trying to force himself on that girl in public?" Chen Yuan rolled his neck. "Senior, stay back." The combat mastery he had just earned from dinner was still waiting to be used, and now an opportunity had presented itself. "Huh. Don't go up there. That black guy looks completely uncivilized. You'll get hurt." Zhou Xinan was worried about the girl, but she was even more worried about Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan smirked. The system's skills were beyond question. Even Tyson wouldn't necessarily beat the current Chen Yuan, especially in an open space. Free combat was not just boxing. It encompassed Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and many other techniques. In a one-on-one fight, Chen Yuan was at the absolute pinnacle of humanity. He stepped forward. "Motherfucker, still acting so arrogant on Chinese soil." Chen Yuan walked forward, cursing in Chinese. Afraid the black man wouldn't understand, he helpfully translated FCKU. The man turned his head and saw a not-so-strong-looking guy walking toward him. This guy actually dared to curse at him. In an instant, rage surged through him, and he released his dark grip on the girl's arm. "Damn yellow monkey, do you know who I am?" Chen Yuan chuckled. "Do you know who I am?" Without another word, he stepped in and threw a left jab. The punch landed square on the black man's nose. It was meant as a warning, but also to gauge the distance. The black man reeled backward, his nose instantly deformed. The upper part swollen, the lower part caved in. His nasal bridge was clearly broken. Chen Yuan immediately assessed that this man had no fighting foundation whatsoever. From his sloppy guard posture alone, it was obvious he had learned everything from online videos. The level of someone who had only watched a couple of tutorial clips. He knew the concept of a guard, but didn't know how to properly execute one. However, Chen Yuan had absolutely no intention of letting him off, nor would he stop there. Didn't he see the black man already raising his guard? Clearly, he had the intention to attack. "If I don't hit him, he's going to hit me." Front hand to measure distance, rear hand to follow up. Chen Yuan's feet were rooted to the ground like two high-pressure pumps. Power surged from the ground through his legs, amplified by the rotation of his waist, and as his rear hand followed through, the force converged at his knuckles, reaching its maximum. This punch would hurt a little. Boom. A heavy, muffled impact rang out, reaching the ears of the onlookers. Then they saw a spray of blood spill from the black man's mouth. The seemingly muscular black man went limp like a power cut, his body collapsing like soft noodles and crashing onto the ground with a thud. A bloodied tooth tumbled from his unconscious, gaping mouth. It all happened so fast. From the moment Chen Yuan stepped forward to curse him to the two-punch combo that knocked the black man out, no more than 5 seconds had passed. Before the crowd even had time to worry about Chen Yuan, the black man was already down. Zhou Xinan's clenched fists finally relaxed. She hurried over, grabbed Chen Yuan's hand, and asked, "Does it hurt? Are you hurt?" Chen Yuan shook his head. His bone density now was even harder than that of professional fighters, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Chen Yuan walked over to the frail girl. "Can you testify that he was harassing and forcing himself on you, and that I knocked him down out of righteousness?" The frail girl was clearly shaken and hadn't fully recovered, her body trembling slightly, but she still nodded vigorously. I can. Thank you for saving me. Whoa. As she spoke as if her emotions were about to burst, she began to cry and lunged toward Chen Yuan for a hug. "Damn, trying to cop a feel." Chen Yuan sidestepped slightly to dodge her, then bumped his hip against the senior, nudging her forward to take the hug instead. A young man nearby walked over. "Bro, your car key fell." Chen Yuan looked down. His explosive movement earlier, combined with a shallow pants pocket, had caused the Yang Wang U8 key to fall out. Thanks, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Impressive. Yeah, this young man. Damn those moves. That handsome guy is so cool. And that punch was so cool too. The chatter around them grew louder. The black man lying on the ground twitched unconsciously, and no one bothered to check whether he was alive or dead. Chen Yuan put away the car key and made a phone call to Zhang Hanyang. With such a scene having unfolded, someone was bound to call the police. When the officers arrived, even as someone acting out of righteousness, Chen Yuan would probably still need to sit in a police station for a while, so he had to quickly summon Uncle Yang for protection. Young man, not bad at all. 2 punches and you took down that hulking giant. You've trained before. Chen Yuan nodded. A little. Not much. No need to be modest. The moment an expert makes a move, you can tell what he's made of. That punch of yours, power and spatial awareness perfectly judged. It takes at least 8 or 10 years of practice to reach that level. The officer with 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulders said with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Chen Yuan scratched his head and didn't reply. All right, young man, it's getting late. You should head back. Quite a few people are waiting outside for you. By the way, the officer added, you'll get a call in a few days. Come collect the reward for your courageous act then. Chen Yuan rose to his feet. Thank you, sir. I'll be going now. The incident was classified quickly. Without a doubt, it was an act of bravery. The mall had surveillance cameras, there were witnesses all around, and the officers were highly efficient. In just over an hour, they had settled the matter. Chen Yuan walked out, but the other man was not released. He was taken to the detention center. As Chen Yuan stepped out of the police station, several people were standing outside. Zhang Hanyang, Zhou Xinan, Jiang Yue, and that frail girl. And also a middle-aged man Chen Yuan didn't recognize, wearing a black suit and looking extremely distinguished. Zhang Hanyang stepped forward and straightened Chen Yuan's clothes. The 3 girls stood to one side, not rushing over. Boss, this is Lawyer Ma, a partner at Fonda Law Firm. Zhang Hanyang introduced him. Hello, Lawyer Ma. Chen Yuan extended his hand and shook it. Sorry for the trouble. For such a minor conflict, the person who had shown up was actually an officer with 2 bars and 3 stars. It went without saying that Zhang Hanyang and Lawyer Ma must have exerted some influence somewhere along the way. No need, Mr. Chen. This is my profession. Lawyer Ma said. It's too late today, and this isn't the place to talk. If you have time, Lawyer Ma, please do come by my company for a visit. Chen Yuan said the courteous words, something he had been learning recently. All right, Mr. Chen. I hope we'll have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. But let's not cooperate on this kind of matter. Once was enough. Although Chen Yuan's actions had been heroic, he still felt the oppressive pressure of being interrogated while giving his statement. Even now, thinking back, his heart still raced. Even though the officer had done his best to remain gentle. After saying goodbye to Lawyer Ma, Zhou Xinan and Jiang Yue finally came over. Junior, are you all right? Zhou Xinan ran her hands over Chen Yuan, checking him from head to toe, and only relaxed after confirming he was unhurt. After all, for an ordinary person, going to the police station was a major event. Chen Yuan smiled. I'm fine, senior. Thank you for waiting outside for me. Zhou Xinan desperately wanted to hug him and tell him how worried she had been. But she held herself back. There were outsiders around, and Zhou Xinan couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yue and shot her a look. Then he looked at the frail girl. You were waiting here for me too. Yes. The frail girl stepped forward and bowed, deeply bending at a very low angle. Thank you. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Why did he feel such a sense of accomplishment? Was doing a good deed really this enjoyable? No need to thank me. Next time you see those foreign guys, remember to keep your distance. Chen Yuan said with a smile. I understand. Thank you. With that, the frail girl bowed again. Can I add you on WeChat? Sure. Chen Yuan didn't keep people at arm's length. Then do you have time now? I'd like to treat you to a meal to properly thank you. Chen Yuan declined this time. No special reason. Sister Yue was standing right there waiting for him. The frail girl felt a little disappointed, but she didn't show it. Then I'll thank you when you have time. Thank you so much for this. With that, the frail girl started to bow again. This time Chen Yuan stopped her. 2 bows are enough. Bowing a 3rd time just wouldn't be polite. Watching the frail girl leave by taxi, Chen Yuan turned to Zhou Xinan. Senior, it's not safe for you to go back alone. I'll have my driver take you to school. I'm not going back to the dorm today. I'm going home to deal with some matters. This could be described as flexing without showing the slightest trace. Zhou Xinan didn't refuse. Watching Zhou Xinan get into the Rolls-Royce with Uncle Yang following along, Chen Yuan tilted his head and leaned against Jiang Yue's shoulder. What was Sister Yue? I was scared to death. There are Yuan is the best. Jiang Yue smiled, patting Chen Yuan on the back and comforting him softly. Let's hurry to the hotel. It's already past 10. We should make good use of the time, Chen Yuan said. Okay. Chen Yuan had come to the police station in a police car. His newly purchased car was still at Xinai Shanqing. However, Jiang Yue had driven here. This was the first time Chen Yuan knew that Jiang Yue owned a car. A car full of girlish charm. A Mini. Sister Yue, when did you buy this car? Chen Yuan asked. I bought it right after I came to Shenzhen. After all, Shenzhen is so big. I still needed a car to get around. Jiang Yue said. Sitting in the passenger seat watching her drive with fair-skilled, Chen Yuan couldn't help saying, Sister Yue, this car is too small. You should switch to a bigger one. Jiang Yue asked knowingly, what would a bigger car be for? Chen Yuan smiled, a meaningful smile. What do you think? Soon they returned to Shanxing. The car pulled directly up to the entrance of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. A doorman came over and opened the door, and Chen Yuan stepped out. Jiang Yue also got out and handed the car key to the parking attendant. Another presidential suite without a check-in ceremony. Stepping up to the front desk, Chen Yuan couldn't help thinking this. The main reason was that Chen Yuan stayed whenever he pleased and never set a specific time with the hotel's butler, making it difficult for the hotel to arrange a check-in ceremony. They couldn't very well keep the concierge waiting at the door forever, could they? The concierge might not mind, but a presidential suite check-in ceremony required the general manager to personally welcome the guest. Neither could they have the general manager waiting at the door the whole time. Chen Yuan didn't care much for the so-called check-in ceremony either. However, once Chen Yuan showed his electronic ID, the general manager and the butler still hurried over. It's too late. I need to rest early, so don't bother with that ceremony, Chen Yuan said. Yes, Mr. Chen. We wish you a pleasant stay. They arrived at the presidential suite on the 75th floor. 400 square meters, 3,300 yuan a night. The price was simply astronomical. He didn't let the butler into the room. As soon as he entered, Chen Yuan couldn't wait to press Jiang Yue against the wall. Sister Yue, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Then today your big sister will take good care of you and make up for all the days we missed, okay? Chen Yuan suspected that Jiang Yue had majored in early childhood education. Why did she always talk to him in that coaxing, soothing tone? Even so, he liked Sister Yue this way. She knew how to comfort him. Unlike senior sister who still put on that little tsundere act. The next day, Chen Yuan felt refreshed and energized. He drove his newly purchased Yangwang U8L along Shinan Avenue at 6 in the morning, humming a cheerful tune. There were hardly any cars on the road, and Chen Yuan enjoyed every moment of driving. After parking, he headed straight to the playground for assembly. Brother Yuan, I've noticed you barely come back to the dorm anymore. Li Xiang saw Chen Yuan and handed him a large bottle of water as usual. Have you stopped caring about us? Chen Yuan replied, stop being so ridiculous. Just be yourself. Li Xiang nodded, a hint of grievance appearing on his face. All right then, I guess the affection is truly gone. Chen Yuan couldn't even be bothered to coax the senior sister, let alone Li Xiang. He gave Li Xiang a playful punch on his chubby shoulder, making him gasp sharply from the pain. Did you just hit my trigeminal nerve? That hurt. As always, the students arrived first, followed by the instructors filing in with slogans loud enough to reach every corner of the playground. Launching Show approached the class and began issuing commands. Attention, at ease. Attention, at ease. After 4 commands, Launching Show had everyone hold the at ease position. He then spoke up. Each class can recommend 4 students to join the elite squad. If you make it, your grade point average for this subject will improve, and you may also earn titles such as military training model student, which will greatly benefit your scholarship and honor evaluations. Anyone interested, raise your hand now to sign up. Launching Show was as concise as ever. Chen Yuan knew his personality was somewhat introverted, and he wasn't one for lengthy speeches. After putting on the camouflage uniform, he had become slightly more talkative, but still kept his words to a minimum. Immediately, several hands shot up from below, including Lin Hanjuan's. LV Rui was someone who simply wanted to graduate peacefully. She had no interest in evaluations or honors, nor did she want to be held up as an example by teachers. She just wanted to remain invisible. Neither Chen Yuan nor Li Xiang wanted to join the elite squad. Just hearing about it sounded exhausting. Chen Yuan had the talent performance that senior sister mentioned, so he didn't need to worry about credits or grades for the military training subject. Li Xiang, on the other hand, didn't want to go at all. He could barely keep up with regular training. Sending him to the elite squad would essentially be sending him to his death. Only Lin Hanjun was enthusiastic. She loved football, worked out regularly, and possessed excellent physical condition. Having just entered university, she was eager to make an effort, so she was very proactive. Launching Show pointed at Lin Hanjuan, signaling her to step forward. He then selected a few more girls. You can gather at the basketball court now. Being selected doesn't guarantee you'll stay in the elite squad. If you get sent back, it'll be quite humiliating, Launching Show said. After they left, only 3 boys remained in the class. Launching Show cleared his throat. Chen Yuan, the teacher yesterday, mentioned your efficiency was impressive. Today you'll continue assisting. You're excused from formation. Yes, instructor. Chen Yuan thought about connections. He hadn't expected Launching Show, who appeared honest and straightforward on the surface, to be so skilled at finding excuses, and ones that sounded perfectly reasonable too. Amid envious glances from his classmates, Chen Yuan disappeared around the corner of the playground. Now only 2 boys remained in the class. Time flew by. After over an hour of training, Li Xiang could no longer hold on. This time Launching Show didn't send him to the infirmary, but instead allowed him to rest in the shade of a nearby tree. Li Xiang didn't mind much. Resting was resting, and sitting under shade was far better than standing in the sun. Chen Yuan made his way to the stadium as if he knew the place, while watching the senior students have their PE classes below. As for how Chen Yuan knew these were seniors, their peers were outside doing military training. Sitting in the spectator stands of the stadium, Chen Yuan played on his phone. Suddenly a notification popped up on Douyin. Chen Yuan opened the app and saw it was from senior sister. He initially thought she was just messaging to maintain their streak. But when he saw his own face on the video thumbnail, Chen Yuan froze. He tapped the video and saw the full content. F you bitch. I just wanted to get to know you. Go F yourself. Bang. The video showed the entire incident from the previous day. The person who posted it didn't take anything out of context. It was the complete video. From the black man grabbing the girl's arm to Chen Yuan knocking him out with 2 punches to someone picking up Chen Yuan's car keys. Not a single frame was omitted. Junior, you've gone viral. Chen Yuan glanced at the video's like count. What the F? It had only been a short while yet it already had over 400,000 likes. He checked the upload time, just after 5 in the morning. And the current time. It was barely past 7, not even 8 o'clock. Only 2 hours had passed. With over 400,000 likes already, it was clear this video would become a viral hit surpassing 1 million likes. Chen Yuan scrolled through the comments. He's definitely trained in boxing. 2 punches, and it's over. Amazing. That guy was completely out of line. That girl looked so pitiful. Also, aside from that young man, was everyone else dead? Why didn't they gang up on him? This looks like Xinai Shanqing. I was just there yesterday. Go China. Well done, fellow countrymen. Captain Guangzhou. This is what a true Guangzhou captain looks like. Dad, am I the only one paying attention to the car keys at the end? Those look like Yangwang keys, Yangwang automobile. Chen Yuan read through the comments one by one. The vast majority were praising him and cursing out the scumbag. Some people's attention was surprisingly focused on the car keys. The internet may have its share of oddballs, but normal people vastly outnumber them. Without being taken out of context or clumsily edited, the video caused no misunderstanding whatsoever. Meanwhile, some comments were tagging the Shenzhen traffic police. Chen Yuan checked the trending search list. This video had already made it onto Shenzhen's trending topics. He had truly gone viral. The hashtags for this trending topic were also interesting. There were 3 in total. Young man knocks out scumbag with 2 punches on the street. The second was, Yangwang owner is just that awesome. And the final one, Yangwang owner acts heroically. Chen Yuan seemed to understand why this video had such high traffic. Could BYD have paid for Douyin promotion? Chen Yuan's first thought upon suddenly going viral wasn't joy. Instead it was. He had told Wu Yuer the night before that he was returning to the dorm to stay. But now he'd suddenly appeared at Xinai Shanqing. How was he supposed to explain this? Waiting online, this is kind of urgent. Chen Yuan suspected Wu Yuer would most likely come across this video. Before Chen Yuan could reply to Zhou Xinan's message, his Douyin exploded. Suddenly, there was a flood of new followers, private messages, comments, and likes. His follower count was rising at a rate of 99 per second. Every time he refreshed, another 99 notification awaited him. What's going on? Did someone expose me on Douyin? Chen Yuan's Douyin was basically a social feed where he had posted many works. Photos of his car group photos with Ma Siwei Dingjun and Li Xiang, pictures taken when he stayed in the presidential suite, and highlights from his gaming sessions. But it had never received much traffic. After all, he hadn't paid for promotion. The comments and likes mostly came from his friends or people who happened to visit his profile after commenting on other videos. But now all the comments and likes were from strangers. No wonder you're rich. You've got class. Why are all these cars running temporary plates? Handsome are you from Shenzhen University? Dad. Chen Yuan watched his video as comments and direct messages piled up faster than he could keep up with. Some people were even sending him DMs just to praise him by name. Bro, that was sick. That punch really did us men proud. Handsome, can I add you on WeChat? I'm also at Shenzhen University, a junior. My WeChat ID is ZH9687215. Chen Yuan suddenly had the feeling of being an internet celebrity. The little red notification dots simply wouldn't stop, no matter how many he cleared. The moment he cleared them, another pile of red dots appeared the next second. He had a compulsive need to clear every red dot. Even unread WeChat messages he would open every day, including Tencent News's daily recommendations. Senior, my phone is about to explode. It's all direct messages. Chen Yuan messaged Zhou Xinan. Zhou Xinan, I saw it. Your Douyin account suddenly has so many fans. It's already over 9,000. Chen Yuan, I feel like I'm about to go viral. Should I change my Douyin nickname to Guangzhou Captain? Zhou Xinan, do you want to be an influencer? If you do, you can add parentheses and write Guangzhou Captain inside them. Chen Yuan quickly refused. Forget it, I don't want to be an influencer. Before, Chen Yuan might have had that thought, but after getting the system, he no longer had the slightest desire to be an influencer. He just wanted to play with influencers. I'm scrolling through your comment section. Why are some people calling you dad? Ha ha, why are there even people asking you to me 50? So funny. All kinds of weirdos. Chen Yuan said helplessly, these are all my fans. How can you talk about my fans like that? They're all my family. Ha ha. Chen Yuan was about to reply to Zhou Xinan when he saw someone calling him on WeChat. Launching show. Why was he calling me? Hadn't he told me to come over and help the teacher work? Chen Yuan answered the call. Launching show's slightly anxious voice came through the speaker. Bro, hurry back. Your counselor is looking for you. Huh. At the sports field. Run faster. I told your counselor that I asked you to help out. Then Launching Show lowered his voice. Luckily, your counselor is new and doesn't know anything. If it were an experienced counselor, he might ask more questions, and we'd be caught. Chen Yuan took the hint. He immediately came down from the stands, quickened his pace out of the gym, and headed toward the sports field. Why did the counselor want to see him? Chen Yuan didn't understand. Was it because of what happened last night? Had the police station contacted the school? Or had the school leaders seen the video? That was most likely it. Otherwise, the counselor had no reason to look for him. After all, he neither held a class committee position, nor had he committed any mistake. When Chen Yuan returned to the sports field, he saw He Yin standing behind the class, hands clasped behind her back, wearing cooling arm sleeves, and a baseball cap, obviously not wanting to face the scorching sun directly. Because the counselor was standing nearby, the students in the class were training with great seriousness. Chen Yuan walked over. "Hello, teacher." He didn't mention where he had just been. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Chen Yuan, right? He Yin was speaking to Chen Yuan alone for the first time, and she didn't really know him. Chen Yuan nodded. "That's me." He Yin took out her phone. "Is this you in the video?" Chen Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, it's me." Then he asked, "Teacher, does the school know? Are they going to commend me or punish me?" He Yin smiled. "Of course they're going to commend you. The commendation from Huafu Police Station has already been sent to our school's mailbox. The college and department leaders already know about you. 2 officers from the police station have brought the medal for your courageous act. They're waiting for you in the meeting room now." Chen Yuan nodded. It really was a good school, one with a strong sense of justice. "Let's go. We'll head to the meeting room now," He Yin said. When a student performed a heroic act, the counselor could also bask in the limelight, so He Yin had explained everything in detail. She had even come to the sports field in person to find Chen Yuan. The two went together to the 15th floor of the Huiwen building. It was class time, so they didn't have to fight anyone for the elevator. The 15th floor housed the offices and meeting rooms of the college leaders and counselors. He Yin knocked on the door and opened the conference room door. Chen Yuan followed her inside. Several middle-aged people in their 40s, both men and women, were seated inside. They were clearly leaders of the college and departments. On the left side of the long table sat 2 police officers. Chen Yuan recognized one of the police officers. It was the officer with the 2-bar 3-star insignia. He hadn't expected the police to be so efficient. The incident had only happened yesterday. It was only the next morning, and the medal had already been delivered to the school. Hadn't they said he needed to go to the police station in person to receive it? "Comrade Xiao Chen, we meet again," the 2-bar 3-star officer said with a smile. "Hello, uncle." Chen Yuan showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, he greeted him openly and casually, then looked at the others. "Hello, teachers." "Chen Yuan, please have a seat," said the man in the main seat. Then he looked at He Yin. "Miss, he please sit 2 together with your student." "Thank you, Dean," He Yin said, then sat down. Chen Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man in the main seat. He hadn't expected him to be the dean of the School of Education. A real big shot. "Station Chief Lin has officially informed us of the details, so we asked you to come today specifically to commend you. Of course, this is also a chance for publicity, to set an example for other students, and to show people outside the school the caliber of our students." The dean spoke steadily, his logic clear. Chen Yuan looked at the staff member standing behind them holding a camera. He understood immediately. He had actually become a role model. "Even if I sleep in class, often ask for leave and slack off during military training, I'm still a role model for the entire school. Alright, let's not waste words. Station Chief Lin will personally present you with the award." The 2-bar 3-star officer stood up, and only then did Chen Yuan realize that this man was surnamed Lin and was in fact the station chief. He was a big shot too. At the very least, if Chen Yuan were just an ordinary student, these people would be true big shots to him. But Chen Yuan was by no means an ordinary student. He had a fortune of 10 billion yuan, was the founder of Chen Yuan Capital, the future #1 enterprise in the world, the owner of a 300 million yuan luxury mansion, and a collector of obscure luxury cars and watches. So he wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he stood up with great confidence. He walked to the center of the camera frame. "On behalf of Huafu Police Station, I extend the most sincere respect and gratitude to Comrade Chen Yuan." Station Chief Lin saluted first, then took the award certificate and the medal from the other police officer beside him. Chen Yuan, like a marionette on strings, followed along as photos were taken and awards were accepted. After the group photo with Director Lin, he posed next to the dean. Then he was asked to take another with the department chair. There was even an interview. Chen Yuan stared at the prepared script in his hands. It was not written by him. The school's publicity staff had drafted it for him. Chen Yuan did not refuse. He simply read along. "I didn't think too much at the time. As a Chinese youth, as a student of Shenzhen University, I felt it was my duty to do so." "Very good. Your emotions were perfectly conveyed." The publicity staff member applauded. And so Chen Yuan contributed his first interview. Dressed in military training fatigues and cap, without makeup, Chen Yuan was not released until noon. He glanced at the video. In just one morning, that video had truly reached 1 million likes. Moreover, as marketing accounts jumped on the trend, its popularity soared even higher. It had climbed from the Shenzhen trending list to the national trending list. Although it only ranked in the teens nationally, it was still the national trending list. Chen Yuan's Douyin account had gained 30,000 followers. This is the era of short videos. Becoming a nationwide sensation truly only takes one morning. Chen Yuan sighed with emotion, but he did not dwell on it. This wave of attention would soon pass. Across the country, countless things happened every day. His popularity would not last long, especially since he wasn't deliberately promoting it. Without the boost of dough, the hype would die down in, at most, 3 days. So Chen Yuan didn't take it too seriously. He simply set Douyin to do not disturb, preventing it from popping up notifications. In the afternoon, he first joined the training. Then, the chief instructor stood on the platform. Everyone attention. At ease. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward the platform. This was the fruit of yesterday's training. No matter what they were practicing, the moment the chief instructor spoke, they had to immediately turn their eyes to him. Yesterday, Chen Yuan, a student from class 1 of the 2024 education cohort, came across civilians coercing a young woman in Futian district. He bravely intervened and rescued the victim. Class 1 of 2024 education is awarded 20 points. I hope students will take Comrade Chen Yuan as their role model and carry forward the spirit of acting bravely for justice. Applaud. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. The applause was extremely rhythmic, also a product of yesterday's training. Not the entire parade ground turned to look at Chen Yuan, let alone Chen Yuan of Class 1 2024 education. Most students didn't even know where that class was, let alone gaze at him, let alone look at him. Half of the classmates did glance at Chen Yuan. He lowered his head and clapped along with everyone else. Clapping for himself gave him a strange feeling, and it was also a bit awkward. Fortunately, the instructor did not say anything more. Instead, he ordered them to continue training. Li Xiang looked at Chen Yuan and quietly asked, "Bro, what did you do?" Chen Yuan shook his head. An act of bravery. Didn't the chief instructor just explain? "Are you hurt?" Li Xiang asked. Chen Yuan shook his head. "No, I knocked them out with 2 punches." Li Xiang didn't believe him. "Keep bragging." "Really? Search Douyin yourself." "Fine, let me see how you knocked them out with 2 punches, Li Xiang said with a laugh. Lan Qingshou walked over. "Did you all hear that? Chen Yuan's brave deed just added 20 points to our class. We'll definitely win the Outstanding Class Award, and then everyone will get extra points in the comprehensive evaluation." Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. The orderly applause rang out once more. This time only the class was clapping, so the sound was a little softer. All right, continue training. This time Chen Yuan didn't slack off. He trained honestly. After all, he was a role model now. Afternoon training was relatively easy, standing at attention, then practicing the goose step. Anyone who wasn't up to standard was pulled out to practice squatting. However, those squatting were all from other classes. Chen Yuan's class was mostly girls. Apart from Lin Hanjuan, who had joined the Vanguard Company, there were only 3 boys. Among the 3, one was physically weak and would complain like he was dying after a short bout of training. One was an invisible nobody who never made mistakes. One was the instructor's good friend. There was no one suitable to order into a squat, and they couldn't make the girls squat either. So the class was paradoxically harmonious, and the training was relatively relaxed. When dismissal time came, Chen Yuan stretched. After 2 days, he felt there was no real intensity at all. After all, this was military training, not actual enlistment. There were no 3-kilometer or 5-kilometer runs, only standing at attention and goose stepping, so the intensity was quite low. The cross-country trek wouldn't come until next week. Hearing the chief instructor announce dismissal, Chen Yuan and his 2 companions walked out of the field together. Just 2 steps in, he spotted a familiar figure. Wu Wei. She was sitting on the steps under the shade of a tree, a Haiti insulated bag beside her. Propping her head up, she listlessly watched the people training in front of her. Chen Yuan told Li Xiang and the others to go to the cafeteria first, then walk toward Wu Wei. "Why are you sitting here?" he couldn't help asking. Wu Wei looked at Chen Yuan with a strange expression. "Didn't I say yesterday that I'd bring you milk tea again today?" Chen Yuan scratched his chin. It seemed to have come back to him. Yesterday, first the act of bravery, then the police station, and after returning to the hotel hanging out with Sister Yue. He had long forgotten about this matter. With this morning's award ceremony photos and interview, he was even less able to remember what Wu Wei had casually mentioned yesterday. "How long have you been waiting here?" "Not long. About an hour," Wu Wei said. She had originally wanted to bring the milk tea directly to Chen Yuan, but seeing that he and the others were constantly training, she felt too embarrassed to interrupt. "Your military training is so exhausting. How come you don't even have a break?" "It's either standing at attention or practicing the goose step," Wu Wei couldn't help saying. She simply couldn't find a chance to go over and hand him the milk tea. She waited and waited until Chen Yuan's training ended. Chen Yuan smiled. "Isn't standing at attention a form of rest?" Wu Wei was speechless. She handed the milk tea to Chen Yuan. "The Haiti you specifically asked for, Gigi mango with cheese foam topping." "Thanks." Chen Yuan took it. It was his favorite drink. "I can't bring you milk tea tomorrow," Wu Wei said. Chen Yuan asked while sipping the milk tea. "Why?" "Silly, I'm about to start school. I need to go report tomorrow," Wu Wei said. It suddenly dawned on Chen Yuan. He had forgotten about that. "Need me to see you off?" Chen Yuan asked. "I can take you to school after training, or I can just ask for leave tomorrow afternoon." Wu Wei shook her head. "You don't need to see me off tomorrow, but you have to have dinner with me today." Chen Yuan nodded. "Sure, let's go." And by the way," Wu Wei added, "explain to me how you said you were eating with your roommates yesterday, but ended up at Xinai Shanqing." Chen Yuan left his Yangwang behind at school, then boarded the Leierfa with Wu Wei. A chauffeur was driving up front. "Come on, explain. I saw everything. You went to Xinai Shanqing with a girl, and another camera angle caught you standing right beside her." Wu Wei smiled, and there was a trace of murderous intent in that smile. "You two were having a pretty good chat, weren't you?" Uncle Han, the driver, sat up front with an utterly unchanged expression, all his attention fixed on the road. Chen Yuan had no idea how to explain, so he decided to turn it around. "You don't even ask whether I got hurt fighting that bastard. You only care about some girl." Wu Wei retorted, "The video is right there." You knocked out his teeth, and he didn't land a single punch on you. Where exactly were you hurt? She had spent all morning searching for videos of the Yangwang owner beating that man, watching them over and over from many different angles. She was certain Chen Yuan definitely hadn't been hurt. Since there was no dodging the question, Chen Yuan had to tell the truth. She's my senior schoolmate. She helped me out, so I took her out for a meal. Chen Yuan continued, but I simply treated her to a meal. Since you saw the video, you should know I didn't even touch her hand. You know me. I'm not that kind of person. Wu Yiwei looked him over. Indeed, in her impression, Chen Yuan was a genuinely pure-hearted young man, very mindful of his own conduct. Besides, over these past days, Chen Yuan had never once done anything improper to her. Wu Yiwei suddenly felt that she might have been wrong about him. How could she have imagined him in such a filthy light? Chen Yuan was familiar enough with Wu Yiwei to read her expression and know that she had believed him. He lifted his chin and declared with great arrogance, "Apologize to me. Sorry, I misjudged you." Wu Yiwei bowed her head and pressed her fingertips together. "You'll forgive me, won't you?" There was even a coaxing routine. Chen Yuan nodded and put on a very magnanimous air, though inwardly he was a little guilty. It was true they hadn't held hands. They had merely fed each other a couple of bites. An indirect kiss didn't count as a kiss. "I forgive you. Don't think that way about me again," Chen Yuan said, then repeated, "You know me." Where are we going to eat now?" "Let's go for Japanese food. There's a place that's absolutely delicious," Chen Yuan said. He planned to take Wu Yiwei to Hanshinyu to check it out. Hanshinyu had excellent service, beautiful dancers, an elegant setting, and reasonable prices. Okay. The Layerfa cruised smoothly along Shinan Avenue. In the four-seat version, the entire rear row contained just 2 aviation-grade seats. The seats were wide, soft, and extremely comfortable, with ventilation and massage running. Combined with the massive legroom, riding in the back of this MPV was even more comfortable than in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen Yuan had finally come to understand why so many tycoons and celebrities loved MPVs. They were simply wonderful to sit in. The weak power was only a problem for the driver. For the boss, sitting in the back, smoothness and comfort were what truly mattered. Was the price high? That too was not the car's fault. When they reached Huaqiaking, the two walked toward Hanshinyu. Why was it called Hanshinyu? No particular literary allusion, just that the mountain beside it was named Yinhan Mountain. Stepping into the restaurant, Chen Yuan was quite familiar with everything because he had been there once. The waiter even remembered him and led the two to the same private room as last time. The waiter didn't ask Chen Yuan why the girl who came with him this time was a different one. A professionally trained waiter would never be so talkative. After ordering, Chen Yuan asked, "Can I top up a card at your place?" The waiter nodded. "Yes, Mr. Chen. Then put 200,000 yuan on my card. That should be enough for a while." Chen Yuan took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter. This restaurant had been open for 7 or 8 years, and its decor was exquisite. Chen Yuan believed the owner most likely wouldn't just run off with the money. "All right, Mr. Chen. Your membership number is your phone number. I'll go process it now." Chen Yuan nodded, signaling the waiter to get on with it. "Have you been here before?" "Yes. How else would I know the food was good?" Chen Yuan smiled. Wu Yiwei asked, her eyes curving into a smile, "With which girl?" Chen Yuan's face didn't redden and his hand didn't shake. Swirling the glass in his hand, he said mildly, "With my roommate." Oh. The topic was dropped and the two turned to other matters. Wu Yiwei was to report at Beijing Normal University's Shenzhen campus tomorrow, and from then on she would most likely live in the dormitory. When it came down to it, Chen Yuan felt somewhat reluctant. Chen Yuan now had a housekeeper, a driver, and a butler at home. Even though the place was huge, it still felt lively. But those people were outsiders, servants really, so he had no common topics with them, and they could never truly talk. Coming home to no one to chat with was a terribly dull thing. Yet for the past week or so, Wu Yiwei had been waiting for him at home, and every evening Chen Yuan came back to someone who would chat with him and play with him. But Chen Yuan didn't take the initiative to invite Wu Yiwei to stay either. That was up to her. The two chatted for a while until the waiter began bringing the appetizers, and several geisha entered the private room to dance. Delicate, appetizing, beautifully plated. Those were the words Chen Yuan could come up with. Wu Yiwei was far more self-assured than Zhou Xinan, with not the slightest restraint. She simply ate however she pleased. A proper meal this exquisite usually took over 2 hours. Only half of the time was spent eating, the rest was spent waiting for dishes, listening to the waiter explain the courses, or savoring wine. More than 2 hours later, the two finally walked out of Hanshinyu. Today their luck was good. No bizarre trouble like the previous day. Riding the Layerfa, they returned to Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Chen Yuan soaked in a bath, then changed into black Hermes pajamas, and settled onto the living room sofa. He turned on the TV and searched for Running Man. Recently, he had been revisiting the variety show he used to watch in elementary school. It still felt very entertaining. Chen Yuan wasn't one to chase celebrities, but if there was a group he especially liked, it was the old Running Man cast. After watching the show for a while, Chen Yuan called out, "Uncle Yang, I'm hungry." Zhang Hanyang came out. "Didn't you just finish dinner?" Chen Yuan scratched his head. "We ate for more than 2 hours and I was digesting the whole time. Plus taking a bath is very taxing." "Oh, come on, have the cook fix some midnight snacks. Health management can start tomorrow." Zhang Hanyang was helpless. Concern for his employer's health was indeed within his duties, but he also couldn't interfere with his employer's decisions. Even if it was only a small decision, like having a midnight snack. "Very well. What would you like for your late-night snack?" I don't have a particular craving. Have the cook make whatever is in the fridge. Chen Yuan said. Okay. Wu Yiwei walked into the living room while drying her hair. She was wearing the same pajamas as Chen Yuan, except her Hermes pajamas were white. Do you want a midnight snack? I want some too. The fridge contained A5, grade Wagyu beef from Japan, Oma bluefin tuna, and air-freighted lobsters. They were not bought at a supermarket but top-tier ingredients imported from abroad through Steward Zhang's own channels. Chen Yuan did enjoy the Wagyu, though its richness could turn cloying if eaten in excess. A palm-sized piece was just right, paired with some champagne to cleanse the palate. Every servant in the household knew more about wine than Chen Yuan. A glass of Louis Roederer champagne, the Tsar's favorite, opened the midnight feast. Then a full-bodied Leroy wine accompanied the A5 Wagyu and bluefin tuna. This midnight snack cost more than most people's monthly salary. Chen Yuan watched a variety show as he savored it. Pure bliss. Military training continued, and Chen Yuan did not slack off. He joined the drills every day. In the evenings, instead of going home, he returned to the dormitory to play games with Li Xiang and Lu Rui. After CSGO shattered their Dao hearts, they gave it up and switched to Hextech Brawl. Chen Yuan discovered that his luck seemed remarkably good when playing Hextech Brawl. He played countless rounds with the combination of tank engine tempered heart and flying dropkick. Every day returning to the dorm meant diving straight into the game. Friday afternoon. The scorching sun baked the ground hot enough to fry an egg, and nearly every student squinted, beads of sweat covering their foreheads. Chen Yuan's physique could hold up. After all, with the system's driving mastery and free-fighting mastery, his physical condition was better than that of most F1 drivers and professional boxers. Yet even so, he still felt irritated. Under such a blazing sun, simply standing was enough to make anyone miserable. Launching Show periodically took out his phone to check the time. He did not want to train in this weather either, even though he was the drill instructor. Zhou Xinan and Ouyang Shouting walked over. The two were senior students assisting the class, often coming by to take photos and check on everyone's condition. Yesterday, they had even given a few students an encouraging pep talk. Zhou Xinan walked up to Launching Show. Instructor Lan, here's the thing, the military training gala needs a group rehearsal. I'll take our classmate to practice. Launching Show nodded. Alright, got it. How many students do you need? Just one, Zhou Xinan said. Technically, a class could send 1 or 2 people. But this gala was a performance before thousands of students from the entire 2024 cohort. The vast majority of students had no intention of volunteering. Seriously, one careless mistake on stage would be school-wide social death. Precisely because of that, competition was not fierce. Apart from Chen Yuan, no one else had volunteered to contend for the performance spot. Fine, Launching Show agreed. Zhou Xinan looked at Chen Yuan and waved him over. Chen Yuan stepped out of formation. What a good senior, finally coming to my rescue. Shenzhen's summer was brutally harsh. In the past few days, many students had suffered heat stroke, some even fainting outright. Chen Yuan was not going to get heat stroke, but if he could be in an air-conditioned room, who would want to sunbathe on the training ground? And under a 35-degree sun, no less. Instructor Lan, I'll take Chen Yuan with me now. Alright, Launching Show agreed. Zhou Xinan gestured for Chen Yuan to follow, walking ahead with Ouyang Shouting. Speaking of which, Chen Yuan had not seen the flat-chested senior in many days. Chen Yuan, have you decided what talent you'll perform? Ouyang Shouting asked softly, her voice sickly sweet with an indescribable softness. With such a voice, such a height, and such a flat chest, one punch would make her cry for 3 days. Not yet, Chen Yuan answered truthfully. However, he could sing just about anything given his vocal skill. Ouyang Shouting nodded. Oh, looking down, she could see the arch of her shoe. Alright, but you'd better hurry. The act has to be submitted tomorrow. It's nothing, no rush, Zhou Xinan said. Chen Yuan followed the two seniors all the way to a huge dance studio. We have to take off our shoes inside, otherwise if a teacher notices she'll be upset, Ouyang Shouting said, while taking off her uniform shoes. Chen Yuan nodded, casually stepping on the heel of his Balenciagas and kicking them off. Balenciaga clothing and shoes fit Chen Yuan's aesthetic perfectly, though they were not exactly comfortable to wear. Zhou Xinan was even more convenient. She was wearing slippers and no socks. The three entered the dance studio. The dance studio was enormous, nearly the size of 7 or 8 classrooms combined. The floor was smooth wood, and a giant mirror spanned from left to right, covering an entire wall. At the moment, quite a few students from other classes had gathered here. They were all people who, like Chen Yuan, would perform at the military training gala. Among them, there were fewer boys, around 40%, and more girls. Since they came from different classes, none of them knew one another. From now on, you don't have to go to training every day. Just come here each day to practice what you'll perform. The dance studio across the way is also for rehearsal, so you can go there too. Ouyang Shouting explained. Chen Yuan nodded and sat down in an unoccupied corner. He intended to perform a guitar and sing piece, but he had not brought his guitar to school today, so he could only rehearse tomorrow. By the way, when you're rehearsing here, you need to report at the training ground every morning first, then come here. You can't skip reporting. Ouyang Shouting reminded him. If you don't report and get caught, your name will be recorded. Chen Yuan nodded, mentally parodying Ouyang Shouting's words. If caught, your name gets recorded. This senior was quite cute, but unfortunately too flat, not matching Chen Yuan's taste. The white socks, though, did match his preferences. Alright, we'll stop talking to you here. We still have some footage to shoot. Ouyang Shouting said. Arrange your own rehearsal time. You must work hard, okay? Otherwise you might embarrass yourself in front of the whole school. Terrifying. Terrifying. Chen Yuan nodded on the surface, indicating he understood. Then Ouyang shouting, and Zhou Xinan left the dance studio. Chen Yuan then found an empty spot and sat down. To be fair, there really were plenty of talented people. Some were playing the piano, some were singing, and some were practicing dance moves in front of the mirror. However, the vast majority, like Chen Yuan, were sitting in vacant areas resting. Ouyang shouting, and Zhou Xinan walked out of the dance studio. Ouyang shouting said somewhat dejectedly, I feel like Junior Chen Yuan has no interest in me at all. Zhou Xinan offered a word of superficial comfort. Actually, she was thinking, bestie, you guessed exactly right. Chen Yuan sat in a corner playing with his phone. The cavernous dance studio looked like a circus. They really are multi-talented. Not only are there piano players, street dancers, and Latin dancers, there's even someone playing the guzheng. No way, is that beatboxing. Awesome, awesome. Chen Yuan had now truly seen what it meant to be versatile. Without the system's rewards, he realized he had no talents of his own at all. Playing basketball probably can't be performed on stage, right? Unless like the sect master you play basketball while singing, dancing, and rapping all at once. Chen Yuan basked in the air conditioning of the dance studio. Out of sheer boredom, he carefully counted the air conditioners in the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 units, all blasting at 16 degrees. Absolute bliss. Chen Yuan was spacing out in utter boredom. Meanwhile, on the other side, a few boys huddled together doing who knows what. All that could be heard from over there was faint beatboxing punctuated by occasional bursts of cheers. Gradually, more and more eyes were drawn in that direction. Many students rose to their feet, planning to join the excitement. Chen Yuan stood up too, intending to see what was going on. Slipping into the crowd, he instantly understood what they were doing. A few guys who could dance were actually battling it out. In other words, it was a dance-off. A beatboxing boy laid down the rhythm with his mouth, and one by one the dancers stepped up to improvise to his impromptu accompaniment. At that moment, a boy with a tousled cropped haircut was executing the most famous move in street dance, the Thomas Flare. His entire body spun across the floor like a propeller. The Thomas Flare isn't the hardest move in street dance for most dancers. It's actually a basic entry-level move. But it is definitely one of the most visually spectacular and captivating moves. The choppy-haired boy spun around and around, then supported himself on his head and astonishingly completed 3 full rotations using just his head as the pivot. That was a difficult move. The onlookers broke into applause, and the atmosphere became fervent. After finishing his final move, the choppy-haired boy rose to his feet and gave a slight bow. Chen Yuan clapped along. Not bad, not bad. The guy really had something. Chen Yuan, who possessed street dance mastery, naturally knew these floor moves as well. He could also tell that the boy's street dance foundation was rock solid, a dancer trained from childhood. Compared to Chen Yuan, he was just a tiny bit off, a tiny bit by about 100 million points. After the choppy-haired boy stepped down, a girl came up next. She danced locking. That girl danced just as superbly. In fact, anyone confident enough to go up and show their stuff was bound to be rather good. She swung her arms in wide, lightning-fast motions, then hit the beatboxer's rhythm and snapped her body to a dead stop, only to launch into the next 8-count phrase the instant the next beat landed. That was the hallmark of locking. It looked amazingly smooth. Chen Yuan kept clapping, serving as the hype squad. When the girl finished and stepped down, though, Chen Yuan could no longer hold himself back. If he had no talent, it would have been fine to just stay below, clap, and play the part of the hype squad. But he did have talent, and if he didn't showcase it, wouldn't that be a complete waste? If you fake skills you don't have and go up there to show off just to catch the girl's eyes, that's called being a jiahao. But Chen Yuan, who has mastered street dance and can battle against the world's top dancers, can only be called jiaer. His steps landed on the beat as he strode into the center of the floor. Cheers erupted around him instantly. No one jeered without reason, and no one bore him any ill will. This was an impromptu dance battle gathering, and everyone had joined in with a playful mindset. The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth curled upward. Chen Yuan opened with locking. Locking is a cheerful, easygoing dance style perfect for warming up the floor when multiple styles of street dance are being performed together. After only a few simple locking moves, he rode the beat directly into floor work. He knew all too well which kind of dance could truly ignite the venue. It had to be breaking. Chen Yuan immediately launched into a Thomas Flare, flipping upside down and spinning on the floor, his legs tracing one perfect circle after another in the air. His Thomas Flare was rounder and more exact. What's more, Chen Yuan had better body proportions than the others, making his move an even stronger visual shock. Even if it was the same move, Chen Yuan simply had more aesthetic flair. After the Thomas Flare, he went straight into a chain of air flares, what dancers often call a fly. His shirt fell away, completely revealing his six-pack abs to everyone present. Oh my god, bestie, his body is amazing. The girl who had just spoken whispered to the girl beside her, clutching her bestie's hand tightly, betraying her excitement. Her companion retorted, your looks obsession is terrifying. A guy like this is obviously a player, he won't like you. The girl beside her went on, I suggest you don't go for him, or he'll spin you round and round. It's not him spinning me round and round. I just like spinning round and round myself. So handsome, he's so handsome. I really want to date him. Bestie, please teach me how to pursue a guy like this. The girl refused to give up and looked at her bestie with pleading eyes. The girl beside her sighed. How else should you pursue him? Just go up and ask for his WeChat later. This? Okay. Ah, he really is handsome, and those abs look so tempting. The utterly looks-obsessed girl took out her phone and started filming, planning to savor it later. Chen Yuan didn't hear their conversation. All he could hear was the clamorous cheers around him. After the air flare, he linked directly into a one-handed 1990 for his finale. The entire routine flowed with breathtaking fluidity, brimming with visual impact. Chen Yuan's 1990 did not stop after merely 2 rotations. Propping himself up with one hand, he kept spinning, gradually slowing down. But then, using the force of his legs, he began to add momentum to his spin. In an instant, his rotation started to accelerate faster and faster. To the surrounding crowd, it looked as if he had spun a few turns by sheer inertia and was about to stop, when his speed abruptly surged again, as if an auto-rotating machine were hidden beneath the hand supporting him. The choppy-haired breaking dancer saw Chen Yuan's one-handed 1990 and immediately transformed into a frantic hype man, slapping the floor with one hand, while leading the cheers for Chen Yuan. He knew only too well how difficult that move was. The one-handed 1990 itself is not that hard, but this Super 1990 maxed out the difficulty scale, so to speak. A Russian dancer overseas had used that very move to seize the breaking world championship. Wow. Woo. So cool. After finishing the Super 1990, Chen Yuan did not continue. He flipped his body down and landed back on his feet. He picked up the military training cap that had fallen beside him and walked back into the crowd with a smile. The first pick right in the mate selection market was now firmly in his hands. Chen Yuan left the dance floor and sat down to the side. The boy with the shaggy fringe instantly dashed over, dropped into a sliding kneel beside Chen Yuan, and said, "Legend, teach me." "Teach you, eh?" "Yes, teach me. How did you spin that one-handed 1990 earlier? It was insane. How did you keep your balance on the back end?" "I can do a 1990, but I can't make it look as awesome as you do." Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. "There's no trick to it, just practice more, and you'll get it." "Really?" The boy with the shaggy fringe felt that Chen Yuan was fobbing him off. Chen Yuan nodded. "Really? You're a b-boy too, so you know that every move starts from 0. First you can barely do 1, then you do 2, then 3. The boy with the shaggy fringe understood the logic, but he still wanted Chen Yuan's signature move. At his age, to have polished his moves to this level, there had to be an exclusive signature move besides talent. It was a pity the other party clearly wasn't going to tell him. "Bro, I'm Li Luo from Class 3 Software Engineering 2024 cohort. Nice to meet you." Li Luo extended his hand. "Class 1 Education 2024 cohort. Chen Yuan." Chen Yuan smiled back. Li Luo felt the name sounded familiar. He blinked and suddenly remembered. "Hey, you're the student who did that heroic act the head instructor talked about a few days ago, right?" Chen Yuan covered his face and nodded. "That's me. Damn, I've seen your video. You're insane. You knocked that guy out with one punch. A lot of people online say you could go pro." Li Luo was excited. He hadn't expected the handsome guy in front of him to be not only a street dance master, but also a combat master. Chen Yuan didn't answer. "Go pro." Without exaggeration, in a fight within the same weight class, Chen Yuan could send every professional fighter in the country flying. Even if you brought in Khabib, the Eagle, Nurmagomedov, Chen Yuan was confident he could remain undefeated. All he could say was that the system's skills were terrifyingly powerful. "Li Luo." A female voice rang out. Chen Yuan and Li Luo turned to look. A girl with an unusually full figure was standing there waving at Li Luo. "Come over here for a second. I need to talk to you." Li Luo was baffled. He looked at Chen Yuan. "Bro, let me go check it out first. I'll come back later to ask you for advice." Chen Yuan nodded. He didn't notice that the girl who had called Li Luo away was secretly signaling an okay to someone on the other side. Xiaoyu received her best friend's signal. She fixed her hair using her phone as a mirror, then wore an expression she was very satisfied with, and walked toward Chen Yuan. After Chen Yuan finished dancing, this looks-obsessed fangirl had already wanted to make a move. But that annoying Li Luo had gotten there first. Xiaoyu seriously suspected that Li Luo, the study committee member in her class, might be gay. Otherwise, why was he faster to act than even a fangirl like her? Xiaoyu sat down beside Chen Yuan with a faint smile. "Hi, handsome. I'm Xiaoyu. Can we get to know each other?" Chen Yuan said. "Hi, I'm Chen Yuan." "Okay, handsome, you're so handsome." Xiaoyu looked into Chen Yuan's eyes, practically sending out stars. Her gaze locked onto his face, burning hot. Chen Yuan felt like prey being stared down by a tiger, as if he could be devoured at any moment. Even Chen Yuan found it hard to endure such an undisguised stare. That evil female gaze. Wasn't there anyone to stop it? Chen Yuan awkwardly looked to the side. He could feel Xiaoyu still staring at him dreamily. So scary, so terrifying, so twisted. Was this woman a pervert? "Handsome, why aren't you talking?" Tee-hee. As she talked as if she'd fully enjoyed the view, Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. His nose was so straight, his eyebrows so sharp, and his skin was so nice, even softer than a girl's. How did he take care of it? Xiaoyu found herself unconsciously thinking this, her chin resting on her hand, as she tilted her head and gazed at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan kind of wanted to run. He was a guy, but for the first time he felt like he was being sexually harassed. "Ahem, classmate, don't you have anything to rehearse?" Chen Yuan asked stiffly. "No need. I play the guzheng, and my guzheng hasn't been brought over yet," Xiaoyu said. Chen Yuan looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was very beautiful. Her brows curved like crescent moons, her skin was fair as snow, and her peach blossom eyes were gorgeous. Her face was a smooth, natural oval. She wasn't one of those snake-faced beauties with every beauty filter cranked to max online. But the sparks that occasionally flashed from her eyes made it hard for Chen Yuan to imagine that she was a Guzheng player. Wasn't playing the Guzheng supposed to cultivate grace? Weren't Guzheng players supposed to be gentle, refined, and serene girls? How could it have produced a lovesick pervert? Impressive, Chen Yuan forced out. Handsome, how did you train your abs? Can I touch them? Xiaoyu asked, directly, paying no attention to the other people around. Chen Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He stood up quickly. I still have something to do, so I'll be going now. After saying that, he got up and tried to slip away. Xiaoyu stood up too and hurried after him. Wait, handsome, we haven't added each other on WeChat. Let's add WeChat first, Xiaoyu said urgently. Fine. Chen Yuan had not the slightest doubt that if he didn't give her his WeChat, she would never let him go. After adding each other, Chen Yuan quickly left. So frightening. Chen Yuan had encountered girls who pursued him before and had enjoyed the feeling of being chased. But he had never met a girl who would stare at him without blinking the first time they met and even want to touch his abs. So frightening. A boy really had to protect himself when he was out and about. Xiaoyu sighed. Had she been a bit too eager, she shouldn't have said anything about touching his abs. Just touching his face would have been fine. Xiaoyu's best friend saw that Xiaoyu was done and turned to Li Luo. You can leave now. Li Luo was dumbfounded. He had been summoned over by this woman for no reason, told a bunch of nonsense, and now she was chasing him away for no reason. Your mom's healthy. Li Luo left, planning to ask the legend for advice again, but when he looked around there was no sign of Chen Yuan anywhere. Your mom's unhealthy. The girl walked over to Xiaoyu. Where's that handsome guy? Xiaoyu scratched her head. I think I scared him away. What did you say that managed to scare a handsome guy away? Xiaoyu's best friend asked curiously. Xiaoyu said sheepishly. I just said he was handsome and asked if I could touch his abs. That was it. Honestly, so stingy. He wouldn't even let me touch his abs. If he let me, I'd let him touch mine too. Her bestie stood there dumbfounded. As a female player in the bar scene, she felt that Xiaoyu was even more uninhibited than she was. But she knew that Xiaoyu was only a fangirl, not actually loose. Her standards for a partner were extremely high, and she was so obsessed with looks that only an insanely handsome guy could catch her eye. As for the boys in her own class, Xiaoyu wouldn't even spare them a glance. Boss, there's a villa in Chuansuan that might meet your requirements. Chen Yuan had just arrived at another dance studio and settled into an empty spot when he received a message from butler Zhang. Zhang Hanyang sent over a file containing information about the villa. Chen Yuan opened the file Zhang Hanyang had sent. Looking at the villa's details. The villa was located in Phase 12 of Chuansuan, one of the few lakefront standalone villas in the entire Chuansuan Villa district. And this villa was the crown jewel of the entire Phase 12 of Chuansuan. It covered a land area of 2500 square meters with a floor area of 1800 square meters. Including the basement and rooftop terrace, it spanned 5 levels in total. The price was clearly marked 720 million yuan, or 17 RMB. Moreover, it was in completely raw, unfinished condition, without so much as a hint of decoration. Chen Yuan couldn't help but gasp at the price. A full $100 million. At that price, it qualified as a top-tier luxury mansion anywhere in the world. At the very least, the price was top-tier. Damn, if I shell out a fortune to renovate it too, this single villa would end up costing me 8 or 900 million. Even for Chen Yuan, this price was somewhat steep. A whole day's worth of his pocket money. With 1800 square meters indoors, that's great. No decoration means I can freely design it myself, and the price is right anyway. It's not like I'm short on cash. No wonder they say villas are the ultimate destination for the wealthy, while luxury flats are just a stepping stone. Just look at this price. It's nowhere near the same league. I'll buy it. Chen Yuan sent a message to Zhang Hanyang. This one works. Help me contact the owner and find a time to sign the contract. Butler Zhang quickly replied, understood. After a while, Chen Yuan received another message from Butler Zhang. Zhang Hanyang. Boss, the owner says he'd like to meet with you today and invites you to his home for dinner this evening. Chen Yuan couldn't help but frown. It was already approaching 4 in the afternoon, and dinner banquets typically ran from 7 to 9. Extending such an invitation at this hour was extremely discourteous, especially between two strangers. Lately, Chen Yuan had learned a great deal about etiquette from Butler Zhang. Beginners were the most sensitive to these matters. Do you think I should go? Chen Yuan asked. Zhang Hanyang quickly replied, Boss, I think you should attend. I have some knowledge of the other party's background. Oh, are they impressive? Zhang Hanyang, his father once served as the second-in-command of Guangdong Province. The second-in-command of Guangdong Province. A ministerial-level official. Chen Yuan's heart jolted. This was truly a heavyweight. Even with his system still in the novice village stage, he was merely a small fry in front of such a figure. In that case, I'll attend the banquet, Chen Yuan said. Wait for me. I'm heading home now. Rehearsal. To hell with rehearsing. He needed to go home and change clothes first. He certainly couldn't show up at a banquet in military training attire. Chen Yuan felt a flicker of excitement. He had a vague premonition that this person would greatly influence his future. Chen Yuan left the dance studio and went to the campus road to retrieve his car. After getting in, he soon arrived back at Shenzhen Bay. It was only 3 kilometers from the school, so with no traffic he reached home in about 10 minutes. Returning to the 72nd floor, Chen Yuan walked into his home. Boss. Zhang Hanyang was already waiting for him at the entrance. Chen Yuan nodded. Which outfit do you think I should wear today? Zhang Hanyang was prepared. He took a chiton suit from the rack. This one. British suits are too solemn and imposing. Given your youth, wearing that style in front of someone of his age wouldn't be appropriate. American suits are too casual and would affect their first impression of you. An Italian suit is just right and extremely comfortable. Chen Yuan nodded. Then this one it is. Chen Yuan took the suit Zhang Hanyang had prepared for him. He first took a shower, then went to his dressing room to change. After changing, looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Yuan felt like he was about to go acquire a company in Europe. The plain heather gray suit draped over him exuded an indescribable sense of elegance. The suit had been personally tailored by Zhang Hanyang from Khitan, so it fit Chen Yuan's body contours perfectly and was extremely comfortable to wear. On his feet were a pair of solid color suede loafers, making him look completely relaxed. It also matched the theme of attending a dinner at someone's home. A home was a private setting, so dressing casually was the right call. Chen Yuan spent a good while admiring his stunning reflection. At last he understood why that Xiaoyu had been so eager. His looks were enough to make women commit crimes. After the shower and changing into his new suit, Chen Yuan felt refreshed all over. Around this time of year it should already be cooling down back in my hometown, right? Chen Yuan suddenly felt a pang of homesickness. Shenzhen was just too hot. His monthly electricity bill alone ran into the tens of thousands. Returning to the living room, Chen Yuan looked at Zhang Hanyang. Uncle Yang, come with me. Zhang Hanyang nodded. Very well, boss. Chen Yuan sat on the sofa and played with his phone for a while. When the time was about right, he set out with Zhang Hanyang. Settling into the back seat of the Toyota Alphard, Chen Yuan couldn't help asking, Uncle Yang, if we leave this late, won't we be late? Zhang Hanyang shook his head. It's fine, boss. We're supposed to arrive a little late. To intimidate them. Chen Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle Yang, just because you're tired of living doesn't mean I am. He could literally plant you in the ground like a ginseng and apply for agricultural subsidies. No. Zhang Hanyang shook his head. At such banquets it's customary to arrive a bit late just in case the hosts aren't fully prepared. We need to give them ample time to prepare the family dinner. Chen Yuan suddenly understood. Is that the rule? What if there's someone who values punctuality very highly? Then we'd arrive right on time. Zhang Hanyang said. But from what I know, Old Master Lu and Mr. Lu aren't sticklers for punctuality. Old Master Lu was the retired former second-in-command, while Mr. Lu was his son. Chen Yuan nodded. Having a butler really did make things much more convenient, especially one as well-connected and experienced as Zhang Hanyang, who even knew the other party's character in advance. And what's more, he had managed to make all this preparation in less than an hour. The Alphard cruised along the seaside avenue and soon entered the OCT overseas Chinese town area. Mr. Lu owns 3 villas in Chuansuan. He lives in one, rents out another, and the one he wants to sell you is the largest of the 3. It's among the biggest of all the lakeside villas in Chuansuan, and it's the crown jewel of Phase 12. Listening to Zhang Hanyang's explanation, Chen Yuan nodded. The Lexus LM eased slowly into Phase 12 of the Chuansuan residential estate. Chen Yuan had once stood atop the Huaqiaking Tower overlooking the whole of Huaqiaking below. To Chen Yuan the community seemed a green ocean. Along both sides of the roads stretched row after row of trees and neatly pruned hedgerows. Yet for all those trees the roads were virtually free of mosquitoes and gnats. Such was a high-end community, nothing more, nothing less. Chen Yuan studied the small European-style villas lining both sides, every one a detached house with its own courtyard. Perhaps their courtyards could not fit the cars, for many vehicles were parked outside. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Lexus, LMs. Many of these cars bore dual registration plates, a clear indication that their owners were also doing quite well in Hong Kong, or were native Hong Kongers in the first place. The chauffeur drove the car up to a villa. Zhang Hanyang glanced at the bronze house number beside the courtyard gate. It read No. 16, and said, this is the place. Then Zhang Hanyang took out an exquisite little box from behind the seat. What's that? Chen Yuan could not help asking. A vintage lighter. Zhang Hanyang said with a smile. And what do you plan to do with it? Chen Yuan asked. That Mr. Lu is a smoker, and this lighter is perfectly suited as a first meeting gift, not too valuable, yet thoughtful enough to show our sincerity. Chen Yuan could not help shaking his head and clapping. A professional butler indeed. He had considered so much. Chen Yuan himself had not thought that far ahead. He had simply come to the dinner banquet to eat, and by the way, talk about buying a house. Chen Yuan reached out to take it. Zhang Hanyang, however, gently blocked his hand. I'll just hand it to their butler. If you gave it yourself, it would be far too formal, and a gift of such modest value should not pass through your hands. Chen Yuan grumbled inwardly. What a mountain of rules. Before he had even gotten out of the car, a man in bodyguard attire came out from the courtyard and approached to open the door. At that moment, a man in a dark tailcoat and extremely solemn attire also walked out from inside. Chen Yuan did not need to ponder. This was certainly Mr. Lu's butler, not Mr. Lu himself. Seriously, who dressed so formally in one's own home? Sure enough, after exchanging pleasantries with Chen Yuan, the other butler led the two of them into the villa. Along the way, Zhang Hanyang handed the small gift to the other butler. Chen Yuan took in his surroundings. The villa's courtyard was enormous. On the left stood a small pavilion, and beside it stretched a large pond. The sky had not yet gone fully dark, so he could see many carp and goldfish swimming within. The pond water, seemingly cleaned on a regular basis, carried not the faintest fishy smell. In the corner against the right wall was a cluster of flowers. Chen Yuan could not tell their species, and farther toward the center, to his surprise, lay a small vegetable plot. These Chen Yuan recognized. They were actually corn stalks. There was also planted garlic and green beans. These were a common sight in the north, where almost every household in the village grew them in their yards. But Chen Yuan had not expected to see these familiar crops here in the south. More than likely old Mr. Lu planted these just for fun after retirement. But they truly are well grown. Judging by how they're coming along, the corn is nearly ripe. Still, the south is the better place. With more abundant sunlight, it is actually more suitable for cultivating a garden in one's yard. Chen Yuan thought to himself, but he had no intention of cultivating a yard of his own after buying a villa. For other elderly folks, growing a garden was a way to cultivate mind and body and pass the time. But Chen Yuan's time was already far from sufficient, and he had no need to cultivate mind and body. So why on earth would he go in for such things? Stepping into the villa, Chen Yuan saw a middle-aged man with neatly kept short hair waiting at the door. The man wore a slightly casual suit and was a bit stout with a small paunch, yet he did not look imperious at all. Rather, his face wore a gentle smile. Chen Yuan knew that this was the president Lu Zhang Hanyang had spoken of. Chen Yuan stepped forward, extended his hand, and showed neither subservience nor arrogance. Mr. Lu, it's an honor to meet you. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid this abrupt invitation of mine was rather improper. I hope you won't take it amiss. Lu Hui stretched out his hand and clasped Chen Yuan's. I simply had not expected you to be this young Mr. Chen, a true prodigy accomplished at such an early age. Chen Yuan replied with modesty, merely a stroke of luck. I hardly deserve your praise of being a prodigy. Haha, you're too modest, Mr. Chen. Come, let's talk inside. Upon entering, Chen Yuan found a living room lavishly decorated in an opulent Chinese style. At every seam where walls met, the ceiling ran wooden ornamentation, and the sofas and coffee table formed an entire suite of rosewood furniture. The backs of the chairs were carved with motifs of dragons and phoenixes, while the armrests bore sculpted Qilin heads. This rosewood sofa set carried an imposing air even from afar. Seen up close, it was as exquisite as a work of art. Good-looking though it was, sitting on it was another matter. Even with the bright yellow cushions laid over it, it remained distinctly uncomfortable to sit upon. A sofa like this was fit to be admired, but not for sitting long. On the other side of the tea table, a housemaid was brewing tea. When it was done, she poured 2 cups and placed them before the 2 men. Please, Lu Hui said with a smile. Chen Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Fragrant and not bad, but nothing more than that. Still, he offered a word of praise. Excellent tea. Haha, this is from my father's collection, Mother Tree de Hongpo. I had to go to quite some trouble to get my hands on a little. Mother Tree de Hongpo. That sounded formidable, to be sure. He would have to ask Uncle Yang about it when the chance arose. The two of them drank tea and made small talk for quite a while before Lu Hui finally steered the conversation back on track. After all that courteous exchange, the forms of address between the two had quietly shifted. Chen Yuan now called the other man Uncle Lu directly, while Lu Hui, rather than calling him Xiao Chun or Xiao Yuan, addressed him as Young President Chen. Young President Chen, you intend to buy that villa of mine, don't you? Chen Yuan nodded. Yes. I've looked over the information on that villa, and I like it very much. Good. That villa is right next door. Not far at all. Let's go and take a look on site, so that you can be clear in your own mind whether it's truly the house you like. That was exactly my thought, Chen Yuan said. The two left the villa together, and after a short stroll along the community road, arrived at the other villa. This villa, as it turned out, had not been renovated in the slightest. After Lu Hui opened the gate, Chen Yuan walked in and saw the courtyard choked with weeds, with not a glimmer of light coming from the main building. Had this not been within the Chuanshuan estate, and had the exterior not been kept fairly decent, Chen Yuan might have mistaken it for an unfinished abandoned structure. I bought 3 homes here. A small one that I rent out, a medium one that I live in myself, and this largest one which has simply been sitting here all along. My original plan was to renovate it one day once the family grew larger. This is rather like taking something you treasure. Thank you for letting it go, Uncle Lu, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Haha, you're actually doing your Uncle Lu a favor. I owe you one. Lu Hui chuckled. Alas, the economy is truly bad right now. This villa's market value is over 700 million yuan, and I can't bring the price down at all. If I did, it might well affect the relationships between neighbors. However, Lu Hui said, you and I are truly destined to get along. Let's settle at 700 million, and I'll waive the odd remainder. Then I'll thank you, Uncle Lu. Once this villa is renovated, we'll be neighbors. Chen Yuan said with a smile. When the time comes, I'll introduce you to a few neighbors. Some of the residents here command even my utmost respect. I wouldn't dare act rashly around them. You'll understand once you move in. Chen Yuan blinked. What kind of people could demand such reverence from the son of a former second-in-command? Zhang Hanyang had already told Chen Yuan that this Lu Hui was no ordinary man. He was the top official of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, a deputy department-level big shot. A hero's son is a hero in his own right. Normally when a father holds high office, his son can rise to a lesser post as well. Yet, even such a big shot had to remain deferential before this person. Just who were they? Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it further. The two returned to Lu Hui's villa. It was just about time for dinner at the Lu residence. The family was small, not many members. Lu Hui's father Lu Tian sat at the head of the table. The former second-in-command looked no different from an ordinary retired elder wearing a plain white undershirt and black shorts. There were fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth, but his skin remained firm. Beside him sat his wife Lu Hui's mother, an imposing elderly woman dressed just as simply. Had Chen Yuan met them outside, he could never have guessed their status from their appearance and demeanor. Apart from the old couple, there was also Lu Hui's son, a child of 8 or 9. Who is this young man? Lu Tian asked. Lu Hui quickly explained, Dad, this is my guest Chen Yuan, President Chen. He wants to buy my villa. Lu Tian glanced at Chen Yuan. Fine young man, quite impressive. Others might have been thrilled by such praise from a big shot, but Chen Yuan merely smiled lightly and offered a word of thanks. The dinner at Lu Hui's home was simple home-style fare, yet abundant. Chicken, beef, lamb, and fish all present along with plenty of vegetables. There was no salmon, no bluefin tuna, no wagyu steak. Just ordinary stir-fried dishes. The atmosphere at dinner was hardly relaxed. Lu Tian said not a word, focusing solely on his meal. The old lady occasionally served food to Lu Tian and her grandson, but also spoke little. Even the 8 or 9-year-old child who should have been in the middle of mischievous play didn't act up at all. He just ate. Lu Hui exchanged a few words with Chen Yuan now and then, but on the whole, everyone simply ate. It seemed eating was eating, no idle chatter. Under such an atmosphere, Chen Yuan didn't have much appetite either. After just 2 bowls of rice, he felt full. That said, the rice was truly excellent. Chen Yuan could taste the difference from ordinary rice. Plump grains, rich aroma, and a springy texture. It was unquestionably premium rice. After the meal, Chen Yuan intended to take his leave, but Lu Tian spoke up. Young man, no need to rush off, right? Chen Yuan, I'm in no hurry. Lu Tian said with a smile, if you're not in a hurry, how about a game of chess with me? Ding skill awarded mastery of Go. Ku Jia once cried as a child begging to see your game records. A Chuing knelt outside your door for 3 days just for the chance to play one game with you today. Chen Yuan, then I would be honored. Oh, haha young man, you're quite confident in your skills. Lu Tian chuckled. Come let me see just how honored you are. Chen Yuan followed Lu Tian to the tea room, and Lu Hui came along as well. Lu Hui cautioned, President Chen, my father, is a formidable Go player. He once defeated professional 9-dan players Lu Xiaowang and Liang Weichao. Chen Yuan nodded. He was confident that even Ku Jia couldn't beat him in his current state, so why would he fear those veteran 9-dan players? The two sat down across from each other. Chen Yuan looked at the board and stones and silently marveled. What a fine board, what fine stones. The board was crafted from centuries-old Japanese Toreo wood. The black stones were made of inked jade, and the white stones of mutton fat white jade. Both felt solid and smooth in hand. Chen Yuan's mastery of Go didn't just make him skilled at playing. It made him equally knowledgeable about everything related to the game. At the same time, it granted him 2 extraordinary abilities. An eidetic memory, and supercomputing level calculation. How about I give you a 2-stone handicap? Lu Tian said with a smile. Chen Yuan shook his head. Elder Lu, no handicap needed. I have some confidence in my skills. Fine, fine. Youthful arrogance indeed. Lu Tian wasn't offended. On the contrary, he thought it only natural for a young man to be confident. He wanted to test just how skilled this young man truly was. Since you don't need a handicap, let's do Nijirai to decide who goes first. Alright. Nijirai is a Go term used to determine who holds the black stones and who holds the white. The Nijirai was soon done. Chen Yuan would play white, Lu Tian black. The two quickly occupied the 4 corners. Lu Tian was the first to play the 3-to-3-point, aiming to seize one of Chen Yuan's corners with extreme aggression. Chen Yuan didn't indulge him. He immediately attached and pressed down, accepting the challenge and igniting the battle. After making over 20 moves, Lu Tian found he hadn't gained the slightest advantage. Thanks to his first move, he had secured some interior space within one of White's corners. But the outside influence had been firmly seized by Chen Yuan, and the territory Lu Tian had carved out inside was also being squeezed to death. Lu Tian frowned. This opponent's skill was far greater than he had imagined. He had assumed someone of this age, not being a professional player, would likely be only an amateur Dan-level player or so. But now it was clear, the young man was at least at the professional level. And moreover, among professionals, one of the higher caliber. Lu Tian focused his mind, and began carefully calculating, adjusting himself to peak condition. Chen Yuan deliberately held back, yet still kept his play at a consistent level. Naturally, he intended to let the other man win. But there was an art to how he should win. If Chen Yuan played like a complete novice and allowed himself to be crushed utterly, then even if Lu Tian won, there would be no sense of achievement. Chen Yuan wanted Lu Tian to recognize that his opponent was highly skilled, to fight him to the fullest, and then lose by the narrowest margin, a single point or half a point, letting the old man come out on top. He wanted Lu Tian to win with a true sense of accomplishment, or rather a thrilling satisfaction, not one-sided slaughter. The two soon entered the middle game, and Chen Yuan began harassing his opponent's massive dragon. Lu Tian, after all, was no longer young. His mind wasn't as quick as it once was. He often fell into long deliberation, taking considerable time over a single move. Chen Yuan remained composed, showing no sign of impatience. Lu Hui, watching from the side, was astonished. This young Chen really had a masterful touch at Go. Because Lu Tian loved Go, Lu Hui had also learned it from a young age. Though he hadn't played in years, his eye for the game remained sharp, and he could see that Lu Tian had already fallen into a passive position. Lu Tian's brows were tightly knitted, and from time to time, he pressed his lips together, staring unblinkingly at the board. From the very start, this game had placed him on the defensive. Though he had claimed 3 corners, the outside was sealed airtight by his opponent, and now his great dragon faced a desperate struggle to live. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw in the white formation. If he played there, he might still have a chance. What he didn't know, however, was that this flaw had been deliberately left by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan now studied only 2 books: Emotional Intelligence and Vision. Under his precise control, even when he deliberately exposed a flaw, he lost by merely 1 point. After winning the game, Lu Tian could not help but let out a breath. The victory had been truly precarious. From the initial ease to growing seriousness to a barely contained sweat, and finally to a narrow triumph. Comrade Xiao Chen, among all the young people I've met, you have the finest chess skills. Lu Tian could not help but say. If it weren't for that one weakness in the middle game, I might not have been able to beat you. Lu Tian had no suspicion whatsoever that Chen Yuan's flaw was intentional. Skills produced by the system required no doubt. In the system's standard, mastery meant complete command, meaning the best under heaven. Chen Yuan put on a look of chagrin. Grandpa Lu, I am still too young. I hope to learn from you often in the future. When I return, I must review this game thoroughly. Lu Tian nodded with a hearty smile. That match had truly been a pleasure to play. Xiao Chun, whenever you have time, be sure to come by and keep this old man company for a few more games. Chen Yuan maintained his respectful demeanor. I will definitely come to seek your guidance often, Grandpa Lu. When one grows old, energy becomes inadequate. After a single game, I already feel a little tired. Lu Tian sighed as he spoke. It has been a long time since I met such a talented young man. Let me give you a small trinket. Afterwards, Lu Tian rose and went to the cabinet behind him. He took out a small wooden box about palm-sized and exquisitely crafted. Chen Yuan was now perceptive enough to recognize that the box was made of golden nanmo. However, he could not determine its exact grade. Here, take this back to amuse yourself, said the old man. Young man, you are still too impatient. Play with this more, calm your mind, and it will benefit your temperament. Next time you won't make such a mistake in the middle game. Chen Yuan accepted it with both hands and opened it carefully. Inside lay a pair of walnuts. Chen Yuan said, Thank you for your guidance, Grandpa Lu. I have learned much. Haha, I am going to rest now. We will chat with Xiao Chen for a while. All right, father. Rest well. After Lu Tian left, Lu Hui looked at Chen Yuan with growing approval. He knew his father's temper, and he had never seen any younger person manage to delight the old man so thoroughly. Young President Chen, I never imagined someone your age could wield such skill at chess. After a few more years of tempering, we might see another world champion emerge. Chen Yuan smiled. Uncle Lu flatters me. Lu Hui glanced at the wooden box in Chen Yuan's hands. My father truly likes you. He actually gave you his treasured official's hat walnuts. Chen Yuan was not well versed in antique collectibles. Uncle Lu, would you explain them to me? These are an extremely premium pair of 3 ridge official's hats, and they were never treated with chemicals. Look at the size, the angles of the 3 ridges, and the flawless pairing. On the market, you would be hard-pressed to find anything so perfect. Lu Hui said with a smile. When you go back, just take good care of them. Once they are polished over time, they will become truly beautiful. Chen Yuan nodded. Lu Hui did not mention their worth, and Chen Yuan did not ask. Yet from the vivid description, he could tell they were something quite remarkable, though he recalled that collectibles only gain value after being polished. The two chatted for a while longer, then Chen Yuan prepared to take his leave. As for the specifics of the property purchase, both sides had stewards to handle the handover. There was no need for them to discuss further. Once in the car, Chen Yuan began turning the walnuts in his hands. The 2 walnuts felt weighty in his palm, and when they touched, they produced a pleasant friction and clicking sound. Zhang Hanyang, seeing the walnuts in Chen Yuan's hand, knew they came from the Lu family. Zhang Hanyang could not help but say, to some people this pair of walnuts would be priceless. Chen Yuan turned to look at him. What do you mean? Walnuts are all about pairing. No matter how beautiful a single walnut is, without its perfect match, it is merely a defective item. But this pair of yours is matched flawlessly. The 2 walnuts look like one-to-one replicas of each other, shape, size, patterns, even the texture of the skin, all in perfect harmony. Someone who truly appreciates them might pay over $1 million to have them. Chen Yuan never expected that the small gift from Grandpa Lu would be so expensive. He said with a smile, Grandpa Lu gave them to me to refine my temperament. Playing with such collectibles can indeed cultivate one's character. But to bring out the full effect of walnuts, it may take years of patience. Zhang Hanyang remarked, feeling somewhat surprised. It seemed his boss had gotten along quite well with the old gentleman. This pair of walnuts was not merely a gift, it was also a subtle test. A trial spanning years to see whether Chen Yuan could calm his heart and polish the walnuts to perfection. The villa deal has been settled. 700 million. Chen Yuan spoke calmly. Uncle Lu gave me a discount of 20 million. Perhaps he also wanted me to owe him a favor, and I accepted it. Zhang Hanyang said, "Boss, this is how friendships are built. In the exchange of favors, owing a debt is unavoidable. There's no need to take it too seriously. In fact, the other party is the one in need of cash right now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have listed the house for sale. From that perspective, it is they who owe you a favor. The 20 million discount merely reduces how much they owe." Chen Yuan nodded. "Once my military training is over, I'll pay another visit to Grandpa Lu's home. He asked me to come often and play chess with him. By the way, Grandpa Lu enjoys tea, collectibles, and chess. Choose some gifts accordingly, and don't be stingy with the money. Get the best of everything. Premium tea cakes, rare collectibles, or unique chess manuals. Uncle Lu has a little boy at home too. Buy some gifts for the child as well." Zhang Hanyang nodded in agreement. "Understood, boss." Meanwhile, back at the Lu residence, Lu Hui and Lu Tian sat facing each other as Lu Hui prepared tea. Lu Tian took a sip and immediately sensed something off. He smelled it again and frowned. "Where did you get this tea?" Lu Hui looked a little guilty. "Cough, I don't know. I just grabbed some random one." One look at Lu Hui's expression confirmed Lu Tian's suspicion. His son always wore that face when his conscience was bothering him. "Is this my mother tree de Hongpo? You wasteful brat. I only have so much of this tea left, and you went and brewed it. I had to work hard to get this from old Deng." This tea was simply unavailable on the open market, even with money. A small batch of mother tree de Hongpo had once entered the market and was instantly snapped up at an astronomical price of 10,000 yuan per gram. Since then, it had virtually disappeared from the market. Seeing his father furious, Lu Hui immediately cowered and searched for an excuse. "Father, I just wanted to host Xiao Chen properly." Mention of Chen Yuan reminded Lu Tian of that excellent chess game, and his anger gradually eased. Since it was for Xiao Chen, fine. But next time there are other guests, use a different tea. Don't you dare touch my mother tree de Hongpo again. Only when Xiao Chen comes may you use it. Author's note: 1 extra chapter for good reviews. I've seen all your praise, dear readers. You've been wonderful, so here's another treat from the author. The next day, Chen Yuan brought his guitar to school. It wasn't for rehearsal, just for show. Students willing to perform on stage, whether dancing, playing an instrument, or singing, had practiced since childhood. There was no need for special rehearsal now. As for the performance piece between preference and painting, Chen Yuan chose preference. He felt this song was more widely known, making it easier for the students below to join in singing and better at stirring up the atmosphere. Seeing Chen Yuan walk into the dance studio with a guitar on his back, Li Luo approached him and said, "Master, why did you bring a guitar? Aren't you a dancer?" Chen Yuan waved his hand. "I'm a guitarist. Dancing is just a hobby." "A hobby?" Li Luo was already beating Chen Yuan up in his mind. "A hobby? You came up and pulled off an impromptu Super 1990, an ultra-difficult move, and you call street dance just a hobby? Fine, fine. So it's like that, huh? My specialty can't even hold a candle to your hobby." Chen Yuan nodded. "That's right. It's just a hobby." Before Li Luo could reply, Xia Yu walked over. At the same time, Xia Yu's best friend came to find Li Luo again, just like yesterday. "Li Luo, come here a moment. I need to talk to you about something." Li Luo was getting annoyed with this girl who looked overly flirty. "What exactly do you want? You were being weird yesterday, and now again today. Can't you see I'm talking with the master?" Seeing Li Luo's attitude, Xia Yu's best friend brought out her signature trick. Her eyes turned watery, filled with soft pleading. "It's really something. Come on, please." Li Luo's attitude softened. "All right, fine. Don't be like that. I'll go with you." After Li Luo left, Xia Yu immediately sat down beside Chen Yuan. Xia Yu spoke in a sweet, coquettish tone. "Handsome, all alone." Chen Yuan sighed inwardly. This irresistible charm of his was truly impossible to hide. Before Chen Yuan could speak, Xia Yu continued, "I'm sorry, handsome. Yesterday, I was too forward. But don't worry, I won't be like that anymore. You'll forgive me, right? Please, handsome, forgive me." Damn, when this girl acted cute, most guys really couldn't withstand it. Especially the girls around Chen Yuan. None of them were good at acting cute. Zhang Yue was the comforting type. Though her voice was soft and gentle, it wasn't anything like coquetry. Wu Yiwei was the confrontational type, always bickering with Chen Yuan, and even her attempts at being cute were tinged with sarcasm. As for senior sister, Chen Yuan really wanted to hear that world-weary senior sister act cute. It would definitely be a striking contrast. The only one who might be capable of acting cute was probably Ouyang Xiaoding. Unfortunately, she wasn't proactive. She only sent caring remarks, never invited him out, and Chen Yuan had little contact with her. "I forgive you." Chen Yuan had no choice but to say. Xia Yu went on, "Thank you, handsome. You're the best." Chen Yuan sighed. No wonder people online said that being good at acting cute was the best fate. Last night, after returning to the dormitory, Xia Yu and her best friend had reviewed yesterday's mistakes word by word. With her strategist guidance, Xia Yu changed her tactics today. She decided to be less direct and instead use her own strengths to achieve her goal by a roundabout route. "Handsome, what's that you're carrying on your back?" Chen Yuan replied, "A guitar. I can play the guzheng. I brought it today. Want me to play you a tune?" Sure. Wait for me. I'll go bring it over." Soon Xia Yu pushed her guzheng over. Though the guzheng looked heavy, it wasn't actually that heavy. A typical practice guzheng weighed only about 15 kilograms, so even an ordinary girl could move it. Wearing her camouflage uniform, Xia Yu fetched a small stool and sat before the guzheng. Dang, ding, ding, ding. Note after note linked together into music, yet Chen Yuan sensed the feeling of a sword. as if a blade was thrusting at him or a knife slashing toward him. Chen Yuan didn't feel that this hooligan girl, oh no, that Xiaoyu's temperament had changed at all. It was most likely related to her clothes. If she had been wearing hanfu now her temperament would surely be different. Still the way she played the guzheng did make Chen Yuan's eyes light up. It was full of atmosphere. Xiaoyu played only for a short, while before gently pressing the strings, and the resonant guzheng sound vanished instantly. How is it? Chen Yuan nodded. Impressive, really impressive. What song is this? It sounds a bit familiar. It's a classic guzheng masterpiece, Ambush from All Sides. Xiaoyu said with a grin, how about it? Doesn't it fit the military training theme perfectly? Ambush from all sides and military training. They didn't seem to match all that well. Still he nodded. By now Chen Yuan had formed a basic understanding of Xiaoyu. She was quite good-looking, seemed carefree, and probably hadn't been raised with strict discipline. She could play the guzheng and her skill seemed quite impressive. Clearly the result of hard training. A family that could afford guzheng lessons was definitely middle class or above. Not to mention the price of a guzheng itself, the course fees alone were more than ordinary families could bear. Combining these two factors, Chen Yuan could make a rough inference about her family. Her parents were likely in business, often away on trips, and rarely at home to discipline her. Good family background was the conclusion Chen Yuan reached. Chatting with Steward Zhang had unknowingly taught him a great deal, including some basic skills in reading people. Very impressive, Chen Yuan said with a smile. I played for you, so you should play a piece for me too. Xiaoyu stared straight at Chen Yuan, stars frantically glittering in her eyes. Honestly, just one look at a face like that was enough to drive someone crazy. Simply gazing at him was already a satisfaction to Xiaoyu. Chen Yuan took the guitar out of its case. He had no airs about it. Since she wanted to listen, he would play a tune. He quickly tuned the guitar. I'll play Mercury record. This song had gone viral on Douyin years ago. Nearly all post-00s had heard it. Even those who didn't like this style of music would have caught it occasionally on short videos. Okay. Chen Yuan began to pluck the strings. His slender fingers glided across the strings, and the highly distinctive melody of Mercury record flowed out. Notes naturally converged into a stream of music that entered the ear with that familiar flavor. Captivated by your eyes. The Milky Way leaves traces to follow. Through the cracks of the world it still truly attracts my orbit. Chen Yuan's voice was exceptionally clear and penetrating. Combined with the mastery granted by his singing and playing proficiency, it could only be described as perfect. It was a concert-level experience. Stars were wildly glittering in Xiaoyu's eyes again. She was swooning once more. If only I could tie him up and take him home, watching him day and night. How wonderful would that be? He's so handsome, and even more handsome when playing guitar. Wu was so handsome. I can't take it anymore. Xiaoyu's body began to tremble slightly. Chen Yuan felt that this rehearsal was a bit of a joke. It was like a group of talented young people gathered together to fool around. Yesterday people were battling in dance. Today Chen Yuan played and sang, and many people crowded around to watch the fun and sing along. Still the atmosphere was very relaxed. Apart from a few performances that had something to do with music, the vast majority had nothing to do with it. Dance, nunchaku, martial arts. Although they all needed background music, everyone wore earphones and didn't disturb anyone else. So as soon as Chen Yuan played the guitar, it was easy to attract the people nearby. When Chen Yuan finished a song, the crowd began hollering. Bro, you played that awesomely. One more. Do Chengdu. Not Chengdu. Do Guangdong Love Story. 10 years. Glorious years. Below, a whole pack of people were howling out requests. Chen Yuan smiled and didn't refuse. Then let's do Guangdong Love Story. The intro began, and the song instantly turned him into a man from Guangdong, drifting through Guangdong for many years. When Chen Yuan started to play, the hollering around him gradually faded and became a chorus of voices. Some sang very softly, so quietly that only they could hear themselves. Others shouted at the top of their lungs, making the people around them want to land a punch on them. Quietly leave together with loneliness. Crowded memories erased by time. A man has been drifting for 10 years. Sometimes I still miss how we once were, though it has already changed. This song was a zero-frame start. It went straight from the intro into the climax of the chorus. Many students at Shenzhen University were from Guangdong, and quite a few could speak Cantonese, so the chorus gradually grew louder. Li Luo couldn't help marveling. As expected of a god, he plays guitar this well too. He doesn't even need a capo, just full bar chords. Xiaoyu wasn't singing. She was still staring at Chen Yuan's face. But Chen Yuan had grown somewhat used to Xiaoyu's gaze. If Xiaoyu weren't attractive, Chen Yuan wouldn't have paid her any attention. But fortunately Xiaoyu was very good-looking, so Chen Yuan didn't mind being stared at by a beautiful girl for so long. If possible, he would suggest she do that staring in private, say in the presidential suite at the Mandarin Oriental. Some of the people around them went from standing to sitting, surrounding Chen Yuan in a circle. The atmosphere grew even livelier, and Chen Yuan was in even higher spirits. He played one song after another. Later on, even a guy who could play the piano joined in. The guy who did beatbox yesterday used his mouth to tap out the drumbeat. It was basically a band debuting right there. Someone took out a phone and recorded a video. Time passed quickly, and before long it was noon. The crowd dispersed and headed back to their dorms. Chen Yuan put away his guitar and left the gig bag in the corner, since he would be back in the afternoon anyway. He planned to go to the cafeteria and in passing bring back some food for his 3 adopted sons in the dorm. Seeing that Chen Yuan was about to leave, Xiaoyu quickly caught up. Hey handsome, are you going to the cafeteria? Let's go together. Chen Yuan nodded. Sure, but I have a name. Chen Yuan, not handsome. Xiaoyu blinked, feeling that Chen Yuan's voice was also really nice. So magnetic. Don't you like being called handsome? Once in a while is fine. Calling me handsome all the time feels a bit weird, Chen Yuan said. Fine, then I'll call you by your name. Chen Yuan, is there a girl you like? Chen Yuan thought for a moment, nodded, and said a few. Xiaoyu's eyes widened. A few. Chen Yuan hummed in acknowledgement. Yeah, a few. Wait, you're way too honest, aren't you? Chen Yuan nodded. I love telling the truth. Xiaoyu thought for a moment. I'm only after his looks. Whether he likes a few girls or has a few girlfriends, none of that is my business. As long as he has me in his heart, that's enough. Xiaoyu asked, then do you like me? Chen Yuan replied as he walked. No, I don't. Xiaoyu, he doesn't have me in his heart. Chen Yuan added, I only tell the truth to people I like. Xiaoyu ovo. That one sentence made Xiaoyu's CPU crash completely. He said he didn't like me. If that was the truth, then he actually likes me. If it wasn't the truth, then he likes me too. No, he doesn't like me. Does he like me or not? All the way to the cafeteria, Xiaoyu kept thinking about what Chen Yuan had said, and she simply couldn't work out whether Chen Yuan actually liked her or not. She couldn't figure it out the whole way. Even after Chen Yuan bought the food and packed it up to bring back to the dorm, she still hadn't figured it out. Back in the dorm, Chen Yuan turned on his computer and found a variety show to watch. Before long, Li Xiang and the other two came back. Seeing Chen Yuan already enjoying lunch in an air-conditioned room, Li Xiang could only hate the fact that he got nervous as soon as he stepped on stage. If he had also performed some talent, he wouldn't have to do military training. Over the past few days of training, the originally fair-skinned, tender little fatty was starting to show signs of turning into a dark, chubby one. A boiled egg was about to become a tea egg. I bought food for you guys. Chen Yuan pointed at the 4 portions on the stairs. Li Xiang had to eat 2 portions before he felt full. The 3 said in unison, thank you, adoptive father. After saying that, each of them snatched 1 portion, leaving the last 2 for Li Xiang. Brother Yuan, did you meet any pretty girls at rehearsal? Li Xiang asked. Before getting the food, they called him adoptive father. After getting the food, they called him Brother Yuan. The drop in seniority was so sudden. Chen Yuan nodded. I really did, and a lot of them. Really? Chen Yuan said really. And they're all the kind of beauties who are talented, confident, and cheerful. What do you think? Are you regretting not signing up for a performance now? Regret it. Not only do you get to stay in an air-conditioned room, but you also get to look at pretty girls. I really. The more Li Xiang spoke, the more crushed he felt. Finally, he said with force. Damn it. The other 3 in the dorm burst out laughing. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, let's play a couple rounds of Haido, Chen Yuan said. Over the past few days, the group had used Haido to replace their afternoon nap. Okay. Lu Rui quickly activated eating mode, mixing meat, vegetables, and rice together and downing a quarter of his meal in a few mouthfuls. Li Xiang did the same, only even faster. By the time Lu Rui had eaten a quarter, Li Xiang had already eaten a third. It was pure storm force inhalation. They finished eating quickly, then immediately logged on. Lin Hanjun still didn't play League of Legends. Instead, he watched a replay of Manchester United's match. A loyal Red Devils fan through and through. The entire noon break, the dorm was filled with joyful vibes. Chen Yuan's luck was as good as ever. Archmage plus Eureka bro. My Teemo is unstoppable. 4th Silver Hex, purest Warlock. Bro, I'm truly unstoppable. Don't push, don't anyone push. Whoever pushes is the sun. Chen Yuan had picked Teemo because he wanted to gamble on Archmage in the first place. He just hadn't expected the card dealer to be so loyal and send everything straight to him. Chen Yuan turned into the rift's toxic menace, dropping mushrooms everywhere and planting the whole rift with them. The 2 enemy tanks who had gotten Tank Engine and Steelheart also didn't want to surrender. As a result, that game lasted over an hour. If Chen Yuan and the other 2 hadn't needed to go to military training in the end, Chen Yuan could have enjoyed himself for another hour. In the afternoon, Chen Yuan headed to the dance studio to sing and dance, gathering with his talented classmates while occasionally being pestered by Xiaoyu. Li Xiang and the other 2 went to the sports field to bask in the scorching sun. In the evening, everyone returned to the dormitory. Chen Yuan didn't go home today. He loved the atmosphere in the dormitory, and since he had replaced his mattress with a Hason's, it was extremely comfortable to sleep on, making him enjoy staying in the dorm even more. After playing games for over 3 hours, his head remained clear and his eyes unstrained. Still, he needed a break. Taking off his headphones, the group started chatting. Brother's National Day is coming. Are you going home or traveling? Lu Rui answered bluntly and crudely. The hell with going home, the hell with traveling. I'm just staying in the dorm. Having just finished gaming, his manners hadn't switched back yet. Li Xiang looked at Chen Yuan. Brother Yuan, what about you? Chen Yuan shrugged, still undecided. He kind of wanted to travel, but who would he take? Wu Yue or Jiang Yue, or senior sister? It couldn't possibly be that hooligan Xiaoyu, could it? Or maybe bring all 4 along. Chen Yuan felt they probably weren't that accepting except for his Yue. Lin Hanjun was also staying in the dorm. His family was in Shanghai and flight tickets during National Day were way too expensive, so he might as well stay put. Aren't you guys going out? My parents said they're taking me to Bali to soak up the sun, Li Xiang said. In other dorms this might have come off as showing off, but not in dorm 612. Of course, the main reason was that they had Chen Yuan, a rich second generation who drove a Ferrari. Who would dare show off in front of him? Lu Rui had a venomous tongue and immediately teased, "Did military training fry your brain? Haven't you had enough sun? And you still want to go to Bali to sunbathe?" Li Xiang retorted stubbornly, "That's different. There's a difference between sunbathing and sunbathing. When you come back, we can eat roast suckling pig." Li Xiang was stunned, then quickly realized Lu Rui was calling him a pig. Instantly furious, he leaped from his chair and lunged at Lu Rui's knees. Sitting in his comfortable ergonomic chair, Chen Yuan was also thinking about where to go during the Golden Week. "If I travel domestically, any famous place is bound to be packed with people. Crowds no matter where you go. Going abroad, it seems like it'd be crowded there too. Where to go is a problem, and who to go with is also a problem. My vote goes to senior sister." Chen Yuan mused to himself. He kinda wanted to go abroad to Paris or London. Or maybe Dubai. Never mind that. He'd go to Dubai in winter instead of going now would be unbearably hot. Chen Yuan was still lost in thought. Suddenly Li Xiang shouted, "Holy crap." Snapped out of his thoughts, Chen Yuan said irritably, "What the hell are you doing? Scared your dad half to death jumping like that?" "Brother Yuan, you're famous again," Li Xiang said. Chen Yuan didn't understand. "What do you mean I'm famous again?" Li Xiang replied, "I sent you the video. You're trending again." Chen Yuan picked up his phone and glanced at the video Li Xiang had forwarded. Hiss. He never expected that just playing guitar and singing in the dance studio would earn him over 300,000 likes. Still, it wasn't posted on his own account, it was filmed by someone nearby. Chen Yuan felt a sudden doubt. Could he be born with a natural influencer constitution? How had he gone viral twice in less than a month of college? At least this trending topic was a bit more normal, epic military training performance scene. It was far more normal than the previous tag, upward-gazing car owner. Perhaps it was because the video of the Guangzhou captain had left too deep an impression, or because only a few days had passed since then. Many people still remembered Chen Yuan. The comments section was filled with people tagging his Douyin account. The Guangzhou captain has talents like this too. I saw a street dance video yesterday, and I think it was this same guy. So multi-talented. Ah, this is the vibe of youth. Can anyone tell me how long it takes to reach this level in the video? A professional guitarist and folk singer here, the player in the video is extremely skilled. This goes beyond any grading system. His chord transitions are incredibly smooth, and his control over plucking strength has reached a certain realm. That's why it sounds so good. This guy can already be called a master. Ambition soaring to the heavens. Screw your ambition. Chen Yuan scrolled through the comments for a while. Lately, he couldn't be bothered with his Douyin notifications. They were always 99. His follower count kept rising steadily. "Brother Yuan, I didn't know you played guitar so well, and your singing is awesome too," Li Xiang said. "No wonder girls love hanging out with you." Chen Yuan nodded with a serious look. "I think so too. TCH, once I lose weight, I'm gonna be just as cool as you," Li Xiang declared fiercely. Chen Yuan stopped paying attention to Douyin. No matter how hot he got or how many followers he gained, it didn't affect him at all. Hearing that Li Xiang wanted to lose weight, Chen Yuan said, "Oh right, I'm ordering late-night snacks. Anyone who wants some sign up." 111. "Daddy, I'm in." Lu Rui raised his hand. Chen Yuan didn't care about such a small amount of money and never asked them to split the bill. So Lu Rui never missed a meal. It saved him a huge chunk of his living expenses. Lin Hanjun also said, "Count me in." Chen Yuan glanced at him. Lin Hanjun, "Daddy." Only then was Chen Yuan satisfied. Li Xiang said quietly then, "I'll start my diet tomorrow. What are you getting?" "I want some too." "Daddy." Chen Yuan chuckled, knowing Li Xiang could never resist. "Let's get something high in protein. Crayfish." "Screw it, let's just get lobster," Chen Yuan said. He didn't order online. He sent a message to the manager of Hans Hanyu. Although Hans Hanyu wasn't on any food delivery platforms as a VIP, Chen Yuan naturally had the privilege of having them deliver separately. He didn't say much, only asking them to send a portion for 6 people. The money would just be deducted from his account. As for why 6 portions? Because Chen Yuan was genuinely a bit hungry and had to eat 2 portions himself. "Come on, let's play some Valorant. 1 round, and the food should be here," Chen Yuan said. "Let's go get online." "Brothers, I just watched Kong Kang's POV today, guaranteed to gain rank." Lu Rui ruthlessly mocked him. "Your reactions are slower than Kong Kang's grandma. Watching his POV is useless." "Lu Rui, come on, let's 1v1. Before the match, laughter filled the room. After the match, the dorm fell silent. Fortunately, the late-night food Chen Yuan ordered had arrived. Seeing the luxurious spread, the 3 almost kneeled to Chen Yuan. "Daddy, what is this? Is this king crab? Such huge lobster meat. Holy crap, the sea urchin is stacked like a tower. Such sweet oysters. Daddy, how about a..." Chen Yuan said, "No, I don't want it. Just eat. Can't even the king crab shut your mouth." Rehearsal came the next day. Zhou Xinan, behind Ouyang Xiaoting's back, secretly went on her own to see Chen Yuan. "Junior, you already have over 100,000 followers on Douyin. That's amazing. I only have a few dozen," Zhou Xinan said. Chen Yuan smiled, not particularly bothered. The reason Zhou Xinan had no followers was that she had never posted a video on her Douyin account. With Zhou Xinan's strikingly distinctive looks, if she truly wanted to make money with edgy, suggestive content, 1 million followers would most likely be a piece of cake. Many people loved a face that radiated world weariness and those little expressions of disdain. "Senior, do you have any plans for National Day, eh?" Chen Yuan asked. He intended to go out and have fun with the senior. The reason he hadn't chosen Wu Yuer was that Wu Yuer was going back to her hometown. Zhou Xinan shook her head. No, I don't. Last National Day I spent it in the dorm with Ouyang. Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Then let's go out together for National Day. It was rare for Chen Yuan to make the first move. The reason he did was that he wanted to get close to the destination he had chosen. Zhou Xinan didn't think much of it and agreed at once. I'm sure. Agreeing so quickly. It'll be just the two of us out there. Aren't you afraid I'll sell you to Myanmar? Chen Yuan said with a smile. Not scared at all. As long as you're by my side, I'd dare to go anywhere. Chen Yuan smiled. Would you dare to go abroad? I would, of course I would. I'll go anywhere, Zhou Xinan said. All right then, send me your passport. We're going to London. Zhou Xinan was stunned. Oh, what? Weren't you just saying you dared? Zhou Xinan waved her hands quickly. No. A hint of red crept onto her face. It's not that I don't dare, it's that I don't have a passport. That's simple. Do you have class this afternoon? If not, I'll have someone take you to apply. It'll be fast. Chen Yuan said. The bank had a dedicated fast track, so whether it was documents or visas, everything could be processed very quickly. There were still several days left, more than enough time for Zhou Xinan to get her passport, and then her UK visa. Okay, whatever you decide, Junior, Zhou Xinan said. Do you need me to split the cost with you? No need to split the cost. No need for money, Chen Yuan said. Money indeed wasn't needed, but other things would have to be compensated. Everything, all of it, had already had a price tag quietly placed on it. Then I'll bask in my junior's glory and follow him abroad to see the world, Zhou Xinan said. Inside, Zhou Xinan couldn't help but snicker. Little Ouyang boys are won by taking the initiative. If you don't fight or seize the moment and only dare to send messages on WeChat, you'll never get the junior. You can't handle him. Let me do it. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, only the final 2 days of the 14-day military training remained. It was now the end of September. The temperature in Shenzhen hadn't dropped at all. Instead it had grown hotter and stuffier. Simply walking outside made it hard to catch your breath. Volunteers from one student society or another had set up an enormous stage on the second sports field. Not just a stage. There were professional speakers, a professional DJ booth, professional lighting rigs, and an oversized screen. It proclaimed Shenzhen University's wealth. Shenzhen University wasn't a 985 or 211 institution, but it was simply rich. Not only was the campus full of air conditioning with the plants and trees along the roads meticulously trimmed, even the equipment for an event like the military training gala was the best among universities. The teacher in charge of the military training gala was young. He smiled and said, the equipment and stage the school can give you are already the best there are. From here on, the performance is up to you. If anyone has an accident on stage, it'll be your own embarrassment. If you want priority in mate selection, you'll have to earn it yourselves. Good luck. The crowd didn't have much reaction. Over those days, Chen Yuan had learned the performance order and had been through official rehearsals. The performance order was set by the school. Chen Yuan was in class 1 of the education major in the School of Education, but his slot was fairly late. The gala would start at 6 that evening, and Chen Yuan probably wouldn't take the stage until 8. But his appearance on stage was simple. He needed no other preparation and no backing track. His guitar was his best companion. All right, go get dinner. Come back early at 5. The crowd dispersed at once. Xiaoyu walked over once again, wanting to go to the cafeteria with Chen Yuan. Classmate Chen Yuan, haha. The moment she opened her mouth, her rogue girl aura was unmistakable. Can you not smile so creepily? Chen Yuan couldn't help saying. He rarely called a girl creepy unless she really was. What's so creepy about the way I smile? Xiaoyu huffed. Chen Yuan took out his phone, opened the front camera, and let her see for herself. Wait until I change this afternoon. I'll make sure you're so shocked you can't speak. Xiaoyu stormed off in a huff. If I don't show you my high frame rate side, you'll think this is all I look like. Xiaoyu felt the camouflage uniform was dragging down her looks. Chen Yuan brought meals for the 3 sons in his dormitory and returned to the room. He also sent a message to Steward Zhang asking him to handle Zhou Xinan's passport. and he also planned the upcoming trip to London. Chen Yuan had had a passport before. He had gotten it in middle school and renewed it on schedule, so it was still usable. After getting it, though, he never had the chance to use it. They had originally planned to travel abroad, but a special period had intervened later in high school. He had no time to go overseas either. Only now was Chen Yuan's passport finally about to get its first stamp. He simply wanted to see whether London really had that Harbin melancholy. After settling things with Zhang Hanyang, the three also returned to the dormitory. During these days of military training, Chen Yuan had always made it back to the dorm earlier than the three of them. The three envied him, but there was nothing they could do. Chen Yuan was the one with talent. The competition to sign up for a performance wasn't fierce to begin with. Almost anyone who registered could make the cut. But the vast majority simply didn't have the nerve. Jiahao only dared to act cocky within a single class. Few dared to act cocky in front of the whole school, especially at Shenzhen University. There weren't many gods here. The gods who existed were simply even more godlike. Brother Yuan, is the performance tonight? Li Xiang asked. Chen Yuan nodded. Yeah. Li Xiang sighed. Finally, we watched the performance tonight, and skip training, then tomorrow it's just one last parade step drill, and military training is over. Awesome. Look at my face. It's already got a sunburn line. Li Xiang took off his military cap and showed his chubby face. The skin sheltered by the cap was still fair and tender, but where the cap hadn't covered his skin had clearly darkened. Just above his ears there was a distinct dividing line. Huh. Chen Yuan's mouth twitched. He was professionally trained, he generally wouldn't laugh unless he absolutely couldn't hold it in. How tragic. Utterly tragic. Lu Rui and another also took off their caps, each with the same obvious dividing line. Chen Yuan couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Meanwhile, all Chen Yuan wanted to say was senior is truly the best. Thankfully the senior had looked out for him by telling him in advance about the chance to sign up for a performance, otherwise he would very likely have been out baking under the blazing sun and his face would probably have been tanned in layers as well. Night fell. Everyone was led to another playground. When they saw the stage on the playground, which was even more top tier than an ordinary music festival, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the school's resources and strength. Our school is truly top-notch. Coming to Xin University was the right choice. No problem. Chen Yuan was no longer wearing his camouflage uniform, but rather a casual outfit from Balenciaga, one of his favorite luxury brands, second only to Hermes. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, Xiaoyu immediately walked over. Chen Yuan, having shed his military uniform and wearing his own clothes, looked even more handsome. Xiaoyu's body began to tremble slightly once again. Chen Yuan, your fashion sense is truly excellent. Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Yuan wondered why Xiaoyu could always pinpoint him so precisely among so many people. But seeing the current Xiaoyu, Chen Yuan couldn't help but reflect on how clothing and horses depend on their saddles. At this moment, dressed in traditional Hanfu, with professional makeup, Xiaoyu appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting, a courtesan from ancient times. Her figure was slender and delicate, slightly frail, stirring an instinctive desire to protect. Her brows were like light ink, gentle and soft. Her eyes held water, as clear as a spring. Her skin was like cool-toned white porcelain, radiating a subtle glow, as exquisite as a work of art. However, the moment she opened her mouth, the ancient beauty aesthetic completely collapsed. Your Hanfu is also very beautiful, Chen Yuan said sincerely. Of course, this Hanfu of mine cost a fortune. If it weren't to show you, I wouldn't bear to wear it, Xiaoyu said with a mischievous grin. It seemed this was the first time Chen Yuan had ever complimented her beauty. She automatically ignored the words Hanfu. Thank you. Chen Yuan smiled. He. Xiaoyu gazed at Chen Yuan and couldn't help but become entranced again. He was truly so handsome. She really liked him so much. After discussing her development with Chen Yuan with her military advisor, the advisor believed Chen Yuan was fishing for Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu didn't think so. How could it be called fishing? If he wanted to fish, why not fish someone else? Why her? That just meant he had feelings for her. He definitely had feelings for her. The reason he seemed a bit distant now was only because her performance wasn't good enough. If she performed better, he would definitely stop being distant with her. I really want to touch his abs. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Yuan, her mind wandering to many thoughts. On the other side of the stage on the playground, class instructors led students to their designated seats. After organizing discipline, 2 hosts took the stage. The 2 hosts were also selected from the military training freshmen, and they were specifically professional arts students from the broadcasting and hosting major. The female host began with a clear voice. Good evening, respected instructors and dear classmates. The male host picked up his voice, ringing out. The scorching sun tempers our will, sweat forges our original aspiration. After 13 days of training, we have shed our greenness and immaturity, completing transformation after transformation under the blazing sun. The female host continued. Tonight the breeze is pleasantly cool. Let us temporarily bid farewell to marching and formations and welcome this evening's gala together. Next, we invite Lu Fan from the Class 1 Architecture Major Class of 2024 to bring us a beatbox performance. Lu Fan walked onto the stage. He was a boy who looked somewhat chubby, though not as chubby as Li Xiang. He was the boy who had performed beatbox in the rehearsal room, challenging everyone to battle. His beatbox skills were exceptionally high, several stories high. Chen Yuan and Xiaoyu were backstage, yet they could hear Lu Fan's beatbox clearly. Chen Yuan could only say, damn impressive. Tell me, how does he make electric guitar and saxophone sounds with just his mouth? I feel like he alone could replace an entire band. Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. What guitar, what trumpet, what trombone? All were redundant before a single mouth. No idea, but you absolutely must not learn this. Xiaoyu instructed. Why? I heard from others that practicing beatbox for a long time will change your mouth shape. You're already perfectly handsome. What if your mouth shape and face shape change? Xiaoyu said. Chen Yuan felt that Xiaoyu's condition had reached a critical stage. Was this the perspective of a lovesick girl? Performances came one after another with almost no flops. Each was quite good. When boys danced, the girls below cheered. When girls performed hot dances, both boys and girls cheered together. As for piano performances, they were the most boring acts. Chen Yuan could see clearly from backstage that almost no one below was watching the stage. Many students were playing on their phones, unless beauties in ultra-short denim shorts were dancing, then no one would look up. After waiting for quite a while, it was time for the software engineering major's performance. After Class 1 of software engineering finished performing, it directly went to Class 3, because Class 2 had no one sign up. Next, we invite Xiaoyu and Xie Tingting from Class 3 of software engineering to the stage. The two were performing together. Xiaoyu played the guzheng, and Xie Tingting performed ethnic dance. When this Xiaoyu plays the guzheng, she really does look like a normal girl, not so crazy. Chen Yuan couldn't help but think. It was hard to imagine a girl who on their first meeting wanted to touch abs. In WeChat chats, she would always pop up with a message, "Let me see your abs." Was this how a normal girl behaved? Beside her, Xie Tingting had a good figure, and was also quite pretty, but Chen Yuan had absolutely no interest. Xiaoyu had already sold out her good girlfriend. She had also told Chen Yuan about Xie Tingting's little hobby of going to nightclubs. Chen Yuan naturally had no interest in such a girl. Respect, but keep distance. There were professional photographers, most likely senior club members, doing part-time work filming the two, with a camera providing materials for the publicity department. However, the audience below responded indifferently. Chen Yuan felt he was too clever. Such elegant art was actually not suitable for appearing at a military training gala. It couldn't lift the atmosphere, nor could it get the students below to sing along. Beatbox could still get students below to sway to the beat, street dance could still get the young students to watch for a bit. But this combination of guzheng and ethnic dance, students had no way to sing or dance along even if they wanted to. For his own choice of guitar singing of partiality, almost all students had heard it before. Even if they couldn't sing it, they could hum along. There was no need to worry about an awkward silence. Soon Xiaoyu and Xie Tingting's performance ended. Xiaoyu's eye corners drooped, her mood somewhat low. Chen Yuan asked, "What's wrong with you?" "I feel like a clown," Xiaoyu said. "Oh." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What brings you to say that?" There was a glimmer of light swimming in Xiaoyu's eyes. That was the reflection of tears under the lights. Everyone below was playing on their phones. No one watched our performance. "I don't say that." They were indeed looking at their phones, but their ears could all hear your guzheng playing. "It was just that no one was watching your girlfriend," Chen Yuan said with a smile. Xie Tingting's ethnic dance had no climax. The students below also responded flatly. Their classmate Li Luo, on the other hand, performed street dance. With just one Thomas flush, a backward rotate, those below began to gasp in amazement. This was the difference in dance styles. A ethnic dance was simply not suitable for such occasions. "Forget it, don't comfort me," Xiaoyu said softly. Wearing her full hanfu, and with her slender figure at this moment, she actually appeared somewhat pitiful and vulnerable. But Chen Yuan knew that this state would last at most 20 minutes. When Chen Yuan took the stage, she would definitely be back to her lovesick expression. Time slowly passed. One performance after another came to an end, and it was almost Chen Yuan's turn to take the stage. Xiaoyu leaned over and whispered, "Chen Yuan, don't be nervous, alright?" Chen Yuan flexed his fingers. "Don't worry, I definitely won't be nervous." If it were in the past, he might truly have been nervous. But now, except when facing a one-on-one endgame in a game, he had no idea how to spell the word nervous. This was the confidence that a balance of 20 billion gave Chen Yuan. Next up, let's welcome Chen Yuan from Class 1 Grade 2024 Education Major to the stage to perform Preference on guitar. The host quickly announced the next act with no summary of the previous performance, and only an introduction to the next one. Precisely because the host said so little, the show was able to move this quickly. Xiaoyu patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, seizing the chance to sneak in a touch. "Good luck." "Thanks." With the guitar strap secured over his shoulder, Chen Yuan quickly walked onto the stage. From the stage, all he could see was a sea of heads. Everyone in military training uniforms, and caps, the crowd stretching across the field. Suddenly he heard two shouts. "Chen Yuan, you're incredible." Chen Yuan looked toward the sound, and saw Li Xiang, Lu Rui, and Lin Hanjun standing up, hands cupped at their mouths like megaphones, shouting with every ounce of their strength. Unfazed by them, Chen Yuan skipped a self-introduction and placed his fingers on the strings to play the intro. The guitar was connected to the sound system, and a microphone stood in front of him. The gorgeous intro of Preference rang out across the training ground. "Let yesterday be void, now you are before my eyes. I want to love, please give me a chance." Chen Yuan sang in the original key, and as soon as the intro began, people below were already swaying gently. By the time he sang the first line, some were already humming along. Their voices were still too quiet to drown out the sound from the speakers. "Trust your intuition. Stubborn people never cry tired. Falling for you, I won't retreat." As the song surged toward the chorus, Chen Yuan's vocal technique and his guitar playing merged in perfect harmony. The atmosphere below gradually improved. Not everyone was on their phone. It was just that many people would play with their phones when they came across performances they didn't find interesting. When they did find a performance interesting, many students were willing to set down their phones and spend those 3 minutes listening to a song. Of course, even more people held up their phones to record videos while singing along. Everyone chorused together now. "I said I wouldn't dodge, and I insist on doing this. Even if you won't listen, I'm still going to love. Love even harder. Let you understand." As Chen Yuan stirred up the atmosphere, the crowd's singing truly grew louder. Their voices gradually merged with the sound from the speakers. Chen Yuan genuinely felt like he was holding a concert. At a military training gala, he had unexpectedly fulfilled his dream of being a star. Over 7,000 freshmen were present, along with many upperclassmen who had no classes and had come to the field to join in the fun. For those 3 minutes, Chen Yuan was the most dazzling center of attention. "With so many performers tonight, I probably won't end up on the trending searches again, right?" While playing, Chen Yuan had enough spare attention to let his mind wander to such absurd thoughts. Happy times are always brief. Chen Yuan's star moment lasted only a little over 3 minutes, ending as the guitar produced its final note. He stood up, bowed, and stepped off the stage. Warm applause erupted from the audience. As Chen Yuan came off stage, Xiaoyu ran up to him. "You looked so handsome playing the guitar. There are definitely going to be a bunch of girls posting on the confession wall to find you tonight." Chen Yuan smiled and didn't pay it much mind. "And there are definitely going to be guys posting to find you too. I don't want anyone else to find me. I only want you to find me." Xiaoyu pouted and said, "So are you going to find me or not?" Xiaoyu was always so forward and direct, so direct that she didn't seem like a Chinese girl at all. "Haven't I already found you once? Don't I already have your WeChat? That doesn't count. I want you to post about me on the confession wall. Go play somewhere else." Chen Yuan flatly refused. Was she trying to ruin his romantic luck for the next 4 years? Not every girl was as easygoing as Sister Yue, or as extremely appearance-obsessed as Xiaoyu, who cared only about looks. Last time when the senior girl saw him drinking milk tea with Wu Yue, she became jealous. "Oh, I'm leaving." Chen Yuan nodded. "Go ahead. I'm really leaving." Chen Yuan, while putting away his guitar, said distractedly, "Yeah, hurry up and go." Seeing that Chen Yuan wasn't giving her an out, Xiaoyu gave a snort, but still didn't leave. "Then I'm not leaving. If you're going, you have to go with me. Side girl, keep this up, and you'll turn into a simp." Chen Yuan couldn't help saying, "What simp? Aye. This is called sincerity, okay? Since when does liking someone make you a simp?" Xiaoyu argued back. Chen Yuan smiled and said, "The one who falls first always loses the worst." Xiaoyu looked at him again, wanting to reach out and touch him. "I'm not afraid." "All right then, since you're not leaving, I'll go first." Chen Yuan smiled and said, "I'm going back to my class." "Oh, okay. I'll go back to my class too." Chen Yuan returned to his class's spot, found Li Xiang and the other two, and sat down with them to watch the performances. "Brother Yuan, not bad. That was professional singer level singing." Li Xiang retorted, "What do you mean professional singer? My brother Yuan is clearly at a superstar level. Even the original singer might not be as good as my brother Yuan." Lu Rui followed up, "Right, superstar level." Chen Yuan smiled. "Superstar level. I don't need to be a complete superstar. It's enough to be a little bit superstar. He's really a true superstar. A superstar among superstars." Praised by the three, Chen Yuan couldn't help the corners of his mouth curling up. He couldn't suppress it. Really couldn't suppress it. Sitting on the grass, the four chatted. When a performance was good, they watched it, pointing at the performers and making comments. When it wasn't good, they lowered their heads and played on their phones, then put them away and clapped when it ended. Admittedly, the vast majority of performances were good. After all, everyone was performing in front of all the freshmen, so they all pulled out their signature skills and gave their utmost effort. This was a competition for priority in mate selection. Chen Yuan's phone kept buzzing with messages, interrupting his enjoyment of the show. "Jiang Yue, brother Yuan, I've reserved a restaurant for tomorrow evening. Do you have time?" Jiang Yue, Victoria's Secret. JPG. Jiang Yue just bought a hee. Chen Yuan, I absolutely have time tomorrow night. After replying, Chen Yuan switched to another chat window. "Zhou Xinan, you sang really well. Is your preference me?" Then Zhou Xinan sent over a video she had recorded of Chen Yuan's performance. "Chen Yuan, my preference is only you. Zhang Hanyang, boss, I've contacted Tianqing Aviation. When would be a good time for you?" What the heck? Chen Yuan didn't quite remember. Only when he saw the word aviation did he think back and recall that he had told Butler Zhang about buying a private jet. If Zhang Hanyang hadn't brought it up, Chen Yuan would have forgotten. "Tomorrow afternoon then. I have military training in the morning. Morning military training, noon head home, afternoon buy a private jet, evening go see Sister Yue." Perfect. The morning military training was less about practice and more about display. Each class formed a phalanx while school administrators sat upon the stage beneath sunshades, chatting and laughing as they observed the students marching below. They would occasionally take sips of water. Meanwhile, the students on the playground marched in formation. Chen Yuan blended among them. Nothing out of the ordinary. It concluded smoothly and without incident. With the leaders finishing their final speech, the 2-week military training at last came to an end. Everyone had changed. The girls, whether due to better sunscreen or natural resilience to the sun, bore no trace of tanning upon their faces. Among the boys, however, everyone except Chen Yuan had acquired a stark demarcation line between tanned and untanned skin upon their faces. Upon returning to the dormitory, all of them wore expressions of profound relief. Finally, it was over at last. Do you have any idea how much Li Xiang suffered during those 14 days? He had actually trained himself thinner. "Quick, Lin Hanju, and fetch your scale, so I can weigh myself." Li Xiang declared, eager to see whether the 14 days of military training had helped him lose weight. Lin Hanjuan, who regularly worked out and monitored his physical condition, had brought a bathroom scale to campus. He retrieved the scale from his cabinet and placed it on the floor. The others gathered around to watch Li Xiang step onto it. Filled with anticipation, Li Xiang mounted the scale, and the numbers on the display began climbing frantically. From 60, it surged to 120, then jumped to 140, finally settling at 142. The unit was kilograms. What the hell? I gained 10 gene. Li Xiang swore outright. He had hoped the 14 days of training would help him slim down. Lin Hanjun couldn't resist saying, "TCH, if you don't start watching your diet, you'll soon match Liangzi's weight." Lu Rui chimed in, "Liangzi is taller than him. If he reaches Liangzi's weight, he'll probably look even rounder than Liangzi." Li Xiang turned to Chen Yuan, the only one not making snide remarks, and asked with a pained expression, "Brother Yuan, what's going on here?" Chen Yuan scratched his head. Maybe the scale is faulty. Li Xiang clung to this like a drowning man grasping a reed, nodding furiously. That must be it. Lin Hanjun stepped onto the scale, and the reading appeared almost instantly. 82 kilograms. The scale's fine. Chen Yuan. Couldn't you refrain from bullying such an adorable, kind-hearted chubby lad? No kind-hearted fat boy. It's all right, brother, we can lose it. From now on, no late-night snacks. Chen Yuan comforted him. Li Xiang remained despondent. Lu Rui interjected, "You'll want to play." Li Xiang immediately withdrew his despondency. "Let's go." Watching Li Xiang's carefree nature, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, a broad mind breeds a stout body. "You guys play on. I've got something to do this afternoon and need to head home," Chen Yuan said with a smile. "By the way, I won't be returning to the dorm these few days. Since freshmen get early release, I'm going out to travel." Cool, get out of here. "See ya, happy National Day, brother Yuan. Have fun and bring us back some local specialties." Chen Yuan left the dormitory, walked to the roadside, and drove himself home. Settling onto the sofa, Chen Yuan cracked walnuts while asking steward Zhang, "Uncle Yang, have my friends and my visas come through?" Zhang Hanyang replied, "They've been processed already." "Good. Then I'll book that Emirates flight," Chen Yuan said. He had long been eager to experience Emirates A380. The A380 was the world's largest commercial airliner and the ultimate dream of every aviation enthusiast. Chen Yuan harbored a deep passion for aerospace and had always longed to ride in the A380. And it would be Emirates A380 first-class cabin that made him all the more eager. Zhang Hanyang gathered his thoughts and said, "Sir, I'd suggest chartering a Gulfstream or a Bombardier instead. It would be far more comfortable. After all, a 14-hour flight in first class would still be exhausting." Chen Yuan smiled. "First class exhausting? Sir Butler, you've somewhat lost touch with ordinary people, haven't you?" No. I simply wish to experience first class," Chen Yuan said. "This time I'll experience Emirates first class, next time France, and whenever the opportunity arises, I'll sample the first-class cabins of every airline in the world." Zhang Hanyang grew somewhat anxious. However, regular airline first-class cabins simply don't befit your status. All right. I just want to experience ordinary first class for now. Once the private jet I've ordered arrives, I'll fly on my own aircraft. Besides, it's just me and one friend. Chartering a private jet for two would be wasteful, wouldn't it? Our family doesn't indulge in such extravagance. As for the first-class ticket costing a staggering 70,000 yuan after taxes, but forgetting one's roots was not his style. With no choice, Zhang Hanyang arranged the itinerary according to Chen Yuan's wishes. "As for hotels, I'm unfamiliar with the area. Just find me one with local character, or perhaps a renowned establishment," Chen Yuan said. Zhang Hanyang responded, "Very well, sir." Chen Yuan hummed a tune, lowered his head, and continued cracking walnuts. After days of handling them, the walnut surfaces had begun to gleam with a lustrous sheen as though glazed like porcelain. Exquisitely textured and surprisingly beautiful. Because of these walnuts, Chen Yuan had taken the time to research the world of literary playthings. Handling walnuts could be divided into two methods: literary handling and martial handling. Literary handling meant wearing gloves and avoiding collisions between the two walnuts, thereby preserving the original patterns to the greatest extent. Martial handling, on the other hand, required no such refinement. Simply rub them together enthusiastically. No gloves needed, no concern about collisions. Just follow your heart. Chen Yuan naturally chose martial handling. Furthermore, after handling, one should brush the walnuts with a boar bristle brush or nano brush to keep them clean and prevent dust from accumulating in the crevices. It must be said, literary playthings possessed a unique allure. Ever since Chen Yuan became familiar with this culture, he had grown somewhat infatuated. In fact, he had even purchased numerous other artifacts. Ancient Tree King 108, Small Vajra Star Moon Bodhi Monkey Head. Altogether, Chen Yuan had spent over 200,000 yuan. However, upon receipt, Chen Yuan found that aside from his fondness for the small Vajra necklace, the pair of walnuts in his hands most perfectly matched his tastes. After brushing them for some time, Chen Yuan glanced at the clock. "Let's have lunch. After eating, I'll buy the tickets. I've got something to do tonight," he said. With a chef now in the household, there was no need to order takeout. Takeout never tasted as good as the chef's cooking. Today, Chen Yuan personally ordered dishes. He was craving braised pork. Naturally, the chef could readily satisfy Chen Yuan's request. A dish of traditional Shanghai-style braised pork arrived, each piece enormous. A single piece of braised pork could cover an entire plate adorned with delicate garnishes. The savory sweet pork, paired with Jingyang rice, gifted by the bank accompanied by other dishes, made Chen Yuan's lunch an absolute delight. Though the school cafeteria wasn't bad, the gap compared to Chen Yuan's home was simply too vast. Even the rice used at home was nothing short of extraordinary. 8,400 yuan per jean, truly the Hermes of the rice world. An all-black Rolls-Royce Phantom extended wheelbase cruised down the expressway with nearby vehicles deliberately keeping their distance. As a first-tier city renowned worldwide, Shenzhen naturally boasted numerous companies tied to private aviation. Among them, Asia Pacific Aerospace, Tianjin Business Aviation, and Asian United Business Aviation stood out as the leaders in Shenzhen's business jet sector. Asia Pacific focused on helicopters while Asian United specialized in pre-owned business jet sales. Only Tianjin Business Aviation suited Chen Yuan's needs best with its core business in the sale and bespoke customization of private jets from Gulfstream Dassault and Bombardier. The Rolls-Royce Phantom soon entered Bowen District and drove onto Hangqing Avenue, which lay very close to Bowen Airport. Aircraft flight paths passed directly overhead, and planes could be seen taking off or landing at frequent intervals. Before long, the Phantom came to a stop in front of a modest low-rise building. The structure was not tall, as buildings near the airport were subject to strict height restrictions. Several well-dressed men in suits walked forward, though they did not rush to open the car door. Only after Uncle Han stepped out and opened it did the men approach. The man at the lead wore a warm, impeccably practiced smile, showing exactly 8 teeth. "Hello, Mr. Chen," he said. "Welcome to Tianjin Business Aviation." Chen Yuan nodded and extended his hand. "Hello. We're just here to customize a plane. No need for such a crowd, is there?" Chen Yuan was not fond of grand receptions. Back at the hotel, when a whole entourage had come to greet him, he had struggled to keep from laughing. Now, watching a group of middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s come to receive him, Chen Yuan found it even less appealing. Compared to them, he would have preferred the hotel hostesses. At the very least, the hostesses were easier on the eyes. The man who had shaken Chen Yuan's hand immediately caught on and told the others, "Mr. Chen prefers to keep a low profile. Everyone please disperse." With the crowd gone, peace was restored. "Mr. Chen, I'm a co-founder of Tianjin Business Aviation. My surname is Lin, and here is my business card." The man handed over a card. Chen Yuan glanced at it. The name was Lin Zheng, which sounded quite upright and honest. Lin Zheng said enthusiastically, "Please come inside. We have a dedicated customization studio here, and I'm confident we can design a private jet that perfectly suits your wishes. Your visit will be well worth it." Chen Yuan nodded and strode inside. Tianjin Business Aviation was lavishly decorated. Just past the entrance stood an aviation model over 3 meters long. As an aviation enthusiast, Chen Yuan identified the aircraft type at a glance. It was a Boeing 747, an ultra-large airliner on par with the Airbus A380. Dubbed the Queen of the Skies, the scaled-down model looked exceptionally elegant and perfectly reflected Tianjin Aviation's aeronautical identity. Seeing Chen Yuan examining the model, Lin Zheng hastened to explain, "Mr. Chen, this B747 model was specially commissioned by Boeing itself and presented to Tianjin Business Aviation. It is the only one of its kind in the world." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed Tianjin Business Aviation enjoyed a deep partnership with Boeing. "That's quite something. I'd love to have something like this displayed in my living room," Chen Yuan remarked with a smile. He already owned quite a few aircraft models at home, but they were all small ones placed on tables or shelves, nothing on this grand scale. Once the villa began its renovation, Chen Yuan was determined to have the design team set aside a special area in the living room for an enormous A380 model. The two walked deeper into the building and soon arrived at the aircraft selection room. What an obscure term that was. The selection room was spacious, yet remarkably bare. A row of plush, inviting wool sofas sat at the back, with only a small coffee table in front. Opposite the sofas, instead of a wall, stood a massive LED screen. Lin Zheng invited Chen Yuan to sit on the sofa before taking a seat at his own computer. Staff members brought in refreshments: a glass of champagne, an iced cola, a sparkling water, and a glass of mango juice. This had likely been arranged in advance by Steward Zhang when he made contact. It was true that with a steward around, everything became infinitely more convenient. Chen Yuan ignored the champagne and mango juice, reaching instead for the iced cola in its crystal glass. The weather was simply too hot today. Only iced cola could ward off the heat. "Mr. Chen, do you have a target model in mind?" Lin Zheng asked. Chen Yuan shook his head. "Then perhaps I could help narrow down the options." Chen Yuan nodded. Lin Zheng asked respectfully, "Very well. Let's start with your requirements. What is your approximate budget?" Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. After the National Day holiday, he planned to negotiate the acquisition of Kinki 100. Although success was not guaranteed, he needed to set aside funds for it. On this upcoming trip, he might purchase an estate in England or perhaps a building in London. That money would need to be reserved as well. Adding the cost of renovating his new house and the funds for Steward Zhang to acquire luxury cars, his available capital amounted to roughly 10 billion yuan, enough to assemble an entire fleet. "My maximum budget is around 4 to 500 million, Chen Yuan said. "Very well. What would be the farthest destination on your flight plans?" "London, Paris, or New York. I'm buying a plane for travel, not business trips." "I might fly anywhere," Chen Yuan replied. Lin Zheng clicked a few times on his computer, filtering out medium and short-range business jets. "Understood. In that case, only ultra-long-range business jets meet your needs, and your budget is more than sufficient. How many people typically travel with you?" "A few people. No more than 10, Chen Yuan said. "In that case, I believe the Gulfstream G650ER and the Bombardier Global 7500 would suit you perfectly. Both have maximum ranges exceeding 750 nautical miles, allowing non-stop flights from Shenzhen to New York, Paris, London, or Los Angeles. Moreover, a relatively new Gulfstream G650ER with 2 to 3 years of service would also fit comfortably within your budget at around 400 million RMB. Chen Yuan looked at Lin Zheng with a puzzled expression. The man seemed to have misunderstood something. Excuse me, let me interrupt, Chen Yuan said. Mr. Lin, I think you may have misconstrued my meaning. The 4 to 500 million I mentioned was in US dollars. What I need is a brand new bespoke private jet, not a pre-owned one. I wouldn't even accept a 1-year-old aircraft, let alone one with 2 to 3 years of service. Lin Zheng froze. 4 to 500 million. In US dollars? US dollars? Wait, sir, are you planning to buy an A380? Even a brand new Gulfstream G650ER costs less than 100 million US dollars. That was why Lin Zheng had instinctively assumed the figure was in RMB. After all, 4 to 500 million RMB was already the top-tier budget for purchasing business jets, many wealthy clients who came here to buy aircraft operated within that range. Yet this man's 4 to 500 million was actually in freaking US dollars. Lin Zheng collected his scattered thoughts and then said, if your budget is that ample, then I think you could consider an ACJ 350 or a BBJ 777. Chen Yuan looked slightly puzzled. ACJ 350. Yes. Lin Zheng said. The ACJ 350 is a private jet created from the A350 airliner, a commercial airliner converted into a business jet. It is far larger than an ordinary business jet. Please look at the screen ahead. As Lin Zheng operated his computer, 2 arcs, one small and one large, appeared on the wall-sized screen before them. This small arc represents the cabin space of a Gulfstream G650ER, shown at a 1-to-1 scale in both width and height. Its ceiling height is 1.9 meters. Given your stature, you would feel rather cramped inside. This larger arc is the cabin space of the ACJ 350. Its width is 5.61 meters, and its height is 2.40 meters, offering considerably more spaciousness. Chen Yuan nodded. Wouldn't the ACJ 350 be too large? After all, I won't be traveling with that many people, Chen Yuan said. What about the ACJ 320? Lin Zheng explained. The ACJ 320 cannot meet your range requirements. The A320 is a short-haul aircraft. Even after being converted into an ACJ series model, it can only improve its range to a certain extent. It would still struggle to fly non-stop from Shenzhen to New York. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. Since his budget was no issue, there was no need to put himself in a position of discomfort. Then let's go with the ACJ 350. Chen Yuan said, then asked the question he cared about most. Roughly how long until the aircraft can be delivered? Our cooperation with Airbus is equally in depth. We can lock in the next A350 to come off the production line for you. However, the interior customization will take approximately 12 to 18 months. The entire cycle is around 24 months. 24 months. 2 years. Chen Yuan shook his head. 6 months. I can wait at most 6 months. Mr. Chen, you're really putting us in an impossible position. A $500 million deal and you can't handle it. Then forget it. If it weren't for the trouble, I could personally go to Airbus headquarters and place a custom order myself. Chen Yuan shrugged as he spoke. Lin Zheng was hesitant. 6 months was far too short. Virtually impossible. Yet with such an enormous deal at stake, he desperately wanted to secure it. This was a $500 million deal. If he closed this order, he would never have to strive again. Please give me 3 minutes. I need to make a phone call. Lin Zheng said. Chen Yuan made a gesture inviting him to proceed. Lin Zheng walked out of the aircraft configuration room and made an overseas phone call. The call was to a senior executive of the Airbus group. The call was answered quickly. Mr. Bori, good morning. Morning. No, I should say good afternoon, Lin. It should be afternoon in China now, right? Mr. Bori's voice came through the receiver. Yes, Mr. Bori, Lin Zheng said. I would love to chat with you, but I have something very urgent that requires your help. Mr. Bori laughed heartily. Lin, every time you call me, it's something urgent. Go ahead. Is it an ACJ 320 order or an ACJ 330 order? Hey, you wealthy people in China really are numerous. I just never hear of them. They're all hidden away. No, Mr. Bori. This time it's an ACJ 350 order. Lin Zheng said. Far away in France, Bori leapt up from the sofa directly. Oh, my God. This is the best news I've heard all day. Is this your morning gift to me? Lin Zheng was quite put off by Bori's long-winded gossipy nature, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the man was in charge of Airbus's ACJ series. Mr. Bori, my client has one requirement. He wants delivery in 6 months, Lin Zheng said. 6 months? Are you insane, or is he insane? 6 months is impossible. Lin Zheng heaved a sigh and said, this is my client's only requirement. Do you have an A350 that has just left the factory but hasn't been delivered yet? I'll bring you some local specialties. Bori thought for a moment, then said, Actually, there is one. Singapore Airlines ordered 9 A350-1000s, and one of them has just completed production without its interior customization. If I pull some strings, it's highly likely we can turn it into an ACJ 350-1000 within 6 months. Thank you so much, Mr. Bori. Well, let Singapore Airlines make a small sacrifice. They have plenty of aircraft anyway, so they won't mind waiting for the next one. I'll come to France in person in a couple of days. We'll meet then. After hanging up, Lin Zheng pumped his fist with force. Yes. 500 million. 500 million. Lin Zheng quickly returned to the configuration room. Chen Yuan put away his phone. He had just arranged a time to meet Sister Yue. The moment Lin Zheng entered, he said eagerly, Mr. Chen, I just contacted Airbus. There is an A350-1000 whose interior customization has not yet been completed. If you need it, we can probably deliver it to your hands within 6 months. Chen Yuan nodded. All right. I won't involve myself too much in the interior. Just follow my general ideas. I don't need too many seats. Accommodating around 10 people is enough, and add more functional areas. Chen Yuan said. Very well. I'll communicate this to Airbus. You can start calculating the price now. All right. Lin Zheng tried his best to keep his smile from being too blatant. He felt his heart pounding. This heaven-sent fortune had actually landed right in his lap. The base A350-1000 costs $366.5 million. For the cabin, your requirements are more functional zones and fewer seats. That would be a bedroom, a private shower room, a private cinema, an office, a study. The customization cost would be $160 million. The pricing for aircraft interior customization is quite fixed because the selection of wood, leather, and all other materials has strict regulations. They must be materials that meet aviation standards. That is why Lin Zheng could provide the modification price directly. Even if Chen Yuan wanted more personalized design, it could only be expressed through patterns and colors, which would not increase the cost by much. That was why Lin Zheng could quote the interior customization price ahead of time. The total is $526.5 million. Chen Yuan listened to Lin Zheng's calculation and nodded. Very good. Chen Yuan was well aware that Tianqing Business Aviation certainly had some profit margin in the middle. They had cooperation with Airbus, so the price they paid for the aircraft would definitely be lower as well. This was all very normal. After all, apart from paying the money, Chen Yuan didn't have to deal with aircraft registration, flight route applications, or the assembly of the cabin crew. None of these required his attention. Moreover, the process of buying an aircraft is far more complicated than buying a car. An individual must go through intermediary aviation companies to complete it. Let's sign the contract, Chen Yuan said. Once the aircraft purchase was done quickly, Chen Yuan could go to Sister Yue without delay. It had been too long since he had seen her, and Chen Yuan felt his blood running hot. Mr. Chen, you're truly decisive. In all my years in the industry, you're the first client I've met who is so straightforward. Lin Zheng could no longer suppress his laugh, which was somewhat unbridled. This time his grin exposed all 12 teeth. I just hope my aircraft can be built quickly, Chen Yuan said with a smile. By the way, once the interior design renderings are done, don't forget to send them to me first. Lin Zheng, that's the most basic requirement. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, Tianqing Aviation will never let you down. The dining area on the aircraft. The bedroom on the aircraft. The lavatory on the aircraft.